Synopsis. A powerful warrior, who has fulfilled a great prophecy in his own land, is transported to a new magical world to escape a celestial conflict. He finds himself taking on a new role as a teacher, where he must navigate unfamiliar challenges and protect those he now cares for while learning to control his immense power. Chapter 1, The Dragonborn's Legacy, A New World Awaits. The Dragonborn's Legacy, A New World Awaits. Einar, the Destroyer. A title earned from a very young age. Raised by a Nordic blacksmith father and an incredibly beautiful Altmare mother. From birth, his appearance was attractive to everyone, but that also earned him a lot of harassment from his Nordic peers. At the age of 5, his father forced him to help in the forge to pay for his own food, as if he were just another tenant and not his own son. Both parents seemed to have no connection with him, so Einar tried to stay away from them most of the time. But at least they taught him everything he needed to survive. Obviously, he would have to help with both of their jobs as soon as he finished learning, but Einar didn't mind that, as he felt those two crafts would be useful in the future. Enchanting weapons and creating them was basically his parents' work. Einar proved to be very good at it just a year after starting to learn, even comparing himself to his parents, who had been in the trade for years. Something to keep in mind was that his village was mostly made up of Nords, who, if you didn't know, are quite racist toward other races. Especially because they believed Einar looked more like a girl and didn't have enough muscle to even lift a dagger. But against all the mockery, Einar proved he was capable of wielding any weapon given to him. Not only that, even at the tender age of 10, he could face any adult in his village. With two not-so-affectionate parents, when he turned 13, he was basically kicked out of his house. That was the minimum age required to join the Imperials, so his parents took advantage of that to finally send him far away. It's not like his parents treated him poorly or neglected him, it was just like living with distant relatives. Einar headed towards solitude, accompanied only by his faithful sword and a leather armor he crafted himself. Although he had to buy the sword, since, after all, he didn't own the materials from his father's forge. During his journey, several interesting things happened. For example, he was captured while trying to cross the border, only to be rescued by the legendary dragon that would destroy the world, which, to top it off, was his enemy by birth. Yes, he was the prophesied Dragonborn, who had the task of defeating Alduin. Einar, being so young, had to do the unimaginable to gain enough power to defeat a dragon said to have existed since the dawn of time. Learning all kinds of forces, magics, and ancient powers, defeating other dragons to absorb their souls and grow stronger, and even making some pacts with Daedras and Edras. He traveled to Sovngarde to fight alongside ancient heroes. And when he finally managed to defeat the Black Dragon, his task was complete. Therefore, the Dragonborn was no longer needed. So he simply continued traveling the world while continuing to learn. After all, he was one of the strongest people around. Until he was needed again. Several times after that, in fact. So he practically kept saving Skyrim on multiple occasions while traveling. His last enemy was the first Dragonborn to ever exist. Once again, he needed to become more powerful, make deals with other Daedra, acquire more knowledge, and then defeat him. After that, tired of a life so full of danger, at the age of 16, he simply joined the Greybeards to rest a little while trying to contain a power that was already starting to overwhelm him. After all, absorbing the souls of so many dragons was no easy feat. Although from time to time, he would go out to have some fun and relieve stress by visiting some ancient ruin or tomb. Basically, he was still alone. The supposed friends who wanted to be with him only did so because of the power he possessed and the titles he now held. Very few of them wanted to stay with him for who he really was. That was until one of the Daedric princes realized what would happen when the Dragonborn died. That revelation quickly alerted all the Daedra, as well as the Edra with whom Einar basically had a contract. The Dragonborn basically has the soul of a dragon, so he should go with Akatosh. So everyone quickly started moving. They wanted to have the Dragonborn's soul at all costs. After all, it was combined with hundreds of dragon souls he had defeated. And when a war between Daedras and Edras was about to start again, this time because of a single individual, Akatosh had to intervene. Welcome to my third fanfiction adventure. Before diving into this story, I want to share a bit of the context that gave rise to this project. Our protagonist is about to experience a radical change of world, and this is just the beginning of an exciting journey. As a big fan of Skyrim, I must warn you that at times I might get carried away by the epicness of the game. You will have to stop me if I go overboard, hahaha. Also, I've decided to integrate certain mods as part of the canon to enrich the narrative with elements that fascinate me. Of course, in each chapter, I will specify which mod I have incorporated so there are no misunderstandings. Regarding the Harry Potter story, I will mix details from both the movies and the books, selecting the most interesting parts one remember. This may cause some errors, but I invite you to leave your comments, and I will do my best to correct them. This novel will be published with early chapters on Patreon, along with my other 2 stories available in both English and Spanish. However, this project will be exclusively in English to speed up the writing and publishing process. My current goal is to prepare 20 advanced chapters that will be available from day 1 on Patreon. Thank you in advance for joining me on this literary adventure. I hope you enjoy reading it as much as I enjoy writing it. Chapter 2, The Lost Dragonborn. The Lost Dragonborn. Einar, my son. The only way to free you from the pursuit of the Daedric princes, who want your soul even if it means starting a war, is to send you far away. Live well, my son, said a great golden dragon, looking at a young man around 16 or 17 years old with sadness and affection. The young man named Einar wanted to refuse this. He wanted to fight to the end, but he quickly felt his body being sent somewhere else, unable to do anything. Meanwhile, in several dragon farms around the world, strange things began to happen. Romania was no exception to these unusual occurrences. Charlie, have you found out if the dragons are sick or something? Asked the manager with concern, since he had even called a magizoologist to examine them, but according to him, there was nothing strange about the dragons. No, sir. They keep acting the same. It's like they're scared of something and, at the same time, happy. It's so strange, said a red-haired boy quickly. TSK. I heard the other dragon farms are having the same problems. What could be happening to them? The manager muttered as he looked towards one of the dragon caves, where a Hungarian horntail suddenly jumped happily before running to hide inside the cave. The dragons weren't the only ones acting strangely. Many other magical creatures were restless, though not as exaggeratedly as those with draconic blood. In a great dark forest, a man was investigating why the creatures there were somewhat restless until he encountered someone familiar. What's happening, Firenze? Asked a large man almost as tall as the trees surrounding them. The conqueror of the World Eater will arrive under the protection of his creator to keep him safe. He comes from another time and space, so everything will be unknown to him. The one who has fulfilled his destiny will now be bound to none. You must be careful, Hagrid. Someone powerful is approaching, and we hope it is with kindness and not destruction, said the centaur named Firenze before turning around without waiting for the giant Hagrid's response, quickly leaving. Hagrid, seeing this, scratched his head in confusion. I should tell Dumbledore, he said, and then began running towards the edge of the forest. Firenze said that? Asked an old man with a long beard while Hagrid quickly nodded in confirmation. Very well, Hagrid. I'll keep that in mind. I'll ask some acquaintances to keep an eye out, he said quickly while smiling to reassure the nervous Hagrid before sending him home. He fulfilled his destiny and will be bound to none. I wish Harry had such luck, he said while thinking sadly before turning to look at the phoenix perched on a stand, which had been feeling uneasy since early morning. As Hagrid walked towards his hut, not far from the castle he had just left, he saw something bright in the sky that caught his attention as it seemed to fall in the direction of the forbidden forest. When it fell, Hagrid ran in that direction to make sure no creature in the forest had been hurt. Several professors, as well as the headmaster, also heard a loud explosion coming from the forest's direction, so they were somewhat worried and went out to see what was happening. Ouch! Akatosh, if it was you, send me back to Skyrim. I want to fight those damned Daedras, even if I die in battle as it should be, shouted a young man who had fallen from the sky, forming a large crater in the ground. The young man wore a black light armor with a bird on his chest. He had a hood and a mask with ancient carvings covering his face. This was the nightingale armor and the dragon priest mask. They weren't his best clothes or the most powerful ones, but when Akatosh caught him, he was causing trouble for some Thalmor, and that was the best outfit to leave them with nothing in hand. His powerful shouts were also accompanied by a great earthquake that frightened all kinds of creatures around. Seeing that there was no response after shouting, the young man angrily yelled again. Damn it! And with his shout, the trees around him were uprooted, and the earth began to crack. His mask also fell to the ground, though the hood still covered part of his face. Looking at the destruction he had unintentionally caused, the young man quickly composed himself. Sigh. Luckily, I haven't reached the level of the Greybeards yet, or this entire forest would have been destroyed by a single angry whisper, he said, keeping his voice low as he searched for his mask on the dark ground. Since I was 13, I've been fighting for my life. At 15, I even defeated the dragon Aljuan and his followers. And I had to fight Mirik at 16. I should be able to fight the Daedric princes even if I end up losing, he said, complaining with annoyance. Although he knew the Daedric princes were the ones who faced the very gods. Being a Dragonborn alone would not be enough. Especially since he was the cause of the almost war, having become the champion of several Daedric princes as well as several Edra in order to defeat those who wanted to destroy the world. Thud, thud, thud. Some heavy footsteps quickly caught the young man's attention, and he looked in that direction. Then he saw a giant running towards him. A giant? I didn't accidentally hurt its mammoth when I shouted, did I? He said as he looked around at the destruction he had caused. Just in case, the young man drew a one-handed sword from his waist, preparing himself in case he had to fight the giant. Hagrid, upon seeing the young man in the middle of all the destruction, ran towards him to ask if he was okay, but stopped when he saw him draw a shiny sword that seemed magical, while looking at him intently. Are you alright? I'm not going to hurt you, Hagrid spoke, but the young man seemed to not understand his language, so he kept staring at him. What language is that? The young man wondered as he listened to the giant and looked at him with interest, since giants were supposed to communicate through grunts and sounds. But this one seemed to have a language, although different from what he knew. The young man saw how the giant seemed unsure of what to do while scratching his head. Then, suddenly, some sounds caught the giant's attention. Zap zap zap. And with those noises, some humans appeared near the giant. They seemed to be wizards based on their attire. An old man with a long white beard appeared to be speaking to the giant. Wizards? The young man, upon seeing the newcomers and their attire, quickly activated magic resistance spells and took some potions, preparing himself. One of the wizards dressed like a bat, completely in black, looked at the potion he drank with some surprise and intrigue. Meanwhile, the smallest of the group was greatly surprised to see the enchantment the young man cast upon himself using only his hands. Hagrid, what happened? Who is the boy? Dumbledore asked quickly, feeling a great danger coming from the young man standing just a few meters away with a large sword in his hands, watching them cautiously. I don't know. When I got here, everything was like this, and the boy doesn't seem to understand our language, Hagrid replied quickly. Headmaster, I believe it would be wiser to disarm the boy first and then try to communicate with him. I don't think he would want to be attacked while we try to speak to him, Snape said quickly while staring at the young man. It seems we'll have to do that. We don't want him to hurt himself with that sword that looks quite powerful, Dumbledore said. We'll need to ask the Ministry for a translator of various languages. All right. I'll try to approach him slowly. I don't think he can hurt me, Hagrid said, somewhat confident in his toughness. The young man saw how everyone was watching him and knew they seemed to want to capture him. So, at that moment, they were the enemies, and he quickly raised his guard to the maximum. Then, when the giant approached him slowly, the young man took a small breath. Fuss ro da. And with that shout, Hagrid was sent flying at high speed. All the professors saw Hagrid flying away, crashing through trees as he went, until he disappeared from sight. Snape quickly raised his wand and cast a spell to knock out the young man in one go. But the young man dashed toward him while taking the spell head-on. However, the spell did nothing to the young man, who seemed to have the same resistance to magic as a giant. Perhaps it was due to the enchantment he cast earlier or the potion he drank. While Snape was surprised, the young man moved at a speed he couldn't perceive, appearing right in front of him. Would not kest. Einar moved right in front of the wizard and swung his sword to cut him in half. A smaller wizard, who seemed to be a dwarf, reacted quickly and cast a spell that made the young man's sword fly out of his hand, disarming him. Meanwhile, the old man who seemed to be the leader quickly cast another spell at Einar. Einar jumped back to dodge the spell, but not before pointing one hand at the black-clad wizard and casting a paralysis spell, causing him to fall completely rigid to the ground. Then, he turned his gaze to the dwarf-like wizard and launched a fireball with his other hand. The small wizard quickly created a shield to defend himself. Einar rolled as soon as he touched the ground to put some distance between himself and the group. Although it wasn't the best strategy to fight against wizards, he also knew a lot of magic. Sparks of electricity flickered from one of his hands, while in the other, a sword made of magic appeared. He watched all the people present with vigilance and even a bit of excitement. The leader quickly invoked a spell that made the ground beneath Einar turn into chains trying to trap him, as it seemed they had realized he had great resistance to magic. Einar smiled and noticed that all those wizards seemed to use their magic by moving those wands in their hands. Zoon Hail Vike! Einar shouted, and all the wizards' wands went flying away, to everyone's surprise. Then Einar raised his free hand, seemingly preparing to cast a powerful lightning spell while looking at everyone present. Chapter 3, The Archmage of Winterhold. The Archmage of Winterhold. This is getting exciting. It's been a while since I've fought someone, especially after returning to train with the Greybeard's master, Einar said while looking at the wizards in front of him. His voice held so much excitement that even the ground beneath them began to tremble. This worried the wizards even more, seeing the power the young man was gathering to unleash. But upon hearing him speak, the leader quickly spoke. "You, speak." "Icelandic," said the leader of the wizards. Although he couldn't understand some parts, Einar understood the question. "Icelandic? What's that?" "Although you can talk to me, it seems you learned the Nordic language," Einar replied, pausing for a moment as it seemed they could converse. "Nordic? That's very ancient," the elder said while motioning to the others to appear friendly, showing that they no longer wanted to fight now that they could communicate. "You're not going to fight?" Einar quickly asked, a little disappointed as he stopped gathering power in his hands. "If we can communicate, there's no need," the elder said quickly with a sigh. "Please, stop. Perhaps we met on the wrong foot." Tisk. Einar quickly put on the mask that had fallen off during the fight. Although his hood never fully revealed his face, from the features that could be seen, he was quite young. "Sorry, but could I ask you to release him?" the elder said, pointing at the wizard dressed in black lying on the ground completely stiff. "It wears off in a few seconds," Einar replied calmly, and just a second later, the wizard could move. He quickly stood up, glaring angrily at Einar. But having heard the conversation while petrified, he didn't continue attacking. Seeing the wizard's furious gaze, Einar spoke again. "You're lucky it wasn't lightning," he said while showing his hand, from which powerful bolts of lightning flashed, illuminating the entire forest. Obviously, the wizard didn't understand Einar's language, but he understood what Einar meant, so he just snorted angrily and stepped aside. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts," Dumbledore said, trying to sound friendly. "Hogwarts? What's that?" Einar asked quickly. "Hogwarts is a school of magic where talented young people learn to develop their potential and discover their place in the magical world," Dumbledore quickly explained. "I see, like the College of Winterhold. You resemble Savos Aran," Einar said, looking intently at Dumbledore. "Then, let me introduce myself as Einar, Archmage of the College of Winterhold. The other titles don't seem to matter." Einar said quickly, since when talking to wizards, being an Archmage was what counted. "Archmage? Although I don't know if it means the same thing. I also don't know where the College of Winterhold is. Could you explain, please?" "We can continue talking in my office," Dumbledore said, inviting Einar. Einar gave a quick glance and accepted confidently, although he never let his guard down. "I see, so being so young, you were the head of a magic school of great excellence from what I hear." "Although I'm sorry I don't know where that place is," Dumbledore said as they walked toward his office. "It's fine. I didn't know about Hogwarts either, so I guess we're even," Einar said calmly, not giving it much importance, since he became the Archmage of Winterhold after Savos Aran and Mirabelle Irvine died. "Though I must say you're quite skilled in magic to not need a wand to cast powerful spells," Dumbledore said as they reached his office and he motioned for Einar to sit down. "Wand? Are you talking about staves? They're pretty useless when they run out of energy. It's better to use your hands, especially because they only have one spell." "I prefer to mix my magic," Einar said, not understanding. "It seems we're talking about something else," Dumbledore said as he explained how wands worked in detail. "I see, so they're completely different objects. The magic school I attended never had those wands," Einar said quickly with some intrigue. "Though it seems they become quite useless without them," he added, remembering how he easily disarmed them. "Well, some skilled wizards can use magic without a wand," Dumbledore said while demonstrating by making a cup float toward him with ease. "Then it's better if we get straight to the point since you seem like the type who prefers to cut to the chase. Are you the one they call the Conqueror of the World Eater?" Dumbledore asked directly, looking seriously at Einar. "You mean Alduin? Then yes, that's me. I am the Dragonborn of the prophecy, though I was supposed to have already fulfilled my task. That's why I was training with the Greybeards so my voice wouldn't destroy the places where I stayed. Seeing that I became so strong after defeating Mirek, the Daedric princes wanted my soul at all costs, so Akatosh kidnapped me and sent me here. To be honest, I don't know where I am right now," Einar said patiently. Dumbledore had a headache trying to understand everything Einar said all of a sudden, but he understood one thing: this was the man Firenze had spoken of, the one who had fulfilled his destiny and could not be bound to another. Someone so strong he needed to be approached with caution. Although Dumbledore only saw a young man no older than 17 or 18 years old sitting calmly before him, Einar radiated danger with every movement. Not even Mad and Moody made him feel this way. It was clear that from a very young age, Einar had to fight for his life, which meant he was not only powerful but also had the experience to back it up. Fortunately, by talking to Einar, he realized he wasn't a bad kid, just someone direct and quite calm. Obviously, outside of battle, since he seemed like a completely different person when fighting. "You seem quite calm for being in an unfamiliar place," Dumbledore said, staring intently at Einar. "Well, I've been to places you can't even imagine and fought against all kinds of enemies that would drive anyone with a weak mind insane. I'm used to it. To me, this is just another adventure," Einar said calmly. "So, what's your plan now?" Dumbledore asked. "No idea. I don't think Akatosh will let me return. Although the Daedric princes won't give up so easily. After all, they are immortal. But I understand why he threw me out of Skyrim. It's obvious that my soul could spark the greatest war ever, completely destroying the mortal world. For now, what I'll do is simply find a place to stay here and finally rest after such a long time," Einar said calmly. "How about this? One of my professors recently resigned. Why not take his place? Since you seem to have battle experience, it would be perfect," Dumbledore said patiently. Einar, upon hearing this, stared directly at Dumbledore before responding. "You just want me to be close enough to keep an eye on me, right?" he said bluntly. "To be honest, that's completely true. After all, not even all the professors of Hogwarts together could touch you," Dumbledore quickly admitted, trying to get on Einar's good side. "Although, considering your age, I'd prefer for you to be a student, but that would be an insult to your experience." "Professor of what branch?" "I don't think our magic is the same," Einar said calmly. He didn't care about the reason. He believed that if they turned against him, he could destroy everything in his path and leave easily. After all, he had many powerful abilities he had not yet demonstrated. The class is called Defense Against the Dark Arts. In this class, students study and learn how to defend themselves from all aspects of the dark arts, including dark creatures, hexes, jinxes, and curses, dark charms, as well as dueling. "Don't worry, the school will provide all the materials you need to teach," Dumbledore said quickly. "Basically, it's fighting, right?" "That's fine," Einar agreed easily, accepting the proposal. Just as Einar accepted the job, Hogwarts suddenly began to tremble as the walls seemed to scream in pain. Then, a dark aura started to emanate as if it were burning. Aya! After that scream, silence returned, as everyone in the castle stared at the walls of their school in shock. Meanwhile, in the Forbidden Forest, a centaur was staring in the direction of the school intently. It was Firenze, the centaur who had spoken to Hagrid earlier. Curses are an attempt to change a person's fate towards a dark path. Trying to impose a dark destiny on one who cannot be bound to any other is like trying to break a stone with an egg, he said as he turned around and continued his path peacefully. "What an interesting school. Looks like I'll have fun here," Einar said with some excitement. Meanwhile, Dumbledore snapped out of his surprise, realizing what had just happened. That was the curse Voldemort had placed on the Defense Against the Dark Arts professors. A curse Dumbledore knew about but had never given much importance to, as it only prevented professors from teaching for more than a year. Although some ended up badly, most of the former professors simply resigned. "By the way, aren't you going to take off your mask?" "I still don't know your face," Dumbledore said, looking at the helmet. "Sure, but only for a while. I usually wear it because my voice is too powerful," Einar said as he gently removed the mask, along with the hood. Then, Dumbledore was slightly surprised. Besides being young, Einar was extremely attractive. In front of him stood a handsome young man with silver-gray hair, green eyes with a serious gaze that even seemed noble. If someone mistook him for having Vila blood, no one would be surprised. Too bad only women could be Vila. Seeing Dumbledore's surprised look, Einar responded. "It happens. My mother is a beautiful Altmare who fell in love with the most handsome Nord she could find. And I was born. Well, at 13, they kicked me out of the house to join the Imperials while they kept making babies," Einar said mockingly as he put the mask back on. "Luckily, my ears aren't like my mother's, otherwise, would have suffered even more from the Nord's harassment, as they are quite racist, especially toward mixed races." "You said you wear your mask to contain your voice, what do you mean by that? Dumbledore asked, recovering from the slight surprise. The voice or the Thursday is the language of dragons. It's also very ancient magic used through shouts. I, as Dragonborn, learned each and every one of these shouts just by seeing them once. That's why sometimes it might slip out when I speak. That's why I wear this enchanted mask. But don't worry, so far, no one has died. They only flew a few meters away. On the other hand, my masters had to take a vow of silence because a single whisper from them could destroy a mountain, Einar said calmly. A mountain? To be honest, I hope your masters don't come looking for you, Dumbledore said quickly. No. They live in silence and do not interfere with the world, Einar replied quickly. Meanwhile, in the Forbidden Forest. Ugh. What happened? Hagrid said as he got up painfully, looking around and realizing he was in the Forbidden Forest. Did I fall asleep? He said while touching his head in pain. Ugh. I guess I drank too much. Better head back home, he said, seemingly having lost his memory from hitting his head so many times against various trees. Then he simply got up and walked towards his house calmly. Chapter 4, New Beginnings. New Beginnings. After accepting the job as a professor, Headmaster Dumbledore allowed Einar to stay in the professor's quarters for a few days, as classes had ended. The next day, only the headmaster, Hagrid, and Filch, who lived there, would remain at the school. Meanwhile, the other professors would return to their homes. Maybe I need to buy some things from this world, especially a house. I wonder if they'll accept septims. Since they're made entirely of gold, it's possible they will, Einar said as he looked around the room where he would be staying. It was quite a luxurious room, with a furnished bedroom that included a large wardrobe and various decorations besides the bed. Additionally, it had an exclusive bathroom and even a living room with a fireplace and a large sofa. Dren, come here, Einar said, and immediately, a dark portal appeared in front of him, from which a Dremora emerged, looking at Einar with surprise and quickly kneeling before him. Master, this servant is pleased to see you well, he said quickly while lowering his head. The Dremora, with his red skin and horns, looked like a demon, and technically, he was. They were a dark race, and their princes were their rulers. It seems it worked. Alright, stop that. First of all, can the Daedric princes follow you here? Einar asked quickly. No, master. When you were removed, I was also sent to a place suitable for me. And surely, the others bound to you by contract experienced the same thing, Dren replied quickly. Another place? Where were you sent? Einar asked, intrigued. I do not know, master. But it's even more comfortable for me. And it seems I am stronger than those who live there, Dren responded quickly. All right. Do you have my things? Einar asked, confident everything would be fine. After all, Dremora or Daedra were quite resilient creatures. Yes, master. Do you want me to bring everything? No. Just my daily clothes and money, Einar said quickly. Also, give me some small enchanted weapons, he added swiftly for safety. Dren quickly summoned a portal and entered through it. After a few seconds, he emerged carrying several bags in his hands. He promptly handed the money to Einar and then looked toward the wardrobe. He headed there with the other bag to arrange the clothes. I don't know how much things cost here, but maybe 10,000 septims will be enough for everything, he said while taking out some of the gold coins. Then, after Dren finished organizing the clothes in the wardrobe and left, Einar quickly changed into more comfortable clothing and went to sleep. The next day, Einar remembered to ask Dren if he knew any way to speak other languages. Luckily for him, there was Daedric magic that could help, so Dren enchanted a ring to allow him to understand and speak all languages. Then, Einar went to find Dumbledore to ask him to arrange a guide for shopping. If he was going to live in this world, he needed basic information. And what better than books? Obviously, Hogwarts had hundreds of books, but they were mostly for learning about magic, nothing about modern culture. If he wanted to learn about the modern world, he had to see the surroundings for himself. That's how he ended up traveling with Hagrid, who Einar learned was not a giant but a half-giant. Although the friendly Hagrid asked him not to tell anyone since the wizarding world tended to be a bit racist. But Einar doubted to say that it was obvious at a glance. However, it was better to stay quiet. Especially because where Einar came from, racism also existed, so it was easy to understand. This place is called the Leaky Cauldron. It's the entrance to Diagon Alley, Hagrid explained as they both stepped out of the fireplace used for transportation. A fireplace that was quite a novel and useful travel method for Einar, as he was used to traveling on horseback for days to reach other places. A bar. Seems like a good place to gather information later, Einar said, looking at the people drinking calmly while chatting. Come on, follow me, Hagrid said, leading Einar to the corner of the shop. They entered some sort of alley with a garbage bin and a wall, so there was no further path. Then, Hagrid tapped a brick 3 times, and the wall began to open, forming an entrance. This is Diagon Alley, Hagrid said proudly as he urged Einar to enter with him. Einar looked around with interest, as it was the first time he had seen so many shops. After all, the largest he had seen were some Khajiit bazaars or traveling merchants. This is quite unique, Einar said, observing magical things everywhere. Dumbledore said you wanted to exchange some gold and then buy a new wand. Ollivander's is over there, you can buy your wand there. Come on, I'll take you to Gringotts and then I'll leave. I've got lots of things to take care of now that the kids are gone, Hagrid said as he started walking. After a couple of minutes, they arrived at a rather abstract building where the doors were guarded by armored goblins. Those armors resemble the Dweemers, Einar said, staring intently at the guards. The guards, sensing Einar's gaze, quickly looked in his direction with anger. But upon observing Einar, a primitive fear arose within them, causing them to tremble slightly until Einar shifted his gaze and walked into the bank. The guards let out a slight sigh, although, just in case, they alerted their chief. Upon entering, there were rows of desks with goblins attending to each of them. Hagrid led him to one of them and quickly spoke. Hello, my friend here wants to exchange some gold, Hagrid said quickly. Meanwhile, the goblin simply glanced at them out of the corner of his eye and spoke. Exchanges are done down the hallway, he said without even looking at them again, pointing in a direction. Can you go on your own? Hagrid asked, as he had things to do, to which Einar nodded and let him leave while he walked toward where the goblin had indicated. He quickly approached one of the counters. I'm here to exchange gold for the coins used here. Can you help me? Einar asked, looking at the goblin, who raised his gaze toward him and, like the guards, felt a slight tremor. But, acting professionally, he quickly spoke. Of course, wizard sir. How much gold do you wish to exchange? He said quickly with a businesslike smile. For now, whatever this is worth, Einar said as he placed a bag of septims on the table. The goblin opened the bag and looked inside, surprised as he took out a coin. These coins, although different, have a magical process comparable to ours. No, they're even better. The details, the weight, the purity. The goblin said as he examined the coin with enthusiasm, forgetting the fear he had felt upon seeing Einar. After all, the septims were created by an empire where magic was the norm. To prevent counterfeiting, they surely had the best blacksmiths and mages crafting these coins. Ahem, Einar cleared his throat to bring the goblin back to his senses. Sorry, sir. I apologize for my rudeness. We will buy your gold coins, each one for a gold galleon. How does that sound? The goblin asked. Einar wasn't stupid. He knew the septims were worth more by the greedy look in the goblin's eyes. But he didn't care much since he had plenty of money. After all, he held several titles and had explored many ruins to the point of having to throw away gold to carry the enchanted weapons from those places. All right, Einar said easily, to which the goblin rejoiced and quickly ran off while filling the bag of septims that was almost as big as him. He then returned with a small bag. This is a bag enchanted with expansion magic. All your money is inside. It's a gift from our manager. You can also choose to open a vault if you wish. We will keep your money safe there. After all, Gringotts is the safest place in the wizarding world, the goblin said quickly, trying to promote the bank's services. Einar didn't pay attention to the vault offer since, after all, his belongings were with Dren, an immortal servant with a magical contract with him. But he was interested in the bag. Can these bags only carry money or also objects? He asked with interest. They can carry anything, even living beings. You just have to remember to leave a hole for air to enter, the goblin said in a salesmanlike tone. If you want to buy a bigger one, we have various sizes. This is the smallest, but it has the size of a room inside. Above all, they have the ministry's legal seal, so it's legal to carry it everywhere without getting into trouble. All right. How much is the largest one you have and what size is it? Einar asked quickly. The goblin quickly smiled upon hearing that and spoke in a negotiating tone. The largest one is the size of a mansion and costs only 1,000 galleons, the goblin said quickly. All right, give me one. And I also wonder if you know anyone who sells houses, Einar said again. Of course, sir. Gringotts Bank also deals with the sale of houses and properties. Please, follow me, and I'll show you our catalog, the goblin said excitedly, quickly leading Einar to a more private area. Chapter 5, A New Home and a Night of Revelry. A new home and a night of revelry. Einar ended up buying a plot of land on the outskirts of Ottery St. Catchpole. Although he was also interested in a place near Hogwarts, after all, he would have the old man Dumbledore watching all the time if he lived around there. Therefore, he chose a spot near a river in a very peaceful area. It seemed there was only one family of neighbors nearby, and the others were quite far away. The reason he accepted having a family of neighbors was because he chose the best spot by the river, where he could fish if he wanted or swim when it was hot. Besides, he didn't mind having neighbors as long as they weren't annoying. The land only cost him 1,000 galleons, while building a good quality, medium-sized house cost another 800. Einar didn't mind spending money as long as it meant having a comfortable home. He also spent another 600 galleons on top-tier magical devices. It seemed the builders made sure to connect his fireplace to the FLU network, so now he had a way to travel quickly. Traveling through the fireplace was something that interested Einar, as he wouldn't have to travel by horse for days to reach the other side. The builders would only take a day to finish building and furnishing, something that made Einar happy. Then, he left the bank content and headed to buy a wand. Although he believed it would be quite useless since using magic with his hands was easier and simpler, he went anyway. Upon arriving at the shop, he looked at the sign that said Ollivanders and entered. Cling cling. That was the sound the doorbells made when he walked in. Oh, well, if you don't take off your mask, I can't tell if it's a familiar face or not, Ollivander said as he peeked between the shelves. If you'd be so kind, please. After all, I can't sell a wand without seeing the person's face, the old man said kindly. Einar calmly removed his mask, revealing his face to the old man, who looked a bit surprised before speaking. I don't remember selling you a wand, young man, so either you're here to replace yours or you never had one, the old man said quickly. I never had one, Einar replied, putting his mask back on. I see. Though your mask is quite interesting, Ollivander said, eyeing Einar's mask with curiosity. As a wand maker, he could feel how magical and powerful the materials were, though he couldn't identify exactly what they were. It's a special mask so one of my powers doesn't destroy everything around me, Einar replied easily. I see, then, which hand do you usually use? Ollivander asked quickly while pulling out a measuring tape. Both, Einar answered. Ollivander looked at him with interest before measuring both of Einar's arms, not without glancing at his palms. You must be quite an experienced warrior to be so young. I suppose. Then Ollivander hurried over to one of the shelves, grabbed a wand, and handed it to Einar. Try this one. Holly wood and phoenix feather as its core, he said as he handed over the wand. Einar simply took it, and as soon as he touched it, the wand started trembling before completely stopping, as if it were just a simple stick. Seeing this, Ollivander was quickly surprised. How strange. It's like it's playing dead to avoid being chosen, he said while looking at Einar. Then he took the wand from his hands and went off to fetch another. Let's see, this one is hawthorn wood with unicorn hair. Once again, when Einar took the wand, it behaved just like the previous one. Well, let's try this one. Fir wood and dragon heartstring, he said, handing him another. This time, the wand seemed to respond better, as it did nothing when Einar touched it. Give it a little wave, Ollivander said. So Einar did, and a flame shot up to the ceiling, destroying it and letting in a stream of sunlight. Well, it seems we're getting close, Ollivander said, taking the wand back. This one is vine wood and dragon heartstring like the previous one. It's quite flexible, 27 centimeters, he said while handing Einar a new wand. Einar took it a bit tiredly, and as soon as he touched it, he felt a connection with the wand or rather submission, as if it was greeting its master. Looks like that's the one, then. It's not like there are legendary wands made by some ancestor of mine, hidden away waiting for their chosen wielder, Ollivander said with a smile. Einar didn't understand the reference but simply smiled at the joke. How much does it cost, then, he asked. Oh, it's 7 galleons, Ollivander said calmly. Einar was surprised at how cheap it was, as a wizard staff in his world cost much more. So, he simply took out the money, paid, and left the shop with a new wand. Now I have to learn some magic from this world if I want to be a teacher. Although I also have to see if I can teach magic from my world. But it's better to be careful, Einar said as he walked among the shops, buying whatever caught his interest. He bought a flying broomstick, some sweets, and all kinds of new things that caught his attention. Then he went to the library to buy every book they had, something that surprised the shopkeepers, who quickly and excitedly went to fetch every book they had available. Obviously, he wouldn't have enough money, so he went to a hidden place to call Dren to bring him more money and then went to Gringotts to exchange more galleons. The goblins, upon seeing him, greeted him cheerfully and exchanged the galleons as if they were running a race as fast as they could, looking at him like a god of wealth as he left. That's how, in one day, Einar ended up spending 15,000 galleons. Something that would put any middle-class family in the red, or even a high-class family would hesitate to spend. After that, he went to spend time at the bar to gather information while having some drinks. Many of the drinks were quite bad, but there was one that caught his attention called fire whiskey. When the bartender Tom served it to him, he warned him to be careful. When he drank it, he felt warmth spreading throughout his body, quite intense, but Einar endured it easily. "This is pretty good," Einar said with a smile. "Serve me more, bartender." "And today's rounds are on me," Einar said cheerfully as the others in the bar cheered with excitement. At that point, a party broke out in the bar where everyone drank happily. Even Einar ended up well mingled with the groups of wizards. "So that damn dark wizard took those kids. Of course, me and the other Aurors managed to catch him and made him eat spells everywhere," said one of the men at the table Einar had joined. "So you're what they call an Auror?" Einar asked while taking another sip of alcohol. "Of course not. I'm a bounty hunter. But since I was alone, I had to call them. Of course, they gave me half of the reward since they did all the work," the man said, laughing. "Bounty hunter, that's cool, man." "Tom, serve another round at this table," Einar said, having grown familiar with everyone present. "Hey, Einar, why do you wear that weird mask even while drinking?" asked one of the women present. "It's because my words are a bit special, and I might end up blowing the roof off," Einar said while having fun. "Really? Then show us," said some of the drunkards. "Please, don't destroy my bar," Tom said as he approached with a bottle of fire whiskey and several of mead. "Come on, Tom. You don't really believe he can do that, do you?" said one of the drunkards. "All right. Tom, if I break anything, I'll pay for it," Einar said. "Come on, Einar, show us," the others said. "Well, but you'll have to pay every cent if what you say is true," Tom said. "Ha ha ha, don't worry. Watch, FUSRODAH. With his shout aimed at one of the walls, he made it shatter into pieces, revealing Diagon Alley through it. Meanwhile, the people on the other side looked in with interest. Everyone fell silent for a few seconds. "Wow, that was awesome," everyone shouted with excitement as the party continued, while Tom looked at the destroyed wall of his bar with regret. "Don't worry, Tom, it's nothing a repair spell can't fix," said one of the patrons while moving his wand, making the wall return to normal. "Hey, that was amazing," Einar said, looking at the magic. "Hey, this is taught at Hogwarts in 3rd year," said the wizard, a bit proudly. "Really? I never went to Hogwarts. The magic I know is pure destruction and battle," Einar said with a grin. "With just the power of your shout, you could be pretty tough to fight. Why don't you join the bounty hunters with us?" said one of the men. "TSK. I already accepted that old man's offer to be a teacher," Einar said with a bit of regret since being a bounty hunter wasn't very different from what he did in his world. "Wait, you're going to be a professor at Hogwarts?" asked one of the men. "Don't tell me it's for defense against the dark arts," he asked quickly. "Yes, why?" Einar asked with interest. "It's nothing, but it's better if you're careful. Every teacher of that class doesn't last more than a year," the man said. "Everyone says it's cursed. Don't worry. That curse couldn't handle me and committed suicide," Einar said with a smile, but those present didn't believe him, thinking it was just the rambling of a drunkard. "When a year passes, then you can come with us," the bounty hunter said cheerfully. "If I stop being a teacher, sure. No, even during the time I'm free from school, I can join you guys," Einar said quickly. "Then we'll be waiting for you," they all said as the party continued until late at night. So, Einar had to ask for a room at the inn, and the next day, he went to Hogwarts to let them know he had bought a house. Chapter 6, Red Neighbors. Red Neighbors, I changed things a bit so everyone is a year older in the story, so they'll be joining Hogwarts at 12 and all that. It doesn't change anything about the story, but they'll find out later. So, you found a good place. That's good, said Dumbledore after hearing that Einar had bought some land where his house would be completed in a couple of hours. Yes. I don't like having an old man watching me all the time. Let's leave that for when I become a professor, said Einar bluntly. But Dumbledore turned a deaf ear. "So, is it all right if you tell me where your house is located?" asked Dumbledore. "I think it's on the outskirts of a place called Ottery St. Catchpole. There was only one family who would be my neighbors, so it's a quiet place," said Einar with a relaxed smile. Upon hearing the location, Dumbledore possibly realized where it was, so he smiled simply while looking at Einar. "Then, congratulations," said Dumbledore calmly. But that calmness made Einar suspicious of something. After a couple of hours, Einar's house had already been built. Einar didn't mind having a small house, but the goblin was such a good salesman that he ended up requesting a medium-sized house with several rooms he could use as a forge, enchantment room, library, and alchemy lab. "Yes, it's bigger than I need," said Einar, looking at his house. After all, he lived alone, and occasionally drank, but he lived in another dimension. He also had a stable he had built to bring his friend over. "I hope they take good care of Frost at Whiterun," said Einar as he thought about one of his horses. "Shadow," he said, invoking a black portal on the ground, from which emerged a completely dark horse that seemed to be made of pure shadows. "It's good to see you, my friend," he said while stroking its head. In reality, he had another horse he could summon, which was Arbok, an undead horse. But it didn't need to be summoned all the time, he could call it whenever he wanted. He still didn't know if there were necromancers in this world and how it would be perceived if he summoned an undead horse. Not to mention the other, more dangerous summons he had, which were quite eye-catching. "Is that a magical horse?" "I've never seen one like that," said a voice in the distance as it approached Einar. Of course, Einar had already sensed them a while ago. 6 people were heading in his direction, which was why he had his dagger hidden in his sleeve. "Hello, we're your new neighbors. We're the Weasleys, and we live in that house across the river," said a red-haired man while pointing at a house not too far away, which seemed to be built one floor on top of another, simply relying on faith. "I'm Arthur, this is my wife Molly, and my children Fred, George, Ron, and Ginny. I have 3 more sons, but they're working," said Arthur with a smile as he shook hands with Einar. Einar put away his dagger while also shaking his hand as a greeting. "We brought you a pumpkin pie. I don't know if you'll like it," said the plump woman Arthur had introduced as Molly, while handing a tray to Einar. "Thank you." "So, did Dumbledore send you?" said Einar directly, leaving Molly and Arthur stunned. Well. He just asked us to keep an eye out in case you needed something," said Arthur quickly, a bit embarrassed. And that was the truth, that was all Dumbledore had asked them to do. "Why would Dumbledore want my parents to watch over you?" said the boy named Ron suspiciously. "Because I kicked the asses of all his professors and almost his as well. He's afraid I might be a danger," said Einar with a mocking smile. "Nonsense, Dumbledore is the greatest wizard of all time." "You don't look strong, so that must be a lie," said Ron, looking at Einar with disdain, while his parents quickly tried to silence him. Einar had a problem when people treated him like a weakling, especially because he had saved the world from being destroyed by a dragon when he was so young. "How about I give you a little demonstration," said Einar with a serious look. Arthur and Molly didn't know what to do. But Einar paid them no attention and took off his mask, surprising everyone present with his appearance. Then he looked towards the sky. "Strunba Qo." Einar shouted, invoking a storm. The clouds quickly formed in just a second, and then it began to rain as lightning started to fall around. All the Weasleys looked at the sky in fear as they saw lightning strike near their house. "All right, I believe you." "I'm sorry," Ron said, trembling with fear. "Lokva Kor." Einar shouted, clearing the skies, causing the rain to stop quickly. "Luckily, you apologized quickly. Otherwise, the water would have turned into a thunderstorm, and there would likely be many injuries nearby," Einar said, staring intently at Ron. "Never tell a Nord they're weak, especially a Dragonborn." "That was awesome," the 2 identical boys shouted as they approached Einar with interest. "Can that be learned? Or taught? By the way, your mask is really cool. Do you wear it to avoid conquering hearts left and right?" they said, taking turns speaking, slightly dizzying Einar. "Well, if they're the first words and you practice a lot, you could learn them. Although I only needed to see them once to learn them. My masters said a normal person could learn the first word in months, the second in years, and the third in decades," Einar said. "As for my mask, it's so that my words don't slip out accidentally while speaking and send someone flying," he explained patiently. "So, can you teach us?" they both asked quickly. At that moment, both Arthur and Molly snapped out of the shock of what they had just witnessed. "Absolutely not," they both replied quickly. Why not? The twins asked. You two are already mischievous. Imagine if you could do that. Molly said quickly. Meanwhile, Arthur approached Einar. Sorry about my son Ron, he can be a bit silly, Arthur said. It's fine. I just wanted to scare him a little. After all, my people don't like being called liars or weak. Many fights started like that and ended in death, Einar said calmly. Hearing that, Arthur was a bit surprised, but he understood. After all, Dumbledore had told him Einar was from a different place, and obviously, even someone from another country has a different way of handling things. Luckily, Einar seemed like a good kid and didn't escalate the conflict. Alright, it's best if we leave and take the troublemakers with us. Next time, I'll treat you to a drink, if you're old enough to drink, of course, Arthur said quickly. In my lands, you are since the moment you're born. But here, I don't know. I'm 17 years old, by the way, Einar said with a smile. 17. Then the same as the twins. Don't worry, at 17, you're considered of age here, Arthur said as he gently pushed Ginny, who was still staring at Einar in fascination, even though he had already put his mask back on. Then Arthur and Molly took their children away, while the twins wanted to stay, but their mother quickly denied them, as Einar had just moved in today. Actually, Einar's shout was a warning to both Ron and his parents since he was annoyed that Dumbledore had sent them. But they didn't seem like bad people, so he wouldn't mind befriending them as long as they weren't trying to establish a connection under Dumbledore's orders. That old man is starting to annoy me. If he keeps it up, I'll have to show him what a real Nord is, Einar said as he entered his new house with the tray of cake in hand. That day, Einar spent his time calmly organizing everything and then went to sleep while reading some books about modern culture. Obviously, he understood very little, but it would be useful. The next day, he didn't have much to do, so he started reading magic books from first grade onwards, trying to gather all the information before practicing the magic of this world. He realized that the magic here, although some could be used for combat, most of it was for silly things, really. Although certainly, it would be more helpful to have it than not. He wondered what the hell he would use a spell to lift a feather for. Maybe it's because they're first-year spells, he said as he finished reading the whole book and picked up the one for the second year. Although this one also had quite a few spells useless to Einar, it improved the number that could be used in combat, but they were still weaker versions of the magic he could already use himself, and without the need for a wand. In the end, he spent the entire day reading through the last book of Hogwarts charm classes. Of course, Einar was good at learning, after all, he had to learn everything he could to survive in Skyrim. That's also why he became Archmage after the death of the previous one. He was considered a genius since he showed his skills and learned everything quickly. Not only magic but also sword fighting, daggers, axes, maces, bows, alchemy, enchantment. All kinds of skills, really. So finishing reading the books was easy. And since he was already skilled in magic, putting them to use was also simple. I still prefer Skyrim's magic, but the magic here has uses in other areas besides combat, he said as he used an Accio spell to pull a vase towards him. Although I can do this with telekinesis. Chapter 7, Dinner at the Burrow. Dinner at the Burrow. When he went through the transmutation books, they caught his attention since the only transmutation spell he knew was the one that turned materials into gold and nothing more. But the book he was reading was about giving life to objects or transforming them into living animals. This is interesting, he said as he continued reading. He spent the entire week reading all the Hogwarts class books. Some spells were a bit difficult for him, but he already remembered most of them and could use them. Obviously, not as skillfully as a wizard from this world who used them all the time, but he could use them quite well. And in any case, he had his own magic, so it was only to learn and not come off as a bumpkin. What was the neighbor's name? Said a voice behind his door. I think it was Igor. Said the other similar voice. No, you fool. I think it was Limar. It's Einar, Einar said, opening the door to find the red-haired twins from last week. Right. Einar. Hello, they both greeted cheerfully. So, what do you need? Einar asked as he stared at them. Our dad said to invite you to dinner. As an apology, you know. Because Ron acted like a troll, they said, finishing each other's sentences. Dinner? Sure, I don't have anything else to do anyway, Einar said as he walked out with them calmly. Great, let's go, they said as they walked alongside Einar. Hey, that thing about you defeating the teachers, was it true? It's not that we don't believe you, it just sounds hard, they both said, trying to make conversation. Yes. When I appeared in a forest near the school, I thought they were enemies. So, I sent Hagrid flying with a shout, and then I almost cut that guy. Snake, is it? Well, I almost cut him in half. Then, my sword flew off, so I just paralyzed him, and he was left lying on the ground. I quickly disarmed the others who couldn't do anything, but then, when I was about to get serious, Dumbledore tried to mediate with words, Einar explained quickly. You almost cut Snape in half, they both said, looking at each other with excitement. And you disarmed all the teachers. That's amazing, they said again. They seemed quite hyperactive. But why a sword? Wouldn't a spell be easier? One of them quickly asked. Obviously, my sword is enchanted. It's quite powerful. I have a large collection of them. The one I had at that moment set the person it cut on fire, even if it was just a small cut on the finger, Einar explained. I've never heard of that enchantment. Me neither. It sounds powerful. And interesting, they said. Einar had read about the alchemy of this world, and most of it was meant to make daily life easier for people and some other things, not so much for battle like enchanting weapons or armor. I learned a lot of weapon enchantments as I grew up. My mother used to enchant weapons and armor, while my father was a blacksmith. Thanks to that, we were quite wealthy, Einar said, recalling his childhood with nostalgia. The twins understood his nostalgia as if he had lost his parents a long time ago. We're sorry, they said, feeling bad for making him remember something sad. Oh, they didn't die. When I turned 13, they sent me to join the militia because they wanted to reproduce and expand the family name, Einar said with a smile. The twins looked at him and started laughing. Then they might get along well with our parents. We're 6 siblings, they said as they neared the house. But unlike you, we're not lucky enough to have that much money, said the other while pointing at their crooked house. That's fine. The bastard of a father I had didn't give me a single coin when he sent me to the militia. I had to gather every septim myself by exploring ancient ruins, tombs, and joining various guilds, Einar said as they reached the door of the house. The door opened quickly, and Molly came out wearing a kitchen apron. You're finally here. Dinner's almost ready, so you better sit down, Molly said as she welcomed Einar with a smile. After that day, a week ago, they told Dumbledore about the storm Einar had summoned, and he apologized, admitting it was his fault. He told them Einar was sending him a message and that they no longer needed to keep an eye on him for him. They were free to get along with Einar as they wished. Dumbledore realized he would have to be careful not to cross Einar's limits in the future. Meanwhile, the Weasley couple didn't see Einar as a bad boy, especially since he was younger than Percy and already living on his own. So, they wanted to get along with him. As they sat at the table, the twins kept talking to him. By the way, the mask is different, right? One of them asked. Yes. This is the Morocco mask, it regenerates magic twice as fast. I was using it to practice some magic, Einar explained patiently. Twice as fast. Really? We've never heard of anything like that, they said with surprise. And the previous one? The previous one is called the Otar mask. It gives me resistance to fire, cold, and electricity. It also allows me to use shouts more smoothly, so I can launch them one after another without feeling throat pain, Einar said with a smile. Something that always caught everyone's attention, aside from the power of the masks, was that even with them on, they could perceive Einar's expressions, something strange but showing how special they were. Awesome, the twins said again, having repeated it many times today. Obviously, Einar noticed they wanted to borrow the masks but were too shy to ask, afraid he might take it as an insult. Seeing this, Einar reached into the special bag inside his coat and pulled out 2 masks. This is the Rocket mask, it gives you more strength and stamina. And this one is the Volsung mask, it gives less strength than the previous one but also allows you to breathe underwater. I'll lend them to you to try them out, Einar said calmly, leaving both masks on the table. The twins looked at each other and, without a second thought, each grabbed one and put them on. As soon as the masks touched their faces, they immediately felt the difference. Fred quickly tested his strength and ran to the sofa, lifting it with one hand. Meanwhile, George ran to the kitchen and then returned with a bucket of water, quickly dunking his head in it. Meanwhile, Molly rushed in, following him. George, give me that bucket of water. I need it later to wash the dishes, Molly said angrily. I'm Fred. And you call yourself our mother, woman, he said as he pulled his head out of the water, water dripping from his hair and wetting the entire floor. Well, sorry, Fred. Now give me that bucket. And don't play with those things, they look expensive, Molly said quickly. It's okay, Einar told us to try them out. By the way, I was kidding, I'm actually George, he said with his hair still wet, so Molly took out her wand to dry him while shaking her head. Call your brothers for dinner, she said quickly as she went back to the kitchen to fetch the big pot of food. After a while, Ginny and Ron came downstairs to see 3 masked figures sitting at the table patiently. This made Ron quickly get scared since he was somewhat afraid of Einar. Meanwhile, Ginny didn't mind and sat with the others. Arthur also arrived and joined the table, cheerfully greeting Einar. I'm glad you joined us, Einar. By the way, Dumbledore told me to give you this when I saw you. Of course, I didn't read what it says, Arthur said as he handed him an envelope. Obviously, it contained Dumbledore's apologies, stating that he realized he had crossed Einar's limits. He also mentioned that he didn't blame the Weasleys and that they would no longer follow his request to keep an eye on him. They could treat him like a normal neighbor. Einar gave it a quick glance and put it away. Then, Molly arrived with a large pot of food and quickly served rabbit stew to everyone. Just as she was about to tell them to take off their masks, she saw Einar bringing the spoon to his mouth with the mask still on, and the food from it disappeared as if the mask absorbed it. The twins, seeing that, quickly repeated the same thing. Wow! This mask is so cool, they said as they continued eating without needing to remove the masks. Arthur simply gestured to leave them be, after all, they weren't bothering anyone. Especially since Einar seemed to wear it out of necessity. Einar, is it okay if we ask why you have to wear the mask? We still don't quite understand, sorry, Arthur asked quickly. Well, to be honest, I was born with a special power, which is my voice. With an ancient language, I can use various powerful and destructive abilities like the storm from that day. The problem is that the stronger I become, the stronger my voice also becomes. So, the masks are enchanted to prevent that, Einar explained patiently. That's fascinating, Arthur said with interest. Of course, I don't even come close to my masters. They had to take a vow of silence because just murmuring would make mountains tremble, Einar said with a smile. Actually, when they called me to train, the shout of one of them was heard across an entire continent, Einar said while everyone looked shocked. Then, Arthur and Molly understood why Dumbledore wanted them to keep an eye on him. Fortunately, he later regretted it. Chapter 8, The Art of Enchantments. The Art of Enchantments. Alright, about asking where you come from, Molly said, changing the subject. I come from another continent. Let's just say my people are more obsessive about hiding than regular wizards, Einar said, not wanting to explain too much. Obviously, he comes from another country. The country of lunatics, Ron murmured under his breath so no one would hear. But Einar heard him, though he easily ignored it. Well, it doesn't matter where you come from. You are welcome in our magical world, Arthur said happily as everyone continued eating. During dinner, they talked about all sorts of things, like how Einar knew several professions, potions, enchantments, medicine, smithing, and many more. Ah, enchanting is like alchemy. Except, instead of creating alchemical items with magic, you take an ordinary object and place an enchantment on it, Einar explained. Can you show us? The twins quickly asked. Well, for powerful enchantments, I need my enchanting table, but if it's something simple. He said while grabbing a knife from the table and using another to carve some runes under everyone's interested gaze. Done. Now, when it makes a cut, it will also burn, he said while cutting a piece of meat from his stew, which caught fire for half a second without leaving any burn marks. After all, it was a simple enchantment. Everyone looked surprised, even Einar, because he realized that the enchantment, instead of absorbing the small soul gem he had hidden in his sleeve, absorbed mana from the air to activate. That's awesome, the twins said again with more interest than before. Einar also snapped out of his surprise, realizing he would have time to figure out why he didn't need the small soul gem. The stronger the enchantment, the longer it lasts and the more damage it does. Also, you need to be a good enchanter to make better enchantments, Einar explained. That's amazing. It's similar to alchemy, but with different runes and a different method, Arthur said with interest. After all, he also enjoyed playing around with alchemy. In normal alchemy, you have to link the runes while creating the object, which can be quite complicated since you have to focus on 2 things at once, Arthur said quickly. But if the object is already made, you have one less task to worry about. I have a couple of books. If you want, I can lend them to you. In exchange, you can't show them to anyone, Einar said. Sure, I swear. Ah, but can I tell Dumbledore that I can use those enchantments? Obviously, I won't show him the books, Arthur asked quickly. He could learn and not tell Dumbledore, but he owed him a lot, so he felt indebted. But if Einar said no, maybe it was better not to learn so he wouldn't accidentally reveal it. You can say whatever you want, except for the method and what you learned, Einar said calmly. It wasn't like he wanted to keep the knowledge to himself. He might even teach it to his students later, but first, he wanted to understand their thoughts since he didn't want evil wizards to become stronger because of him. From what he learned years ago, there was a dark wizard with rather idiotic ideas. And his followers were still lingering around. Einar even heard that several of their children went to Hogwarts like it was nothing. Obviously, he wasn't foolish enough to blame the children for their parents' crimes. But it seemed that these same children had their parents' thoughts, which they learned at home. So Einar needed to study them well before teaching them anything. Obviously, he wouldn't teach them something so powerful just like that, but some things might not be so bad. From what he gathered from some drunken people at the bar who were former Hogwarts students, it seemed that the professors formed clubs where the best students would gather. Maybe Einar would do the same out of boredom. The students he chose would also help him improve the combination of this world's magic with his own. After all, even in his downtime, Einar wouldn't stop growing stronger. He didn't know if someday the Daedric princes could come to this world to hunt him down or corrupt him directly. After dinner, the twins invited Einar to see their experiments, which he gladly accepted. This candy can turn a person into a bird for a couple of seconds. While this other one will make you roar like an animal, they said as they showed him everything they had. They're good for pranks, Einar said with a smile. Of course. Our dream is to open our own joke shop, they said in unison. I see. Then Einar remembered the enchanted knife from earlier. Lend me one of those candies that make you roar like a lion, Einar quickly said. Fred grabbed one and handed it to him with interest. Since it's technically a tool and not food, he said while using one of the tools on the table to carve a rune. Here. What's your test subject? Einar asked. The twins quickly realized what he was trying to test, and both grabbed Einar, dragging him out of the room. Meanwhile, Ron, who was cleaning the fireplace since his friends would be coming over in a few days, felt someone tap his shoulder, so he turned around. Then he felt something enter his throat. What's, meow? Ron said as he caught on fire, and when he tried to scream in fear, only a meow came out of his voice. The fire quickly went out, so it didn't cause him any harm. But the psychological damage was complete. Mommy! Ron screamed as he ran off, trying to hold back tears. You two are demons, although it seems the spell was weakened to just a meow, said Einar, looking at the twins. Please, teach us. We'll make the same promise our father made. No. We'll make an unbreakable vow, the two said quickly, looking at Einar with hope. Ha ha ha, all right. Just don't tell anyone, said Einar simply, making the twins happy. From now on, you're our master, they both said excitedly. Obviously, they didn't know that Einar would be their teacher at Hogwarts, so they were in for a big surprise. After that, Molly came to scold them for once again using their brother as a test subject, so they were kicked outside to play and not bother everyone else. The twins then grabbed their brooms and showed Einar around the area. Einar had to go get his own, which he had bought but hadn't even touched yet. The twins were shocked when they saw a firebolt and quickly explained to him how to use it. Einar got the hang of it within seconds since it was easier than riding a horse. So, the three of them went for a ride around the area while the twins explained the surroundings. That house belongs to the Lovegoods. They're the closest, then there are the Diggories. Cedric Diggory goes to our school, but he's a show-off, they said, laughing. Oh, Luna Lovegood also goes to our school, but she's quite lonely, so we don't see her often, Fred quickly added. After a couple of laps, they finished the tour and returned home, where they said their goodbyes as the twins promised to come back the next day to learn, which Einar easily agreed to. It was a pretty exhausting day, Einar said as he entered his house. After reading a random book, he went to sleep, feeling relaxed. The next day, he woke up early, went out to train a bit during the morning, and then began creating something next to his house. By the time the twins arrived, he had finished most of the work. Hello, Einar, what are you doing? They asked quickly as they approached, interested. I'm creating an arcane trap, Einar said calmly as he placed a small gem on the tip of a pillar. I'm just testing if it works with the spells I recently learned, he said as he finished working. This one has the paralysis spell. Do you want to try it out? Einar said with a smile. Sure. Who do we test it on? George said eagerly. But before Einar could reply, Fred pushed George forward toward the pillar. The pillar quickly activated, releasing the spell and paralyzing George. "Looks like it works," Fred said with a grin. Einar hadn't expected that, as he had planned to bring an animal to test the trap. But he simply shook his head and helped George release the spell. "Damn troll head," George said as soon as he was freed, and launched himself at his brother, and the two began wrestling on the ground. "Alright, that's enough. Don't you want to come inside and learn?" Einar said, stopping them. "We want to learn too. This will be great for so many pranks," they said eagerly. "I don't care what you use it for, as long as you don't harm innocent people. If it's for bad people, feel free to do whatever you want," Einar said calmly. The three of them entered Einar's house as he led them to the enchantment room, which was already furnished and organized with the enchantment table in the middle. "This is the enchantment table. But before using it, you'll need to learn some basic runes," Einar said as he placed a large book in front of the twins. Chapter 9, Visiting the Dursleys. Visiting the Dursleys. When they saw the big book, both of them almost regretted it, but it was for the sake of their pranks, so they took the book and sat in a corner. Meanwhile, Einar was using a book of runes from the magical world to try to combine them with the enchantments from his world. Which seemed to blend quite well. After all, he had just created a turret that fired this world's paralysis spell. Most importantly, there were ancient runes used for alchemy in this world, which were similar to those from Skyrim but had other uses. Truth be told, it ended up being so easy it was boring, but now he was trying to create some useful objects just because he wanted to improve it using these new runes. In another corner of the room, there were several alchemical objects that were half disassembled, which Einar was investigating and using for improvements. For example, there was a completely disassembled flying broom, and next to it, there was an identical copy but created by Einar's own hands. The only problem he had was combining several enchantments using runes from both worlds, since it seemed to require a bit more concentration. What if I use clairvoyance and the tracking spell? This spell normally shows me the path I want to take, while the other one is for seeing past events. But maybe, he said as he began to create an object with this enchantment, and the one he chose was a crystal ball. After several minutes, Einar finished enchanting the ball, but for some reason, after finishing, there were now two. "What's that for?" Fred asked with interest as he approached. "I don't know yet," Einar replied as he picked up one of the balls and examined it. "Maybe it just duplicates the object," George said as he grabbed the other one. Then, suddenly, an image appeared in the ball Einar was holding. Inside, George was visible. "Wow, that looks interesting," Fred said, leaning in to watch George in the crystal ball. Meanwhile, George also seemed intrigued. "What if I go farther away?" he said as he ran out of the room. Meanwhile, Einar and Fred watched George run. He seemed to be talking toward the crystal ball, but obviously, the sound wasn't coming through. "It seems like one is for observing, while the other is for transmitting what's in front of it," Einar said, surprised by the new tool he had accidentally created. "It could be useful for spying on enemies without them noticing." "Hey, it could also be used for spying," Fred said quickly, earning a sharp look from Einar. "What? It's true, isn't it? If you leave one in a room, you can see what they're doing in there," Fred said defensively. Meanwhile, George quickly returned while catching his breath. "How far did you see?" he asked quickly as he placed the crystal ball on the table, and the other one went dark. "The entire path," Einar replied quickly. "Though it seems it needs to be in contact with someone." "Yeah, it seemed to be absorbing my magic while I was holding it," George said right away. "Well, then it's easy to fix. But I'll leave it for later," he said calmly. "How many runes have you learned?" he asked quickly. "For now, only the ones on the first and second pages," they both said, which surprised Einar since just those 2 pages contained hundreds of basic runes. This proved that the twins were quite good at memorizing them. So, that entire day, Einar patiently taught them while explaining each step of using the enchantment table. When it got really late, Einar gave them the book to study and also provided a copy for them to take to their father. For the whole month, it was basically the same. The twins came to learn while having fun. Occasionally, Einar went out with them to buy more alchemical tools to disassemble and learn their runes. Obviously, it wasn't ethical, but Einar wasn't going to use it to make money, he just wanted to learn as much as possible. He also started getting along with the Weasley family, except for Ron, who was still afraid of him and openly showed his disdain. The others quickly grew fond of Einar. He even met Percy, who was quite arrogant. He reminded Einar of Nazim from Whiterun, but he didn't seem like a bad kid, just a bit ignorant. One day, Arthur asked Einar if he wanted to accompany them to the Muggle world since they were going to pick up Ron's friend, and Einar, with interest, easily agreed, as he had never been to the Muggle section of this world, only the magical part. And it wasn't like he went out much anyway, only occasionally visiting Tom's bar. We made a temporary connection to Harry's house fireplace, so we just have to travel through the FLU network, Arthur said as he entered the house with Einar. Then, everyone lined up and entered the fireplace while saying, Dursley House, Privet Drive. And then they disappeared with a burst of flames. When everyone finished transporting, they seemed to be stuck between the walls and a metal plate. It looked like someone had placed it over the fireplace. Ow! Someone's stepping on me, Ron quickly complained. Fred, you're twisting my arm. Wait, Dad, don't throw yourself on me, you're way too heavy. Sigh. I guess it doesn't matter if I break this a little to get out. We can fix it later, Einar said as he began to use the strength of his arms against one of the walls. Crash. Then, the entire Dursley fireplace exploded into pieces as Einar and the Weasley family fell onto the living room floor, causing a great commotion. A fat man quickly approached them aggressively and started arguing with Arthur. Meanwhile, Einar looked around the house with interest, dusting off his clothes and ignoring the fat man's shouting. But he saw a young boy with glasses who caught his attention, and the boy was also looking at him with interest. That's why I don't want freaks like you in my house, the fat man shouted while Arthur kept trying to mediate, and the twins dropped some magical candies near a chubby boy not far away. Why are you still being so polite, Arthur? In my country, when someone spoke so arrogantly despite being so weak, we simply ripped their tongue out, Einar said as he approached the fat man and grabbed him by the jaw, lifting him off the ground with one hand while using a fear spell on him. Ah! No! Help! Ah! The man screamed, looking at Einar with terror. Let him go. Don't hurt him, the woman beside him shouted, but Einar ignored her while he stared at the fat man. I think you feel very superior for being a simple idiot with delusions of grandeur. Even an 11-year-old from the magical world could tear you apart with their wand. While in my country, 4-year-olds were already ripping limbs from their enemies. Don't think you're superior in your fake world, Einar said while staring seriously at the fat man. After all, what he despised the most were arrogant people who believed they could look down on others, whether because of their class or race. Einar, being half Altmer, had seen many of these fools, and in his world, he had permission to rip off their heads if they crossed the line. Of course, in this world, he would hold back, but he still wouldn't allow anyone to insult his friends. Ah! Why you? You can't hurt me. I'll call the police, the man quickly said, trying to recover his courage. Without a jaw, it'll be difficult to speak, Einar replied as he increased the pressure of his hand. I'm sorry. Please, don't hurt me. Please, have mercy, the man surrendered as liquids poured from his crotch, soaking the floor. It's okay, Einar, Mr. Dursley apologized, Arthur quickly said, trying to mediate so Einar wouldn't hurt Harry's uncle. Although he was also a bit angry, he didn't want Einar to get into trouble for defending them. TSK. You're just trash. In my country, you wouldn't even be useful as a slave in the mines. Remember that when you try to insult my friends again, Einar said as he released him, and the man fell to the ground trembling with fear. Dudley. What happened to you? The woman shouted as the boy ran with a giant tongue sticking out of his mouth, while the Weasley twins laughed hysterically. Einar approached the boy and yanked the tongue off with a swift pull, nearly making the kid faint from the pain. But Einar quickly used a healing spell, and the tongue recovered instantly, demonstrating just how violent he could be, scaring the Weasley family even more. Meanwhile, the twins gave Einar a thumbs up. Shall we go, then? This place disgusts me. If it weren't for not wanting old Dumbledore to bother me, I'd have already destroyed it from its foundations with its inhabitants inside, Einar said with disdain, looking at the Dursleys who were huddled together, staring at him in terror. All right. Are you ready, Harry? Arthur asked the boy with glasses, and he quickly nodded while looking at Einar with a hint of fear. Then, let's go, Arthur said, and everyone entered the fireplace again to travel back to the Weasley house. Einar was the last to leave, not before giving a hard stare at the Dursleys and then disappearing. When they arrived at the Weasley house, Arthur spoke to Einar softly. Einar, thank you for defending us, but you should try not to be so violent. Don't get yourself into trouble, Arthur said quickly. Sorry about that, Arthur. Maybe I took it a bit too personally. Their contempt for wizards reminded me of something bad from my country, Einar replied quickly. It's all right, it's no problem. They deserved it, Arthur said calmly. Meanwhile, Ron was talking to Harry. Did you see that, Harry? He's a lunatic. You have to stay away from him or he might hurt you, Ron whispered to his friend. Sure, although that was pretty cool, Harry quickly replied, because the masked guy had just done something Harry could only dream of doing. Chapter 10, A Good Place to Belong. A good place to belong. Einar realized why he liked the Weasley house. After all, for as long as he could remember, he had to train magic with his mother and fight with his father. They weren't the most loving parents in the world. Even when he turned 13, he was sent to join the militia or the Stormcloaks just to get him out of the house. Einar felt that raising him was nothing more than a duty for his parents and nothing else. They never showed appreciation or feelings for their son. Einar realized that this was possibly due to his dragon soul, which never truly connected with his parents. He didn't know if previous Dovahkiin had the same problem or not. After all, they were rare, but there was something that connected them all to some extent. And that was that they were always seen either as a tool or as someone to be served, nothing more. In Einar's case, even though he had comrades he fought alongside, he didn't have many friends, and those who were, Einar valued their friendship like gold. Even so, they could be counted on the fingers of one hand. While the rest only wanted to be near the Dragonborn. But since he arrived in this different world, it seemed that this didn't affect the people here. After living among fakes, he could tell that the Weasleys were real. And they liked him for being himself. I like this place, Akatosh. You chose well, Einar said as he sat down to read a book outside the Weasley house, on a terrace he had built along with the twins. Einar had the idea of building it with wood from trees they gathered from the forest not far away. It was made to teach them magical runes in a more comfortable, open-air place. Especially since Mrs. Molly often brought snacks while they studied. The twins had been studying with him but asked for a break and ran off somewhere, leaving him alone. Is that a book of ancient runes? I've never seen it before. Where did you buy it? Asked an unfamiliar voice approaching Einar with interest. Einar looked up from the book and found a 15-year-old girl with bushy brown hair, quite tall and a bit slim, looking at him with curiosity. Well, I didn't buy it anywhere. I wrote it myself, Einar replied calmly. This book was where he noted the connections he found between the runes of both worlds. He usually spent several hours looking at it, finding other connections before testing them. He had already found hundreds of connections that month, so the book was quite full. Really? So, you compiled them from other books? I usually do the same to study better. I copy the necessary information and then write it down in my notebook to study more efficiently, said the girl quickly. Well, let's say that's the case, Einar replied softly. Oh, sorry. My name is Hermione Granger, I'm a classmate of Ron and Harry, the girl introduced herself. Einar. Dovahkiin, Einar said, introducing himself for the first time with his last name. He chose this surname after realizing he needed one here. He had a surname in Skyrim, but he rejected it after his parents practically threw him out of their house. Dova. Sorry, it's hard to pronounce. Where's it from? Hermione asked with interest. It's a Nordic surname written in an ancient magical language. It means, the Dragonborn, Einar explained patiently. Magical language? I've never heard of something like that, Hermione said with even more interest. Yes. The language is called Davashul. It is said to be the tongue of the legendary dragons. Each of its words is filled with power, Einar explained. Dragons? But they don't speak, Hermione replied quickly, frowning, thinking Einar was lying. I'll show you a word, Einar said quickly. Fuss. Then, a wave of air lightly hit Hermione, almost making her fall to the ground. But Einar quickly stood up and grabbed her arm to keep her from falling. Sorry, I should have looked in another direction when using the word, Einar apologized quickly. It's okay, Hermione replied, a little embarrassed because Einar was so close. Realizing it, Einar quickly took a step back and sat down again. Cough. If all the words of that language are so powerful, how do they speak? Hermione said as she coughed to clear her throat. Obviously, you have to put mana into your words for them to activate, otherwise, they're just ordinary words. Although, after using them for so long, your own voice becomes so strong that even a whisper can make the ground tremble, Einar explained calmly. That's why I have to wear this mask. With it, I don't have problems with my voice being too powerful, he said while pointing at his face. I see, so you're from one of those old magical families, or something like that. Ron said some of those families have powerful spells or magic they don't want to share with the world. And this is the first time I've heard of Davoshull, said Hermione with a bit of caution. After all, in Hogwarts, those who belonged to these families were all from Slytherin, who despised mudbloods like her. Magical family? Oh, you mean the so-called purebloods? No, I'm not one of them. I come from another continent. And I learned the language from my masters called the Greybeards. They live on the peak of a frozen mountain, Einar quickly explained. Although I was born with a special ability to learn this language, so they taught me everything in just a few days. While it took them decades. Oh, but they are stronger than me. After all, they had to take a vow of silence to avoid accidentally destroying the world with their voice, Einar explained. The world? Really? Hermione asked in surprise. Well, maybe I exaggerated. It might just be a continent, he said quickly. That's still an exaggeration, replied Hermione. Well, there was an idiotic guy who learned the voice for a while and, thinking he was the most powerful, went to assassinate an emperor, so it's quite a powerful ability, Einar said. Hermione. Ron's voice called from not too far away, with him was Harry, looking in their direction. My friends are calling me. See you, Einar, Hermione said as she waved with a smile and walked toward Ron and Harry. I told you to be careful, that guy is dangerous, Ron muttered angrily. Obviously, Einar heard him quite clearly. Why? He doesn't seem like it to me, Hermione replied quickly. Just don't get close to him, he's a lunatic, Ron said quickly. Alright, Ron. I don't think he's a bad guy. After all, he's teaching the twins something, and your parents get along well with him, Harry said quickly. That's because you guys didn't see. It could have killed everyone in the area. And remember, he almost ripped your uncle's jaw off and tore your cousin's tongue out, Ron said quickly. Yeah, and it was awesome. Although about the storm, the twins said they were never in real danger since he cleared the sky quickly. It's not just that. I also think he's a compulsive liar. When I met him, he said he defeated all the teachers, including Dumbledore. And he's always talking about that power of his voice or whatever, Ron said quickly. I think you're just jealous, Ron, said Hermione, tired of her friend's nonsense. And then she walked into the house. Jealous of that guy? Of course not, Ron said quickly. Harry just shook his head and led Ron somewhere else. Meanwhile, Einar didn't care at all about their argument. I just shared a lot of information way too quickly. In the Assassin's Guild, they would laugh at me. In the Thieves' Guild, they'd be mocking me, the others would make me the joke of the month. Sigh. Einar said as he put his book away and thought about everything he had said. It doesn't matter, the Weasley family knows quite a bit, and the old man Dumbledore too. I should start keeping everything a better secret, he said quickly as he started walking towards his house calmly while watching the river flow gently. Later, the twins went to fetch Einar for dinner, and he went with them back to the Weasley house. Actually, Einar was a good cook. He had many recipes. Even magical recipes that he gave to Mrs. Weasley. After all, he ended up eating there all the time, and they didn't want to accept money for their food. So, Einar caught the twins, Charlie, and Bill, who were visiting, to help him and created a cultivation area for fruits and vegetables. He also brought more chickens and other farm animals, increasing the ones the Weasley family already had. Of course, he bought the land next to the Weasley family to do this. And the family didn't want to accept it until Einar told them that they would take care of it for him and, in exchange, they could use whatever they wanted as payment. That way, he could eat with more confidence when he was with them. So, they ended up accepting, as Einar wouldn't have time to take care of the crops and animals. And above all, it would be a great help to the Weasley family's economy. Chapter 11, The Discovery. The Discovery. Einar, your recipe book is amazing. I've never tasted such delicious and magical food, said Molly as she ate with the others happily. Is it true that some recipes can cure all diseases and even heal people? She asked quickly. Yes, except if they've lost a limb. It helps regenerate the life of those who consume it. I've used it several times when in danger, Einar said calmly. Do you often find yourself in danger? Harry asked, interested. Well, yes, most of the time. It's like trouble follows me, Einar replied with a smile. Harry felt he was somewhat similar to him. After all, he also lived a life full of danger just by existing. But, is it okay for you to give me the recipes? If you sold them to anyone, you could get rich, Molly said, feeling a little guilty. Don't worry, I already told you that this way, I feel more comfortable eating here. Besides, I know you won't use them for evil, Einar joked. Meanwhile, Ron was eating in silence, but it was clear from his eyes that he was annoyed. You know ancient magic, make potions, do alchemy, you also mentioned blacksmithing, cooking, and you're very handsome. You're everything a woman could wish for. You make me feel jealous, Bill joked with Einar. I also know how to use all kinds of weapons. That's the most important thing among my people, Einar said with a smile. Handsome. Does he take off his mask at some point? Hermione whispered to Ginny. He's really handsome. Almost hypnotic, I only saw him once. But he doesn't take off his mask often, only when he changes them, Ginny quickly whispered back. Bill and Charlie had also seen Einar's true face because they were together when he switched to a mask designed for strength, to work in the fields and with the animals he brought. You said you got your looks from your mother. I can't even imagine a woman that beautiful if that's the case, Charlie said, joining in the fun. Don't even imagine it. My father earned the nickname Butcher of Suitors by robbing, you know, those who pursued my mother, Einar quickly said, smiling. Wow, man. The people from your country are a bunch of violent folks, Charlie said quickly, feeling the urge to protect his masculinity. The other men at the table did the same unconsciously. I can't say anything against that. After all, we're Nordics, ahem, descendants of the ancient Nordics, Einar quickly corrected himself while smiling. But we're pretty simple too, Einar said with a relaxed smile. Then Molly looked at the clock and realized it was quite late. Is it that late already? You all need to go to sleep quickly, because you have to wake up early tomorrow to get to the Portkey location, Molly said quickly, starting to clear the table after eating. Harry, dear, you'll have to share a bed with Ron. And Hermione will have to share with Ginny, is that okay? Molly said quickly, looking at the two. If you don't have enough space, they can stay with me. I have plenty of rooms, Einar said as he stood up to head back home. Are you sure? Molly asked quickly. It was true they didn't have much space, and she didn't want Harry and Hermione to sleep uncomfortably. Of course, if they don't mind, Einar replied quickly. I have plenty of rooms. What do you two think? Molly asked quickly. Sure, I don't mind, Harry said calmly. It's fine by me, Hermione also agreed easily. All right then. Come here in the morning, or I'll go wake you up, Molly said. After all, the Weasley family had the key to Einar's house. He had given it to them freely for when he wasn't around and was at Hogwarts. Anyway, the dangerous and important things were with Dren. Let's go, Einar said calmly and left the Weasleys' house with the two of them. He then led them to his house while showing them a room each, which had a bed and an undecorated wardrobe. Truthfully, Einar didn't know what to do with those spare rooms. So he simply made them guest rooms. My room is at the end of the hallway. Oh, by the way, don't go into the second room on the right. It's full of potion ingredients, and some are poisonous, Einar said calmly before heading to his room to sleep. The next morning, Einar was sleeping peacefully when he suddenly opened his eyes in alert. He quickly got up, forgetting to put on his mask, and walked toward the guest room. On the way, Hermione had just stepped out of her room and froze completely upon seeing Einar's appearance. But he was in a hurry and quickly entered Harry's room. Harry woke up startled by someone bursting into his room and hurriedly put on his glasses. To his surprise, a handsome young man was staring at him cautiously while holding a sword in his hand. Why you're Einar? What's going on? Harry asked, confused. Hearing that, Einar realized it was Harry and quickly put away his sword. There's a curse placed on you. Quite disgusting. It seems the other person could easily possess you at any moment, Einar said as he approached Harry, grabbing his head and staring intently at his scar. What? Harry said, frightened. What do you mean by that? Hermione intervened as she entered, having overheard what he said. What I said. Who gave you that scar? Einar asked quickly. You don't know? Harry asked, confused. I'm not from this country. It was Voldemort. He was a dark wizard who terrorized Britain more than 15 years ago, Hermione said quickly, looking at Harry with concern. The leader of those fools who think they're noble, right? Einar recalled while releasing Harry's head. What were you dreaming about? I was a snake and attacked a muggle. There was also some kind of baby, and Wormtail, the one who betrayed my parents, and someone else I didn't recognize, Harry said quickly as he remembered every part of his dream. The baby seemed to have sensed me. A split soul. I'm not very good with soul magic or necromancy, Einar said quickly while thinking. Follow me. We're going to meet a friend who can give us answers and will most likely be able to cure that, Einar said seriously. Is that possession thing true? What will happen? Harry asked worriedly as he quickly got out of bed. I'm not completely sure, Harry. But don't worry, my friend is the best at this type of magic. He'll know what to do, Einar said, reassuring Harry. Einar asked Harry to change and go down to the living room. Meanwhile, he also went to get ready and put on a mask since, while talking to Harry, he had to restrain his voice several times to avoid sending him flying. When Einar went downstairs, Hermione was already waiting, fully prepared to follow him along with Harry. Take me with you, Hermione said directly. I have no problem with that, but never speak of what you saw there, Einar said seriously, as Harry came down, fully ready. The three of them walked to a remote area while Einar asked Harry some questions. Harry, has your scar ever hurt or have you had these dreams very often? Einar asked quickly. Yes. In my first year, when Voldemort infiltrated Hogwarts in Quirrell's head, my scar hurt. And I've been having the dreams since the beginning of the year, Harry replied quickly. Quirrell? Einar asked, confused. Quirrell was our defense against the dark arts professor in our first year. Hermione began to quickly explain what happened with Quirrell. So, 2 of the 3 years you've been at that school, you encountered that dark wizard, and you're telling me the headmaster didn't even notice? When I sensed that dark magic the first day you slept at my house. Einar said seriously as he began to connect the dots. At the same time, he realized how the school called Hogwarts worked. The most dangerous thing about Ivernellos was when students sneaked out and ventured into the nearby ruins. But that had nothing to do with what was happening inside the school itself. Maybe Dumbledore isn't good with dark magic, Hermione said, trying to defend her headmaster, but she was also beginning to doubt if Einar put it that way. I'm not good with dark magic either, but even someone who uses light or holy magic could feel the curse Harry has on his forehead. Especially if they've been in the same castle for so many months, Einar said quickly. So, the headmaster always knew, but never told me? Harry asked, thinking about everything he had experienced at Hogwarts. Maybe he didn't say anything because he didn't have a way to help you. That way, you wouldn't worry for nothing, Hermione said again, but even she was doubting her own words. After all, she was talking about who was said to be the most powerful wizard of all time. All right, it doesn't matter what that old man is planning. We're here, Einar said as they reached an area quite far from the other houses. It's better if you don't get scared when he comes. He's not a bad guy, Einar said quickly, just in case. Then, he took a few steps forward and removed his mask since he had to use his shout with all his power. Der. With his shout, the air changed and began to gather at a point, while the mana caused the surrounding plants to start dying, drying up completely. Then, before them appeared a giant dragon surrounded by violet flames that slowly began to fade, revealing its decayed skin. Even its wings were full of holes, and there were places where its bones could be seen. Connerin, I answer your call. So this is the place Akatosh sent you to. It feels full of life, said the great dragon as he looked around. Chapter 12, Fragment of Soul. Fragment of Soul. While the two of them stared in shock at the giant dragon that had just appeared, even feeling like their legs might give out at any moment, they saw Einar approach it calmly. Luckily, it worked, Durnavir. It's been a while since we last saw each other, Einar said with a friendly smile. You know, at my age. It was just a moment, Connerin, the great dragon replied calmly. Is the dragon talking? This can't be. This is a dream, Harry said as he pinched his cheeks to wake himself up. Meanwhile, Hermione was completely frozen, staring at the dragon. Can they understand you? Einar asked with some confusion. Dragons do not know the human language. We communicate with our mana. But in my case, I communicate with souls, the dragon answered patiently. What do you need my help with, Connerin? I can't stay in this plane for long, Durnavir said quickly. Harry, come here, Einar said quickly, calling to Harry, who was still staring at the dragon in surprise. He hesitated for a second but slowly walked toward Einar while Hermione continued to stare at the scene, completely stunned. Hurry up, Einar said, knowing the dragon wouldn't be able to stay for long. Then, Harry stood next to Einar, feeling a little scared by the gaze of the massive dragon in front of him. As he got closer, he noticed the putrid smell emanating from it, while drops of a horrible liquid fell from its scales. I need your help too. Before Einar could finish, the dragon spoke. A fragment of a soul. Ha ha ha, what human came up with such a terrible curse? Seeking immortality that way. Humans never cease to amaze me, the great dragon said while laughing, causing the surrounding air to begin filling with mist. Do you know why he did it? Harry asked quickly. I can guess. Maybe that wizard believed that this way, he would live forever. Even if he died, he could move to another fragment of his soul. But judging by the size of what's in your forehead, I can say he split his soul many times before, the dragon said, staring intently at Harry. How many times? Harry asked quickly. I don't know exactly because I don't know what spell or ritual he used. But it seems that each time he used that magic, his soul was split in half. And judging by the small fragment you have on your forehead, at least 6 times, the dragon said. Can you fix it? Einar asked quickly. The dragon sniffed, bringing his nose close to Harry and lightly sniffing his head. Although that, lightly, made Harry's hair stand on end. I can do it, Xuanhuan, but it will hurt a little, the dragon replied quickly. There's your answer, Harry. Do you want to try it, or would you prefer to find another way? Einar asked quickly. Wait, Hermione said with a bit of concern. Will there be any problem? Can it fail? She asked quickly. If it had been when he was first cursed, a simple purification spell would have been enough. But now the souls are deeply intertwined. The only way left is for him to be killed by the person who left that fragment. He might survive, but even I'm not completely sure, the dragon said patiently. Does that mean Harry has to be killed by Voldemort to get that out of him? Hermione asked quickly. That's right, human. The one who cast the curse can destroy it. But I can do it as well. So, what will you do? The dragon said quickly while Einar let them decide. I want to do it, Harry said quickly. Ha ha ha, you're brave, boy. Just as expected from Xuanhuan's friends, the dragon said, looking at Harry. Stay still, and endure, he said while inhaling slightly. Hermione was filled with concern, but her friend had already made his choice. She also didn't want him to have a piece of the dark wizard that could control him at any moment. Rivazzol. A violet fire shot toward Harry's head and quickly entered through the scar on his forehead. Ah! Harry screamed as he held his head and fell to his knees. Quickly, Hermione and Einar approached him and saw how a black stone emerged from his forehead and fell to the ground. It's done, Xuanhuan. If you need my help again, you can call me. By the way, the place where I am is unknown, but I like it, the dragon said as the violet fire began to consume him rapidly before disappearing. Just as Hermione was about to pick up the stone, Einar spoke quickly. If you don't want that inside your body, it's better not to touch it, Einar said quickly, scaring Hermione, who promptly backed away from the stone. That dragon from before, what was that? Why could it talk? Harry asked as he rubbed his aching forehead. Durnavir is a legendary dragon who was tricked into guarding a rather dark place for hundreds of years, Einar said calmly. Legendary? Hermione asked. Yes, a legendary dragon. You can't compare it to those winged lizards nowadays. Basically, they are the true magical dragons, Einar responded calmly. Then, what do we do with this? Harry quickly asked, looking at the black stone on the ground. Bane of the undead, Einar said as a golden flame shot from his hand toward the black stone, which began to burn while wails of agony and pain could be heard until it turned to ashes. If they had used a spell similar to this from the start, you wouldn't have any problems now, Einar said as he looked at Harry calmly. Well, shall we go, or will we be late to meet the others, he added as he started walking back home. Where were you? It's getting late, Ron said quickly upon seeing Hermione and Harry arrive. But since they had promised not to say anything, they had to come up with an excuse. Harry had a stomachache, so we were waiting for him, Hermione quickly said, while Harry turned to look at her. Yeah, maybe something didn't sit well with me, Harry said awkwardly. Alright, it's best we get going, Arthur said as he grabbed a large backpack to put on his back. We have to walk a bit to where the port key is. The ministry placed several at strategic points in preparation for the Quidditch game, Arthur said with a smile. Then, everyone walked toward the area where the port key was, to meet the handler, a man with a rather tired face, accompanied by another man with a young boy. Arthur, we've been waiting for you, said a chubby man with glasses. Next to him was a handsome young man waiting calmly, who seemed to be his son. Good day, Amos. Looks like we'll be sharing the trip with you, Arthur said as he greeted everyone. Amos suddenly looked at Harry with some surprise and quickly approached him with excitement. "Cedric has spoken of you, of course," said Amos Diggory. "He told us all about playing against you last year." I told him, Cedric, that's something you'll tell your grandchildren one day, that's for sure. You beat Harry Potter." Harry couldn't think of a response to this, so he remained silent. Fred and George frowned. After all, the two of them were the ones tasked with protecting Harry during the Quidditch match when he fell from his broom. Not only that, but it was the Dementor's fault that knocked him off. Meanwhile, Einar watched the conversation from the side. Cedric looked slightly embarrassed, so he quickly interrupted his father. "Harry fell off his broom, Dad," he muttered. "I told you, it was an accident." "Yes, but you didn't fall, did you?" Amos roared jovially, giving his son a hearty pat on the back. "Always modest, our Cedric, always a gentleman. It's good to be proud of your son, but that sounds more like mocking Harry." "I think losing was enough, the rest is unnecessary," Einar said aloud, something Amos and Cedric heard. Einar didn't know the context, but saying that right to the face of the person who lost wasn't kind. Unless it was your sworn enemy or something. Obviously, it just seemed like a school match. "Sorry, my dad can be a bit over the top," Cedric said as he pushed his father away and murmured softly that he was embarrassing him. "It's time," said the portkey handler as he lifted an old boot. "Everyone, touch the boot and don't let go," he said quickly. Then, everyone present touched the boot as instructed and quickly felt as if they were inside a tornado and then expelled like toothpaste. All the young ones were feeling slightly dizzy as they held back the urge to vomit, except for Einar, who was standing calmly looking at the boot with interest. "See you later, Arthur," Amos said as he left with his son, who cast an apologetic glance at everyone. "Let's head to our spot," Arthur said with a smile as he walked with everyone behind him. Just as they were about to enter the camping area, a man approached to charge them. It seemed the owner of the place was a muggle, who didn't understand what was happening, as he appeared to have seen some wizards using magic. So, a wizard quickly wiped his memory, surprising the others. Then, everyone walked through the campsite looking for their spot. "Here it is," Arthur said as he pointed to an area of the campsite and dropped the large backpack he had been carrying. "You two lived in the muggle world, right? So you must know how to set up a tent. It's better not to use magic so the muggles don't discover us," Arthur said as he looked at Harry and Hermione. "All right, I know how to set them up. You two help me," Einar said, taking charge. "According to this map, the water is in that direction. Ron and Ginny, go fetch some. The twins and I will go gather firewood," Arthur said quickly. Thanks to Einar's instructions, they quickly assembled the tent. From the outside, it looked like a small tent, but inside it was immense, with enough space for the entire Weasley family. Likewise, Einar, Hermione, and Harry set up two smaller tents, one was Einar's, and the other was Hermione and Ginny's. These were even faster to set up, taking only a few minutes thanks to Einar's experience. Obviously, all of them had extension magic, almost as large as a room with all the comforts inside. To Einar, this tent was a palace, remembering the times he had to sleep outdoors with only a sleeping bag while on missions. Chapter 13, Calm Before the Storm. Calm before the storm. "So, how do you light the fire? Do you have to rub two sticks together quickly?" Arthur asked excitedly after returning from gathering firewood with the twins. "I think you've gone a bit too far back in time," Einar said with a smile. "I have a flint," he added while taking out a black stone from his bag. Laughing. "What?" Einar said, looking at Hermione, who had chuckled. "You're also pretty far back in time. In these cases, you use a lighter," Hermione said with a smile. "Do you have one?" Einar asked quickly. "No." Hermione replied. "Then the flint wins," Einar said quickly with a proud smile. "How do you use this?" Arthur asked as he looked at the stone with interest. "You can use an iron dagger. Or here, I also have a piece of pyrite. You have to strike them together hard while aiming where you want the sparks to go," he said while demonstrating, making sparks fly to the ground. "Awesome!" Arthur said excitedly. "First, you need to gather some tinder or dry grass," Einar explained while searching the ground. He quickly made something resembling a bird's nest and placed it on the ground for Arthur to try. Then Arthur began striking the stones clumsily, sending sparks everywhere except onto the tinder. "Do it like you're grating cheese," Einar said. On his third attempt, Arthur managed to make a spark land on the tinder. "Now blow on it gently," Einar said quickly. Full. Full. The fire began to appear. I did it. Arthur said excitedly while holding the tinder in his hands. Einar quickly took it from him before it burned and placed it on the ground where the campfire would be, tossing some sticks on top. He also added some firewood to keep it burning. When Ginny and Ron returned after waiting in a long line to fetch water, the campfire was already set up, and the others were sitting around it talking. At last, Dad could fulfill one of his dreams, Fred said with a smile. What a strange dream, Einar commented. Well, Dad is weird, George said, laughing along with Fred. Everyone prepared breakfast while Charlie, Bill, and Percy arrived. Mrs. Weasley seemed to have stayed at home. At that moment, a chubby man named Ludo Bagman approached them. He was the person who got the Weasleys their tickets. The twins bet all the galleons they had and a fake wand on the winner. And while Ludo was talking to Arthur about something happening at Hogwarts that year, which had him very excited, another man named Barty Crouch arrived and quickly dragged him away before he spilled the beans. Since they had some time, the youngsters went out to explore the surroundings and buy some souvenirs. What's this? Einar asked as he picked up a type of binoculars. It's an omnicular. It lets you see far away, and it can also slow down and rewind the plays, the vendor quickly explained. So, can it record everything it sees? Einar asked with interest. No. It can only keep a couple of minutes and the rest gets overwritten, the vendor quickly replied. Alright, give me all the ones you have, Einar said quickly, surprising the vendor. What do you need so many for? Hermione asked with interest. Because they're interesting, Einar said without explaining much, since he planned to take them apart and continue learning the runes this object used. Here you go, that's 250 galleons for 27 omniculars. I gave you a 20 galleon discount for your purchase, the vendor said excitedly. Thank you, Einar said as he put the large bag the vendor handed him into his expandable bag. What a stupid way to spend money, Ron said with a bit of envy. Everyone can use one, Einar said as he handed some to the others. No need, Einar. I don't think Mom will let us take them, Fred said quickly. I literally have more than 20, take one. You can always return it at the end of the match, I don't care, Einar said, to which the others happily took one. After that, Einar bought everything he found interesting to study later, showing no mercy to other buyers. Obviously, the vendors couldn't care less about that since they were calmly selling all their inventory. Of course, Einar only bought magical objects with interesting enchantments. So, non-magical items like hats and such were still plentiful. The Weasleys easily accepted borrowing Einar's items since he literally had hundreds. Although Einar probably wouldn't get them back and would let them keep them. Aren't you spending too much money? Hermione asked, watching for the 7th time as Einar put a giant bag into his expandable bag. Well. I have plenty. And if I don't use it, what's the point of having it? Einar said calmly. Ha ha ha. You sound like a rich guy, Fred said while laughing. I wish we had that kind of problem of not knowing what to spend our money on, George said. While Ron nodded at what his brothers were saying. Show off, he muttered quietly. It's time to go back. The match should be starting soon, Hermione said, checking the time, so everyone returned to meet the others. Then, all together, they headed to the stands, which were swaying with all the people already there. They seemed quite risky, but since they were held up by magic, everyone tried not to think about it. Einar was watching with some apprehension about the safety of the magical world. But he came to enjoy the moment, so he started ignoring it at some point. When they reached the box where they were supposed to sit, everyone took their places while a family seemed to be glaring at the Weasleys with hostility. Potter. Weasley and the little mudblood, said the young man who seemed to be the couple's son. Something Einar took as an insult towards Hermione. Shut up, Malfoy, Ron said quickly, angrily. What are you doing here, Weasley? Begging for scraps, perhaps, the young man said with disdain. Einar calmly turned around and stared directly at the young man who started insulting the others, believing himself superior while Einar used his fear magic. What? What? No, no, no. Ah, Dad, the young man screamed as he tried to hide behind his parents in fear. What did you do to my son, said the adult who looked older but similar to the young man, and quickly drew his wand. Once you point that at me, your hand will fly so far away you won't find it again. Although, given the movement of the stands, maybe it could be your head, Einar said as he also used his fear magic on Lucius, who stopped while trembling slightly and hesitated to pull out his wand. You there. You can't fight here. Don't make us arrest you, said an Auror approaching quickly. Well. I'm not from this country. But in my country, if someone disrespects another, usually a head will fly, Einar said while looking calmly at the Auror from his seat. The Auror, feeling Einar's gaze, although he couldn't see his appearance, his experience made him feel he was facing someone he couldn't mess with. Put away your wand, Mr. Malfoy. You cannot use magic here, the Auror said quickly. Lucius looked at Einar with great anger and put away his wand. I don't know what country you're from, but in this country, you have to respect ranks, Lucius said with disdain. Ah, yes. In my country too. But since I had the highest rank, I could tear the limbs off my enemies without anyone being able to stop me, Einar said calmly. Meanwhile, the others in the box, upon hearing that, began to move a little away from Einar. Humph. Lucius and his family searched for a place further away to sit, but from time to time, he would throw furious looks at Einar, which Einar calmly ignored. Einar, I like your style, but if you keep this up, you'll make enemies all over the world, Arthur said with concern. It wouldn't be any different from where I come from, Einar said with a smile. Meanwhile, the twins started putting on a little play of what had just happened, acting like Einar while laughing excitedly. Einar, you're amazing. Teach us how to be as cool as you, Fred said while laughing. Tear the limbs off my enemies without anyone being able to stop me, George said, imitating Einar's voice. You should be careful with the Malfoy family. They claim to be one of the 28 pure-blood families of the wizarding world. They also have a lot of money and political power, Hermione said, leaning slightly towards Einar. Don't worry. The only concern I have with my enemies is that they don't come fast enough for me to keep remembering them, Einar said calmly. Here, another cool line, Fred said. We should write a book with Einar's quotes and sell it, George said. While Einar just shook his head with a smile. You have to admit, he's too cool, Harry said to Ron. Yeah, sure, Ron said with annoyance, while Harry didn't know how to convince his friend that Einar wasn't as bad as he said. He even seemed pretty normal if you ignored how violent he could be, but only if they messed with him. Normally, he was quite calm and mature. Chapter 14, Games of Strength. Games of Strength. Everyone, let's welcome the leprechauns of Ireland, the commentator shouted as the tiny creatures flew out, releasing waves of gold toward the audience. They were Ireland's mascots. The twins quickly grabbed as many coins as they could until Einar spoke. These coins seem fake. They're created with magic, so they'll probably disappear, he said, examining one of the coins with interest before quickly discarding it as useless. Really? Damn it, both of them said, throwing the coins to the ground angrily. Ron had also grabbed quite a few and tossed them away sadly while Harry patted his shoulder in sympathy. Now we also have to welcome Bulgaria's mascots, right? Everyone, give a big welcome to the Vilas of Bulgaria, the commentator shouted again as beautiful women gracefully danced onto the field, driving all the men crazy. Many even wanted to jump off their stands to run toward them. Ron and Harry were no exception, and the others had to hold them back to prevent them from doing so. How vulgar, Hermione said with some irritation. Calm down. Einar cast a spell over them and, just in case, over everyone else, who had more psychological resistance but still looked a bit distracted. Ron and Harry, now embarrassed, wished they could hide in a hole while the twins laughed at them. You need to work on your magical resistance, Einar said with a smile. The match then began, and at one point, the Vilas, furious at the opposing team continuing to win penalties, started a fight against the leprechauns. The Vilas revealed a horrible appearance, completely different from the beautiful image they had shown before. Even the referee lost his mind for a moment and stopped the game to walk towards the Vilas with a goofy smile. But he was quickly restrained, and the match continued, with Ireland taking the lead by a lot of points. However, Victor Crumb, ignoring his team's point deficit, caught the golden snitch, ending the match and, obviously, losing. After that, the two teams received their prizes from a chubby, arrogant man who seemed to be the Minister of Magic of England, who stood beside the ministers of Bulgaria and Ireland. Afterward, everyone returned to their tents. That was fun. Especially, we won the bets, the twins said excitedly. We're going to find Ludo, go ahead, they said as they ran off. How about you kids go for a walk? It's still early, Arthur encouraged the youngsters to have fun. After all, there were always plenty of things to do after the match. Keep an eye on the kids, he told the older ones. Sure, they all replied. So, they went for a walk as a group. But at some point, they lost Percy, who saw Barty crouch and quickly ran after him like a little fanboy. Bill and Charlie got distracted by a women's beauty competition. "Why are you still with us?" Ron asked when he saw Einar walking beside them. "Someone has to keep an eye on you, according to your father," Einar said calmly. He was already getting used to Ron, though he only tolerated him because he was part of the Weasley family. "Why are you always so unpleasant?" Ginny said, starting to get annoyed. "I'm not unpleasant, I just asked," Ron said quickly. "Come on, it looks like something's going on over there," Harry said, trying to change the subject. They all walked over to where there seemed to be a large, muscular man standing in front of a crowd. "Come on, who dares to challenge the Great Polly to a tug-of-war," said a smaller man, holding up a sack of money. "You only need to bet 10 galleons, and you can take all the gold collected," he said, tempting people with the sound of the money in the bag. "That man looks like a monster, it's impossible," Ron said, eyeing the money bag with temptation. Though he didn't realize from the start that he didn't even have 10 galleons to bet. Einar broke a chimney with his bare hands. "How about you give it a try?" Harry said, looking at Einar with a bit of excitement. Sure," Einar replied calmly. "Oh, we've got a new challenger." "Are you sure, kid?" the man said, looking at Einar's mask with confusion. "Sure. It's just 10 coins, right?" Einar said as he pulled the coins from his pocket. "Oh, feeling pretty confident, huh?" the man replied with a grin as he took the coins and put them in the sack. "You just have to grab the other end of the rope and try to move the Great Polly. If you manage to pull him out of the ring, you win." "Easy, right?" the man explained quickly. Einar simply nodded as he grabbed the rope. "You don't look strong, kid." "Don't hurt yourself," said the man they called the Great Polly. Hearing those words, Einar, who had been quite unconcerned, turned serious. Ron, feeling that, shivered. "He's not going to summon that storm again here, is he?" Ron said, looking at Einar with some fear. "Begin," the man said quickly. Einar grabbed the rope with both hands and pulled with all his strength. Everyone watched as the massive man, nearly 2 meters tall, was sent flying backward behind Einar and crashed to the ground with a loud thud. "Looks like I won," Einar said, staring at the other guy who was still looking at him in shock. "Why yes," he replied, handing over the bag of gold he had in his hand. "That was amazing," Harry said excitedly as the other 2 girls also approached Einar. Even Ron had to admit it now. "Come on, let's keep looking for games," Einar said with a smile. As Einar and the others following him continued wandering around the area, they found several strength-based games, all of which Einar dominated, collecting quite a bit of money along the way while everyone had fun. By the time they returned, Einar had gathered up to 1,000 galleons just from games. "Here. This is for your company," Einar said as he handed 100 galleons to each of them. "No, no," everyone said, trying to refuse. "Just take it. You all stayed with me while looking for games. Besides, it's not exactly the most legal way to earn money," Einar said calmly, to which everyone thanked him since they knew Einar wouldn't take "no" for an answer. Ron no longer found Einar so irritating. When they arrived at the tents, it was already quite late. The twins, Bill, and Charlie had returned later with big smiles full of happiness, though Percy seemed rather grumpy. "Were you able to get your winnings?" Einar asked the twins with a smile. "That's right, look," Fred said, showing his big bag of gold. "With this, we'll have enough to open our shop," George said excitedly. Einar stared at a coin sticking out of the bag. Sorry for being the bearer of bad news, but I think you've been scammed," he said quickly. "What?" the twins said, looking at Einar in shock. "They're the same coins you picked up during the match," Einar said as Fred and George quickly opened the bag to examine the coins. But some of them started to disappear slowly. "No!" they both shouted as they tried to grab the money that was vanishing from their hands. "Ha ha ha, while you guys were getting scammed, we made a lot of money from the games," Ron said proudly, as if he were the one who had won everything. Fred and George, upon hearing that, took their frustration out on Ron and started throwing all the joke items they had in their bags at him. "Ouch! Stop it!" Ron shouted as he ran away to escape. "That's enough, you two. Stop bothering your brother. It's time to sleep," Arthur said as he walked into the tent. "Are you sure, Einar, that you want to sleep alone in your tent? We still have space between Ron and Harry," Arthur asked. "I'm fine. I usually have crazy dreams." I wouldn't want to accidentally decapitate one of them, Einar said with a smile. Hearing that, both Harry and Ron trembled with fear. It was a joke, Einar quickly said. Coming from him, it doesn't sound like a joke at all, Ron said while Harry nodded quickly. Then, everyone quickly went to where they were supposed to sleep. Ginny and Hermione went to a smaller tent, Einar to another one, and the others to the Weasley tent. Chapter 15, The Night of Chaos and Blood. The Night of Chaos and Blood. While Einar was sleeping, he suddenly opened his eyes and put on his mask as he quietly stepped out of his tent, looking outside where everything seemed quite peaceful. But to Einar, it felt like the calm before the storm. He quickly exited his tent and looked in all directions, but he sensed some strange movements where the guards were supposed to be, along with an air filled with blood. Einar's instincts quickly warned him to be cautious and get ready. He swiftly entered the Weasleys' tent to warn Arthur and the others. Arthur, wake up. Something's happening outside, Einar said seriously. Einar? What's going on? Arthur asked, waking up confused. Wake up. It smells like blood, Einar said quickly. What, blood? Arthur said, fully waking up and opening his eyes quickly. What do you mean? He asked hastily. What's going on? Bill asked, waking up from his father's shout. Einar, did something happen? Charlie asked seriously. It smells like blood. It seems some people were killed. If I'm not mistaken, it's coming from the direction where security is located, Einar said quickly. But that's pretty far away. Can you really smell it? Charlie asked, surprised. Of course. I was raised on the battlefield. Wake everyone up, we have to prepare in case it's an attack, Einar said quickly while Arthur, Bill, and Charlie got up to wake the others. What's going on? Harry asked, walking toward the center of the tent where Einar was putting on rings and grabbing a beautiful bow that looked like an ancient relic, along with special arrows. Take one. They all have various protections to defend you from an attack or ambush, Einar said, pointing at the jewelry he left on the table for the others. He could have given them armor, but it would take too long to put on, and it was better to move quickly. Ginny and Hermione also entered the tent, not understanding what was happening, but Einar told them the same thing. Wear a necklace and several rings. That way you'll be protected. Not even if a dragon falls on you will it hurt you, he said quickly while putting the quiver on his back. Everything's too quiet. It's very suspicious, just like Einar said, Charlie said, entering behind the two girls since he had gone to wake them up and check the surroundings. Boom. Then, an explosion sounded not too far from them, followed by screams coming from all directions. Everyone, don't split up and stay close to me. Einar shouted as he knocked an arrow on his bow and stepped out of the tent. He looked in all directions and saw people running away in fear, while in the distance, fire and spells flew everywhere. Follow me. Don't run, Einar said quickly. Isn't it better to run to get to safety faster? Ron asked, scared. If we run, we won't be able to fight if enemies appear because we'll have wasted our energy, Einar said quickly. Then he raised his bow, turned, and released his arrow just as a man emerged from behind a tent with a wand in hand and a black mask. The arrow pierced his forehead, going through the mask. Ah! Everyone screamed upon seeing someone killed right in front of them for the first time. A Death Eater, Arthur quickly said, recognizing the man's clothing and mask. Einar, we need to get everyone to a safe place. Let's head to the forest, Arthur said urgently. All right. Walk quickly, but don't split up, Einar said, letting Arthur take the lead while he stayed behind to keep watch over them. Along the way, they encountered 4 more Death Eaters, all of whom fell to the ground with an arrow between their eyebrows, never to rise again, until they reached the forest where several other people seemed to be taking shelter. We'll be safe here, Arthur said quickly, seeing that there were quite a few people. My wand! Harry exclaimed, realizing he was missing something and foolishly ran off. You all stay here, Einar said as he followed him. As he followed Harry, he saw a mark appear in the sky and also noticed that the moment the mark appeared, many people panicked and tried to flee the area. Einar ignored those people and continued following Harry, shooting a couple of arrows whenever he saw a Death Eater. But it seemed even the Death Eaters were scared of the mark in the sky, which left them rather distracted. However, that didn't stop them from continuing to cause chaos. After clearing the area where Harry was searching for his wand, Einar kept looking in all directions, ready to take down another enemy. But it seemed like the attack was over. Einar lowered his bow as he watched Harry search the ground for his wand. You're pretty foolish to be worrying about your wand right now, Einar said with a bit of scolding in his voice. Without my wand, I can't defend myself, Harry replied quickly, though he understood why Einar was upset. Just as Harry was about to speak again, Einar sensed several attacks coming toward him. He shoved Harry to the ground and swiftly raised his bow, releasing several arrows as more than 5 magical attacks struck his body. But they didn't even make him flinch. Ah! Ouch, they got me. Help! Save me! Those were the cries of 4 men who each received an arrow, one in the shoulder, one in the leg, one in the arm, and one in the hand. Stop! It's Harry and Einar! Arthur shouted, interrupting the other wizards who were about to launch another attack upon seeing their injured companions. He attacked me! He attacked me! Attack him! Barty Crouch shouted, lying on the ground with an arrow pierced through his leg. They were at the crime scene. The others were Ludo Bagman, Amos Diggory, and an Auror. Try it, and the arrows will go straight to your foreheads, just like the ones I took down while walking here, Einar said calmly, aiming his bow at Barty Crouch. Stop, Einar. Barty, they're just kids, Arthur said quickly. That supposed kid attacked me. I want him hanged. Before he could finish, Einar spoke. I seem to recall you attacking me first. I only counterattacked. If I wanted to attack you, you'd be dead like those guys over there, Einar said, pointing at the dead Death Eaters not far away, each with an arrow stuck in their head. Several other Aurors looked at the dead Death Eaters and then at Einar, who was clearly telling the truth, especially since they had attacked without even thinking twice. Mr. Crouch, the boy is right. We attacked without looking at who it was. If he were a normal child, he'd be hurt right now, said one of the Aurors who seemed to understand the situation better. Barty wanted to keep complaining, but he had no excuses. After all, they had attacked first and talked later. Meanwhile, the other Aurors spread out to search the surroundings, noticing the bodies of the attackers lying with an arrow between their eyebrows. This made them even more aware that Einar had held back when he attacked them. I found something, said another Auror as they investigated the area, bringing along a house elf and a wand. My wand! Harry said quickly, but Einar swiftly held him back just in case. He still didn't trust the people who had arrived and attacked a student at random, even if they were Aurors. Winky! Crouch shouted angrily. But his anger seemed rather exaggerated to Einar, who was staring intently at the man. He wasn't sure if Crouch's rage was fueled by the pain in his leg or something else. The house elf started to wake up upon hearing her master's shout, looking confused. An Auror used a spell on the wand, and it was indeed used to create that mark in the sky. Winky, bad elf. You did that, Crouch yelled, while Einar was shocked by how they weren't investigating the real culprit at all. Everyone just accepted what Crouch said as truth simply because it was a house elf. He then dismissed the elf mercilessly while blaming her for casting the mark in the sky. Even though she cried and said it wasn't her and begged not to be dismissed, he ignored her. After that, he was quickly taken away with the help of several men to get to a place where they could heal him, but not before sending a furious glare at Einar. You're pretty good, kid. You should try taking the Auror test. I've never seen anyone shoot arrows so perfectly while taking more than 5 attacks without even flinching, said one of the Aurors as he saluted Einar. I already have a job. Thanks anyway, Einar replied quickly. Then everyone returned to the tents to gather everything and head back home. Chapter 16, Dangerous Encounter. Dangerous Encounter. There was 1 week left before starting his job as a professor at Hogwarts, so Einar was taking advantage of the time to learn about potions from this world. There were many interesting ones, but the ingredients were quite difficult to obtain, some even illegal. While at the Leaky Cauldron, one of the wizards told him he could try asking in Nocturne Alley, but to be careful. So, Einar entered that alley calmly, where an ingredient seller told him to return in 5 days. Now he was there again. Here are all your ingredients, sir. I must say they cost more than I expected, so the price might be a bit higher, the man said as he looked at Einar with greed. That's fine, just give them to me. How much? Einar asked calmly. 1,000 galleons, the man said quickly. Einar stared at him and placed the coins on the table. The man grabbed them quickly, afraid Einar would change his mind, and began bringing out boxes filled with jars of all kinds of ingredients. Here's everything, sir. It's been a pleasure doing business with you. You can come by whenever you run out, the man said hastily. Einar gave the ingredients a quick glance and stored everything in his magic bag before leaving the shop. As the man watched him leave, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. "Fool," he said with a greedy smile. Einar was walking to return to Diagon Alley and then head home, as the next day he would have to go to Hogwarts. But he quickly realized that someone was following him. Sigh. Just come out. The Assassin Guild would laugh at you seeing how bad you are at your job, Einar said while looking around. Quickly, many dark wizards and witches smiled as they surrounded him. That's quite a lot of people for a simple robbery or murder, Einar said, looking at the more than 10 individuals surrounding him. Haha, well, a big sponsor paid quite a lot for us to hurt you badly, said the one who seemed to be the leader. And who's this sponsor? To be honest, I made quite a few enemies just this week, Einar said calmly, looking at everyone with mockery. That doesn't matter. But first, let's remove that mask and see your pleading expression, said a man as he raised his wand and aimed it at Einar's face. Achio. But Einar dodged the spell, which hit a barrel behind everyone and flew toward the man, who quickly dodged it, causing the barrel to crash into the wall behind him and shatter. Tisk, stop playing around, idiot. Let's just do our job, said another man, pointing his wand at Einar. Crucio. Once again, Einar easily dodged the spell, which hit one of their companions. Ah! Stop, the man screamed as he fell to the ground in agonizing pain. It was only a few seconds, but that pain was something no one would want to feel even for an instant. Bastard, said the man getting up from the ground, quickly pointing his wand. Avada Kedavra. Einar felt the danger of that spell, which was also quite fast. So, he quickly ducked to dodge it, and it kept going, hitting one of the men, who collapsed to the ground without breathing. Einar looked at the dead man and spoke. I was only planning to hurt you a little because I have work tomorrow, but you had to make things worse, he said, looking at the man while drawing 2 black and red daggers. Everyone quickly raised their wands, staring at the daggers in Einar's hands and feeling that they weren't ordinary daggers. Zunhalvak. Then all the wizards' wands flew away, disarming them all at once. Einar took advantage of their moment of confusion and began to move with speed, slashing their tendons with both daggers, leaving them lying on the ground one by one. The other dark wizards who were watching the scene quickly ran away when they saw the blood spill. Although Einar hadn't killed any of them, they wouldn't be able to use their hands or feet again without tendons, and they wouldn't be healed thanks to several of the enchantments the daggers had. So, who's your sponsor? Einar asked the leader of the dark wizards while placing his dagger against his neck. I'll tell you, just don't kill me. I was just following orders. We were simply asked to take off one of your limbs and then leave you anywhere, the man said in fear, looking at his companions lying on the ground drenched in blood, crying in pain while unable to move their hands or legs. Then who? Einar asked one last time. Is it really okay for you to have done that, Lucius? That man with the mask didn't seem like an easy person. If he were from a pure-blood family from another country. Don't worry. Even if he's from a pure-blood family from another country, they have to step back when they tread on our land, Lucius said with disdain as he walked with his wife toward their mansion. Then Lucius opened the door but quickly felt something strange, so he drew his wand, getting into a defensive stance. His wife saw her husband and quickly did the same as she followed him. They both walked toward the living room, keeping their wands raised. They were surprised to see someone who shouldn't be there, sitting calmly while drinking a glass of alcohol and looking at them with interest. Curious taste. It's not a great alcohol, but it's not so bad either, Einar said while tasting the whiskey Lucius had been saving for a special occasion. What are you doing here, and how did you get in? Lucius said, pointing his wand at Einar. I believe I told you before that if you pointed that thing at me, your arm would fly so far away you'd never see it again, right? Einar said as he moved at a speed that practically made him vanish from Lucius and Narcissa's sight. Then Lucius felt emptiness in his arm and saw that it was missing. Ah, he screamed as the pain hit him. Meanwhile, Einar had returned to his seat as if he had never moved. Do you want to experience the same thing? Einar asked, looking in Narcissa's direction. Seeing her husband lying on the floor, clutching his arm tightly, she quickly dropped her wand in fear. That's good. I'm just looking for the one who gave the orders. You would only be collateral damage, Einar said. Now, to the reason I came. Now tell me why I shouldn't kill you right here and now, Einar said, looking at Lucius with contempt. I'll give you money. I have lots of money, I'll give you anything you want, just don't hurt me, Lucius said quickly. Wow, instant surrender. But I'm not interested in your money. By the way, that place was your business, right? That one and several others were destroyed by me, Einar said with a smile. What? Lucius said in shock. Then he saw how many messenger pigeons began bringing letters, quickly piling up one on top of another. Looks like the news is just arriving. The magical world's communication method is quite terrible, Einar said as he opened one of the letters and tossed it in front of Lucius. The letter stated that his shop in a certain place had been burned down, leaving nothing but ashes. Many others said almost the same thing. My wife. You can have her, Lucius said quickly, shocking Narcissa, who was standing fearfully not far away. What are you saying, Lucius? Narcissa shouted quickly. Although your wife may be a beauty, I'm not that kind of person. For now, let's leave it at this since I've already done enough damage. But next time, there won't be such a friendly visit, alright? Einar said as he crouched down to be face to face with Lucius, holding a black and red dagger in his hand. Lucius quickly nodded in fear, feeling the danger emanating from that dagger. TSK. Because of all this nonsense, I missed the introduction as a professor at Hogwarts. I'm going to use your fireplace, you don't mind, do you? Einar said quickly. Both of them were surprised to hear he would be a professor at their son's school. But when they heard the last part, they quickly allowed him to use it without hesitation. Then, goodbye. By the way, the smell of that dark mark is disgusting, Einar said while throwing powder into the fireplace and appearing in the headmaster's office. Mark? Narcissa said while raising her arm to look at the Dark Lord's mark, which was becoming more distinct. Einar? Weren't you supposed to be heading to Hogwarts? Arthur asked, seeing Einar appear outside his house. Yes, I forgot something. I was on my way. Where are you going? Einar asked, noticing Arthur was leaving in a hurry. A friend of mine got into trouble. I'm going to see what happened, Arthur said quickly. Then I'll come with you. Anyway, it's night time to use the Hogwarts fireplace, Einar said quickly. They went together. Since it seemed they couldn't use float powder to reach their destination, they had to travel by the night bus. Chapter 17, The Hidden Truth. The Hidden Truth. An interesting trip, said Einar as he stepped off the bus behind Arthur. By the way, is this the place? He asked while looking around, realizing they weren't in a magical area. This is Mad-Eye Moody's house, a retired Auror who's quite paranoid. He lives in a muggle area because he believes his enemies won't look for him here, though he moves around from time to time, Arthur said quickly as he approached the house. We received reports that he might be using magic near muggles, so I came to check if everything is fine. Wait, Arthur, Einar said quickly, looking around the house with interest, approaching the scattered trash cans on the side. He then crouched down, carefully observing the grass. At least 3 people. One with a wooden leg, fighting against 2 others, Einar said, examining the tracks closely. You can see the foot movements here. The positions show great skill from the guy with the wooden leg. That must be Moody. So he might have really been attacked, Arthur said as he pulled out his wand. Looks like they tried to erase the tracks, but they weren't that good at it, Einar said with a smile, given that his work on some missions involved following almost impossible trails. What are you 2 doing snooping around my house? Said a scarred man with an eye that moved erratically as he aimed his wand staff at Einar and Arthur. Moody. We received an alert at the ministry, and I came to see if everything was all right, Arthur said quickly, recognizing the man who appeared. Arthur Weasley. Is that you? Who's the masked fellow? Moody said quickly, eyeing Einar, who was standing calmly with his gaze fixed on Moody. He's Einar. He's the new defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. He came just in case, Arthur explained quickly. So, you're the one Dumbledore replaced me with, Moody grumbled as his magical eye seemed to avoid looking at Einar every time. You'd better show your face, kid. I need to know if you're someone I should recognize. Sure, Einar said, easily removing his mask and showing his face to Moody. I don't know you. But if you're with Arthur, come in, Moody said quickly, turning around and walking towards his house. Looks like Moody managed to defeat the attackers, Arthur sighed with relief, while Einar continued to observe Moody with interest. The 3 of them quickly entered Moody's house, and the man went straight to a couch, removing his wooden leg and massaging his painful limb. Moody, Einar saw signs of an attack outside. What happened? Arthur asked quickly. He was able to see the tracks even after I cleaned them up well. Seems you're pretty good, kid, Moody said, eyeing him with suspicion. Yeah, and you are as well, Einar replied while glancing around the house with interest. Just some wizard seeking revenge. You know, for all the ones I sent to Azkaban. They just ran off when they couldn't accomplish anything, Moody said quickly. Do you know who they were? Arthur asked with concern. Of course I do. Those idiots who saved their hides by blaming the Imperious curse, Moody said angrily. Interesting, Einar interrupted. What is? Moody asked quickly. Your house. It's filled with traps everywhere, but all of them are deactivated. Some are even completely broken, Einar said while looking around with curiosity. Ah, that's because I was about to move. So I was deactivating them when I got ambushed, Moody said quickly. Your eye seems to be malfunctioning, Einar said, staring at him intently while a black and red dagger started sliding from his sleeve to his hand. I'm just keeping an eye out for another ambush, Moody replied. It can see mana, can't it? When I arrived, you must have seen me like a blazing sun in front of you. But you're not used to using it, which is why your eye keeps avoiding looking at me. As for your wooden leg, you're not used to that either, which is why you took it off as soon as you came inside. A paranoid person would never lower their guard in front of anyone, even if they were acquaintances, Einar said, pointing at the prosthetic leg Moody had left beside the couch. If one of you was using false skin or polyjuice potion, especially after being attacked, I would be very careful not to lose my mobility, Einar continued, his tone growing more serious. Arthur began to step back, noticing Moody's wary gaze and Einar's well-founded suspicion, while his hand moved toward his wand hidden in his pocket. Crucio. Moody cast an unforgivable curse immediately, but Einar dodged by moving to the side and threw the dagger in his hand quickly while pulling out another. Moody protected himself with a shield, but the dagger got stuck in it, its tip near Moody's magical eye. However, he quickly moved and cast another spell. Avada Kedavra. A green spell grazed Einar's head again as he ducked and threw a dagger with sparks of electricity along its blade. The dagger embedded itself in Moody's leg, who had little mobility with only one leg, causing him to fall to the ground in pain as the dagger's electricity paralyzed him. Expelliarmus. Arthur cast his spell, disarming Moody of his cane as he tried to reach for it while being electrocuted. Aya! Moody screamed in pain as the electricity continued to affect him as long as the dagger remained lodged in his leg. Einar approached him and took a vial from Moody's pocket, examining it carefully. Do you know what this usually contains? Einar asked Arthur. Antidote, because he always thinks people are trying to poison him, Arthur said quickly as he sniffed the contents. But this seems to be something else. It could be polyjuice potion. That potion lasts for a while, right? So, do we wait or what? Einar asked quickly. Just in case, I'll notify the Aurors, Arthur replied swiftly as he cast a spell into the air. Expecto Patronum, he said, and from his wand emerged a weasel that quickly flew away. That's a Patronus. It's the first time I've seen one, Einar said with interest. It's usually a bit difficult to make it corporeal, but it can also be used to send a short message, Arthur replied with a smile. Although the communication methods in the wizarding world always leave something to be desired. If there had been a massacre here, we would have had to wait a couple of hours for the owl to arrive, Einar said as he started tying up Moody to prevent him from escaping. Though he didn't remove his dagger. We can also use flow powder to communicate faster, but for those in the Muggle world, it can be a bit difficult, Arthur commented, realizing the harsh reality. For example, if a Muggle family with a wizard was attacked by dark wizards, by the time the Aurors realized it, the family would likely have been killed after the fight. It would be impossible to send help from the beginning. Of course, the Patronus was faster than an owl, but not everyone could use that charm. After an hour of waiting, the Aurors began arriving just as the polyjuice potion Moody had taken started to wear off. Arthur, we arrived as soon as we got the message, said one of the Aurors who worked at the ministry and knew Arthur as he quickly entered the house. Then everyone saw Moody begin to change. By Merlin's beard! Arthur said in shock upon seeing the true face of the fake Moody. Is it who I think it is? Asked the Auror, equally shocked. But he was supposed to be dead in Azkaban. Barty Crouch Jr., Arthur said. It's best to take him to the ministry. We need to find out what the hell is going on, said the Auror as he signaled the others to capture Barty. Meanwhile, Einar removed his dagger from Barty's leg, allowing him to move again and stop suffering from electric spasms. Damn bastards. You're all dead. Did you hear me? You're dead. You can't stop him. Ha ha ha. He will return. Barty shouted as the Aurors quickly covered his mouth. Meanwhile, Einar sensed something and turned in another direction. What is it, Einar? Arthur asked quickly. A rat, seems like it wasn't one, he said, feeling how, far away, that rat transformed into a wizard and then disappeared, probably using apparition. Some Aurors stayed to search the entire house, while Arthur and Einar were also taken to the ministry to report what they had seen. When they told their part to the investigators, they also discovered the real Moody locked inside a box, recently unconscious. Einar and Arthur were released at dawn, while they heard that Barty Crouch was sent to St. Mungo's hospital to be questioned about what the hell was going on and why his son was alive and free. But Einar was no longer interested in that, as he had to return to give his first class at Hogwarts. Chapter 18, The Unconventional Professor. The Unconventional Professor. Einar was calmly walking through the corridors as he made his way to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. It seemed his first class would be with the fourth-year students. When he arrived at the classroom, he entered calmly as all the students' eyes fell upon him with interest. "What are you doing here?" Ron shouted in surprise. "Einar, are you a new student?" "Then you got the wrong classroom," Hermione said quickly, a bit worried that Einar had gotten lost. After all, he was the same age as the twins and was new to the country, so he might be supposed to be in their class. Einar ignored the two of them calmly and spoke. "Hello everyone, I'm Einar Dovahkian. I'll be your professor for this class," Einar said calmly. "What?" Ron, Hermione, and Harry said in shock, while the other students obviously didn't know him. Only a blond boy who, upon seeing him, began to tremble in fear, remembering what happened during the Quidditch match. But of course, he would keep this to himself, and as soon as the class ended, he would tell his father to change professors. "Are you telling the truth?" Ron asked quickly. "You know I don't like people thinking I'm a liar," Einar replied calmly. "No, I was just asking," Ron said quickly. "Then the answer is yes. I'm your professor." "Really? Now tell me, what was the last thing you learned?" Einar said with calmness. "Last year, Professor Lupin taught us how to deal with various creatures. Like red caps, boggarts, using defensive spells. And for a moment Professor Snape took over the class when Professor Lupin was feeling sick and made us research about werewolves. But Professor Lupin dismissed that assignment," Hermione said quickly. It seemed like she was annoyed that her work on lycanthropes was discarded so easily. "Werewolves? I know some of them. What did he make you research?" Einar asked while sitting on his desk, listening with interest. "Mostly how to identify one and ways to kill them," Harry said with annoyance, knowing that Snape was trying to make them discover Lupin was one. "So, the methods to kill a werewolf are?" Einar asked, waiting for their answers. "Silver," Ron quickly said since he knew the answer. "Full moon, since they can't control themselves," Harry said quickly, raising his hand. "Containment spells," Hermione added. "Garlic," said a chubby boy behind them while the other students began to laugh. "It's a werewolf, not a vampire," said the boy sitting next to him. "Garlic also works, and it's one of the materials used to deal with them." "The book says so," Hermione quickly said, making the other boy close his mouth in annoyance. "Well, that's true. Actually, all strong odors work because they have a great sense of smell," Einar quickly said with a smile. "Actually, it's said that vampires also have a heightened sense of smell, which is why garlic repels them. Though I've never used garlic to fight either of them. I simply cut their heads off with my sword, and that was enough," Einar said with a smile. "Professor, you fought vampires and werewolves?" asked the chubby boy behind Hermione. "Your name is?" Einar asked with a smile. "Neville, sir." "Neville Longbottom," Neville said quickly, feeling a bit embarrassed being watched by everyone. "Well, Neville, to answer your question, yes, that's right. I fought against various dangerous creatures during my missions," Einar said while rolling up one of his sleeves, which was covered in all kinds of scars. "This is my first scar. It was from a fight against a vampire. At that time, I was 13 years old and had just left home. One of them ambushed me to turn me into his servant. Back then, I wasn't good with offensive magic, but I had my precious sword. And after a fierce battle, I stabbed its heart," Einar said proudly, as if the scars he had were medals. "Sword?" Harry asked quickly with interest. "That's right. It was the first sword I bought with my own money. I enchanted it myself, so when I stabbed the vampire, it burst into flames. You have to remember that they are nearly immortal due to their regeneration, but if they turn to ashes, they can't do anything," Einar said with a smile. "No. What I meant was why didn't you use magic, Professor?" Harry said quickly. Because I learned it much later." Like everyone else, Einar said in confusion. You guys don't know how to use swords, he asked quickly. To which everyone shook their heads. Daggers? Axes? Maces? Bows? Nothing, he asked again. Then everyone shook their heads once more. You use wands, right? So, what happens if your wand is destroyed or you get disarmed? Einar asked, frowning. Well, then we technically lose, Ron said with sarcasm. Meaning, you die. If you lose your wand while fighting a vampire, you simply die, Einar said seriously. Can you use magic without your wands? Einar asked again, feeling somewhat surprised. That's something you learn in the last year. But not many succeed even after becoming adults, Hermione quickly said. Sigh. I'd better see what you can do, then, Einar said as he stood up with exhaustion, just barely starting the class. Everyone, make a circle and move the tables, please. Leave the center clear. What are we going to do, Einar, Professor? Hermione said. Something I'm best at teaching. Fighting. Or, in any case, dueling, Einar said with a smile. Really, all the boys said with interest and excitement. They had duel classes in their second year, but they were pretty bad and then discontinued in the third year. Come on, I need 2 volunteers, Einar said with a smile. Quickly, everyone raised their hands. Alright, come over, Neville and Ron, Einar said calmly. To which the 2 quickly went to the center. When they were about to greet each other, Einar stopped them. Don't do that. We're having a battle as if you were enemies. Or fighting against a dark wizard. Your enemy isn't going to stop to greet you, Einar quickly said. Just stand a bit further away, and when I give the order, begin, Einar said simply. Then Ron and Neville quickly moved away and took their stances. Begin, Einar said, watching with interest. Expelliarmus. Expelliarmus. They both shouted and cast the spell at the same time. Although it seemed Neville did it faster than Ron, his wand took longer to release the spell. Something that caught Einar's attention. Then, both of their wands went flying from their hands, leaving them confused. Well. You're both pretty bad, Einar said with a conflicted smile. The 2 quickly felt embarrassed while the others laughed at them. Sigh. Alright, can someone tell me what went wrong? Einar asked as he calmed them down with his hands and asked quickly. Harry, why do you think they failed? Einar asked since no one raised their hand. Because they didn't dodge. Harry asked with doubt. Good observation, Harry. You told me something about points. How does it work? Einar asked quickly. Hermione quickly raised her hand. Smile. Your hand will go flying if you use so much strength, Einar said with a smile. Tell me how it works, Hermione. Hermione blushed a bit upon hearing that, but still answered. Professors can add points to the houses the students belong to if they give an answer that satisfies the professor. Likewise, points can be deducted if they annoy the professor or do something considered a fault. The house points are counted at the end of the school year, and the house with the most points wins the annual cup, Hermione said quickly. I see. So, can I give or deduct points to students as I see fit? Einar asked quickly. Well, technically, yes, Hermione said. And what's the maximum and minimum? Einar asked again. I'm not sure, but the most generous professors give around 10 points for a correct answer. But Professor McGonagall usually gives 5, Hermione said quickly. McGonagall, I suppose I'll use the same amount as her. She seems quite strict but fair, Einar said with a smile. So, 5 points for Harry and 5 for Hermione. They're from the same house, right? So that's 10 for Gryffindor, Einar said as he noted it down in the notebook he got from the staff room. Quickly, all the Gryffindors started smiling with joy, while the Slytherins frowned with annoyance. Sorry, we got off track. Let's continue with the lesson. Come on, Harry, give me a hand, Einar said as he invited Harry to the center while Ron and Neville returned with the others. Then Einar stood a few meters away from Harry and spoke. Now, Harry, cast the spell you're best at, Einar said while standing with both hands behind his back. Harry had seen Einar take 5 spells head-on and dodge many more during the Quidditch match, so he easily followed this instruction. Chapter 19, Unorthodox Professor. Unorthodox Professor. Expelliarmus. Harry shouted as a spell flew quickly toward Einar, who barely moved, making the spell miss. Keep going. Only stop if you see me defeated, Einar said quickly. Then, Harry began to cast the same spell one after another, while Einar, with his arms behind his back, continued to make minimal movements to dodge the spells, which seemed to brush against his clothes as he slowly approached Harry, as if he was simply walking. Exp. Before he could cast another spell, Einar was already standing in front of him and, taking one hand from behind his back, poked him in the chest with a finger. Done. You're dead, Einar said with a smile. Harry stopped with slight exhaustion. Well, Harry did great, but where did he fail? Einar asked again. Hermione was the only one who raised her hand. Einar, with a smile, allowed her to speak. Harry didn't dodge. Or in any case, he kept casting the spell from the same spot without moving at all, Hermione said quickly. Well said. 5 points for Gryffindor, Einar said with a smile. Yes, but, Professor, you didn't have a wand, so I thought. That I was unarmed. That I couldn't hurt you. That without a wand I'm not a threat. What a foolish thought, Harry, Einar said quickly. First of all, I'm always armed, he said as a dagger slid from his sleeve into his hand. And second, if I were a vampire disguised as a human, you'd be lying dry on the ground by now, he added quickly. It seems that, besides training you, I'll have to awaken your battle instincts, danger sense, body control, and you're all going to learn how to use a sword at least, in addition to your wand, Einar said while thinking in detail about training plans. We're just wizards, why would we need to learn to use primitive weapons like swords, said a blonde boy arrogantly, smiling sarcastically. Oh, really? Then draw your wand before I cut off your head with my dagger, and you'll be approved in my class as long as I'm your professor, Einar said quickly, surprising everyone. Ready. Done, Einar said quickly, now several meters away from the blonde boy. The boy, hearing Einar's words, quickly reached for his wand in his pocket in fear, and as soon as he touched it, he felt something cold barely touching his neck. It seems my primitive weapon just killed you, and it's not even a sword, Einar said with a not-so-friendly smile. You're the son of that man, who will probably remember me in his nightmares forever. I don't like arrogant people who look down on the things I love, and swords are one of them. Malfoy began trembling, holding back tears that were about to fall, completely filled with fear. Relax. I won't harm any of my students unless they do something unforgivable. I just wanted to scare you a little so you'd learn the limits each person has because the only thing I expect most from my students is respect, okay? Einar said as he quickly put away his dagger. He looked at all the students, who quickly nodded. 10 points deducted from Slytherin, Einar said as he walked back to the center. Everyone was watching him intently, some with respect and excitement, while others with fear. But none with disdain or anger. Everyone respected strength, whether in Slytherin or Gryffindor, and Einar had just demonstrated pure strength. Without flashy magic, he moved so fast they didn't even see him. Which meant that, calmly, he could kill them all without them noticing. And being their professor meant that, being on his good side, they would learn to become strong. Well. Now, everyone pair up and cast the spell, Expelliarmus, at each other. You have to dodge your partner's spell. If the spell hits you, you're dead, and with this feather, I'll make sure you remember it on your forehead. When you improve, we'll have competitions, and I'll give you an enchanted weapon of your choice, Einar said to encourage them. Everyone was interested in what that enchanted weapon would be. Hurry up, we don't have all day, Einar said as the students began to run to find their friends. Einar noticed that, even though he didn't say they needed to be with people from their own house, Gryffindor and Slytherin students still didn't mix. Even so, he let it pass. He wasn't going to interfere in something that had been happening at the school long before he existed. Einar looked at a group of 3 girls who didn't know what to do. It seemed they were the last 3, so if they paired up, one of them would be left out, and they were in trouble. Hermione was with them, thinking about a solution. Should we ask the professor if we can do it with the 3 of us and be done with it? Asked a girl who seemed to be from another country. I don't think it's possible. And I'm a bit scared to ask. Said a blonde girl with wavy hair. All right. We can take turns. I'll tell Professor Einar. After all, we have an odd number of students, Hermione said quickly. There's no need. Hermione can be my training partner, Einar said, standing behind them. Einar. Professor Einar, thank you then, Hermione replied quickly with a smile. Soon, 2 rows were formed, each student facing their partner, and at Einar's command, everyone started casting their spells while their partners swiftly dodged them. There were moments when both students rolled on the floor to dodge without either of them casting the spell, and other times where both wands went flying. Some of them moved quite well and cast their spells correctly, like Harry, who was training with Ron and managed to disarm him about once every 3 or 4 spells. Ron also seemed better than when he was paired with Neville. Maybe everyone watching him before had made him mess up. But now, he could dodge a couple of spells before getting disarmed. Here I go, Professor. Expelliarmus. Hermione didn't realize Einar was a bit distracted and cast her spell. Although Einar was distracted, he never lowered his guard, so he simply swatted the incoming spell with his hand as if it were a fly, redirecting it toward Neville, causing his wand to fly away as he looked around, confused. "Oh, sorry about that. I was watching how your classmates were doing," Einar said quickly to Hermione, who looked at him in surprise since it was the first time she had seen someone do that. "Can I change partners?" Hermione asked quickly, feeling that her forehead would end up written on by the professor. "No," Einar said with a smile. Einar obviously made things easy for Hermione, casting Expelliarmus with a slight delay so she could dodge properly, although he increased the speed as time passed. Hermione, of course, noticed this, so she was dodging Einar's spells with a smile while quickly launching her own. Some of her spells hit Einar but had no effect. "That's not fair. You said that when a spell hits you, you're dead," Hermione said quickly, seeing another spell hit Einar without doing anything. "I said that when you lose your wand, you're dead. That's why we use Expelliarmus," Einar replied quickly. While Hermione grumbled a bit while dodging Einar's attack, it cost her her wand as it went flying. "See? Now you're dead," Einar said with a smile. Then the class ended. "All right. Whoever was disarmed more times than their partner, come to the front to receive your punishment," Einar said while holding a feather with a mocking smile. About half the class left with the word corpse written on their foreheads. As the other students passed by in the hallway, they looked at them with curiosity and laughter. "For Merlin's sake, Harry, I couldn't disarm you even once. You could have given me a chance," Ron said while trying to erase the word corpse from his forehead, rubbing it so hard his skin turned red. "Sorry. I couldn't risk ending up as a corpse," Harry said with a smile as he looked at his friend's forehead. "And why didn't you get your forehead marked?" Ron asked angrily, looking at Hermione. "Fighting against a professor is considered highly difficult, so I was pardoned." "And Professor Einar said I made great progress in just one class," Hermione replied cheerfully. "That professor is a psychopath. I'll quickly send a letter to my father," Malfoy said as he was followed by 2 corpses, Crabbe and Goyle. "Do you think Malfoy can get Professor Einar fired?" Hermione asked worriedly. "Who cares? I don't want to keep getting my forehead marked in all his classes." "Maybe it's for the best," Ron said quickly, annoyed. "You're an idiot," Hermione said as she walked away angrily. "What's gotten into her now?" Ron asked, confused. "Well. Sometimes you can be pretty dumb, Ron. I liked Einar's class, and he's a good guy," Harry said, also a little annoyed. After all, Einar was his savior. Then Harry walked away quickly, leaving Ron alone and confused. "What's their problem now?" "I told the truth," Ron said quickly. Chapter 20, Wrath. After the 4th-year class, everyone was quite interested in their next defense against the dark arts lesson, as the first class had left many corpses wandering through the corridors of Hogwarts. Meanwhile, Einar was walking through the halls of Hogwarts, as he hadn't had time to explore the school before because he arrived a bit late. As he walked, his instincts as an adventurer and ruins explorer urged him to investigate every last detail of the great castle and uncover all its secrets. But he had to restrain himself, for now. After a while, he had to return to his classroom, where he would teach the 3rd years. When he entered the classroom, he saw Ginny, who looked at him surprised by his arrival, while the other students stared at him with a bit of fear. The 4th-year students had told them terrifying things about this professor, so everyone remained silently in their seats. This time, he would be teaching Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. Just as Einar was about to ask about their previous classes, the young Ravenclaw girl quickly raised her hand. Einar looked at her intently. A blonde girl with rather peculiar earrings from Ravenclaw looked at him with a smile as she raised her hand. Einar simply pointed at her to speak while he sat down at his desk. "Why are there so many dragons?" "Didn't it hurt?" the girl suddenly asked as she pointed at Einar with interest. Einar quickly looked into the girl's eyes with seriousness and interest. Then he stood up and walked toward her. "Special eyes. What's your name?" Einar asked as he stood in front of the young girl. "Luna Lovegood," the young girl replied quickly, still staring at Einar with interest. Meanwhile, everyone else was watching Luna's interaction with Einar closely. Quick answer, I ate them. And no, it didn't hurt, Einar said as he returned to his desk, giving Luna a quick glance. Now, can any of you tell me what you've learned so far? Einar asked quickly. But everyone was too scared to raise their hands, so Einar had to choose Ginny. Ginny, you say it, Einar said quickly. Well. In first year, we learned with Professor Lockhart about plays, and in second year, Professor Lupin taught us about gnomes, trolls, and yetis, and the Vertimilius, disarming, and Rictusempra charms, Ginny replied quickly with a bit of nervousness. Wait. Did you say in your first year you learned about plays? Einar asked, not fully understanding. Yes. Professor Lockhart made us perform plays based on his books, Ginny said quickly, with a bit of embarrassment. Einar was already feeling a headache and started to understand why the fourth-year students were so bad in battle. According to what Harry and Hermione had said, their first professor only taught theory, meaning they only had one good professor out of the three they had before Einar. At least you learned the disarming charm, Einar said as he sighed. Then he quickly made everyone do the same training as the fourth years, while Einar watched from the side, thinking about the higher year classes and whether they would give him the same headaches. Einar watched the students throw the disarming charm at each other while their partners dodged. But his attention was drawn to where Luna and Ginny were. Come on, Luna, don't get distracted, Ginny said, stopping again because her sparring partner kept looking randomly elsewhere from time to time. Einar only watched her for a second but let the class continue until it finally ended when everyone was exhausted from casting spells. After all, they were younger, so they had less magic to cast. Once again, half of the students left the classroom with the word corpse painted on their foreheads. Meanwhile, Ginny and Luna earned themselves the same word on their foreheads for stopping their sparring repeatedly. Goodbye, Professor Little Dragon, Luna said while waving at Einar with a warm smile and calmly walking out of the classroom. Little Dragon. Einar was a bit surprised by a new nickname earned out of nowhere. He sighed. Excuse me, Professor Einar. The headmaster wants to see you in his office, said Professor McGonagall, entering Einar's classroom. All right, Einar said as he calmly stood up. The password is lemon sherbet, McGonagall said before walking off in another direction. Come in, Einar, Dumbledore said as the young man entered his office with firm steps, taking a seat in front of the headmaster's desk without hesitation. Get to the point. I still have a class to teach, Einar replied bluntly. Very well. First, this arrived from the ministry. These are your papers. It seems you received some help from the goblins, Dumbledore commented, handing over an envelope with documents. Well, I just gave them a piece of armor I found in a ruin as payment for their troubles, Einar said calmly, as he carefully stored the documents that confirmed his false nationality and other meticulously prepared details. I actually called you here to ask you something far more important, Dumbledore continued, fixing his gaze on the young man with seriousness. Just say it, Einar replied indifferently, as if he didn't care at all what the old man might want from him. I've noticed that when young Potter arrived at the castle, something was missing from him. I would like to know why and how it happened, Dumbledore said directly, as Einar had requested. A smile appeared on Einar's face as his eyes locked onto the old man's with a challenging gleam. So, I was right. You always knew, Einar commented, while Dumbledore remained silent, waiting for him to continue. Before I answer you, let me ask you a much more important question, Einar said, leaning forward, his gaze sharp as a knife. Did you know that for him to be free of it, Potter would have to die? Dumbledore's face turned serious, but his silence was enough of an answer for Einar. You knew. Einar said in a cold and cutting voice. All this time, a student in your school carried a disgusting curse on his forehead, and you knew he would probably die because of it. Before you continue, you should know that young Potter is part of a prophecy that involves the future of our magical world, Dumbledore interjected quickly, as if trying to justify his decisions. Prophecy. Einar clenched his fists in fury. So, because of that prophecy, you allowed the person who killed his parents to infiltrate as one of your professors? Or you let a giant snake endanger all your students? How did you? Dumbledore was surprised Einar knew so much. That information had been kept secret from most. Do you seriously think I wouldn't investigate the place that hired me? Einar said with disdain. He had gathered that information from drunks at the Leaky Cauldron and pieced things together by talking to Harry and Hermione. I was part of a prophecy too, and I know better than anyone how foolish those who think they understand them can be, manipulating others' lives based on them, Einar growled, his words filled with venom. They practically forced me to do unnecessary things because they believed I was part of that stupid prophecy. Even in the end, they wanted me to kill my own master. Dumbledore remained silent, his face serious and pensive. Do you know what I did to those idiots? Einar continued, and the room began to tremble slightly with each word spoken. I decapitated them and threw their bodies from the highest mountain. When I found the blind priest proclaiming that my task was over after killing Alduin, I realized that everything I had done was in vain. All those actions only fed their egos, making them believe that thanks to them the prophecy was fulfilled. Don't try to control a young man's life just to send him to die because you interpreted a prophecy however you wanted. Your disgusting pride will have nothing to do with whether Harry can defeat whoever he needs to defeat, Einar spat with contempt. The portraits in the office watched with interest, some of them horrified by what they had just heard. But one of them couldn't remain silent and spoke angrily. How dare you speak to the headmaster of Hogwarts like that? You are a mere professor. Before he could finish shouting, everyone watched in astonishment as a black and red dagger embedded itself in the portrait's chest with deadly precision. Aya! The figure in the portrait screamed, writhing in pain, something impossible for an ordinary painting. I am Einar, the Dragon of the North, Archmage of the College of Winterhold, champion of every Daedric prince as well as the Edra, Thane of the Nine Holds, listener of the Dark Brotherhood, master of the Thieves' Guild, and holder of dozens more titles, Einar said with a powerful voice that made every part of the castle tremble. A mere headmaster is nothing to me. And now I am a professor, Einar continued, his gaze piercing Dumbledore like a sharp sword. I am here to protect the students who need my help, as long as they do not commit something unforgivable. Harry Potter is one of them. If you wish to fire me, you can do so, but keep in mind that you will then have someone immensely powerful roaming freely in your world, a world that to me is as fragile as paper. Einar then approached the portrait that was still groaning in pain, pulled out the dagger, and put it back in his belt before turning around and heading for the door, leaving without looking back. Chapter 21, Smithing. Ha ha ha. One of the portraits started laughing while the others quickly turned to look at him, confused. Everard, what's gotten into you? Asked another portrait, looking at his always calm and observant companion. Huh, sorry. That boy, as the youngsters say these days, awesome. Everard said with a smile. Dumbledore, you have to fire that guy. He's a danger to everyone in this school, Phineas Black quickly said, the same portrait that had been stabbed by Einar's dagger. Do you really think that's the best idea? That boy mentioned many titles that sounded dangerous. And above all, he was right about everything he said one of the headmasters holding an ear trumpet. Dumbledore is acting for the good of the wizarding world. If that child is necessary to protect our world, his sacrifice will be an honor, Phineas quickly added. If our magical world needs the sacrifice of a child, then maybe it doesn't deserve to be saved, said one of the headmistresses dressed in a doctor's outfit, shaking her head in sorrow. It seems I'll have to change some plans, Dumbledore said, paying no attention to the headmasters in the portraits. Many of them, upon hearing what Dumbledore said, quickly shook their heads without even bothering to say anything. Thane was a noble title assigned to the personal guard of a lord in the Kingdom of Scotland during the Middle Ages, equivalent to a barony and similar to the Huscarls of the Viking kingdoms in Scandinavia, said one of the headmasters in the portrait while thinking. This was the headmaster before Dumbledore. If Dumbledore were to fire him, we would leave someone incredibly powerful out there. If he were corrupted by darkness, we'd end up facing someone who could be even more dangerous than the Dark Lord, he said while deeply pondering. It's better to keep him close to monitor him. Dumbledore stood up and went somewhere else, not wanting to listen or say anything more. Dumbledore is too obsessed with that prophecy, said one of the headmistresses while shaking her head, exhausted. Meanwhile, on Einar's side, after leaving Dumbledore's office feeling angry, he walked through the hallways with a cold gaze. Everyone was already frightened by the tremor from a moment ago, so when they saw the new professor with a rather deadly look, they quickly ran away. Einar suddenly stopped when no one was around and said in annoyance. Prophecy? What nonsense. Then he started calming down his anger since he had to give one last class, this time with the 6th-year students. Einar. Idiot, it's Professor Einar now. Oh, right. Professor Einar, good afternoon, the Weasley twins said as soon as they entered, smiling while sitting on his desk. All right, go back to your seats, Einar said calmly as he approached. Wait, we have something to ask you, Fred said as he and George approached to whisper to Einar. That tremor was your doing, right? George asked, getting straight to the point. Something like that. Just go back to your seats, class is about to start, Einar said quickly. What do we do, Fred? Our great Einar has joined the enemy camp, George said, acting overly betrayed. Don't worry, George. Maybe he's just an undercover agent, Fred said quickly, putting on some sort of theatrical performance in front of the others. If you two don't sit down, I'll deduct points, Einar said swiftly, looking at them. Looks like our friend Einar was corrupted by power, Fred said with fake shock as he and George returned to their seats. I had planned to teach you the same thing I taught the younger students before, but that would be too repetitive. So today, I'll teach you blacksmithing, Einar said calmly, surprising everyone. Blacksmithing? But we're at a magic school, a young man sitting behind the twins said quickly. I'm aware of that, Einar replied calmly. But... Before the student could continue speaking, the twins intervened. Hey, Lee, if I were you, I'd think about what you're about to say, Fred said quickly. Didn't you hear what happened with Malfoy during his first class? George quickly added. Professor, I'm excited to learn blacksmithing, Lee Jordan quickly said with a confident smile. Einar looked calmly at the boy and the others, and quickly spoke. Calm down. Even though I said blacksmithing, I'll simply teach you how to make your own swords or daggers. Then I'll teach you how to handle them, and whoever performs the best, I'll enchant their weapon myself, Einar said swiftly. Really, Einar? Fred quickly asked, while George was just as excited as him. Seeing the twins' excitement, everyone quickly paid attention. Of course, Einar replied promptly. That way, if you lose your wands, you can defend yourselves and not end up as cannon fodder. Let's go, he added as he left the classroom. Quickly, everyone got up and followed him, intrigued. Where are we going, Einar? George asked eagerly. Outside. We'll be working with hot metals, and we don't want to set the school on fire, Einar replied swiftly. Professor Einar, is it okay if I ask you something? Lee Jordan said as he approached. Sure, Einar responded patiently. Well, it's not that I'm saying swords or daggers are bad, of course not. But, wouldn't it be better to learn powerful magic? That way, we wouldn't need to learn to use a weapon. But like I said, it's not that it doesn't sound cool, Jordan said, trying not to sound like he was belittling swords to avoid angering Einar. Einar glanced at him before asking. What happens when you cast several spells or a powerful spell using all your strength? Exhaustion. Jordan replied, somewhat confused. So, when you're tired, can you keep casting magic? Einar asked again. No. If we keep casting magic, we could pass out, he quickly admitted. Then, if you launch a powerful magical attack against multiple enemies and only manage to injure some of them, how will you defend yourself from the rest? Einar asked again, making Jordan and the others listening to the conversation ponder. Not only that. If you had to face all the students, starting with the first years, and you unleashed your most powerful spells from the start against kids who don't even know how to use magic yet, you wouldn't even make it to defeating the second or third years, Einar said calmly as they kept walking. Well, when you put it that way. Jordan said while thinking. By using a weapon other than magic, you not only avoid exhausting all your magic from the start, but you can alternate magic with your sword, allowing your magic to regenerate when you deplete it, Einar explained calmly. Or maybe you end up becoming so skilled with the sword that you can even cut through spells thrown at you and defeat an enemy who is a more powerful wizard than you. Einar, did you defeat wizards more powerful than you thanks to your sword? Fred asked with interest. I've defeated dragons with just my sword or my mace, Einar replied with a proud smile. Everyone, upon hearing that, was quickly surprised. That's a lie, right? One of the students said, making Einar stop, as well as everyone else who was following him. He quickly looked in the direction of the one who had spoken. Meanwhile, Fred and George started making gestures at the student to take back what he said, showing through pantomimes that he be sliced up. Seeing the twins' gestures and being stared at by the professor, the student quickly became nervous. No. Well, I thought you were making a joke, so I was wondering if it was true or just something to make us laugh, the student quickly said, trying to find a way to save himself. Then, everyone saw Einar pull out a large white greatsword with a black handle. Everyone started trembling as they felt the immense magical power radiating from that sword. The young man who had spoken before also began trembling with fear, thinking Einar would cut him in half right there. This greatsword was forged by me. Its edge can cut through any material, and its enchantments make it a lethal weapon against any species. Not only that, with every cut you make to your enemy, you yourself are healed. I used this greatsword to fight a dragon one of the first times. The battle lasted hours, but in the end, I was the victor. Later, I used its scales and bones to craft myself armor, so it would be easier to face the next ones, Einar said proudly while showing the great sword to the students. Realizing he just wanted to explain something to them, everyone stopped being scared and moved closer to take a closer look at the weapon. Meanwhile, the student who had spoken earlier almost wet his pants. Einar, can I hold it? Fred quickly asked. Ah, I was going to say that, George quickly added. Sure, Einar said without concern, handing his great sword to the twins. Fred quickly grabbed it with excitement, but he couldn't even lift it since it was quite heavy. Sigh. It's better if we stop wasting time, Einar said, storing the sword again. Chapter 22, Night Rounds and Battle Medals. Night Rounds and Battle Medals. After an exhausting class where the students could barely hold a hammer for more than a few minutes before ending up drenched in sweat and collapsing to the ground, Einar realized something crucial. They needed to train their muscles. If the fifth-year students were like this, it was evident future classes would be a disaster if their physical condition didn't improve. Determined to solve the problem, he quickly went to speak with Hagrid to help him create a suitable training area for everyone. Do you think this log is light enough for the students? Hagrid asked as he lifted half a tree the size of himself with one hand, trying to gauge its weight. Let me see, Einar replied, easily taking the log from Hagrid's hands and examining it carefully. It might be a bit too much for kids who have never exercised in their lives. Gently, he lowered the log to the ground, pulled out an axe, and split it into 3 sections. That should do it. Approximately 100 load capacities, he said proudly. Does that mean kilograms? Hagrid asked, a bit confused. However, his eyes fixed on Einar's bare torso, noticing something else. I have to say, it's the first time I've seen someone with so many scars. Although Einar was small, his muscles were sharply defined, compressed to avoid interfering in combat. But the most striking feature was the number of scars covering his torso and back, each one with a story carved into his skin. They're like the medals of my battles, Einar replied with a proud smile as he looked at his scars, recalling his many fights. For example, this one. He said, pointing at one near his heart. There was an extremely powerful warrior called the Ebony Warrior. I'd say he's among the top 3 strongest foes I've ever faced. A true fighter searching for a worthy opponent to be sent to Sovngarde. During our battle, I almost died countless times. A genuine warrior until the end, nearly unbeatable. But in the end, I emerged victorious. His smile, full of excitement and pride, was impossible to hide. But then, he suddenly stopped and glanced toward the castle with a mocking expression before nodding and returning to his work. Meanwhile, high up in the castle, Mad-Eye Moody and Dumbledore were watching from a window. That brat saw me, ha ha ha. Alright, Dumbledore, I'll keep my eye on him. But only that. I still owe him one for his rescue, and I think I would have done the same if I were in his shoes, Moody said with interest as his magical eye followed Einar closely. Sorry for the peculiar request, Alastor. But the boy is incredibly strong, and I wouldn't want him to end up heading toward darkness, Dumbledore replied seriously. He doesn't seem like someone who could be easily deceived, Moody replied as he glanced at the elderly headmaster. It's just as a precaution, Alastor, Dumbledore said before walking away again. After finishing creating the training area with Hagrid, Einar went to take a bath, but just then, Professor McGonagall appeared to inform him that the professors took turns patrolling the corridors for restless students, and that day it was his turn. Not giving it much importance, Einar began patrolling randomly through the dark and ancient corridors of Hogwarts. I could take this chance to explore if there are hidden places, he murmured as his gaze landed on a massive painting with an evident secret mechanism at the top. However, before he could do anything, he heard soft footsteps nearby. He turned instantly, ignoring the mechanism and focusing on the noise. But the footsteps stopped. Einar stood still, scanning the area with his eyes until his gaze locked onto a specific point. Interesting. I can't see you or sense you. It's as if you're not in front of me. But whatever you're using to hide yourself is doing it so well it ends up being obvious. Well, at least to me, Einar said calmly, without looking away from that point. How did you notice, Professor? Harry said in surprise as he took off the invisibility cloak, unable to hide his nervousness. If you're in a field full of noisy crickets, but there's a spot where you hear nothing, that's suspicious, Einar explained as he looked at the cloak with interest. And that is? It's the invisibility cloak my father left me, Harry responded with a trembling voice, fearing Einar would confiscate it while trying to hide a parchment he was carrying in his pocket. A good item. It would be very useful for assassinations and infiltrations. But using it in a school. Einar narrowed his eyes. Where were you headed? I was just a bit hungry, so I was heading to the kitchen, Harry replied quickly. Einar stared at him for a few seconds, increasing the young wizard's discomfort. You're very bad at lying. Has anyone ever told you that? Einar commented calmly. It's fine. Go to your room. I'll pretend I didn't see you, said Einar calmly, turning around to continue his patrol. Harry, feeling relieved, ran straight to his room without looking back. Meanwhile, Einar continued his walk through the dark and silent corridors of Hogwarts, memorizing every turn, staircase, and hidden corridor. He already had an almost complete mental map of the castle. You're the new professor, shouted a vibrant colored ghost that appeared out of nowhere. His face showed a mischievous and joyful expression. Ha ha ha. Try this, he said, launching several cream pies at Einar with nearly deranged enthusiasm. Einar observed him calmly, dodging the pies effortlessly. Don't dodge them. Take this, the ghost shouted, starting to throw anything he could get his hands on without mercy. None of it could touch Einar, who was starting to get bored of the commotion. He raised his hand calmly, pointing at the ghost. Bane of the undead. A white light shot from Einar's palm, hitting the spirit with precision. Ouch, ouch, ouch. What? Ouch, screamed the ghost, writhing in pain but not being destroyed as Einar expected. What? Einar murmured, visibly confused. That spell should have purified the ghost immediately. What did you do to me, you fiend? Yelled the spirit, now furious, and began manipulating nearby armors, making them march toward Einar with murderous intent. Einar watched the scene with interest, showing not a trace of concern. He raised his hand again and cast another spell. Repel undead. The ghost froze for an instant before his eyes filled with terror. Aya! The devil! He's going to eat me, he screamed as he shot through the nearest wall, leaving the armors crashing to the ground with a loud clatter. How strange. Repel undead is meant for weak creatures, while Bane should affect the most powerful ones. Why didn't it work? Einar wondered aloud as he analyzed the situation. Pardon me for the interruption, young warrior, but perhaps I can offer an answer, said a man in full armor and sword from one of the nearby paintings, watching with interest. What would that answer be? Einar asked, turning his gaze to the painting. That troublemaker is Peeves, a poltergeist, not a common ghost, the knight responded seriously. Poltergeist? Interesting. It doesn't matter as long as he doesn't bother me, Einar said nonchalantly, giving the man in the painting a respectful look. Forgive my rudeness. I am Sir Cadogan, former Knight of the Round Table, he introduced himself proudly, bowing ceremoniously. A pleasure, Sir Cadogan. My name is Einar Dovahkian, Einar replied, returning the greeting with respect. Sir Einar, you remind me of my old comrades, said Cadogan with a nostalgic smile. I will return to my rounds, but if you ever need a noble heart and a steel tendon, do not hesitate to call upon me, Sir Cadogan. With that, he began moving between the paintings, causing some of the drawn characters to wake up and glare at him in annoyance. Well, I should continue with my rounds too, said Einar, feeling a bit tired after hours of patrolling without finding any other student outside their room. It was already time to switch shifts with another professor. Finally, he encountered Snape, who approached with his typical look of irritation upon seeing Einar. As always, he didn't say a word more than necessary and limited himself to nodding with evident displeasure before walking away. Einar didn't pay him much attention either and simply headed to his room to rest. Chapter 23, Training and Discoveries. Training and Discoveries. More than a week had passed since Einar started teaching at Hogwarts, and although he was slowly getting used to it, something constantly gave him a headache. The students were incredibly weak. Some of the older ones showed some talent with magic, but physically, in Skyrim, those kids wouldn't last more than a couple of days, and only thanks to their magic. He had created a place to train the students, strengthening their bodies as well as their minds. But it seemed like it needed adjustment since most of them couldn't even lift the weights made from tree trunks, which barely weighed 100 kilograms. Maybe I should train them like they're 5-year-olds, Einar muttered to himself, staring at the paper where he had written down the training routines the students would endure in the upcoming classes. Knock, knock. Come in, Einar said without taking his eyes off his notes. The door opened, and Professor McGonagall entered the office with a stern expression. She approached with firm steps, her eyes locked on him. Professor Einar, I hope we can have a little chat, McGonagall said bluntly. Einar stopped what he was doing and turned to give her his full attention. Something about her posture told him this wasn't a casual conversation. Both I and the other teachers are receiving constant complaints about your training methods. They're too harsh and have no relation to magic, McGonagall said in a cold, controlled voice. Furthermore, many of those exercises endanger the students' health. And if that wasn't enough, it seems you are teaching them how to forge and use weapons. What you are proposing is absurd. This is a school of magic, not a military training camp. Einar raised a hand, calmly interrupting her. I'm going to stop you for a moment to ask you a question. McGonagall frowned at the interruption but nodded. Go ahead. Have all the students you've ever had died of natural causes or old age? Are they all living peacefully, without worries, enjoying a calm life in the magical world? Einar asked, his eyes locked onto hers with intensity. Excuse me. What do you mean by that? McGonagall replied, slightly puzzled. I mean that outside these walls, the world is cruel. How many of your students have been attacked by werewolves or vampires? How many died facing trolls or simply by choosing a dangerous job that, with a single mistake, cost them their lives? If I'm not mistaken, Charlie Weasley was your student and works with dragons. A single failure from his companions holding the chains, and he could die burned alive. McGonagall was silent for a moment. She knew Einar was right. Not all her students had met a safe and peaceful fate. It was a burden she had carried for a long time. It's true, Professor Einar. Not all of my students are still alive. And I remind myself of that every day. But that doesn't justify teaching them how to use blades. Your duty as the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor should be to teach them magic to protect themselves. Not swords, nor axes. That belongs to another type of warrior, she said firmly, though with a note of sadness in her voice. And what about Godric Gryffindor? Einar asked with interest. He was a wizard who used a sword, wasn't he? That was in ancient times, Mr. Einar. It's not a valid example for today's world. Einar let out a sigh, but his gaze remained steady. Then, I'm sorry to disappoint you, Professor McGonagall. But I am a warrior who also knows magic, and that combination makes me stronger than most of the professors here. I demonstrated that day in the Forbidden Forest. And as a teacher, I want my students to be strong enough to survive both inside and outside this school. I will not change my methods. And if any professor has a problem with that, they can challenge me to a duel, to the death, if necessary. My priority is to keep my students alive, even if they hate me for subjecting them to Nordic training. McGonagall remained motionless, surprised by Einar's declaration. But at the same time, she began to understand his personality and intentions better. At the very least, she said with a somewhat softer but still serious voice, allow the students to make it to their next classes alive, Professor Einar. Don't make their burden so heavy that it breaks them before it makes them strong. Einar nodded slowly. I'll do my best. McGonagall turned around and elegantly left the office, leaving Einar reflecting on their conversation while he went back to writing down exercises. Ironically, he had now added several more, considering the complaints McGonagall had mentioned. Knock, knock. The door sounded again. Sigh. Come in, said Einar with a bit of tiredness, thinking it would be another one of the professors. I'm sorry, Professor Einar. Is this a bad time? Hermione asked as she peeked her head in alongside Harry. No. Come in, Einar replied quickly. Then Harry and Hermione entered the office. So, what brings you here? Einar asked with a smile. Well. To be honest, that day you caught me. I was actually looking for information about what the dragon told us, Harry said with a bit of nervousness. I see. And? Einar said with interest. I didn't find anything, Harry responded, his voice heavy. I looked in the restricted section of the library and found nothing. His tone showed exhaustion. I also searched through stories and legends to see if there was anything, but I didn't find anything either, Hermione quickly added. Well, that student was a pupil here when he was young, right? Einar asked thoughtfully. Yes. Hagrid was also a student when Vold. Tom Riddle studied at Hogwarts. He framed Hagrid to get him expelled, Harry quickly said with anger. Then it makes sense. The headmaster hid all the books and stories related to that topic. Probably out of fear that another student might get the stupid idea of trying something like that again, Einar explained quickly. But that would mean the headmaster knew all along that the Dark Lord had split his soul and wouldn't be killed unless those fragments were destroyed, Hermione said with a worried tone. And if he knew about my scar, he should have gone looking for the others, right? Harry added with frustration. If the book you handed him was one, he should have understood that there were more. So he should have gone looking for them. But, as we said, should have. We don't actually know if he's doing it or not, Einar said thoughtfully. As they spoke, Einar kept an eye on one of the paintings in his office with interest. He had noticed that one of the characters drawn within was listening to everything while pretending to be distracted. Then, quickly, it switched with another and ran off, trying to hide. Since arriving at that office, Einar had learned to pay attention to those paintings. After all, upon meeting Sir Cadogan, he realized that all the paintings were connected to each other for some strange reason. It was like an information network for Dumbledore. And now, he had it confirmed. Putting that aside for now. How's your training going? Einar asked with a smile. Ugh. Let's just say it's getting better, Harry responded with some pain. Professor, can't you lower the difficulty a little? After your classes, we can barely make it to the next one, and at dawn, we wake up with muscle pain all over our bodies, Hermione quickly said. Luckily, the nurse has potions that help us. Potions for muscle pain? Einar's interest was piqued instantly. He remembered reading something similar in one of his books, so he quickly got up to search for it in his office library. After flipping through the pages rapidly, he finally found the recipe. And, luckily for him, it was easy to make. You're a genius, Hermione. 20 points to Gryffindor, Einar said as he gave Hermione a hug and then hurried off to his room to prepare those potions. Hermione, after Einar's quick hug, was left surprised and in shock while Harry looked at her curiously. Are you okay, Hermione? Harry asked, confused. Yes. Come on, we have to do our homework, Hermione quickly said as she nearly ran out of Einar's office to hide her blushing face. Didn't we finish our homework before coming here? Harry said, not understanding, but quickly followed his friend. Once he arrived at his room, Einar began making potions swiftly, following the recipe in his hand to the letter. His intention was to prepare it in the conventional way first, and once he succeeded, find a way to improve it. After several minutes of intense work, the potion was finally ready. Without wasting time, he decided to start testing it, and of course, the most suitable test subject for this type of experiment was himself. He quickly headed to the Forbidden Forest, where he began lifting objects much heavier than he was used to. His idea was to exhaust his muscles to the maximum to test the potion's effectiveness immediately. After several tests that lasted all night, Einar had a somewhat clear idea of its function. Chapter 24, Audiving. Audiving. This is getting more and more difficult, said Dumbledore as he listened to what the painting had informed him. It seems Harry knows more than he should. A headache was beginning to form, so he quickly grabbed one of the treats on his desk and tossed it into his mouth. Soon, the other 2 schools will arrive. I'll see if I can arrange something to distract the boy a bit, Dumbledore added as a new plan began to form in his mind. You may return. The painting quickly saluted and left to return to its place. It's very likely that boy noticed, Phineas commented in a serious tone. It's 100% certain he noticed, Dumbledore replied as he stood up and headed towards his room behind the office. The former headmasters who were against Dumbledore frowned but decided to remain silent. Hagrid, I brought those drinks I told you about, said Einar as he entered Hagrid's house with a smile. Oh, Einar, what has you so cheerful? Asked Hagrid with a welcoming smile. Nothing. It's just that now I can train the students almost 3 times faster, said Einar with a cheerful smile. After the idea he got thanks to Hermione, he quickly put it to the test by training himself throughout the night. He discovered that the potions could only numb the muscles to avoid feeling pain, but even so, they were still damaging the muscles, so if he overdid it, they could all end up crippled. But he had a rather simple solution. Healing potions. Basically, he mixed some ingredients with healing effects that he asked Dran to deliver, while he himself consumed the ingredients of the muscle pain potion to feel their effects one by one. As a result, he created a hybrid potion. It lost the effect of healing the entire body as a regular healing potion should, but now it could heal the muscles directly while also reducing their pain. The only problem was that after the 3rd potion, whoever used it would feel a little drunk, but only for a couple of minutes. In fact, Einar was now quite drunk because he used 10 potions to test their performance during his training. And aside from the drunkenness, there was no problem. It was as if Einar had trained for about 10 days in just one night, so he was now very happy. Ha ha, that's good, said Hagrid as he set the table and filled it with snacks to drink with Einar. Einar quickly placed a large green glass bottle on the table with a smile. This is Colovian brandy. It has a long history, but basically, I infiltrated an embassy of another race to get it, said Einar with a smile as he uncorked the bottle and poured a glass for Hagrid and one for himself. Hagrid quickly took a sip of the liquor. This tastes great, he said with a big smile as he placed his glass on the table. As Einar also smiled cheerfully, he heard a sound coming from a box not far away. What's that? He asked with interest. Those are some lovely fellows I brought to show the students, said Hagrid as he approached the box and opened it. They're called explosive-tailed nifflers. Aren't they cute? He said as he looked at the creatures in the box with a kind, affectionate smile. They're like the opposite version of Shorus, Einar said with a conflicted smile. As they both drank, they continued talking and became friends easily. You know, you're very much like the giants from my country. They peacefully take care of their mammoths, but if you mess with them or their mammoths, you're sure to end up meeting the clouds in person, Einar said with a smile. Peaceful giants. I'd like to see that, Hagrid said, smiling. The giants around here are quite violent folks who enjoy wars. But not all of them, some just need understanding, Hagrid quickly added. By the way, for someone so small, you have strength comparable to a giant, Hagrid said, changing the subject. Well, for fighting dragons with my bare hands, you could say that, Einar said proudly as he laughed. Dragons? I think they're a misunderstood race. I'll tell you a secret, but once I hatched one and kept it with me for a few days. But then they had to take it away because it's illegal to have one, said Hagrid, recalling his farewell with sadness. Really? Actually, one of my masters is a legendary dragon who lives at the top of the mountain, said Einar with a smile. Legendary dragon? Your master? Hagrid quickly became surprised, but then he looked confused and asked, what's a legendary dragon? Want to see one? Einar asked with a smile. Of course I do. Hagrid said immediately with joy. First, we'll need to bring something as a gift, Einar quickly added. Here we are, quite far from Hogwarts. No one will notice if a dragon shows up, said Hagrid as he placed something wrapped on the ground, looking at Einar with excitement. Einar smiled and took off his mask while looking at the sky. ODAH vying. Einar shouted, causing the creatures around them to start running in fear. After a few seconds, Hagrid spoke. With that powerful shout of yours, will the dragon come? Yes, it might take a little while. Then, the roar of a dragon was heard in the sky as it headed in their direction. Quickly, both of them saw a massive dragon above their heads slowly descending to the ground. How can I serve you, Zuu? Said the great dragon while looking at Einar with respect. Odavaying, my friend. It's been a long time, Einar said with a smile. Kova Dovakian. Not so long, Dovakian, replied the dragon calmly. After all, he was a dragon who had lived since the beginning, just like Perthernax. This is my friend Hagrid. He brought you a gift, Einar quickly said while Hagrid looked at Odavaying with excitement. Einar had to give him a nudge to make him react. Oh, yes, sorry, Hagrid said as he opened the blanket covering the gift for the great dragon. It contained a large amount of meat from different types of animals and also a barrel of the finest quality brandy. A giant. You look different, the dragon quickly said, looking at Hagrid. But then his gaze shifted to the meat and the drink. Zuyu Lashi Walan Koran. Your gift pleases me, giant, said Odavaying as he devoured the food in a single bite, along with the barrel of brandy. Einar cheerfully took out several barrels of mead and various other alcoholic drinks as they shared them with his two friends. After several hours, the three of them had become good friends while they continued drinking and singing drunken songs. Meanwhile, the forest animals trembled, hiding in their caves and homes due to the presence of the mighty dragon. After celebrating for so long during the night, Hagrid and Einar had to return, so they bid farewell to Odavaying and walked drunkenly towards Hogwarts. I heard you were unjustly expelled by that idiot, what was his name? Volador. Einar said, speaking like a drunkard. Don't say his name, said Hagrid fearfully, but then he realized Einar didn't even say it right and let it go. So much time has passed that it doesn't matter anymore, Hagrid said calmly. You're very peaceful. If it were me, I would have ripped his head off and fed it to one of the animals in the forest. And if anyone complained, I'd rip their heads off too, said Einar as he patted Hagrid's back angrily. I wouldn't do that, Hagrid quickly replied. Come on, you're a giant. You need to unleash your violent side and punch someone to the moon, Einar said as they neared Hagrid's house. Einar quickly took some distance while Hagrid looked at him, confused. Come on. Show me your giant's rage. Fight me, Einar said as he took off his shirt with a smile full of excitement for the battle. No. I don't like fighting, Hagrid quickly said, refusing. Come on, where I come from, fighting is how friends are made, Einar quickly said. Come on, you won't even hurt me a little. I even fought Odevying before he became my friend, he said proudly, trying to motivate Hagrid. No, Hagrid kept refusing. Then I'll use a little help, Einar said as he quickly cast a spell on Hagrid. For some reason, Hagrid began to feel anger, a primal rage that surged from deep within him. What did you do to me? He quickly asked. A simple fury spell, Einar said with a smile. That smile, hidden beneath his mask but still somehow felt, made Hagrid furious with him. Ah! He quickly lunged at Einar while shouting in rage. Chapter 25, Einar vs. Hagrid. Einar vs. Hagrid. A furious Hagrid lunged at Einar, raising his massive hands to catch him. However, Einar reacted just as quickly, locking hands with Hagrid. At that moment, a thunderous impact echoed through the surroundings, shaking the ground like a rumbling storm. Despite the vast difference in size, Hagrid pushed with all his might, but Einar didn't budge an inch. Instead, the ground beneath his feet began to crack under the immense pressure of both forces. Come on, harder! Einar exclaimed excitedly. Without letting go of his grip, he freed one hand and delivered a powerful punch to Hagrid's face. The blow sent the half-giant stumbling back several steps, but he shook himself off and quickly recovered, retaliating with a direct punch to Einar's stomach. Harder! That didn't even tickle, Einar mocked before landing another punch. Hagrid growled and threw another punch with all his strength, roaring furiously. Aya! This time, the impact forced Einar to step back. That's what I want to see. Show me that strength, great giant. Einar shouted, thrilled. The battle intensified. Each blow echoed like thunder, sometimes sending them both flying. They fought without holding back, pushing each other to the limit, wide grins of adrenaline and excitement stretching across their faces. Hagrid didn't even realize that the fury spell affecting him had long since worn off. He was no longer fighting out of rage but for the sheer thrill of testing himself against a worthy opponent. Suddenly, he grabbed one of the enormous logs used for training and swung it with all his might, smashing it against Einar. The impact was so great that the log exploded into countless splinters. However, in the heat of battle, neither of them noticed that they were dangerously approaching Hogwarts. At some point, Einar tore off his mask, as it was starting to get in the way. His face, illuminated with exhilaration, contrasted with the violence of the fight. Hagrid tried to attack again but tripped over a rock and fell. Einar didn't waste the opportunity, he grabbed him by the leg, spun him several times in the air, and then hurled him with all his strength. From a distance, a wizard with a magical eye watched the scene in disbelief. He couldn't believe it. Those two weren't fighting with magic but with sheer brute force, and they were causing more destruction than any magical duel. Meanwhile, inside Hogwarts, students were casually heading to the Great Hall for breakfast. Some heard distant noises but paid no attention, assuming it was just castle repairs. Until, suddenly, a massive body crashed through the Great Hall's wall, sending debris flying everywhere. Silence reigned for a few seconds. Everyone stood frozen, staring at Hagrid sprawled on the ground. Then, their eyes shifted to the gaping hole in the wall, and they saw him. A young man strode in from the courtyard, a grin on his face. His skin was covered in scars, his sculpted muscles were exposed to the air, and a thin trickle of blood ran from his split lip. You flew pretty far, Hagrid. Ha ha ha. Einar laughed as he entered the Great Hall, the ground trembling slightly under his steps. The students stared at him in awe, but soon, their shock turned into disbelief. That voice, they recognized it. It was none other than their defense against the dark arts professor. At that moment, McGonagall stormed in, her face red with fury. Stop this at once, you two. Hagrid, still in a battle trance, suddenly snapped back to reality. He looked around at the state of the Great Hall, and an overwhelming sense of shame washed over him. Einar, on the other hand, was still exhilarated. You can't stop a battle of friendship, he protested. McGonagall clenched her fists, her patience hanging by a thread. For Merlin's sake. You two are professors. How can you be fighting like a pair of barbarians? Einar let out a roaring laugh. Not like barbarians, like true Nords. Ha ha ha. The castle trembled with his laughter, and McGonagall rubbed her forehead in exasperation. Professor Einar, your mask. Hermione shouted from the crowd. Einar blinked, remembering he had lost it during the fight. Oh, right. My bad. He pulled one out from his bag and put it on without looking. The entire great hall fell into absolute silence. The students watched in horror at Einar's new mask. Some paled. Others began to tremble. And a few, simply fainted on the spot. McGonagall closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She was going to need a cup of tea. Or two. Einar realized what had happened as he removed the mask and saw that it was Mirex's. He immediately understood that it could be terrifying for the weaker wizards. Quickly, he replaced it with a more normal one, though his excitement from the battle had diminished considerably. Still, Einar was very happy. Rubeus Hagrid, we have fought to prove our worth, and now I offer you my respect and my friendship. Our weapons have clashed, but our hearts have understood each other. I swear that from this day forth, our friendship shall be an alliance of honor, and our loyalty, a bond of blood. To those who dare to challenge us, I promise that our blades shall be their shadow, and our vengeance, their fate. Let the battle we have waged be the foundation of our brotherhood, and let our friendship be the greatest victory of all. Einar's thunderous speech echoed throughout the great hall, reaching even the farthest corridors of Hogwarts. Everyone present, both inside and outside the hall, was left in awe. Hagrid felt a bit embarrassed by Einar's words, but at the same time, a warm happiness filled his heart. You two, follow me, McGonagall ordered, still furious, as she waved her wand to repair the devastation caused by the battle. The students in the great hall, seeing the collapsed wall and the scale of the destruction, couldn't help but feel both astonished and exhilarated. The boys, in particular, were fascinated. Who wouldn't want to have a battle like that with their best friend to prove their worth? Meanwhile, the girls showed a different kind of interest, their eyes were fixed on Einar's uncovered face, admiring his imposing physique. Even his scars seemed to enhance his allure. Shortly after, McGonagall scolded them both, and somehow, they were quickly let off the hook. How did it feel to show your true strength? Einar asked with interest as he walked alongside Hagrid. To be honest, it was refreshing, but let's not do it again. We could destroy the castle, Hagrid replied, a bit worried. Of course, next time we'll find a more suitable place, Einar said casually before bidding farewell to find something to eat. Remembering the location of the kitchens, he headed straight there. Upon arriving, he tickled a pair on the painting, which immediately turned into a door, allowing him to enter. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw strange creatures running back and forth, almost making him draw his sword. However, he quickly realized they were house elves, like the one he had seen at the Quidditch match, though here, there were many more. Master Wizard. How can we serve you? One of the elves asked excitedly, while the others watched Einar attentively. Just give me a couple of snacks to go, Einar requested. Upon hearing his request, the elves hurried to bring him a massive assortment of food. Without hesitation, Einar accepted everything. After all, his appetite was considerable. As he was about to return to his office, he noticed a confrontation between the Golden Trio and a blonde boy named Draco Malfoy. At one point, after being insulted, Harry decided to ignore him and turned to walk away. Einar watched in disbelief as Malfoy raised his wand, clearly intending to attack Harry from behind. His eyes darkened with fury. Coward! How dare you attack your enemy from behind, he roared in anger as he approached Malfoy. The blonde, seeing Einar's expression, began to tremble and nearly wet his pants. Einar unsheathed his sword in a swift motion. At first glance, the weapon emanated an aura of danger. Malfoy's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground, shaking with fear. Here, Harry, Einar said as he handed him the sword. You have the right to pierce his heart in a duel to the death for such cowardice. Harry, shocked, instinctively took the sword. As soon as he did, the blade began to crackle with arcs of electricity, sparking around him. Even his body seemed enveloped in an electric field, though it did not harm him. With just one look, Malfoy knew that if that sword touched him, his suffering would be indescribable. Terrified, he started crawling backward, trying to get away from Harry as quickly as possible. I don't want a duel. No, he screamed in fear, as all the students in the courtyard watched. Professor Einar. McGonagall shouted as she rushed over. Please take back your sword. We do not have duels to the death here. Of course we do, Einar responded with a frown. Throughout this school's history, there have been multiple duels to the death to defend one's honor and beliefs. This boy dared to attack a fellow student from behind. That is reason enough to challenge him. Not within the school grounds, McGonagall said firmly. If Mr. Malfoy accepts a duel with Potter, they may find a more appropriate place. Malfoy, without a second of hesitation, exclaimed in a trembling voice. I do not accept any duel. His cowardice was exposed before all the students, who now looked at him with ridicule. He had completely lost the respect of his peers. You heard him, Professor, McGonagall said, looking at Malfoy with disdain. He has refused, thus dishonoring his family. I hope that is enough for you. Einar snorted in contempt. Humph. As long as I am a professor, I don't want that vermin setting foot in my classroom, he declared coldly. His hatred for the Malfoy family was already considerable because of what his father had done. And now, seeing that his son was the same filth, it was best to keep him far from any of his teachings. With that, he gestured for Harry and then walked away without another word. Chapter 26, The Unforgivable Curses. The Unforgivable Curses. Professor McGonagall asked me to teach theoretical lessons as well, not just practical ones, so today we will talk about the unforgivable curses, Einar said as he flipped through the Defense Against the Dark Arts book, using it as a guide. Does anyone know how many there are? He asked quickly. 3, Professor, Hermione answered immediately. And why are they called that? Because they are unforgivable. If a wizard were to use them, they would be quickly arrested by the Aurors and sent to Azkaban, Hermione explained swiftly. Exactly. So, can you tell me what they are? Einar asked as he sat on his desk, observing each of the students. As expected, Hermione raised her hand instantly, making Einar smile slightly. Pointing at her, he signaled for her to answer. One of the 3 curses is the Imperious Curse. It's a spell that allows the caster to control another person, forcing them to obey their will, Hermione said confidently. Good answer. The Imperious Curse can control a wizard to such an extent that it becomes difficult to detect whether they are being manipulated. From what I understand, after the fall of a certain individual, Einar paused with a look of distaste, many wizards use the excuse of having been under this curse to escape punishment. He paused briefly before continuing. It is said that when a person is under the Imperious Curse, a sensation of happiness overwhelms them, making them obey without question. To break free, one must shatter that happiness, which can be extremely difficult for someone without strong willpower. Remember this, sometimes, freedom is obtained by breaking the illusion of happiness, he said, his gaze momentarily lost in thought as he recalled something from his past. He quickly shook his head and changed the subject. Tell me another curse. And this time, someone other than Hermione should answer. I don't want her carrying the entire class, though, of course, she has earned 10 points for Gryffindor, he added with a smile. Under Hermione's gaze, Harry hesitantly raised his hand. Harry, Einar said, pointing at him. There's the Killing Curse, sir, Harry responded cautiously. Correct. The Killing Curse, better known as Avada Kedavra. It's a spell that instantly kills its target, and to cast it, the user must truly desire with all their soul to see their target die. This requirement is what corrupts dark wizards. It's a special spell, it leaves no marks, not a single drop of blood, and as far as anyone knew, no one had ever survived it, until Harry did, Einar said, looking at him with interest. Now, the last one. Let's get this over with, he said with evident annoyance, as these spells had no respect for him either as a warrior or as a wizard. Neville timidly raised his hand, evident doubt on his face. Neville, Einar said, giving him the floor. There's the Cruciatus Curse, sir, Neville murmured, his voice trembling. Good. The Cruciatus Curse, or Crucio, is just as horrible as the previous one. It's used to torture people, and like Avada Kedavra, it requires the caster to truly desire to see their victim suffer. This spell also leaves no marks, which suggests that, like the Killing Curse, it's a direct attack on the soul. But unlike Avada Kedavra, which simply takes life, this curse shatters or damages the soul. That's why those who have been tortured with Crucio and survived often suffer irreversible effects, Einar explained, observing the impact of his words on the class. Damage to the soul, sir? Hermione asked with interest. Teachings at Hogwarts rarely covered topics related to the soul, and any magic that affected it was usually considered dark and forbidden. Well, I'm not the best at explaining these topics, but a friend of mine once told me that a healthy soul depends on a healthy body and mind. Let's look at it this way, the killing curse probably steals or destroys the victim's soul the moment it strikes, leaving the body empty and lifeless, which explains why it leaves no physical traces. On the other hand, the Cruciatus curse doesn't kill, but it does fragment or tear the soul apart little by little. People who have been subjected to it repeatedly end up with severe mental problems or even die, even though they haven't suffered any visible physical wounds. It's a clear symptom of deep soul damage, Einar concluded. Neville lifted his gaze with a glimmer of hope in his eyes and quickly asked. Then, if the soul, as you say, could be healed, could a person who has been left with mental problems from the Cruciatus curse fully recover? Einar observed him in silence for a few seconds, understanding what he was truly asking. It's a possibility, but it's still just a theory of mine, he finally said. Neville lowered his gaze for a moment, visibly affected, but even so, a trace of hope remained in his expression. As I said earlier, using any of these curses requires a deep and dark mindset. Repeated use causes these thoughts to take root and intensify in our minds. And, obviously, a person who constantly thinks about killing or making others suffer will end up with a much more twisted and corrupted mind than someone who simply kills with a dagger. That's why I advise you to think twice before using any of these spells. Though, of course, winning a one-way ticket to Azkaban doesn't sound fun either. Einar spoke seriously, leaving a heavy silence in the classroom. Shortly after, the lesson ended, and the students began to leave. However, before everyone was gone, his eyes landed on Neville, who was walking with his head down, visibly deep in thought. Neville, stay behind, he said quickly. Some students hesitated for a moment, curious, but eventually left the room, leaving the two of them alone. What do you need, Professor? Neville asked, a hint of nervousness in his voice. Einar sighed. Your expression tells me you want to research soul magic. That's why I had to stop you. Sometimes, that kind of research leads to very dark places, like necromancy or worse. I just want to learn how to heal souls, sir. I'm not interested in anything else, Neville replied quickly. Einar studied him in silence for a moment before saying. If you explain your reason and it's a good one, I might be able to help you. Neville clenched his fists and, after a brief hesitation, whispered with a shaky voice. It's my parents, sir. They were tortured with the Cruciatus curse for so long that they don't even recognize me, or anyone else. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Einar gazed at him intently, processing his words. I see. I'm very sorry, Neville. If their souls were damaged that deeply. Not even I, nor my friends, could come close to fixing it. He murmured, lost in thought. After a few seconds of contemplation, he moved swiftly and began pulling books from his bag, or rather, magical tomes. Restoration magic, alteration magic, and illusion magic. He listed as he arranged them in front of Neville. These contain spells from 3 different magical schools. Some of them might help you with your parents. Neville stared at the books in awe. Healing spells like healing hands can regenerate the body. Detect life will allow you to accurately examine the damage to their souls. And illusions like calm or happiness could help stabilize their minds and reduce the chaos within them. Einar looked at him seriously before continuing. If you promise me that only you will learn these spells and that you will use them to help others, and that you will dedicate yourself fully to healing your parents, I will lend them to you. Perhaps, with enough effort, you can find a way to mend their souls. Neville swallowed hard, moved by the opportunity. I've never seen books like these before, sir. They must be very valuable. I don't know if I deserve them. He whispered, though his eyes betrayed his desire for that knowledge. Einar smiled knowingly. Don't worry. In the future, I'll choose people to teach similar magic. You're just getting a small head start. But in return, I want you to change your wand and give your best in my classes. Besides learning about this magic, do we have a deal? Neville nodded firmly. Yes, sir. I promise. Good. If you have any questions, you can always come to me. Neville took the books with determination and ran out of the classroom, hope shining in his eyes. Einar watched him leave and smiled softly. He wasn't worried about anyone trying to steal the tomes or Neville losing them. All his books were protected by enchantments that would make them return to him in case of any mishap. I hope they work for you, and for your parents, he murmured, watching Neville's figure disappear down the hallway. Chapter 27, Perspectives and Decisions. Perspectives and Decisions. Professor Einar, may I speak with you for a moment? Hermione's voice echoed down the hallway just as Einar stepped out of the classroom. She seemed to have been waiting for him, finishing a conversation with Neville before approaching. Einar stopped, observing her calmly before nodding. Of course. His serene tone contrasted with the evident tension in Hermione, who hurried to walk alongside him, trying to keep up with his pace. Actually, I founded SPW, and I was wondering if you'd be interested in joining as one of the Hogwarts professors. Your support would be invaluable. Hermione spoke quickly, too quickly, as if she feared her determination might falter if she gave herself even a second to hesitate. Einar abruptly stopped. SPW. He repeated the acronym with an expression that made Hermione rush to clarify. It's the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare. Hermione's eyes burned with the same passion she had shown back at the Quidditch World Cup stadium. You know. House elves live miserable lives. It's slavery, that's what it is. Winky was forced to climb to the top of the stadium even though she was terrified, and she was so bewitched she couldn't even run when the Death Eaters stormed the place. Why does no one do anything about it? Einar listened in silence, recalling that event perfectly. So, what you desire is for elves to be treated with dignity. Yes. And, if possible, to achieve their freedom. That's one of the most important goals. Once again, Einar stopped, observing her with an unreadable expression. You want to free a species that, in many ways, is more powerful than wizards. That is. His eyes narrowed slightly, quite bold. For a moment, the air seemed charged with something different, as if Einar were analyzing the true weight of her words. Then, after a brief silence, he gestured with his head. Follow me. Without questioning him, though with her heart pounding, Hermione followed him into an empty classroom. I'm going to introduce you to someone, Einar announced, closing the door behind them. But it would be best if you didn't speak of their existence to anyone. I don't care what others think, but explaining it is bothersome. Hermione swallowed hard and nodded. Einar raised a hand and spoke firmly. Dren. A portal of shadows opened beside him. From within, a terrifying figure emerged. Dren, a Dremora. The atmosphere changed immediately. Hermione felt a chill run down her spine, a primal terror twisting inside her for no apparent reason. Her body trembled instantly, an uncontrollable reaction to the presence of that creature. Greetings, Master, Dren said, bowing his head slightly, his deep, reverberating voice filling the room. This is Dren. A Dremora. To put it simply, a demon. A very powerful one. Einar's tone remained calm, as if explaining something as mundane as a potions lesson. He is bound to me by a magical contract that forces him to serve me for eternity. Literal slavery. Especially for his kind. Hermione had barely begun to process his words when Einar shifted his gaze to Dren. Now, Dren, I permit you to speak with complete honesty. Tell Hermione, what would you do if I were to release you from your bonds? Dren didn't hesitate for even a second. If I were free in this world, the first thing I would do is massacre every human within my reach. They are weak creatures. I would torture them for pleasure, rule until exhaustion, and unleash wars just for fun. I would revel in absorbing the souls of those who fell in battle. That's enough, Einar interrupted calmly. Hermione was pale. Her legs trembled. You may leave. Yes, Master. Dren turned and, with a bow, disappeared into the darkness of the portal. The classroom fell into an eerie silence. Hermione still couldn't move a muscle. Einar watched her patiently before speaking. If you really want to fight for the rights of house elves and improve their living conditions, I'll support you. But, if your goal is to liberate a species without knowing its true nature, then you should reconsider the existence of your group. Silence settled between them again. Hermione lowered her gaze, her thoughts spinning at full speed. Suddenly, she felt a hand ruffling her hair. Don't worry too much. What matters is seeing all perspectives before making a decision. Maybe you should talk to the house elves in the kitchen. Ask them what they really want. Perhaps happiness is simpler than you think. And using Dren as an example might not be the best idea. After all, Dremora are demons. With that, Einar began walking toward the exit. Hermione, still deep in thought, followed him slowly. Finally, her expression of uncertainty faded, replaced by a new determination. Then, first, I'll think carefully about the guidelines for SPW, she said firmly. And then I'll come back to ask him to join. I hope he agrees. Without waiting for a response, she ran down the hallway, her mind working at full speed. Einar watched her leave with a slight smile before continuing on his way. Hermione returned to the Gryffindor common room, her mind still reeling from her encounter with Einar. Her thoughts were whirling in a whirlwind of doubts and revelations when, upon entering, she saw Harry sitting in one of the armchairs near the fire. His expression was serious as he read a letter, frowning. "What's going on, Harry?" she asked immediately, sensing the tension on his face. Harry didn't look up, but his voice reflected concern. "It's a letter from Sirius. He wants to come back to Britain, says he's heard rumors about Professor Einar and is worried. He thinks Einar might be trying to deceive me or something like that." Hermione felt a slight chill. "Did you talk to him about him?" "No. I have no idea how he found out. Or what kind of rumors he's heard." Harry pressed his lips together, his concern turning to suspicion. "It's strange. Especially the insistence with which he wants to return." Hermione noticed the unease in his voice. She knew how dangerous it would be for Sirius to expose himself unnecessarily. "Don't worry, Harry," she said firmly. "Sirius has managed to stay free all this time. He won't get caught by such a simple trap." Harry sighed, relaxing his shoulders a little. "You're right," he murmured, though his gaze didn't leave the letter. There was a brief silence before he decided to change the subject. "And you? You've been pretty busy lately. What were you doing?" Hermione hesitated for a moment before responding. "I was forming a group to help the house elves. I wanted Professor Einar to be our representative at Hogwarts, but..." Her voice lost strength as she looked down. "Maybe I was too hasty." Doubt and frustration weighed on her words, but she quickly remembered what Einar had told her. Her eyes regained a gleam of determination. "First, I need to talk to the house elves in the kitchen. I have to understand what they really want." She turned toward Harry with renewed conviction. "Do you know where it is?" Harry shook his head. "No, but Fred and George must know." "Perfect." Hermione didn't waste another second. She stood up quickly and ran off like the wind, determined to find answers. Harry watched her disappear down the hallway and, for the first time all afternoon, he smiled slightly. However, when his eyes returned to the letter from Sirius, his expression grew serious again. Something wasn't right. Harry continued staring at Sirius's letter for a long while, his mind filled with confusing thoughts. Sirius wanted to return. Not because he had called for him, but because he had heard rumors about Einar. What kind of rumors? Who had sent them? He couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Since the incident with the dragon and what Einar had told him about the curse on his forehead, his doubts about Dumbledore had only grown. He had never questioned him before, but now, every time he tried to search for answers about the Horcruxes or anything related to Voldemort, he found nothing. As if someone had made sure to erase all the information. Einar had told him that wasn't a coincidence. And the worst part was that it made sense. But Dumbledore had been there for him, had protected him since his first year. He had guided him, given him confidence when no one else had. Could it really be true that he was also hiding things from him? Harry sighed and ran a hand through his hair. It didn't make sense to keep turning it over. If Sirius really came back, maybe he could ask him directly. But until then. Harry stood up with a serious look. He needed to talk to Einar. "By the way, I'm bored, so I'll leave you images for ideas for the main character." Chapter 28, Secrets, Destinies, and Promises. Secrets, Destinies, and Promises. "Go ahead," said Einar calmly after hearing the knocks on his office door. The door creaked open cautiously, and Harry entered with some hesitation. "Professor Einar, do you have a moment?" "Of course, come in." Harry took a few steps forward but hesitated before speaking. "There's something I'd like to ask, though I'm not sure if it's..." "Harry, I'm simpler than you think, even though I hold the title of professor. I prefer people to get straight to the point rather than beating around the bush." "I see." Harry nodded slightly before focusing his gaze on Einar. "You said that Dumbledore possibly knew everything that was happening, and when I was in danger. Why do you think that?" Einar watched him in silence for a few seconds before standing up and walking toward a wall adorned with several portraits, whose occupants followed the conversation with rapt attention. "It's easier to explain than you think, Harry. It's because of them." He pointed at the paintings. Instantly, several of them widened their eyes in surprise. "The paintings?" Harry asked, confused. "Exactly. As headmaster of a magical school, one should have the power to know everything that happens within their institution, right? These paintings are his eyes and ears throughout the castle. Under Einar's intense gaze, the portraits began to tremble. One tried to sneak away, but in the blink of an eye, a dagger embedded itself into its frame, pinning it in place. Ah, the trapped figure screamed. The other portraits tried to flee, but new daggers flew from Einar's hands, embedding themselves into their frames and forcing them to remain still. Harry shuddered as he heard the cries of pain from the paintings, but he didn't look away. See, Harry, these daggers are made from a special material and carry an even more special enchantment, the soul trap. These paintings aren't just simple pictures. To give them awareness, a piece of the original wizard's consciousness is implanted into them. Although it's not a fragment of the soul, it's close. Harry felt a knot in his stomach as he processed this information. That's why they can feel pain, Einar continued, his voice calm. And being in the walls of Hogwarts, they serve a purpose beyond decoration. They are the ones who pass information to Dumbledore. As you may have noticed, in every room, corridor, and section of the castle, there's at least one painting. Everywhere? Harry asked, surprised. In his mind, he began to recall the number of portraits at Hogwarts, even in his own room. Perhaps not in the bathrooms, but in the hallways, they are never lacking, Einar commented with a slight ironic tone. Now do you understand why I say that Dumbledore always knew about your movements and when you were in danger? Harry remained silent, shocked. Einar sighed. I'm sorry, Harry. Perhaps it's because of my existence that you're now caught in a battle of wits. But let me be completely honest with you, your existence doesn't matter to me. Knowing about you changes nothing in my world. Harry looked at him in surprise, but Einar continued. The only reason I helped you is because you're like me, bound to a stupid destiny, controlled by someone with an Atlas complex. My entire life has been shackled by an absurd prophecy. I did things at an age no child should have. I watched people die. I killed people. All to fulfill a role imposed by others. His voice hardened. I'm not strong because I trained relentlessly or because I'm a genius who learns by merely looking. I'm strong because I lived on the edge of death every single day. My body is covered in scars, and although they are my pride, every one of them could have been my last. With a firm motion, Einar removed his mask. Then, without taking his eyes off the portraits, he exhaled a powerful breath of fire. Yol Tur Shul. The flames consumed the paintings instantly, reducing them to nothing. Not even ashes remained. Einar placed the mask back on and looked at Harry seriously. I'll give you one piece of advice, because I've been in your shoes. Trust who you want to trust. Do things as you feel you should, not as someone else tells you or manipulates you into doing. Harry nodded slowly, still processing what he had just witnessed. Yes, Professor, thank you. He left the office with his mind swirling and 1,000 thoughts rushing through his head. As he walked down the hallway, still lost in his thoughts, he bumped into Snape. The professor looked at him coldly before letting out a biting remark. Potter, can you never walk without looking like you're scheming something wrong? Gryffindor should be grateful I don't deduct points just for your mere presence. Without waiting for a response, he entered Einar's office, leaving Harry confused and angry. He quickly walked toward the Gryffindor common room, filled with fury. Einar looked up from his desk and fixed his gaze on the newcomer. How strange. What brings you to my office without even knocking? He asked calmly, fingers crossed over the table. Snape wasted no time with pleasantries. His voice was cold but tinged with irritation. I'll be direct, since that seems to be your style, he said, glaring intensely. I've come to speak about Draco Malfoy and the reason why one of the professors is preventing him from attending his class. Einar exhaled softly and stood up calmly. I see. Now that I think about it, you're the head of the House of Snakes. He slowly walked across the room, stopping next to one of the bookshelves. It's curious, the behavior of your students. Snape narrowed his eyes. What do you mean by that? Einar turned his head slightly with a faint smile. I come from a place where nobles are true nobles. I've fought for them, with them, and against them. I killed a false emperor and a legitimate one. And yet, most of their students, who boast of being pure blood, share only vanity, envy, and contempt for others with the nobility. What they lack is integrity, justice, wisdom, leadership, courage, pride. Snape hardened his expression. We are not in the place you come from. Here, things are different. Einar let out a brief laugh before staring at him firmly. I know. That's why that boy's father only lost an arm instead of his head. Snape visibly tensed. What are you talking about? Einar turned fully toward him. I can distinguish between a father and his son. I didn't mean to judge young Malfoy for the sins of his father, but he earned my contempt on his own merit. Although I'm still better at it than you. Snape's eyes flashed with a spark of contained fury. I don't know what you're talking about. Einar smiled with disdain. Ah, Professor. Despite your age and experience, it seems you forget I'm not just a simple wizard. I've explored impossible ruins, acted as a strategist and detective. I have quite a sharp sense of perception. I don't need to read minds to see the obvious. He sat back down with the same calmness with which he had risen. I'm the defense against the dark arts teacher. My word is what matters in my classroom. Snape gritted his teeth, spun on his heels, and left the office in silent fury. Einar stared at the empty space where the paintings had once hung. His fingers drummed on the table, with a pressure that gradually began to mark the surface of the wood. Maybe accepting this position was a mistake. Just problems, and I have to be close to an old manipulator and his one-eyed crow. The dry sound of the wood cracking interrupted his reflection. His finger had sunk into the table. With a sigh, he stopped applying pressure, and the structure finally broke completely, turning into splinters at his feet. But I promised to teach. And I always keep my promises. He took his wand and with a slight movement restored the table to its original state. Elsewhere, Dumbledore listened attentively. We cannot communicate with any of the paintings in the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, reported one of the portraits, clearly uneasy. The old man didn't seem surprised. I suspected as much. That's why I brought Moody in to watch him. His fingers distractedly played with a lemon drop before his expression turned more serious. Has Harry received any letters from Sirius? Yes, the painting confirmed. It seems Black is on his way to Britain to make sure Harry stays away from Professor Einar. And what did Harry do after reading the letter? He went directly to Professor Einar's office. Then he headed to his common room with clear frustration and anger. He probably had an argument with him, although we don't know the details. Dumbledore fell silent for a moment. Then, a satisfied smile appeared on his face as he popped several candies into his mouth. So Harry is upset with him. That's good. His gaze sparkled with cunning. Everything was going according to plan, or that's what he thought. Chapter 29, Magical Duels. Magical Duels. It's time for the students from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons to arrive, right? Then, let's fast forward to the next chapter. E.E. Today, Einar had another class with the 6th-year students. This time, the lesson wasn't held in the classroom but outdoors, where the sound of hammers striking hot metal echoed loudly. In front of huge furnaces and anvils, the students hammered the iron with all their strength, fighting against the exhaustion that mounted with every strike. Einar watched them with his arms crossed. He knew that most of them didn't have the physical endurance to complete a dagger on their own, so he had organized them into groups of 3 to take turns at the forge. This way, at least they could finish something functional before their arms gave out. It had been almost a month since he began teaching, and although progress was slow, the difference was noticeable. It wasn't just about teaching them to make weapons, he also had to ensure they acquired useful skills. Not all the lessons consisted of pounding hot metal, but those who persevered could now at least forge something that could cut, though in some cases, it was more dangerous to them than to their enemies. Einar, we're done, shouted the Weasley twins, approaching with a mix of pride and amusement. With them, Lee Jordan was collapsed on the ground, panting as though he had just run a marathon. He had been the last to hammer the metal, and his body was paying the price. Einar calmly took the dagger, unfazed by the residual heat. He examined its blade, weight, and balance, until he reached the tip. Why does it look like a star? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Fred and George exchanged glances before pointing at the one who couldn't defend himself. It happened during Jordan's turn, Fred quickly explained. But looking at the bright side, it seems like it would do quite a bit of damage, George added with a grin. Lee Jordan tried to protest, but he only managed to groan before continuing to lie on the ground. Einar looked at the tip with interest. It wasn't what he had asked for, but he had to admit, in a way, it worked. Did you all realize you made something more complicated than what you actually needed? He said with amusement. Well, I suppose it's effective. 10 points for each of you. Awesome, the twins exclaimed in unison. It was the first time they had earned so many points for their house, though they'd probably lose them just as easily later. That means we won the enchantment, right? Fred asked excitedly. Yes, Einar nodded. What do you want? The twins immediately began debating. Electric damage. No, better fire damage. If we choose ice damage, we can freeze our drinks. The conversation went on, with neither of them paying any attention to their teammate, who was still sprawled on the floor, too exhausted to give an opinion. Then make it ice damage, they finally decided, more interested in the misuse of the dagger than its effectiveness in battle. Einar sighed but saw no reason to deny their request. Come by my office later, and I'll enchant it. But for now, make a handle and a leather sheath, he said quickly, handing the star-tipped dagger back to them. The twins rushed off, full of renewed energy, eager to finish their weapon. The forge might not be their strong suit, but when it came to manual work, they would likely get it done without problems. Einar continued walking through the work area, inspecting the progress of the other teams. Some had managed to forge fairly functional daggers, though with minor imperfections. He took the opportunity to point out their mistakes and explain how to correct them while they sharpened the blades. On the other hand, there were also peculiar creations. Daggers with strange shapes, twisted blades, or uneven tips, resulting from teams made up of students who were either too physically weak or simply too lazy to put in the effort. To those students, Einar didn't even bother to give his time. If they didn't want to take the class seriously, he wouldn't waste his energy teaching them. Finally, the class came to an end. Next session, we'll have a magical duel tournament against the other classes. I already got the permission, so you better come with a tough defensive team, Einar announced with a challenging smile before walking away. The students stood in silence for a moment, until the excitement exploded among them. Einar watched them from an elevated platform, his arms crossed and a sharp smile on his face. Welcome to today's class. As I mentioned last time, you will have a magical duel tournament. This is not just a simple children's game of casting spells. Here, you will learn to fight, to resist, and above all, to win. His voice echoed in the room, and more than one student swallowed nervously as they saw the seriousness in his eyes. The rules are simple. One duel, one winner. No lethal spells allowed, but other than that. He paused, letting the silence speak for him. Do not hold back. The students exchanged glances, feeling the adrenaline rise. The first names were called, and the duels began. The sound of spells striking shields, sparks of magic lighting up the arena, and the cries of effort filled the air. Fred and George proved to be a formidable duo, using clever tactics to destabilize their opponents. Others, like Lee Jordan, were forced to rely more on speed than brute strength. But Einar wasn't just observing, he intervened when he saw opportunities to improve his students. Faster, Weasley. Don't give your opponent time to recover. Thomas, don't stand still like an easy target. Use the environment. Luna, well done, take advantage of your opponent's distraction. Einar watched Luna with some surprise as she stared intently at one of the corners of the room, completely absorbed. Her opponent frowned, confused, and instinctively looked toward the direction she was staring at. It was at that moment that Luna seemed to remember she was in the middle of a duel and, with her usual nonchalant air, cast a clean and precise Expelliarmus, disarming her opponent in a single move. With each duel, the students weren't just fighting, they were learning. Some were knocked out quickly, others surprised with unexpected strategies, and a few showed true potential in combat. After several rounds, the class reached its climax. The remaining students, exhausted but determined, stood panting. Cedric Diggory was among them, hands resting on his knees as he caught his breath. 2 students remained from each year. In 4th year, the finalists were Harry and, surprisingly, Neville. Since he changed his wand, Neville's ability had grown exponentially. The speed with which he cast his spells was impressive, as if years of using an inadequate wand had forced him to perfect his control and speed. Despite his natural nervousness, he had made it to the final, proving that his potential was far beyond what anyone had imagined. Einar smiled with pride. Even the first-year students were now able to cast an Expelliarmus while dodging attacks, an unthinkable feat before his arrival. If they kept training like this, these students would surpass previous generations without a doubt. He stopped at the center of the arena, his eyes scanning the remaining fighters. His smile took on a challenging edge as he drew his wand. Not bad, but you're still too soft. He struck the ground with his wand, and a wave of magic spread across the room, sending a shiver down the students' spines. Now, those of you who can still stand, come against me. Silence took over the room. The students exchanged looks of disbelief and fear. Was Einar joking? But when they saw the glint in his eyes, they realized he was serious. Cedric was the first to step forward. "How many against you?" he asked, with a mixture of respect and excitement. Einar smiled wryly. "All of you." The air grew tense. Harry swallowed nervously, sensing an even greater challenge was coming. Neville, though trembling, remained firm. Fred and George exchanged knowing glances, already planning a strategy. The second-year students had already given up, leaving only the strongest and most determined. Einar raised his wand, his expression calm but challenging. "Don't worry. I'll only use my wand." His smile widened. "Start whenever you want." In an instant, the great hall lit up with the glow of multiple spells fired simultaneously. Bright flashes of light in different colors streaked through the air, heading toward him at high speed. But for Einar, each of those attacks moved at an exasperatingly slow pace. His mind calculated, in fractions of a second, the distance, speed, and impact points of each spell. Then, with precise movements, he dodged each one with the slightest tilt of his body, as if he were dancing in the midst of the battle. And while he slid between the attacks, his wand didn't remain idle. With inhuman reflexes, he counterattacked with surgical precision. An Expelliarmus disarmed Harry, an Impedimenta knocked Cedric down before he could react, and a well-placed Stupefy took Fred and George out of the fight. One by one, all those who had dared to face him ended up on the ground, either disarmed or too stunned to continue. Silence fell. The few who were still standing stared at the scene in disbelief. "He's a damn monster," Cedric murmured with a conflicted smile, gasping for air. Einar let out a light laugh, shaking his head. "Ha ha ha. Well, this was to keep your victories over your classmates from getting to your heads." The students who could still move began to chuckle quietly, though with a hint of resignation. They knew they still had a long way to go before they could even come close to Einar's level. That said, he continued with a serious look, "You did well. No matter how many times you lose, what matters is learning from each battle." There was a murmur of approval among the students. Neville, still on the ground, clenched his fists with determination. "Now, everyone who can move, pick up your wands and help the others. Class is dismissed." As the students struggled to their feet and helped each other, Einar watched with satisfaction. It wasn't easy, but he was shaping true warriors. Chapter 30, Gift. Professor Einar. Hermione quickly approached Einar with confidence, holding several books in her arms. Einar noticed that some of them seemed to be Muggle books and looked at her with interest while standing in the hallway. "I've been studying house elves, as well as slavery, not just theirs, but also that of humans in general," she said quickly, showing her books. Einar had to help hold some of them to keep them from falling. "There are also books on psychology and the mindset of slaves in Muggle history," she added, showing notes scribbled all over the pages. "All right, just tell me what conclusion you reached," Einar said, feeling a slight headache from seeing so many words and hearing Hermione talk so fast. "I still want to free the elves," she declared seriously, making Einar stare at her for a few seconds before smiling. "Even if that means freeing creatures that are obviously more powerful than many common wizards." Einar asked seriously. "There are multiple magical creatures more powerful than common wizards, and they are not their enemies, unless they are antagonized," Hermione replied with determination. "Fine, I'll support you," Einar said with a smile, intrigued by what might happen. "Oh really?" Hermione asked quickly, her face lighting up with excitement. "Of course. Anyway, if things get out of hand, we just have to wipe out a race." "I'm good at that," Einar commented with a confident smile. His words left Hermione in shock for a few seconds. "And no. I don't think wiping out a race would be necessary," she quickly replied. "Maybe if they're freed, it'll bring an interesting enemy," Einar murmured, not paying attention to her. "All right, here." He pulled out a bag full of gold and placed it in Hermione's hands. "If we need to give them weapons, just let me know. I'll teach them how to make them." "No, Professor. That's not what I'm trying to." "War doesn't sound so bad," Einar said, ignoring her as he walked away, leaving Hermione staring at the bag of gold in her hands in confusion. "Professor, you forgot your pin." Hermione exclaimed, but Einar had already disappeared. "Ugh. Well, at least he joined," she muttered, turning around to invite her friends to join as well. "It's the Dragon Professor," an ethereal voice said, catching Einar's attention. He turned toward the courtyard and saw Luna sitting on the edge of the fountain, calmly swinging her feet. Why are you out here when it's so cold? And why aren't you wearing shoes? Einar asked, frowning. It was far too cold to be barefoot. He glanced at her bare feet, which moved lightly in a relaxed manner. My classmates hid them as a joke, but I couldn't find them, so I just went out like this, Luna replied with a smile. Did you tell your head of house? Einar asked quickly. Why? Luna responded, confused. Einar sighed. Wait a moment. He said, knowing it would be difficult to make her understand. He rummaged through his magical bag and pulled out a pair of rather large black boots with a sharply defined tip, immediately catching Luna's attention. These are called Jester's boots. I'm sure you'll like them, he said casually as he handed them to her. But I think they're a little too big. Luna quickly observed, looking at them with interest. It's fine. They'll adjust to your feet. They also have some enchantments you might like, he replied. Luna took his word for it, and as soon as she put them on, her face lit up with happiness when she noticed they fit her perfectly. She started walking around Einar, surprised that her steps made no sound and that the boots made her feel as if she were walking on clouds. They're enchanted to return to their owner, so you won't lose them, Einar explained. Thank you, Luna said happily. She took off her earrings and placed them in Einar's hands before skipping away with her new boots. Einar looked at the earrings in his hand, a bit confused. They were tiny radishes. But still, he put them away. Dren, he called out seriously into the empty air while watching Luna disappear down the hallways. Sir, Dren responded, quickly emerging from a dark portal and bowing his head submissively. Retrieve her belongings. And make sure the culprits suffer until they beg for forgiveness on their knees for their misdeeds, Einar ordered darkly. Yes, sir, Dren replied immediately before turning into a dark mist and spreading through Hogwarts. Einar continued on his way. Today was the day the other two schools would arrive at Hogwarts for the Triwizard Tournament, and all the professors had to be present to welcome them. That night, Einar, along with the other professors, waited calmly while the students murmured curiously about what to expect from the visitors. Some spoke about Durmstrang's reputation as a school that emphasized dark magic, while others mentioned the elegance associated with bows batons. Einar thought about the magical school of Hibernalia. It would be interesting if their students could compete as well. But that was impossible. Professor Einar, is it okay for you to wear your mask when meeting the headmasters and students of the invited schools? McGonagall asked quickly. Well, if you don't want them flying away the moment they arrive, I suppose it would be the wisest choice, Einar responded without much interest. Why not just take it off until after they arrive? That way, we won't seem discourteous, McGonagall suggested quickly. Einar looked at her suspiciously and then remembered what he had told Neville. He also noticed how the professors had put in the effort to decorate and polish every trophy, suit of armor, and painting in the school. Obviously, they wanted to show off Einar's appearance. He supposed it was just out of pride. Maybe they just wanted to flaunt their handsome, young professor. Einar simply smiled and played along. He took off his mask, which this time was Otar's. As soon as they saw him without it, many nearby students immediately turned with excitement. The girls, in particular, fell completely silent, admiring his beauty. McGonagall smiled victoriously as she nodded proudly toward Einar. She also glanced at the students, who were now silent, staring at their handsome professor. So, in the end, she had achieved 2 goals in one move. Quickly, she returned to her place next to Dumbledore. I hope you don't mind. Minerva can be a bit competitive, said Professor Flitwick, standing beside Einar. I don't mind. I wear the mask to contain my words. Where I come from, strength matters more than appearance, well, at least for men, Einar replied calmly. I see. A tough place to be born with such an outstanding appearance, Flitwick commented with a smile. But since you're so strong, the woman who wins your heart will get a double prize. Professor Sprout and Sinistra, who had been listening to the conversation, quickly became interested. After all, Einar wasn't very talkative, or rather, ever since he had nearly defeated them all, they felt a bit embarrassed to approach him. However, they wanted to take the opportunity to get along with their colleague. After all, they worked together. Speaking of that, Professor Dovahkian, what kind of woman do you like? Professor Sinistra asked curiously. Well, I haven't really thought about it until now. I'm usually off on adventures or in life-threatening situations, so I never had time to consider it. Though, since I arrived here a few months ago, I've been living quite peacefully, Einar said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. You're so young and quite powerful. You could choose any woman, and she would surely accept, Sprout said with a friendly smile. Well, if he's going to choose a partner, I think he shouldn't do it randomly, Flitwick commented seriously. Why not? He's still young and has a future full of excitement ahead of him, another professor interjected. This time, it was Madame Hooch, the flying instructor. Meanwhile, Hagrid also became interested in the conversation and decided to join in. Maybe Einar prefers a strong woman, someone who can face him in battle, he said enthusiastically. His comment made everyone fall silent. After all, they all remembered how Hagrid had been sent flying all the way to the Great Hall after colliding with Einar, who had only used brute strength. Well, maybe that's impossible, Flitwick commented. Everyone nodded in unison. Einar watched the professors with interest. It wasn't common for them to talk to him, but he smiled easily upon seeing that, after all, they were quite friendly. Except, of course, for a certain large bat with a serious face who ignored everyone, especially him. Einar felt something approaching from the sky, so he quickly looked in that direction with a serious expression. Something is coming from the sky, someone exclaimed, prompting everyone to look up to see what it was. As it got closer, they realized it was a carriage pulled by several winged horses flying at great speed toward Hogwarts. Those are Abraxans, Hagrid said excitedly as he watched the majestic winged horses. Chapter 31, The Arrival of the Schools. The Arrival of the Schools. Then, everyone watched as the majestic winged horses descended from the sky. They were enormous, much larger than ordinary horses, and pulled behind them an imposing blue carriage. With a powerful beat of their wings, the horses rapidly descended, causing the carriage to bounce a couple of times before coming to a creaking halt. All eyes immediately turned to the emblem engraved on the carriage door, 2 golden wands crossed with 3 shining stars above them. Quickly, a young man dressed in an elegant blue suit leaped from the carriage and, without wasting time, searched for something beneath the structure. Within seconds, he skillfully unfolded a golden staircase. And then, with an elegance that captivated everyone, an imposing woman emerged from the carriage. Her mere presence caused some spectators to gasp in surprise. As she stepped into a more illuminated area, her refined appearance became fully visible, and she offered a soft smile as she advanced. The crowd watched in fascination as she approached Dumbledore, who, with a welcoming expression, initiated an applause that was quickly followed by all present. "Dear Madame Maxime, welcome to Hogwarts," Dumbledore said with his characteristic warmth, gently taking the headmistress's hand and kissing it courteously. "Dumbledore, I hope you are well," Madame Maxime responded, her thick French accent evident in every word. "In excellent shape, thank you," he replied with a kindly smile. Madame Maxime stepped aside, allowing her students to come into view. The Beauxbatons students visibly trembled from the cold, their light robes no match for the freezing Scottish weather. They gazed at the imposing castle with a mix of admiration and apprehension. "And Karkaroff?" Madame Maxime asked, her gaze sweeping the area in search of the Durmstrang students. "He should arrive at any moment," Dumbledore answered calmly. "Would you like to wait with us or prefer to go inside?" "The latter," she said quickly, but then, in a softer tone, she added, "though my horses." "Our care of magical creatures professor will gladly take care of them," Dumbledore assured, directing his gaze to Hagrid. However, the half-giant was utterly entranced, staring at Madame Maxime as if he had seen a celestial vision. With a resigned expression, Einar gave him a shake to bring him back to reality. "Hagrid!" Dumbledore called, making the gamekeeper jolt. Hagrid approached Madame Maxime awkwardly, clearly nervous. "My horses are quite temperamental. I hope you can handle them," she remarked, fixing her gaze on him. "Don't worry, ma'am." "Madam. I'm used to big and strong things," Hagrid responded enthusiastically. His words caused several muffled snickers among the students, while Einar shook his head. Realizing the unintended double meaning, Hagrid hurriedly tried to correct himself. "I mean animals." "Yes, that's what I meant." Madame Maxime seemed to ignore his blunder and, with a slight nod, added. "Very well. And please, note that my horses only drink pure malt whiskey." "Don't worry, they'll be fine with me," Hagrid assured, though his nervousness was evident. He headed toward the horses with determination, but as he guided them away, he kept giving himself small smacks on the head, scolding himself for his lack of tact. "Allez," Madame Maxime commanded firmly, and her students immediately followed. The Hogwarts students stepped aside to let them pass, watching them with curiosity. From the side, Flitwick leaned slightly toward his colleagues and commented with amusement. "Well, we're witnessing a romance in the making." Hagrid fell at first sight. Not surprising, Madame Hooch said with a smile. This might be the first time he's seen someone close to his height. Though his complete lack of tact with women isn't exactly the best first impression, Sinistra remarked dryly. Flitwick, however, frowned slightly as he looked around. Those Durmstrang lot are certainly taking their time. If they don't arrive soon, their students will freeze out here. The Hogwarts students also began to grow restless. They kept speaking in hushed voices but were rubbing their arms in an attempt to keep warm. Then, Einar turned around, drawing everyone's attention. I'll give you all some warmth, so don't be alarmed, he announced firmly. YOL. Suddenly, a fiery blaze swept through the air, momentarily enveloping everyone. A wave of panic rippled through the crowd, and more than a few people jumped in surprise. But to their astonishment, they felt no harm. Instead, a comforting warmth spread through their bodies, and their clothes, now infused with heat, became pleasantly cozy. A murmur of relief spread among the students, who quickly began to thank him. Einar, as if nothing had happened, turned around and returned to the professors, who were looking at him with genuine interest. No matter how many times I see it, your ability remains impressive, including your magic, said Flitwick with a smile, still in awe. Einar shrugged calmly. It's just a little different. It's designed for combat. In any case, the spells and enchantments here have more uses beyond fighting. I don't want to sound too opportunistic, but, would it be okay if you taught me some of those spells? Flitwick asked slowly. Of course. I also need help understanding some enchantments, so we could exchange information, Einar replied casually. Brilliant. Flitwick exclaimed cheerfully. I think they've arrived, Einar said, turning toward the Black Lake. Immediately, both professors and students began to hear a suction-like sound coming from the water. The lake. Someone murmured, and all eyes turned in that direction. The surface of the water stirred with increasingly large bubbles until a whirlpool began to form. Then, slowly, a black mast emerged, followed by the hull of a ship rising majestically from the depths. Its appearance was that of a sunken vessel returning to life, like a specter escaping the abyss. With precise movements, the ship advanced to the shore, where the anchor was dropped and a wooden gangway extended to the ground. Then, in perfect formation, the Durmstrang students disembarked with firm steps, wrapped in thick fur cloaks that made them appear even more imposing. The man leading the group stepped forward toward Dumbledore with a calculated smile. How are you, my old friend? He greeted loudly, extending his hand. Excellent, thank you, Dumbledore replied kindly, shaking his hand. Ah, old Hogwarts, Karkaroff commented, observing the castle with a smile, though his eyes reflected no emotion. It's wonderful to be here. Victor, go warm yourself up. Then, turning to Dumbledore, he added, I hope you don't mind. Krum has a cold. A murmur of astonishment spread among the Hogwarts students as they finally recognized Victor Krum. Many held back their excitement, while a particularly thrilled redhead kept nudging Harry enthusiastically. Great, another scheming old man, Einar muttered under his breath, watching Karkaroff attentively. From the very first moment, he noticed the man's movements, full of cunning, as if every gesture was carefully calculated. But what was more concerning was the trace of dark magic emanating from him. That same stench, the dark mark, he had felt before, on Snape, on the Malfoys, and on the Death Eaters he had eliminated during the Quidditch World Cup. He would have to keep an eye on him. Although, as long as he didn't cause trouble, he would ignore him, just as he did with Snape. With the arrival of the Durmstrang students, the group made their way toward the castle. Many at Hogwarts wanted to approach Krum for an autograph, but the stern looks from the professors kept them at bay. Some girls even began rummaging desperately through their bags, searching for something to catch his attention, until one found a lipstick, sparking a small scuffle to claim it. Einar, sighing in exasperation, walked over and gave them a light tap on the head before snatching the lipstick and tossing it to Flitwick. When they reached the Great Hall, the Beauxbatons students sat at the Ravenclaw table, observing the place with critical expressions. It's not that cold. Why didn't they bring a cloak? Hermione commented with evident annoyance. Einar passed by her and whispered playfully, maybe I should hit them with some stronger fire. Hermione smirked at the comment. The Durmstrang students, on the other hand, headed straight for the Slytherin table, while the professors took their seats at the main table. Madame Maxime and Karkaroff sat on either side of Dumbledore, leaving 2 seats still empty. As soon as Madame Maxime took her seat, the Durmstrang student stood as a sign of respect before sitting back down. A few Hogwarts students couldn't help but snicker at the scene, while Professor McGonagall rubbed her forehead in frustration, refusing to look at such a spectacle. Chapter 32, Enters. After Dumbledore's speech, the plates on the students' and professors' tables filled with food, far more lavish than usual. There were delicacies from various countries, clearly prepared to make the guests feel at home. Einar began eating calmly when Hagrid entered through a side door and took a seat beside him. However, it was evident that, from time to time, he cast furtive glances toward where Madame Maxime was sitting. "Hagrid, behave yourself," murmured Professor Flitwick from the other side of Einar, a barely contained smile on his face. As he savored his food, Einar lifted his gaze and noticed a young Ravenclaw girl, the same one who had scoffed when Dumbledore gave his speech. She was approaching Harry's table as if she was about to ask them something. With a slow movement, she removed a massive scarf that had been hiding her face until that moment. A murmur rippled through the great hall. Einar curiously observed as Ron and several other students became entranced, their food slipping from their open mouths. It was as if time had stopped for them. The young woman, with platinum hair and dazzling blue eyes, possessed an overwhelming beauty. But there was something more, something that made even the most steadfast succumb to her presence. Just like those pets," Einar muttered with interest. "What did you say, Einar?" Hagrid asked, having caught his murmur. "Nothing," he replied indifferently, watching as the students, completely hypnotized, stopped eating. With a slight motion of his hand, Einar cast a calming spell over the dazed students. In the blink of an eye, they all blinked multiple times and returned to normal, resuming their meals as if nothing had happened. "I'm going to have to train my students to strengthen their mental defenses." Einar sighed with mild exhaustion. The moment he did, the ground trembled. The entire great hall shook, goblets clinked, and the visiting students jumped in panic. Their headmasters also became alert. However, Hogwarts students merely exchanged glances, already accustomed to such occurrences. "Professor, your mask," several students exclaimed in unison. "Oh, right." Einar brought a hand to his face and, with calm precision, put his Otar mask back on. But the damage was already done. The students from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons, who had not paid much attention to Einar until now, finally noticed him. And those who had managed to glimpse his face before he put the mask back on were utterly stunned. His silver-gray hair and sharp features were as mesmerizing as they were intimidating. Even the young woman who had captivated everyone earlier now looked at him with renewed interest. It was no coincidence that they hadn't noticed him until now. Einar, almost unconsciously, employed stealth when he wasn't wearing his mask, a defense mechanism learned in Skyrim, where his delicate appearance often attracted trouble from tough types looking for a fight. Meanwhile, the Hogwarts students observed the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang students with a mix of pride and amusement. Their gazes seemed to say, "You have class in Viktor Krum. We have a professor who makes the castle tremble with a sigh and can send a giant flying with brute strength." Karkaroff and Madame Maxime had also taken notice of Einar. Their eyes were fixed on him, though while Madame Maxime's gaze was analytical, Karkaroff's concealed something else. "He is our professor, Einar Dovahkian," Dumbledore quickly intervened, addressing the headmasters. "He teaches defense against the dark arts and was born with a special power. And I see he is quite special," commented Madame Maxime, not taking her eyes off him. "He looks rather powerful," Karkaroff murmured, his expression difficult to decipher. Einar felt several gazes on him but ignored them without giving them much thought, until he noticed one in particular. A gaze tinged with darkness. Immediately, he turned his head and met Karkaroff's cold eyes, locked onto him. Einar did not hesitate. His pupils gleamed with an icy glint, and without uttering a single word, he projected a fierce spell through his gaze. Karkaroff paled. The Durmstrang headmaster averted his eyes at once, turning away swiftly as a bead of sweat slid down his forehead. Einar's message was clear: don't even think about doing something stupid. As the dinner continued and the murmurs about the tremor subsided, two figures entered the great hall. Ludo Bagman and Barty Crouch. The latter wasted no time in fixing his gaze on Einar, filled with barely contained rage. Einar returned the same look he had given Karkaroff. Barty Crouch nearly collapsed. His legs trembled, but his pride prevented him from showing weakness. With his face completely pale, he dropped into his seat, pretending nothing had happened. Einar, unfazed, focused back on his dessert, enjoying it with absolute tranquility. When the dinner ended, Dumbledore stood up. In that instant, the students from all schools held their breath. Excitement and nerves filled the air. The Triwizard Tournament was about to begin. "The time has come," announced Dumbledore, his voice echoing with authority in the great hall. The students could barely contain their excitement. Before bringing in the chest, I would like to say a few words to clarify some details about the procedure we will follow. The headmaster's words did little to calm the students' impatience, as they held their breath, awaiting the inevitable. But before we continue, allow me to introduce two distinguished guests. For those who have yet to meet them, Mr. Barty Crouch, head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, and Mr. Ludo Bagman, head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. Crouch's introduction was met with moderate, polite applause, whereas the mention of Bagman sparked enthusiastic cheers from the students. "That's the guy Einar shot with an arrow," Harry murmured quietly. "Well, both of them," he added upon seeing Ludo among the introduced. Hermione frowned. "Isn't he also the one who fired Winky, the house elf?" "Yeah," Harry replied without taking his eyes off the professor's table, where Einar remained calm, almost indifferent, as if everything happening around him was irrelevant. Hermione also observed him and muttered thoughtfully. Maybe this tournament is too basic for him, after all, his friend. She stopped before completing the sentence, realizing Ron was listening. "His friend what?" Ron asked curiously. "Hagrid," Harry quickly answered. "Remember, he got into a fistfight that destroyed much of the grounds and the castle. And as a professor, he probably already knows about the tasks." "Of course," Ron scoffed disdainfully. "We're wizards. Who still fights with their fists these days? Only barbarians." However, his interest in the conversation quickly faded when his attention returned to the blonde girl from Beauxbatons. She had come earlier to ask for food, and now Ron hoped she would return for the dessert he had strategically left in plain sight. Meanwhile, on the platform, Dumbledore resumed his speech. "The two of them will join me, along with Professor Karkaroff and Madame Maxime, in the panel that will judge the champions' efforts." A murmur of anticipation turned into a restrained ovation when Dumbledore uttered the word champions. "Mr. Filch, if you would be so kind." The old caretaker trudged forward, carrying a wooden chest encrusted with gemstones. At a glance, its antiquity was undeniable. Throughout the year, the champions will face 3 tasks, each designed to test different aspects of their abilities: magical skill, courage, ingenuity, and, of course, their capacity to face danger. Einar, who had until then remained in his own world, lifted his gaze slightly, showing a sudden interest. "As you know, the tournament will feature 3 champions, one from each participating school. Each task will be scored, and at the end of the third, the one with the highest score will claim the Triwizard Cup." Dumbledore tapped his wand against the lid of the chest, which opened to reveal a carved wooden goblet. It bore no ostentatious decorations, yet blue flames emerged from within, dancing hypnotically. Even Einar focused his gaze on it, studying the fire intently. Those who wish to participate must write their name and school on a parchment and place it into the goblet. They will have 24 hours to do so. Tomorrow, on Halloween, the goblet will choose the worthy representatives of their schools. There was a slight stir among the students, but Dumbledore was not finished. "To prevent underage students from succumbing to temptation, I will draw an age line around the goblet. No one under 18 will be able to cross it." Upon hearing this, several students groaned in frustration at the restriction. Dumbledore smiled indulgently and added, "I want to emphasize that those considering participation should think carefully. Once the goblet selects a champion, they cannot withdraw. Their name will be bound by an unbreakable magical contract." The headmaster's words resonated throughout the Great Hall. The Triwizard Tournament was no mere game. "Now, it's time for bed." The students eagerly stood up, chatting excitedly as they made their way to their dormitories. Amid the commotion, the Weasley twins intercepted the golden trio. "An age line," said George with a conspiratorial grin. "Well, we can use an aging potion." "Exactly," Fred agreed. "Once our name is inside, the goblet won't be able to do anything about it." "That's ridiculous," Hermione interjected. "We're not skilled enough to compete." "Speak for yourself," George replied proudly. "We are Professor Einar's best students." "That's right," Fred nodded, pulling out his star-tipped dagger. The cold it radiated was palpable even from a distance. "What do you say, Harry? Want to give it a shot?" Harry hesitated for a moment, feeling a spark of interest, but before he could respond, Ron interrupted, pushing through the crowd as if searching for someone. "Where are they?" he asked, scanning the sea of students. Dumbledore didn't say where Durmstrang students would sleep, did he? The answer became clear as they saw Karkaroff hurriedly leading his students back toward the ship, offering a servile smile to Viktor Krum. "Victor, have you eaten enough?" the Durmstrang headmaster asked in a fawning tone. "If you'd like, I can have them bring you some punch." But Crumbs simply shook his head in refusal, while another student quickly spoke up. "I'd like some, Professor." "I wasn't asking you, Polyakov," Karkaroff snapped with disdain as he strode ahead of the others, right as he crossed paths with Harry and his friends. As he passed them, he cast a glance at Harry, then suddenly stopped. He turned back to look at him again, this time with surprise, his gaze quickly moving up to Harry's forehead, staring at his scar. It was now nearly imperceptible unless closely examined. In just one more season, it would disappear entirely. "Do you need something from my students, headmaster?" Einar suddenly appeared at Harry's side, startling the Durmstrang students, who hadn't even noticed his arrival. However, he seemed to trail off at the end, as if forgetting the headmaster's name. "Karkaroff," Hermione quickly supplied to help. "You're blocking the way, Karkaroff," Einar said flatly, looking at him with calm indifference. His words seemed to irritate the Durmstrang students. "The professor with a special power. Don't think your little show intimidates me in the slightest. I am the headmaster of a—" Before he could finish, Einar's voice rang out with force. "Fuss ro da." Everyone watched as the Durmstrang headmaster was sent flying, disappearing from view. Then, they turned their gaze back to Einar, who maintained his impassive expression. "I don't like threats. And as I said, you were blocking the way," he declared calmly. "But, Professor." "I don't think he actually said any threat," Fred commented, trying to stifle his laughter. "Just in case," Einar replied. The Durmstrang students quickly ran off to retrieve their headmaster, fear evident in their eyes as they glanced at Einar. Without wasting time, they carried him toward the infirmary on their ship. "By the way," Einar said, casting a glance at the students, who froze in place. "If you want to compete, just break the age line by force. Why make it so complicated?" With that, he walked away calmly, under the watchful eyes of everyone. "I think if anyone could do it, it would be him," George said quickly. "That means we have his permission, right?" Fred added with a grin. Chapter 33, A Dream from the Past. A dream from the past. That damn elf bitch. Even if her enchantments are good, that doesn't give her the right to raise the prices, spat a man, his voice filled with evident anger as he stepped out of the shop, followed closely by his companion. "Don't worry. Her enchantments last a long time, we won't regret it. Besides, even if she's an elf, she's quite the beauty, don't you think?" his companion said with a lecherous grin, recalling the woman they had just seen. The man clicked his tongue in disdain. "TSK, don't spout nonsense. She's that damned lunatic Grimner's wife. Let's just head to the bar, wait, and then get the hell out of this filthy town. I haven't been here in years, and it still reeks the same." As they walked through the dirty, neglected streets, his companion nodded toward an area littered with scattered logs. "Hey, isn't that the elf's kid?" he asked with interest. A short distance away, a silver-haired boy sat quietly reading under the sun, several books stacked around him. A twisted smile formed on the man's lips as he recognized him. "Well, well," he murmured, striding toward the boy with arrogance. "What are you doing, brat?" "Reading about smithing," he mocked upon noticing the contents of the book in the child's hands. Without warning, he snatched it away, flipping through the pages with contempt. "Planning to follow in your idiot father's footsteps? With that scrawny body and that girly face, I doubt you can even lift a hammer." With a careless toss, he flung the book into a nearby puddle, splashing mud. His companion let out a chuckle, but the man crouched down with a cruel smirk. "You know, with that face and that little body of yours, you'd be better off selling yourself to some noble. You'd probably become his favorite toy." "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" "That's Grimner's kid," his companion hissed, remembering the earlier warning. But the man only laughed mockingly. "Haha, so what? Everyone in town knows he's a despised bastard. Maybe he'd even thank us if we sold him off somewhere." Einar stared at them blankly, his face void of emotion. Saying nothing, he walked over to the puddle, picked up the book, and calmly shook it to clean off the mud. The man frowned. "I'm talking to you, you little shit. Don't turn your back on me," he roared in fury before delivering a brutal kick to the boy's back. Einar was sent flying by the impact, hitting the ground with a dull thud. He didn't move immediately, but when he lifted his head, his green eyes gleamed with something dangerous, something dark, something about to break free. For years, his parents had forbidden him from responding to the townspeople's provocations. He knew that even if he defended himself, the blame would always fall on him. And so, over time, he stopped trying. But that didn't mean he had forgotten. Bah, let's go. Leave him there. He's not worth the trouble, his companion muttered indifferently, giving him a light shove to move on. The man smirked arrogantly before spitting at Einar's face as he passed by. Or at least, he tried to. Einar simply tilted his head slightly, dodging the spit by mere inches, as if the man had bad aim. Without bothering to respond, he calmly picked up his books and walked away, though not before casting one last look in their direction. A cold look. Hours later, the two men returned to Einar's family forge to pick up their enchanted swords. They reeked of alcohol, their steps unsteady, but when they saw the quality of the enchantments, satisfied smiles spread across their faces. In the end, she's still good with magic. Too bad she's a damn elf, the man commented as he sheathed his sword. Should we find a place to sleep? It's already late, his companion asked, glancing at the darkening sky. Nah. Let's head straight to the ruins. We can use them as a base. I don't have a single septim left after paying that bitch, the man scoffed with disdain. His companion chuckled greedily. Lucky we found that map, huh? Everyone knows unexplored ruins are full of treasure, especially Dwemer ones. Ha ha ha. Once we leave with gold up to our necks, we can buy houses and women way prettier than that fool's wife, the man said, his voice dripping with greed. His companion nudged him nervously. Hey, keep it down. We're close to their house. Grimnir was infamous for protecting his wife with terrifying ferocity. If provoked, he was capable of tearing a man apart with his bare hands. The man scoffed. TSK. That idiot is just his wife's slave. He let himself get bewitched by that elf. Grimnir hadn't always been a simple blacksmith. Before that, he had been a feared warrior, a war veteran who had fought alongside Ulfric before his rebellion. Grab a torch to light the way, the man ordered as they walked into the darkness. His companion lit one and glanced around with a frown. It's a shame that brat isn't around anymore. We could have taken him and sold him off. The other man laughed. Yeah, sure. But there was something odd in his tone. Unnoticed by them, two green eyes watched from the shadows of an alley. Silent. Cold. Filled with bloodlust. When they left the town, they walked for a few minutes before one of them felt something around them. Did you feel that? The companion asked. What? It's probably just a wolf or a bear. Don't worry, if it tries to attack us, we'll just kill it, the man said confidently. No. I think someone, Before he could finish, an arrow whizzed through the air and pierced his throat, cutting off his words. The man's eyes widened in shock as he quickly turned, drawing his sword. Who's there? He shouted in fury, glancing desperately at his companion, who was rapidly bleeding out, trying to call for help. Then, two more arrows flew toward him. With quick reflexes, he managed to slash them mid-air with his sword. Just then, another arrow appeared, this one glowing. The man paid it no mind and swung at it as well. To his horror, the moment his blade made contact, it shattered before his very eyes. What the hell, he muttered in anger, staring at the broken hilt in his hand. 3 more arrows flew toward him. He rolled on the ground to dodge them, but an arrow appeared out of nowhere and embedded itself in his leg. Arg! Damn you! If you're so brave, show yourself, he shouted in fury, feeling the pain in his leg rapidly intensify. The arrow seemed to be poisoned. Soft footsteps began to sound, approaching him and his now dead companion. You, what are you doing, you damn bastard? I'll kill you, he roared as he saw Einar calmly approaching, staring at him. What did you do to my sword? You're more worried about your sword than your life. Interesting, Einar murmured coldly. My father made me promise not to cause trouble in the village so as not to bother my mother, and I keep my promises. We're outside the village now. I'll kill you. I'll kill you, the man bellowed, his face twisted with rage. I'd let the poison finish the job, but if you keep making noise, you might attract the villagers. Einar raised his bow. The sound of the string drawing tight was the last thing the man heard before an arrow lodged in his chest. He collapsed onto his back with one final, strangled breath. Einar lowered his bow, emotionless, and turned away, vanishing into the night without even glancing at the corpses. As if they had never existed. When he arrived home, he carried a rabbit pierced by an arrow for dinner. Oh, you're back. Hurry up and prepare the food. Don't bother your mother, grumbled a muscular, thick-bearded man, sharpening a sword with a serious expression. Yes, father, Einar replied, devoid of any emotion. Since childhood, he had learned not to show his feelings in front of his parents. Not because he hated them, but he didn't hold much affection for them either. As he stepped inside, he saw his mother seated, writing runes in a book with the grace of one who shaped magic itself. Her white hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her blue eyes gleamed with concentration. She was a beauty capable of captivating nations, and yet, her gaze never rested on him. Einar, the enchantments you used today on those men's weapons were lacking. Tomorrow, you'll spend the entire day enchanting daggers to improve. Her voice was soft yet firm. She didn't even lift her eyes to look at him. Yes, mother, he replied with the same calm indifference as always. Without hesitation, he walked toward the kitchen. He had long since learned that his emotions didn't matter. Einar awoke with an icy gaze that could freeze the soul of anyone who dared to cross his path. His green eyes, cold and devoid of emotion, scanned his surroundings cautiously until the familiar sight of his room in Hogwarts Castle registered in his mind. Little by little, the stiffness in his expression faded, and his gaze regained some warmth, leaving behind the darkness that had engulfed him in his dream. After a few minutes, he got out of bed calmly. TSK. I'd rather have a nightmare full of death and blood than see them again. He murmured in irritation, though there was still a faint trace of nostalgia in his voice. Chapter 34, A Touch of Style for Hagrid. A Touch of Style for Hagrid. Einar arrived early to train and then headed to the Great Hall, just in time to see Fred and George attempt to use an aging potion to put their names into the Goblet of Fire. However, their attempt failed spectacularly, and both ended up with long white beards while grinning with interest. I told you. It will be difficult to break the age line I drew, Dumbledore commented with a smile. I recommend you go to the infirmary, where the other students who tried the same thing are waiting to get rid of their beards. Although I must say, yours look much better. The students laughed at his remark as the Weasley twins hurried off to the infirmary. At that moment, Einar felt an intense gaze fixed on him from the Ravenclaw table. Turning around, his eyes met those of an extraordinarily beautiful young woman. Her aura had something special, a mix of blood that seemed to naturally attract anyone who saw her. She offered him a charming smile, but Einar paid little attention and continued his breakfast calmly. He had other plans for the day. He had agreed to meet Hagrid, taking advantage of the free class day. After finishing his meal, he got up from his seat and walked at a relaxed pace toward Hagrid's hut. So, what do you need help with? He asked upon arrival, noticing the mess in the place. Clothes scattered everywhere gave the impression that a small earthquake had hit. Hagrid turned excitedly to see him, as if he had just found his savior. Einar, my friend. I need your help. Einar raised an eyebrow. If you need help cleaning up, it would be better to ask the house elves. No, it's not that. I need help with my outfit. You have good style, so you could give me some advice, Hagrid explained hastily. Outfit? Einar repeated in confusion until he looked out the window and saw the massive Beauxbatons carriage. He immediately understood what was going on. I see, he said, smiling. Look at what I have. Hagrid began pulling suits from his wardrobe. Einar watched the clothes with curiosity, surprised to see that most were made from high-quality materials, almost like armor. What are these made of? He asked while stretching out a coat larger than himself. Oh, that one's made of giant spider silk, Hagrid responded proudly. Einar finally noticed that, scattered around the room, were extremely rare and interesting materials. Some he recognized from books, while others were unfamiliar but emanated great power. He picked up a carved spoon that was lying on the table and examined it with curiosity. Is this a unicorn horn? Oh, yes. When they shed their horns, they sometimes leave them lying around. I have several, Hagrid replied casually while continuing to search through his suits. Einar also noticed huge pillows with giant feathers wrapped in fabric. When he touched one, he felt a powerful surge of electrical energy. Thunderbird feathers? Exactly. One passed through here a while ago, seemed lost. But a friend of Dumbledore came to take it away. Those feathers were left in the nest it had built. It looked like it was about to lay eggs. Too bad I didn't get to see them, Hagrid said with nostalgia. Einar glanced at him with interest but decided not to press the subject and focused on the task at hand. However, he couldn't help but notice that Hagrid's clothes were far too furry. How about I give you one of my suits, he suddenly suggested. Einar, I don't think your clothes would fit me, Hagrid said, patting his stomach. Don't worry. All my clothes are enchanted to adjust to the wearer's body, Einar explained with a smile while pulling out 2 suits that might fit him. One was a Nordic outfit with blue and gold fabrics, a matching cape, and a fur coat draped over the shoulders. It even included a helmet. The other was a black suit with a cloak made of white bear fur, the head included as a hood. Hagrid studied them carefully and, after a few seconds, pointed at the first one. I'll take this one, but without the helmet, he quickly said. I don't want to scare the kids with the other one. He murmured, eyeing the second suit's hood, which resembled the bear's open mouth. He stepped inside the hut to change while Einar curiously examined a bucket with a lid sitting next to the wardrobe. A strange scent emanated from it, so strong that it caught his attention. He approached and lifted the lid slightly. A stench so powerful hit him that, for a moment, he felt like it might knock him out. Just then, Hagrid emerged fully dressed in a blue suit. With his long beard and hair, he now looked more Nordic than Einar himself. Oh! Just in time. That's my cologne, Hagrid said enthusiastically as he approached the bucket. Einar blinked a few times, staring at him in disbelief. Cologne. Einar looked at the thing that had nearly knocked out the most powerful dragon blood. Hagrid grinned proudly as he lifted the lid and dipped his hand into the viscous liquid. Wait! Einar said quickly, leaving Hagrid confused by his sudden outburst. Don't you think using cologne might be a little too strong? How about something more natural, like pine or lavender? You think so? Hagrid asked, puzzled. But I don't have any perfume like that, he added quickly. Don't worry, I have lavender flowers for potions. You just need to crush them with a bit of oil or water, Einar explained as he took out the ingredients. That's true, it smells nice. I'll do that, Hagrid said cheerfully as he headed to the kitchen to make his own perfume. After all, he had some time, and it wouldn't take long. While it obviously wouldn't have as much scent as if he left it to macerate for days, it would be better than that cologne. Einar eyed Hagrid's bucket cautiously once more before sitting calmly at the table to wait. Hagrid finished quickly and took the opportunity to comb his hair, trying to tie it into a ponytail. Maybe he wanted to look like Charlie, but he ended up with 2 rather odd pigtails instead. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Hagrid went to open it and found Harry, Hermione, and Ron. When they saw Hagrid, they were surprised by his outfit and the elegant presence he now carried. Wow, Hagrid, you look great. Hermione quickly said, while the other 2, still shocked, nodded. Thanks, Professor Einar lent me one of his suits. Come in, Hagrid said, pleased that the kids liked his style. Once inside, the trio bombarded him with questions, trying to get information about the tournament's tasks. However, Hagrid managed to keep his mouth shut. Seeing that, Hermione took the chance to tell him about her organization, SPW, thinking Hagrid would happily join. But she was in for a great disappointment. Sorry, Hermione, but house elves are happy doing their tasks. If you took them away, they'd get depressed. And if you tried to pay them, they might even take it as an insult, Hagrid said, gently rejecting her proposal. But Harry freed Dobby, and he's more than happy to be free. He even says he likes getting paid, Hermione quickly argued. Well, there's always a black sheep somewhere. No doubt there are a few odd elves who'd want to be free, but I don't think you'll convince the majority. Not at all, Hagrid replied swiftly. A bit annoyed, Hermione put the badge-filled box back into her pocket. It was getting late, the sun was setting, and everyone had to return to the castle for the tournament's opening ceremony. The trio decided it was time to head back. I'll go with you, Hagrid said quickly. Wait a moment, I'll wash my face, just in case. He stepped out of his hut and washed up in a water barrel by the window. But there was nothing on his face, Hermione said, confused. What about his suit and hairstyle? Harry quickly pointed out. Look! Ron suddenly said, pointing out the window. They saw Hagrid walking quickly toward Madame Maxime and the Beauxbatons students, who were leaving their carriage to head to the banquet. Though they couldn't hear what was being said, they saw Hagrid grinning broadly as he guided Madame Maxime with his hand. Do you think he'll go to the castle with them? Hermione asked, noticing with a hint of indignation that Hagrid had forgotten about them. As they watched Hagrid walk off with Madame Maxime, they also saw the Beauxbatons students rushing to keep up. He obviously likes her, Harry quickly stated. Oh, really? And what makes you think that? Came a sarcastic voice behind them, startling them. They turned around quickly and saw Einar sitting calmly at the table. Einar. Professor. How long have you been here? Hermione asked quickly. Me? Since the beginning, Einar replied with a smile as he stood up. If I were an assassin, you'd all be dead. But I'll let it slide this time and spare you from walking around with corpse written on your foreheads today, he added with a smirk before strolling out. Well, thanks for that, Ron muttered, thinking how embarrassing it would be to go to the Great Hall with 2 other schools while having something written on his forehead. Are you staying here? Einar asked, stopping for a second to glance at them. No, we're coming with you, Hermione quickly said, rushing out of the hut to catch up with Einar, while Harry and Ron closed the door and followed after her. Chapter 35, The 4 Champions. The 4 Champions. Look, it's the Durmstrang students. Hermione exclaimed as she saw the students from the other school approaching from where they had anchored their ship. Leading the group, Viktor Krum walked with firm steps, closely following Karkaroff. The Durmstrang headmaster had a cold expression and a clear look of discomfort on his face, bandages protruded from his neck, proof that he had spent the night in the infirmary, which explained his foul mood. However, upon spotting Einar not far away, Karkaroff's eyes widened with a mix of surprise, fear, and anger. Even so, he forced himself to maintain his composure, lifting his head proudly while trying not to look directly at him. Meanwhile, Ron could barely contain his excitement at having Viktor Krum so close. However, the famous Bulgarian seeker didn't even glance at him. Instead, he cast a brief, apprehensive look at Einar before following his headmaster. When they entered the Great Hall, Einar headed straight to his seat at the professor's table, while the other 3 joined their classmates. Oh, Einar. Where have you been? Hagrid asked upon seeing him, suddenly remembering his friend's absence. You left me in your hut, along with the other 3, Einar replied with an amused smile. Oh, right, sorry, I forgot, Hagrid said, scratching his head in embarrassment. At that moment, Flitwick arrived, accompanied by other professors, and upon noticing Hagrid, his eyes sparkled with interest. Hey, Hagrid, what a great suit. Where did you get it? He asked eagerly as he took a seat next to Einar. It looks fantastic on you. Oh, it's not mine. Einar lent it to me, Hagrid responded cheerfully, pleased that more people were noticing his attire. You can keep it, Einar said casually. I have plenty of clothes anyway, he added, thinking to himself, Dren used to get new outfits in the past, though I never asked where he got them from. Are you sure? Hagrid asked, a little hesitant. Yes. Consider it an apology for sending you flying the first time we met, Einar added with a teasing smile. Flying? Hagrid repeated, not understanding what he meant. It seemed he had completely forgotten about that incident. Or rather, he had literally forgotten. To him, his first meeting with Einar had been when Dumbledore asked him to take him to Diagon Alley. As Einar chatted animatedly with the professors, time passed quickly until Dumbledore stood up. Beside him, Karkaroff and Madame Maxime also rose to their feet. It seems the time has come to select the champions, Dumbledore announced, immediately capturing everyone's attention. When the Goblet of Fire spits out your name, you must proceed through that door and wait. The elderly headmaster pointed to a door beside the professor's table, and an excited murmur spread through the Great Hall. All eyes turned to the Goblet of Fire, whose blue flames began to intensify. Suddenly, the flames turned a bright red and shot a charred piece of parchment into the air. An expectant silence filled the hall. Dumbledore caught the parchment and read aloud. The champion of Durmstrang will be Viktor Krum. The students and professors erupted into applause and cheers of excitement. Viktor stood up at the Slytherin table, while Karkaroff, more excited than Krum himself, roared proudly. Bravo, Viktor! The Bulgarian seeker, with his characteristic calm demeanor, strode forward with firm steps and disappeared through the designated door. The anticipation grew as everyone turned their attention back to the Goblet of Fire. Once again, the flames flared a deep red before launching another parchment. Dumbledore quickly caught it and announced. The champion of Beauxbatons is Fleur Delacour. The beautiful young woman, who had left many students dazzled on the day of her arrival, rose gracefully with a proud smile. She walked elegantly toward the door through which Viktor had disappeared, leaving behind a trail of admiring gazes and, in some cases, tears of disappointment. A couple of Beauxbatons girls sobbed at not being chosen, while other students murmured in discouragement. But the tension in the hall escalated as Fleur crossed the door, for now, it was time to select Hogwarts champion. The silence deepened. The goblet flared red once more before spitting out the third parchment. Dumbledore took it and proclaimed firmly. The champion of Hogwarts is Cedric Diggory. A wave of jubilation swept through the Hufflepuff table. Its students stood up, cheering enthusiastically, while the other houses also applauded, though with a hint of disappointment at not being chosen. The cheers lasted so long that Dumbledore had to patiently wait for the celebrations to subside. Finally, the elderly headmaster smiled and resumed speaking. I am happy that all the champions have now been chosen. I hope that the 3 schools will support their champions with all their. However, before he could finish, the goblet of fire flared red once again. The great hall fell into a deathly silence as, to everyone's astonishment, another parchment was ejected from the flames. Dumbledore caught the paper in the air, a faint glimmer of surprise in his eyes. The entire hall remained utterly silent, waiting for his words. Harry Potter, he announced. The impact was immediate. A murmur of disbelief rippled through the great hall as hundreds of eyes turned toward the young Gryffindor. Harry, more confused than anyone, blinked in shock. Einar, from his seat at the professor's table, observed the scene with a frown. His gaze lingered on Dumbledore for a moment before shifting to Harry, who looked genuinely bewildered. This made no sense. The air was heavy with tension. No one applauded. I didn't put my name in, Harry exclaimed, turning to his Gryffindor classmates. You know that. Meanwhile, McGonagall and Dumbledore were whispering to each other, but Einar didn't need to hear them to understand the nature of their discussion. He sighed. Come, Harry, he called, drawing everyone's attention. Harry stood up cautiously, feeling the weight of the stairs drilling into him. Einar noticed the hostility on some students' faces and clenched his jaw. Professor, I didn't put my name in the goblet, Harry declared firmly, raising his voice so everyone could hear. I don't want to compete. Einar smiled slightly. I see. So, you want to withdraw from the tournament? Yes, Harry affirmed without hesitation. Dumbledore intervened immediately. Please, Harry, join the other champions, he ordered in a serious tone. Einar turned his head toward him. Sorry, Headmaster, but it seems there's been a mistake, he replied calmly. Harry doesn't want to compete. Dumbledore maintained a serene expression, but his gaze hardened. The Goblet of Fire has chosen him, and as I mentioned before, once a wizard's name is selected, a magical contract is automatically activated. Einar raised an eyebrow. A contract, he murmured, glancing at the goblet. I see, but as a professor, I can't allow a minor student to compete. So, we'll resolve this in the simplest way possible. He stood up from his seat and walked toward the Goblet of Fire with calm steps. We'll simply destroy it. The impact of his words made the great hall erupt in exclamations. Ludo Bagman nearly choked. You can't do that, he exclaimed, visibly shaken. The Goblet of Fire is an ancient, invaluable artifact. It has been used for generations of wizards. Einar shrugged. So what? He asked indifferently. You were the ones who imposed the rule against underage participants. The Ministry of Magic, which is supposedly here to protect wizards, is violating its own rules. He locked eyes with Ludo. The man swallowed nervously. Even if you wanted to, you couldn't do it, Barty Crouch interjected with a mocking sneer. The Goblet of Fire is protected by multiple enchantments. It would be best if you stopped spouting nonsense. Einar smiled. Breaking things is my specialty. Without further warning, he extended his hand and grabbed the goblet. His muscles tensed as he applied sheer force to the ancient artifact. Crack. A sharp sound echoed through the hall. Crouch paled as a thin crack formed on the wooden surface. An instant later, an invisible barrier shattered like glass. Silence filled the room. Stop! Crouch shouted, his voice trembling. If you destroy the goblet, you'll be in serious trouble with the Ministry. Einar ignored him. Professor Einar, Dumbledore intervened gravely, we don't know if destroying the goblet would free the champions from their contract. It could be even more dangerous. Einar detected something in his gaze, a calculating glint that disappeared as quickly as it appeared. Huh! He murmured to himself. This old man, could it be? Before he could continue his train of thought, a voice rose from the crowd. Professor, don't do it. It was a Hufflepuff student. We don't want Cedric to be in danger. If Harry is a champion, then let him compete. Quickly, other students joined in. That's right. Harry's a Gryffindor, he can handle the trials. Fred Weasley shouted. We appreciate your concern, Professor, but don't get yourself in trouble, added a Ravenclaw student. Einar narrowed his eyes. Dumbledore remained calm, but now he saw it clearly. So this was what he wanted. Harry clenched his fists. Fine, he declared. I'll compete. Einar looked at him in silence for a few seconds. Then, he placed the goblet back in its place and turned to Harry. All right. But if I remember correctly, champions are allowed to skip classes to train, right? Ludo Bagman hesitated, casting a furtive glance at Dumbledore before nodding. Why yes, they have special privileges to prepare. Einar smiled coldly. Good. Harry, you won't be attending classes. From now on, I will personally oversee your training. His words caused murmurs among the students. Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. Professor Einar, I understand your concern, but Harry is still a student. He must attend his classes like everyone else. Einar turned to Ludo. Is that true? Ludo hesitated for a moment, but under Einar's piercing gaze, he stammered. And no, it's not necessary. He only needs to show up for the trials. Einar nodded. Perfect. Cedric is one of my best students, I know he'll be fine. But Harry, in comparison, barely knows a few spells. Immediately, the students grasped the logic behind his words and nodded in agreement. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes. You turned my own strategy against me. Come on, Harry. I'll take you to the other champions, Einar said. As he led Harry out of the Great Hall, Einar noticed a small detail before leaving. For a brief moment, Dumbledore had clenched his fist. He said nothing. But he smiled faintly. Old man. I've had battles of wits with Daedric princes who have lived far longer than you. Though, I suppose it's better to focus on figuring out who put Harry's name in the goblet. I hope it wasn't you, he thought as he glanced at Dumbledore. Chapter 36, Defying the Rules. Defying the Rules. Einar entered, followed by Harry, who now felt a bit more confident thanks to Einar's support. As they stepped inside, they saw the other three champions, Victor, leaning seriously against a wall, Cedric, looking a little nervous as he stood near the fireplace, and Fleur Delacour, who quickly turned her gaze to Einar and Harry. She tossed her hair back and approached slightly. You're a professor, right? Are you here to tell us we're leaving? Fleur asked, her thick French accent unmistakable. No. I just came to bring the fourth champion, Einar said calmly, motioning toward Harry behind him. Haha, that's a good joke, Fleur laughed, thinking he was joking at the sight of Harry. But when Einar said nothing else, she blinked and asked again. That can't be true, right? He's just a boy. Those words clearly annoyed Harry, who frowned with frustration. Meanwhile, Victor Krum glanced at him with open disdain. Cedric looked stunned by what he had just heard, especially since he was supposed to be Hogwarts' only champion. I don't like being called a liar, Einar said seriously, his piercing gaze locked onto Fleur. Ahem. I apologize for my rudeness. It's just that only students over 17 were supposed to compete, Fleur quickly corrected herself, bowing her head politely. That's because the wizards who created this tournament were idiots and incompetents, Einar replied calmly. Right at that moment, the so-called idiots and incompetents entered the room, just in time to hear that last comment. None of them managed to come up with a defense. Dumbledore, this is unfair. Why does Hogwarts have two champions? Madame Maxime exclaimed, glaring at Harry with frustration. Indeed, Dumbledore. I was never told the host school could have two competitors, Karkaroff added sharply. Had I known, we would have brought more representatives, properly trained and prepared ones. It's wise not to judge Headmaster Dumbledore, when it's clearly Potter's fault. He always manages to stir up trouble wherever he goes, Snape added coldly as he entered along with the other professors. Oh, really? I've heard the stories about Harry's actions, Einar said quickly, now looking straight at Snape. In first year, he saved the Philosopher's Stone from an intruder in the castle, who, curiously, wasn't detected by any professor. And the trials he had to go through to reach the stone were, in my opinion, a joke that insults everyone's intelligence. In second year, the professors failed to discover the location of the Chamber of Secrets. Harry had to enter it himself to save a kidnapped student. I'm not even sure what kind of creature was down there, but I don't recall any professors taking care of the matter. And in third year, a convicted fugitive managed to sneak into the castle, supposedly to get to Harry. But from what I heard, he only led them to a secluded area, then you caught him, only for him to be mysteriously freed. So, rather than causing trouble, I'd say Harry is just trying to survive all the mess the school can't seem to handle. I recall you've only been a professor for a few months. You have no place commenting on past events, Snape replied icily. Precisely because I'm a professor, I'm defending my student from another professor, one clearly inept, who did nothing in any of those situations. Well, he did catch the prisoner, but, was he really an enemy of the school? Einar responded, his tone firm. Enough, please. Dumbledore quickly intervened, cutting off the argument. He then turned to Harry, who now, after hearing everything Einar had said, was starting to seriously question the school. Harry, is it true you didn't put your name into the goblet, nor asked any older student to do it for you? He asked gently. No, Harry replied, this time with more confidence, knowing Einar was backing him. Dumbledore noticed it immediately. He's obviously lying. Karkaroff snapped, his voice full of anger and scorn, glaring at Harry like he was about to curse him. Shut your mouth, or next time you go flying, I'll make sure it's off a cliff, Einar said coldly. Karkaroff paled and quickly looked away, going silent. Seeing the conversation was going nowhere, McGonagall decided to intervene. If Harry says he didn't put his name in, nor asked anyone to do it for him, that should be enough for us. There's nothing more to discuss, she said firmly, throwing a sharp look at Snape. As we've already stated, the rules bind anyone chosen by the goblet to compete. That's final, Barty Crouch said at last, giving Einar a dismissive glance. Then put the names back in and allow each school to have 2 champions, Karkaroff insisted. I'm sorry, but the goblet's flame has already gone out. It can't be relit until the next tournament, Ludo explained with a regretful shrug. Then obviously Durmstrang won't be participating, Karkaroff spat furiously. If it weren't for Victor already being chosen, I'd leave right this moment. You're all too loud. I don't care what you want to sort out. I'm taking my students, Einar said firmly. Follow me, Harry. You too, Cedric, he added, not bothering to listen to anything the others had to say. Harry and Cedric exchanged a quick glance and, without hesitation, followed him. Wait, shouted Ludo hurriedly. The first task will take place on November 24th. The champions must figure out on their own what it involves. They may only use their wands, and they are not allowed to receive help from any professor, he summarized quickly, realizing he wouldn't get a chance to explain in detail. Don't try to impose your stupid rules on me when you couldn't even uphold the most basic ones you yourselves established from the start, Einar replied angrily. The castle trembled slightly for a few seconds as Einar shot a piercing glare at Ludo, who instantly paled. Then, Einar left the room, followed by Cedric and Harry, both shocked by his fury. Normally, Einar was quite calm, and only occasionally showed his anger, like when Malfoy acted like a coward. The students in the Great Hall watched closely as Einar exited with Cedric and Harry. Professor, should we go back to our seats? Asked Cedric, a bit confused. No. I said I would train Harry, but I've changed my mind. Both of you will train with me, Einar replied with determination. The other students widened their eyes with interest upon hearing that. Longbottom, did you learn what I lent you? Einar suddenly asked, stopping right in front of the Gryffindor table and looking at Neville. Why yes, Professor. I can use healing and calm now, Neville replied, a bit nervous. Good. You too. Follow me, Einar ordered, before quickly leaving the Great Hall. Hagrid, who had watched everything in silence, got up from his seat among the professors and ran after Einar and the students. Einar, what's going on? Will Harry have to compete? What did Dumbledore and the others say? Hagrid asked as he caught up, panting slightly from the run. Basically the same thing we talked about in the middle of the Great Hall, Einar replied without stopping. But I'm starting to suspect there's something more behind all this. And I'd rather make sure neither of them ends up dead in this poorly run, stupid tournament. Harry and Cedric looked at each other in alarm at those words, their expressions turning tense with a mix of fear and surprise. Why do you say that? Asked Hagrid, visibly worried. That Crouch guy reeks of dark magic, Einar said seriously, not bothering to soften his words. Hagrid went pale. He trusted Einar completely and knew he would never say something like that lightly. Then we have to tell Dumbledore, he proposed urgently. He should already know, Einar replied with a mocking tone. Hagrid didn't notice it, but Harry did. The comment left him with a disturbing feeling. Dumbledore, you have to keep your professors under control. Karkaroff exclaimed furiously after Einar left the room. The headmaster already had a throbbing pain in his temple. That exact thought had been plaguing him. Dumbledore, even if professors care about their students, they can't help the champions. That would be cheating. Ludo Bagman insisted, trying to maintain his composure. And why would it be considered cheating when Professor Einar is right? Professor McGonagall intervened firmly. You're forcing a minor to compete, when your own rules forbid it. Then let's allow our students to receive the necessary help as well, just like Hogwarts champions, Madame Maxime proposed, seeing an opportunity rather than a reason to complain. If that's the case, I have no objection, Karkaroff responded, crossing his arms. We can't break the rules, Ludo insisted, clearly nervous. If the professors get involved, the entire tournament will lose its credibility. Oh please, Ludo. McGonagall sighed, exasperated. We all know how much cheating has gone on in previous tournaments. Don't come at us now with nonsense. Do you think it works well, or did I go overboard? I mean, it's what I wish someone with a sound mind had proposed. Chapter 37, The Beginning of Hell. The Beginning of Hell. Professor, why are you so upset? Asked Harry, mustering the courage as he followed Einar alongside Cedric and Neville through the forbidden forest. Hagrid had stayed behind, unable to continue the path. Einar stopped for a moment. He turned slightly, fixing his gaze on Harry with a chilling intensity. Because you're weak, Harry, he replied sternly, the annoyance vibrating in his deep voice. Harry opened his mouth, surprised, but Einar didn't give him a chance to reply. When I was thrown into my world, he continued, there was no room for doubt or comfort. Any mistake meant death. Since the day I was born, I was trained to endure, to survive. But you're not. Neither are you, Cedric. You're wizards, yes, and that makes you superior to non-magical men. But now you're playing with your lives like they're coins tossed into the air for someone else's amusement. Your deaths will be entertainment. That's what this tournament means. But Professor, I chose to be a champion. It's an honor, Cedric said firmly. An honor is noble, Einar nodded. But here, your honor is being used as decoration for a macabre celebration. Your school, the one that should protect you, is throwing you into the pit with a smile. When I heard what happened during Harry's first 3 years, I understood that Hogwarts is not, nor has it ever been, a safe place. He paused, and his tone hardened. At your age, Harry, you faced your first enemy. But you weren't ready. Not mentally. You just wanted to attend class, while I, at that age, was already prepared to die. With that, he turned and resumed walking. Cedric, Harry, and Neville followed him in silence. Where are we going, Professor? Asked Cedric, a bit nervously. To train. Starting today. Einar didn't stop speaking. I'd love to take you out of this school and make you hunt magical creatures around the world, but I have responsibilities here. So I'll bring your enemies to you. They arrived at a wide clearing between the trees, surrounded by shadows and covered in cobwebs. Dozens of giant spiders turned to face them as they entered. Are we going to fight them? Asked Harry, tense, remembering past incidents. Of course not. They're too weak, Einar replied, taking a deep breath. Then he raised his voice with a guttural shout that echoed through the forest. Foz are you Mar? The spiders froze instantly. A second later, they fled in terror as if death itself were chasing them. The echo faded. Cedric, Harry, and Neville trembled, even though they weren't the targets. But Einar clapped once, and the tension in their bodies vanished, as if he had returned control to them. Let's see. A dragon priest would wipe you out in a heartbeat. An Atronach, no, they'd turn you to ash. A Seeker. No. Too disgusting. Seeker. Like in Quidditch? Asked Harry, confused. Einar let out a deep, almost mocking laugh. No. You don't want to meet this kind of Seeker. It's an abomination even necromancers despise. I don't like beings that crawl among corpses. We'll have to settle for an Atronach, a weak one. He turned to Neville. You'll be in charge of keeping them alive. Heal them. Don't let them die. Die? Repeated Harry and Cedric, shocked. Don't worry. If you die, I can revive you, he added with a faint, cold smile. Though as slaves, of course. He extended his hand, and a dark blue orb formed in his palm. It expanded, opening a sparkling portal from which emerged a creature wrapped in flames, a woman of molten stone, floating with deadly grace. The heat she radiated was felt even from a distance. You're lucky. This one's pretty weak. You might just end up a little scorched. The 3 students stared, speechless. They had never seen that kind of magic or creature before. Is it some kind of golem? Asked Cedric. No. It's an Atronach. Its origin doesn't matter. You two will fight her. Together. Good luck. He turned to the creature and spoke softly, almost tenderly. Don't kill them. The Atronach raised its arms and, without warning, launched 2 fireballs straight at the students. They dove to the sides, barely dodging the attack. The ground where they'd stood was left scorched and blackened. Confringo. Incendio. Both of them instinctively cast fire spells. Einar raised an eyebrow, pausing for a second. The Atronach, naturally, wasn't fazed. It aimed again and fired another burst. Cedric and Harry rolled on the ground, narrowly evading it. Are you idiots? Einar roared. You see a fire creature, and you throw fire at it. Both students looked away, embarrassed. Sorry, it was just instinct, said Cedric, dodging another attack. Raising his wand, he shouted. Aguamenti. A stream of water shot out, but the Atronach dodged it gracefully, gliding over the blazing ground. Harry, learning from the mistake, tried a different spell. Glacius. But it missed too. The creature's speed was impressive. Water and ice spells began raining down as the 2 boys dodged fireballs with increasing difficulty. As the battle went on, exhaustion began to weigh them down. Eventually, 1 fireball hit Harry in the shoulder, hurling him several feet back. Neville, Einar ordered, his voice firm. The boy nodded immediately and pointed his wand. A warm golden light enveloped Harry, healing his wounds in seconds. Einar raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Not because of the healing itself, but because Neville had done it using a wand. In his world, true healing required no such tool. He had never channeled magic through a wand. Meanwhile, Harry stood up, dazed. His shoulder was good as new, though his robe had a large, scorched hole. He barely had time to catch his breath before dodging another blast. Every time they were about to collapse, Einar handed them a potion to keep going. And so it continued for hours, until night fell completely and the sky filled with stars. At last, Einar gave the command to stop. That's enough for today. This was merely a taste of what you'll endure this month. A physical lesson, on what it means to survive. Einar dismissed the Atronach with a simple gesture, as if it had been a meaningless illusion. Harry and Cedric collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, staring at the sky with trembling bodies and exhausted minds. Although the potions eased their pain, the mental fatigue still crushed them. Meanwhile, Neville busied himself casting healing spells to close their wounds and a gentle calming charm to soothe their mental strain. You were lucky it was only a couple of hours, because you need sleep. But tomorrow, I expect to see you waiting outside the Forbidden Forest early, Einar said briskly, a smile forming on his face, one that seemed almost sinister in the moment. What? We're going to do this every day? Harry asked, alarmed. Please say no. We have classes, Cedric added in desperation. Oh, right. You weren't in the Great Hall. But don't worry, you no longer need to attend classes. And your evaluations will be automatically passed, Einar informed Cedric, not breaking his stride. That should make me happy, but it doesn't. Not at all, Cedric murmured, tears welling up in his eyes. It's fine. It won't always be combat training. Now, get up, take a bath, and go to sleep, Einar ordered, dismissing the issue entirely. Harry, Cedric, and Neville began walking out of the forest, dragging their aching bodies behind them. Einar followed closely, keeping an eye on the surroundings in case any magical beasts approached, though, with his mere presence, all creatures seemed to flee in terror. Now I understand why my teachers had so much fun training me, Einar said with a nostalgic smile, remembering the brutal Spartan-style training he endured in his world. Luckily, he had always been a quick learner and hadn't taken long to catch up with his instructors. Harry arrived at the Gryffindor common room with his robes in tatters, visible burns, and holes all over. Miraculously, his pants had survived. Perhaps the Atronach had taken pity on him. When he entered, only a few students were still awake, it was quite late. Harry? Where were you? And what the hell happened to you? Fred asked curiously, raising an eyebrow and looking at him with a half-smile. I was training with Einar, Harry grumbled before collapsing onto a sofa like a corpse. Wow, my deepest condolences, Fred said quickly, knowing exactly how Harry felt. After all, he and George had also learned charms from Einar. Harry looked up, observing Fred and the few students still chatting as if nothing had happened. What is it? Fred asked, noticing Harry's confused expression. I thought everyone would ask how I did it. Or be surprised, Harry said quietly. Surprised? Come on, Harry. Everyone saw what happened. It was obvious it wasn't you, and even if it had been, Professor Einar is on your side. No one wants to mess with you now, Fred replied with a casual shrug and a relaxed smile. Besides, now you're our champion. Harry nodded, letting out a sigh. Thanks. But, Fred added with a mischievous grin, that doesn't get you out of the most important part. The most important part? Harry repeated, puzzled. The party, of course. Fred clapped his hands a couple of times, and immediately, the students who had been hiding behind the couches, curtains, and stairs jumped out, tossing confetti into the air. Harry flinched as everyone began cheering. Congratulations, Harry. You're our champion. And trained by the best professor to ever walk the halls of Hogwarts. Harry smiled, though his body was screaming for a bed. However, not everyone shared in the joy. Ron came down from the dormitory with a scowl. He looked at Harry coldly, and without saying a word, turned around and went back upstairs, ignoring the celebration entirely. Chapter 38, Shadows over Hogsmeade. Shadows over Hogsmeade. Although Einar had asked for them early, he found out that both had taken part in a party organized by their classmates and had been forced to stay awake despite their exhaustion. So, he allowed them to rest, just for today. Meanwhile, he would take the opportunity to deal with something that had been bothering him for a while. Einar left the castle early in the morning, walking firmly along the path that led directly to Hogsmeade. On the way, he felt a hateful gaze coming from one of the castle's windows. There, hidden in the shadows, was Barty Crouch. His dark face watched Einar closely as he tied a letter to the leg of an owl, which took off toward the village. Einar strolled calmly through Hogsmeade, observing the shops with the ease of someone who feared nothing. He stopped several times to buy things that caught his eye. But when he felt it was enough, he headed toward the outskirts of the village, in the opposite direction of Hogwarts, a confident smile on his face. After several minutes of walking, he stopped in the middle of the road, as if patiently waiting for something. Suddenly, 3 killing curses of emerald green light flew at him from different directions. Einar smiled calmly, quickly pulling out a striking shield that instantly created a magical barrier in front of him. Tid Klo O. 2 curses struck the protective field, and at the second impact, the energy barrier disintegrated. The third curse hit the physical shield directly, but did not pierce it. From the nearby bushes, the hidden wizard smiled with contempt, expecting to see Einar drop dead. But that didn't happen. Einar remained standing, calmly looking at his shield before speaking. Seems like it can only block 2 killing curses. Still, it's fascinating how this curse can bypass nearly any defense. As I suspected, it tries to rip the soul apart. He showed no wounds, but a slight discomfort appeared on his face. Maybe someone on Dumbledore's level could hurt me with that spell, but you cannot. His eyes coldly scanned the surrounding hiding spots. The wizards, still hidden, felt a chill run down their spines. Even so, they cast more curses, of all colors and shapes. Just as the spells were about to strike him again, Einar vanished before their eyes. FMZ Gron. An incomprehensible word echoed in the air, and then, nothing. The enemies looked around in desperation. One of them, sensing something, turned just in time to see Einar standing behind him, observing him with interest. But the last thing he saw was a dark dagger in Einar's hand, and then his world turned upside down as his head rolled to the ground. The other wizards froze at the brutal death of their companion, but Einar gave them no time to react. He drew a massive sword with one hand, raised it, and positioned himself as if he were about to throw it like a spear. One of the enemies quickly raised a protective shield, but the moment the sword was thrown, it seemed to vanish from human sight. In the blink of an eye, it pierced the magical shield and the enemy, dragging him several meters until it embedded itself in a tree, along with another wizard who was impaled by the same blade. "By Merlin!" shouted another wizard, terrified, taking a step back as he considered fleeing. But when he turned his head, he saw Einar appear beside him, wielding an even larger sword. The vertical slash was so powerful it cut the wizard in two, destroyed several trees behind him, and sprayed blood into the air like a crimson storm. "Fiendfyr!" shouted one of the last wizards, desperate, casting a curse of hellfire that engulfed the area in a tornado of living flames. The inferno roared for a few seconds, until a freezing wind brought a voice. "Fo Kraken!" A roar of ice crashed down upon the fire. The cursed fire, impossible to extinguish by normal means, began to freeze. From the sky descended a figure clad in imposing armor, crashing down upon the caster of the curse like a meteor. The impact was so powerful that the ground cracked open, and pieces of the wizard scattered in every direction. Einar, now in his dragon armor, looked at the remaining enemies. Only 2 were left. The survivors, already without hope, decided to flee by apparition. Einar raised his gaze and threw a dagger with surgical precision toward one of them, while uttering another word of power. Would na kst. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside the second wizard, just as the apparition point was beginning to close. He reached in and dragged the wizard out by the neck. Why you pulled me out of apparition? The wizard stammered, in disbelief. Einar didn't answer. Without a shred of emotion, he broke the man's jaw with a punch and crushed his wand beneath his boot. Meanwhile, the other wizard, impaled by the dagger, lay half-trapped between 2 worlds, his body split by a failed spell. The dagger was still there. Einar calmly walked up to him and retrieved the blade, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings with heightened senses. Without wasting time, he pulled out his bow and an arrow from his enchanted pouch. He aimed at the sky. The arrow began to glow with sparks of electricity. Without hesitation, he released it. The arrow vanished from mortal sight, and in the sky, the clouds twisted as if an ancient storm had awakened. Seconds later, a wizard flying on a broom crashed to the ground, a perfect hole in the middle of his chest. The arrow had struck true. Lethal. Without delay, Einar approached the wizard still writhing on the ground. His jaw was broken, and his legs were shattered, a clear warning that escape was impossible. He examined the man with a look of disgust, as if he were less than garbage. No poison in the molars. What a pathetic assassin. Then breaking your jaw was a waste, he said coldly. With a swift motion, he reset the wizard's jaw. The sound of bone snapping into place was as cruel as the strangled scream of pain that escaped his lips. Ag. Please, spare me. I'll tell you everything. Don't kill me, please, begged the wizard, his voice trembling, broken by pain and fear. Einar watched him, a dark glint in his eyes. You be a joke in the Dark Brotherhood, or maybe Cicero's favorite toy, he spat with contempt. Give me the names, and I won't kill you. Don't worry. I keep my promises. Why yes. Thank you, sir, thank you. A man forced us, he threatened to kill our families. I swear. The man was from the Goyle family. That's all I know. Einar frowned, thoughtful. Goyle? Doesn't ring a bell. Dren. A black mist rose behind him like a whisper of death. The silhouette of the Daedra emerged from the shadows, imposing and demonic. Master, your weapons, Dren said in a guttural voice, handing him what had been left scattered after the massacre, including the arrow that pierced the heart of the wizard on the broom. Einar took the weapons calmly, then pointed at the trembling wizard kneeling before him. He's yours. Do as you wish. The wizard's eyes widened in terror as he saw the creature. You said you wouldn't kill me. And I won't. I'm not killing you. Dren, however, is quite creative, and can keep you alive for a long time while he has his fun. Dren grinned widely, revealing teeth that did not belong to this world. Thank you, master. I always wanted to know what the flesh of this realm tastes like, he said before summoning a black portal. He tossed the man inside as his screams of pleading were lost among demonic echoes. Please, I have a family. I have children. Einar sighed, cold as steel. Sure. I can smell the blood on your hands. I lived with entrained assassins. I know how to recognize them. Then Dren remained behind to clean up the scene. Without a hint of remorse, Einar turned around and began walking back toward the village. He removed his dragon armor calmly, brushing off his cloak, the edge of which had been slightly burned during the fight. That spell was quite good. Maybe I should learn some dark magic, he muttered to himself, almost as if commenting on the weather. But then, he stopped. He felt a gaze. Not hostile, but scrutinizing. Sharp with intelligence. He quickly searched for the source and his eyes met a black dog watching him from a distance. Einar narrowed his eyes. Barbas, he exclaimed, surprised and maybe, slightly nervous. But upon closer inspection, his expression changed. It wasn't Barbas. It wasn't the loyal servant of a Daedric prince, Clavicus Vile. He sighed, relieved, but curious. He approached with steady steps. The dog, who had witnessed the entire massacre, now tried to act as if it were just a regular mutt. Running away wasn't an option, not even the one who used apparition had escaped. You know, you look like someone. Well, something. Not really a dog. But if you were, it would mean this world is about to be devoured by chaos and destruction, Einar murmured, eyes inquisitive. The dog flinched, startled, and tried to slowly walk away, pretending to sniff for food. First time I see an animagus. Well, I know Professor McGonagall is one, but I've never seen her transformed. There's almost no difference, except for the magicka emanating from you, he said in an analytical tone. The animal froze. Then, as if resigning to the inevitable, it transformed. A long-haired man appeared in its place, pointing his wand at Einar, every muscle tense. A bead of sweat rolled down his forehead. I see. Sirius Black. I saw your posters in Tom's Tavern. Reminds me of the days I hunted bandits for gold. Don't need that anymore. But I'm curious, what is a convicted criminal doing so close to the school I work at? Einar drew a pair of black daggers, his eyes sharp and cold as blades, fixed on Sirius. If I say I'm just passing through, will you let me go? Black asked, his voice trembling. A convict, near the students. Einar smiled calmly, I don't think so. Chapter 39, Unexpected Visitors. Unexpected Visitors. Einar returned to the castle grounds under the watchful gaze of the students. He walked with steady steps, carrying something hidden beneath a black blanket. The long, rigid shape resembled a corpse, but no one was brave enough to approach and ask. In silence, they watched him head toward Hagrid's hut. The groundskeeper seemed to have visitors, but that didn't stop Einar. Calmly, he knocked on the door. Hagrid opened quickly, his usual friendly smile in place, and invited him in. Inside the hut were Harry and Hermione. One redhead from the usual trio was notably absent. However, upon seeing what Einar was carrying, both stood up immediately, full of curiosity. Hello, Professor Einar. What are you carrying there? Hermione asked with a polite smile, stepping forward. A convict, Einar replied bluntly, dropping the bundle to the floor with a dull thud. Ha! That's a joke, right? Harry asked with a forced smile as he approached. A joke? No. I found him while walking through the village. I didn't know what to do with him, so I came to ask Hagrid, Einar explained casually, as if talking about the weather. Harry's expression changed instantly. Only one person came to mind upon hearing that word. Without wasting a second, he rushed toward the bundle and pulled off the blanket with trembling hands. Einar watched him with interest, arms crossed. Sirius! Harry exclaimed upon seeing the man's face. He quickly placed 2 fingers on his neck, checking for a pulse. I didn't kill him. Just knocked him out. I needed to confirm something, but I no longer need to, Einar said, calmly sitting down on one of the chairs in the hut. Hagrid, now visibly alarmed, rushed to shut the windows and lock the door. He already knew the story from Harry's mouth. He knew Sirius was innocent. Professor Einar. Sirius is innocent. You can't turn him in, Hermione said urgently. Then I want an explanation. A detailed one, Einar responded without losing his composure, as if asking for a class report. Hermione looked at Harry. He nodded firmly, and together they began to recount the entire story, how Sirius was falsely accused, the truth about Peter Pettigrew, the rat who had stayed with Ron for years, and how everything had been kept hidden beneath a web of lies. Wait a second, Einar suddenly interrupted, raising an eyebrow. Can we just ignore, for a moment, the fact that Ron slept through his entire childhood next to an adult transformed into a rodent? Beyond that, are you telling me the Minister of Magic is so incompetent that he tried to kill an innocent man just to protect his image? And that Dumbledore, with all his political power, couldn't do anything? Well, the English Minister of Magic is against him, Hermione quickly explained, though there was some doubt in her voice. So what? Isn't he the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards? According to the books, they're above all ministries. Or am I wrong? Einar asked with the tone of someone who already knew the answer but wanted to see if the others were sharp enough to catch on. To him, the Confederation was like an emperor, and the ministers were nothing more than jarls of each territory. Hermione fell silent. Her eyes stared into the void as she processed the unrelenting logic. Harry, on the other hand, didn't need to think too much anymore. He had begun to understand, little by little, that maybe Dumbledore hadn't done everything he could. Einar, you shouldn't doubt Dumbledore, Hagrid said quickly. The Minister of Magic has absolute power in his territory. I'm sure Dumbledore did all he could. I honestly don't care, Einar replied with a shrug. By the way, how much longer are you going to pretend to be dead? I only gave you a light tap to the back of the neck, he added, glancing sideways at the body on the floor. Sirius opened his eyes instantly and sat up with a pained grimace. Light? If that was light, I don't want to imagine what it's like when you fight seriously, he grumbled while rubbing his neck. Well. I can rip an orc's head off with one hand, Einar said casually, making Sirius freeze for a moment. I don't know what an orc is, but I'm glad I'm not one, Sirius joked, then turned to Harry and hugged him tightly. It's good to see you, Harry, he said with genuine emotion. I told you there was no need to come, Padfoot, Harry replied, though he couldn't hide the joy of seeing him in person again after so long exchanging only letters. Sirius turned to Einar with a raised eyebrow. So, you're that famous professor, he said with an inquisitive tone. And you came because Dumbledore told you I was suspicious and too close to Harry, didn't you? Einar replied with a mocking smile. I already have that one-eyed man following me all day. Are you going to join him too? One-eyed? Sirius asked, frowning. I think he means Moody, Hagrid explained with a sigh. The name made Sirius tense up. He didn't know yet if Dumbledore had told Moody the truth about his innocence. And the old Auror was known for striking first and asking questions later. Don't worry. Let's just say, he lost his sight for a few seconds when I caught you, Einar said, pointing at Sirius with a confident grin. Meanwhile, Moody marched with his firm, echoing steps toward the headmaster's office. His wooden leg struck the stone floor with a dry rhythm until, without bothering to knock, he flung the door open with a wide grin on his face. Alastair, to what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? Asked Dumbledore in a calm voice, though his eyes scrutinized him carefully. Ha ha ha. This time they really did it. Looks like the Sacred 28 are about to lose a few names, said Moody, still smiling as if he'd just received a birthday present. What do you mean? Dumbledore asked, his tone instantly serious. Those idiots sent assassins after your monstrous professor, he said with a laugh. Huh, they're finished now if he decides to seek revenge. Although I couldn't see what he did to the last one. A black mist covered everything, but before that, I saw how he tore his enemies apart in seconds. Brutal. Violent, yes, but absolutely brilliant. If we'd had him during the war, it might have ended in a week instead of a year, he added with a hint of admiration. Dumbledore, however, didn't share his enthusiasm. His face showed concern, and his fingers drummed against the desk. What's the matter, Dumbledore? This should be good news. Those cowards, hiding behind the Imperius curse, are finally paying for their crimes, said Moody, still in high spirits. Paying for their actions means prison and trial, not being torn to pieces, Dumbledore replied coldly. If some of those pure-blood families were to die suddenly, chaos could erupt. And that wouldn't be convenient, at this moment. At this moment? Moody repeated with a frown. What do you mean? Don't worry about it. Phineas. I need you to do something for me, said Dumbledore, turning to the portrait of a former headmaster, ignoring Moody's inquisitive gaze. Moody's magical eye spun uneasily, watching every movement with growing distrust. So, what's the plan, Padfoot? Where are you going to hide? How will you get food? Harry asked, worried, looking at his godfather. Ha! Don't worry, Harry. I'll go back to wandering in my dog form. I'll eat whatever I find. Not too different from my life lately, Sirius replied with a carefree smile. Einar, however, had already lost interest. His focus had completely shifted, and now he held something much more exciting in his hands, information. He grabbed Hermione's arm decisively. I want you to tell me everything. In detail. From the beginning, he requested with his usual serious tone, though his eyes gleamed with curiosity. Hermione, a bit nervous from his grip, began recounting her adventures with Harry. Einar listened closely, comparing what he heard with his own deductions. He quickly realized he had been right about most of his theories. A basilisk? He asked with interest. I'm not exactly sure what that is, but if its skin could resist magic, why did they just leave it lying there? Well. I didn't go down there. I was petrified, said Hermione with a small, awkward smile. But according to Harry, it was a giant snake, impossible to bring out. Don't you have magically expandable bags or something? Einar asked, frowning as he thought about what he could craft with such a hide. Since arriving, he had worked almost exclusively with potions. He hadn't yet had the chance to try local materials for weapons or armor. All right. Let's go, he said suddenly, standing up with determination. What? Now? Hermione asked, surprised, looking out the window. It's getting dark. Besides, we need to make sure Sirius can escape the school grounds. Don't you know how to use stealth or invisibility? Einar asked, looking directly at Sirius. Stealth? Well, invisibility is easy, but it's not perfect. It makes you translucent, but skilled wizards can still track you by your footsteps or the sounds you make, Sirius replied. Tisk, Einar clicked his tongue and closed his eyes. He raised his hands, and a sphere of red energy began to form in front of him. In the blink of an eye, he launched the orb at Sirius. Sirius tried to dodge, but it was too fast. He only managed to see a reddish mist entering his mouth and nose before vanishing completely. Done. Now you have Nocturnal's Cloak of Shadows. 2 hours a day, no one can see or sense you. Not even the one-eyed one, Einar said with a calm smile. What the hell was that? Sirius asked, eyes wide with surprise. An old gift. I don't need it anymore. I can hide my presence just by willing it, he added calmly. Then he turned to Hermione. Let's go. I want to see that snake corpse before someone else makes it disappear. I want new materials, he said, his voice serious, though there was a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Well, no one ever said a Viking couldn't be a bit childish about his interests. Chapter 40, Exploring the Chamber. Exploring the Chamber. When Hermione and Einar arrived at the girls' bathroom on the 3rd floor, right in front of the sinks, Hermione quickly spoke. Right, we forgot Harry. Only Parseltongue can open the entrance, she said as she turned, ready to go find him. The entrance is under this? Einar asked, pointing indifferently at the marble column. Yes. See that faucet there? A Parseltongue wizard can speak to it and it opens, Hermione explained quickly. But before she could say anything else, Einar calmly lifted his foot and kicked the column. The blow was so powerful that the entire bathroom shook. Several defensive enchantments broke instantly, and under Hermione's incredulous gaze, the column slid away, revealing a hole in the floor. Done. It's open, Einar said, looking at the hole with interest. Hermione, still shocked, stared at him and shook her head to snap out of her amazement. Anyway, there's another door deeper inside, and I don't know if you'll be able to destroy it, she warned quickly. We'll see when we get there. If not, we'll just go find Harry, Einar said calmly, wrapping an arm around Hermione's waist. Hermione let out a small yelp of surprise as she found herself half-embraced, her cheeks turning completely red. Without a second thought, Einar jumped into the hole with her in his arms. Hermione's embarrassment quickly turned into fear. Wah! They fell at great speed to the bottom of the tunnel, but Einar cushioned the landing with just his legs. He then gently set Hermione down as if nothing had happened. She, still flustered, composed herself quickly. Ahem. Let's keep going this way, she said, taking the lead. They passed by the place where the old skin of a giant snake lay. Einar, unfazed, calmly stored it in his magic pouch. They walked several meters until they reached a collapsed section. Soon after, they stood before a large door decorated with intertwined serpents. This is it, Hermione said, waiting to see what Einar would do. It's quite thick. If I use brute force, I might bring down the whole school, he commented seriously. Hermione instantly paled. So, is it time to bring Harry? She asked, worried. Wait. I want to try something, Einar said, observing the door with interest. He stepped closer and, in a firm voice, spoke. Ven nal dovakian. It wasn't a shout of power, but a clear, commanding order in the language of dragons. The serpent heads exploded one by one, as if submitting to the will of the Dragonborn, and the door slowly creaked open. Elsewhere in the castle, several magical doors cracked open for a few seconds, as if something older and more powerful than Hogwarts itself had spoken. Seems an older magical tongue can open it too, Einar said calmly as he crossed the threshold, unfazed. Hermione followed him, still in awe. She looked around with curious eyes, having only heard the stories from Harry and Ron. The chamber was partially flooded, flanked by snake statues, and at the far end, a massive face was carved into the stone, its features coarse and unpleasant. Einar's eyes locked onto the corpse of the giant serpent in the center of the chamber. He walked over without hesitation and began to examine the basilisk closely. Then he pulled out a knife and started dismantling it skillfully, without hesitation. Hermione, her stomach turning, chose to walk away and approached the statue of Salazar Slytherin, trying to distract herself with its structure. However, she didn't notice the massive spider descending silently on its web, right above her head. Then she heard a sharp sound. She looked up and saw the spider's fangs about to bite her. Wah! A flash passed her vision. A knife embedded itself in the creature's face, which fell dead right in front of her. Hermione gasped, noticing the knife lodged in the spider's skull. Turning around, she saw Einar pulling out another knife, already ready to continue dismantling the basilisk. With a mix of embarrassment and relief, Hermione quickly stepped closer and stayed near him, just in case. "Thank you," she said softly, crouching beside Einar to watch his work with growing interest. Einar simply nodded and kept working. "The professor does this a lot." "It looks very professional," Hermione commented, watching how every part he extracted from the basilisk was perfectly sized and cleanly cut. "Well, not with giant snakes, but I've done it with trolls, dragons, even those disgusting seekers and lurkers from Apocrypha," Einar replied calmly as he kept cutting with precision. When he reached the basilisk's head, Hermione quickly spoke. "You must be careful, Professor. Basilisk fangs are extremely venomous, and there's no cure. Only phoenix tears can counter it. Harry nearly died because of it." Einar paused for a few seconds to carefully examine the large serpent's fangs and noticed a shimmering liquid. Calmly, he collected a few drops in a small vial and studied them closely. Then, to Hermione's shock, he dropped a bit of the venom onto his tongue. "Professor, what are you doing? Spit it out." Hermione screamed in panic. But Einar quickly swallowed the venom as Hermione stood frozen in fear, trying to think of how she could help him. Einar stopped her with a gesture. "It's fine, relax. I've got plenty of ways to save myself if I'm about to die," he said casually, removing the mask he usually wore, Otar's mask. Then he looked down at his hands, noticing how his veins turned bluish. His face paled and his vision began to blur, forcing him to kneel on the floor. Hermione ran to him, completely distraught. Einar quickly pulled out the mask of Hevnarok and put it on. His body shimmered for a moment, and little by little, the color returned to his veins. He blinked several times before standing up, as if nothing had happened. "Wow. That's a pretty strong poison. Not many manage to act that quickly on me," he commented with interest. "How is Harry still alive?" He turned to look at Hermione, who was sitting on the floor, her face soaked with tears, staring at him with deep concern. When she realized Einar was fine, she quickly wiped her tears and stood up, furious. "How can you do something so reckless? Are you stupid or what? What if you died here because of your thick skull?" she yelled as she hit him hard on the shoulder, though Einar didn't even feel it. "Well, my mask makes me immune to all poisons and diseases. And like I said, I have several ways to save my life," he replied calmly. Hermione glared at him. Sorry," Einar quickly added, realizing he'd made a mistake by worrying her like that. His habit of testing alchemical materials had gotten the better of him for a moment. "Finish collecting your materials and let's get out of here," Hermione ordered firmly, suddenly aware she had just hit a professor. Though, it was understandable, she had been genuinely worried for his life. She turned away to hide her embarrassment and wipe her face. Einar carefully removed all the basilisk's fangs, thinking they'd make excellent material for crafting daggers that were poisonous even without enchantments. He also thought about what Harry had gone through in this chamber, and how he'd nearly died just because of the incompetence of the professors here. He was only 13. He stored the rest of the materials in his magical bag and spoke to Hermione, who still seemed to be avoiding his gaze. "I think we can head back now," Einar said. Hermione nodded quickly and began walking toward the exit. When they reached the tunnel they had descended through, Hermione pulled out her wand to begin climbing with magic, but Einar surprised her by wrapping an arm around her. Then he jumped. Using the walls for support, he made several more leaps until they reached the hole that led back to the girls' bathroom, once again setting Hermione down gently on the floor. "Well, we'll have to fix this so students don't fall in by accident," he said, pulling out his wand, which he rarely used. "Reparo," he said, and the marble sink quickly returned to its place. The magical protections, of course, couldn't be repaired, but he doubted students would try to move the heavy sinks, though, knowing Hogwarts, maybe they would. "I have homework to finish," Hermione said, giving Einar a quick farewell before hurrying off. Looks like I made her mad. I should be more careful when testing alchemical materials in front of her in the future, Einar reflected as he watched her walk away. Then he calmly walked back to his office. He had to prepare the next day's classes, and also start designing a new training plan for Harry and Cedric. But before that, there were a couple of flies he needed to deal with. He needed to find a substitute professor, and since the guy Dumbledore had sent to spy on him was still hanging around, he'd just leave the job to him. In the end, that position was supposed to be his if Einar hadn't taken it. Though ironically, it would probably end up being someone else who filled the role, since that guy had been caught precisely because of that reason. Chapter 41, Lucius's End. Lucius's End. Stupid woman. Do you really think you can get rid of me so easily with just a divorce? You're insane if you think you can take my money, and my son with you, said Lucius Malfoy angrily as he stared at the paper on his desk. On it, the words were clearly written in bold, "Divorce contract." Don't you understand I was only waiting for my lord to return so I could take revenge? After that, I could have taken you back. It's so simple, yet you don't get it, he kept ranting, full of frustration. Even if your black family is ancient, there's no one left to defend or help you. Your crazy sister is in prison, and the other 1-inch that filthy mudblood lover was disowned. All that's left is that stupid convicted cousin of yours. Lucius clenched the contract tightly, crumpling it between his hands. No matter. I'm a Malfoy. I can easily get another wife from the 28 sacred families. But you've just sealed your fate. Trouble in paradise, a mocking voice said behind him. Lucius spun around instantly, wand in hand. Well, a new arm. Looks uncomfortable, Einar remarked mockingly as he saw Lucius's prosthetic arm, made of precious metals and carved with runes. Clearly, an alchemical limb bought for a fortune. Why how? Lucius stammered, frozen in fear upon seeing Einar once more inside his mansion. He quickly lowered his wand, terrified Einar might slice it off like last time. He tried to appear calm. I bought another arm. Why are you here? I thought we had settled everything. We had, until you stupidly gathered a bunch of idiots to hire assassins and try to kill me, Einar responded coldly. The funniest part is, those same people quickly turned on you, leaving the 3 main idiots alone. Oh, and before you ask, your 2 other friends already had a talk with me, and right now, they're probably hunting down the maker of your arm. I have no idea what you're talking about. Lucius mumbled, sweat soaking his back. Let's skip the bullshit. I've been following the clues for a week, and now I'm tired and in a foul mood. Because, curiously, someone helped erase the traces of the others involved, but left all the ones linking you. As if they wanted to appease me by offering you as a sacrifice. Lucius knew in that moment he was done for. His fear vanished, replaced by blind rage. A stupid kind of bravery. Avada Kedavra, he shouted, casting the killing curse straight at Einar's chest. He grinned madly as he watched the green light strike him directly. Ha ha ha. You arrogant fool. I finally got my revenge. But his laughter died the instant he saw Einar still standing, completely unharmed, staring at him as if nothing had happened. Well. I must say I don't enjoy receiving that spell. Even though it doesn't really affect me, it's annoying, it's uncomfortable to feel your soul being tugged at, Einar said calmly, brushing invisible dust off his chest. How is that possible? Lucius stammered, trying to raise his wand again. But before he could, he saw it fall to the floor, along with his arm. He looked down at where his hand had been, blood sprayed from the stump. He screamed in pain, clutching it with his alchemical arm. You really are an idiot. I spared your life, something I never do. But since I was in another world, I tried playing by its rules. Seems that wasn't enough for someone like you. Since they offered you up as a sacrifice to calm me down. I'll accept it, Einar said, crouching until they were face to face, rage simmering in his eyes. W8. I'm one of the sacred 28. I have money, property. I can give you whatever you want. Just don't kill me. Lucius begged, desperate. I refused the first time, and still let you live. What makes you think I'll change my mind now? Just die. Einar drew his sword, and without letting him utter another word, beheaded him in one swift motion. A dark smile crossed his face as he stood up. Did you really think I'd fall for your tricks, old man? I left a special sword at one of those idiots' homes. When it starts killing their close friends and allies to grow stronger and seek revenge. I want to see the look on your face, he said aloud, as if speaking to someone invisible. Ugh. I'm acting like one of those damn Deidre. But if you want to play strategy games with me, you'll only make things worse. Einar had left behind the ebony blade, a Daedric artifact belonging to Mephala. This sword grew stronger by absorbing the blood of the wielder's closest friends and family. Einar never used it, he had kept it sealed to prevent harm. But now, leaving it in the hands of someone evil was an indirect way to cleanse the world of filth. Especially since all those involved in the assassination attempt bore the same cursed mark as Lucius. He walked toward Lucius's desk and saw the divorce contract. Looks like he won't be needing any of this. His wife will end up with everything, as a widow, that is, he said with a smirk. You'd better raise your son right, because if he turns out like his father, I won't hesitate to give him the same end, he added coldly, staring into the air. He cast a fireball to incinerate Lucius's body, but left his head on the desk, as a warning to the others involved. Einar walked out of the house calmly. He knew using flu powder would reveal him as the killer. Though he didn't fear the Aurors, he preferred to avoid the nuisance of being chased. He'd dealt with that enough times in Skyrim, and while he could wipe out an entire province if he wanted to, he always respected the guards, because they gave their lives for the villagers. I wonder what that one-eyed fool taught my students. He muttered while walking beneath the starry night sky, his cloak fluttering in the wind. Harry, do you know where Professor Einar went? Asked Hermione after class, heading toward Harry, who was training with Cedric in the weight area to improve their leg strength. Harry stopped, wiped the sweat from his forehead with the towel hanging around his shoulders, and replied quickly. No. He said he had something to clean up a week ago, and left. Why do you need him? He asked curiously. It's just that, we have a substitute teacher and we're doing combat training, but it's not the same without Professor Einar, Hermione said quickly. Well, I'm sure he'll be back soon. Don't worry, said Harry with a smile. Since Professor Einar isn't here, why don't you two take the opportunity to go to class? Hermione added quickly, making Cedric and Harry exchange glances for a moment. Why? Technically, we don't need to take the tests, we're already approved even without attending, said Cedric casually. Yeah, but it's better to learn something than just jump around like monkeys between logs, Hermione replied quickly before walking off. Is she always like that? Cedric asked, amused. A little. More so when it comes to homework or books, Harry said with a smile, and the two returned to their training. Meanwhile, Hermione kept walking until she saw a familiar figure heading into the forest not far away. It was Einar, calmly walking into the forbidden forest. It looked like he had just returned, and the first thing he did was head straight there. Hermione also noticed a stain on the edge of his cloak, it looked like blood. That made her follow him, slightly worried he might have done something reckless again, like with the basilisk venom, and gotten himself hurt. Hermione advanced through the trees with her wand at the ready in case any animal or magical creature attacked her. But she lost sight of Einar and began looking in all directions until she heard the sound of water, or more precisely, a river flowing. She walked toward the sound, thinking maybe Einar would be there. Pushing through some bushes, she found a small lake. One she didn't remember ever seeing before. Maybe it had been created recently, as the marks along the edge of the terrain suggested. She wasn't wrong, Einar had formed it when he first arrived, and later filled it with water to use it as a place to relax. Hermione followed the sound of the water until she noticed Einar floating on his back in the lake, wearing only his pants. He had even removed his mask, exposing his bare chest. Hermione instantly turned bright red. Her face flushed like a tomato, and she thought of running away before Einar mistook her for some kind of pervert. But just as she was about to turn around, she heard a branch snap and quickly looked to the side only to find Fleur Delacour, the Beauxbatons champion, who had also arrived at the lake and, unfortunately, had seen the same scene. Her face was just as red, and upon seeing Hermione, she rushed over and covered her mouth with her hand. Don't get the wrong idea. I just saw your professor come in here, then you, and I came to see if you needed help with something. We should leave before he gets the wrong idea about us, Fleur said quickly, as if trying to come up with an excuse while keeping her composure. Yeah, let's go, before he notices us, Hermione replied, just as nervously. It's too late. I noticed you both as soon as you started following me from outside the forest, said Einar's voice behind them. They both turned immediately to find Einar standing with his arms crossed, looking at them with a mocking smile. Well, the women around here are a bit more bold, Einar said smoothly, his smile never fading. No. I saw you go into the forest, and there was blood on your cloak. I thought you were hurt, Hermione said quickly, looking away. I was training in the forest and saw him walk in with a serious expression. I thought he might need help, Fleur added hastily, both of them still sneaking nervous glances at Einar's bare torso. I don't need help, thanks. And I'm not hurt. So you can go back, Einar said bluntly. Right, sorry, Hermione said and bolted away. Thanks, for everything, Fleur added before hurrying after her. Einar simply watched them disappear into the trees, an amused smile lingering on his lips. Chapter 42, Justice at Hogwarts. Justice at Hogwarts. I can't believe you made me come to one of Snape's classes. Again, said Harry in frustration, glaring at his friend. Hermione had dragged him to a couple of classes to stop his brain from turning into troll jelly after not studying all year. Professor Einar agreed to let you attend some classes, even if you don't need them, Hermione replied quickly and firmly. You'll be back at Hogwarts next year. How do you plan to move forward if you don't learn anything now? But Cedric doesn't have to come. That's not fair. Harry complained, crossing his arms like a sulking child. Cedric Diggory is in 7th year, Harry. He's graduating. He doesn't need to prepare for another school year. He's probably already lined up for a job at the ministry or working alongside his father, who's already there. His future is secure. But you, if you truly want to be an Auror, you're going to need potion skills. Even if the professor is Snape, she added seriously, emphasizing the last part with resignation. A mocking voice cut through the air like a dagger. Oh, Potter. Seems His Highness, the great Hogwarts champion, has decided to share classes with us mere mortals, said Draco Malfoy with his usual arrogant smirk, striding toward them with his Slytherin entourage in tow. Grinning, he pulled a button from his robe and held it up. Do you like the new badges? I designed them myself, he boasted, pressing the button. The message, support Cedric Diggory, instantly changed to Potter stinks. Clever, isn't it? He added with a laugh as the Slytherins activated their own badges all at once, flooding the classroom with the offensive message. Hermione frowned, irritated by the shrill laughter of the Slytherin girls mocking them without restraint. Not far away, Ron watched the scene silently. He wasn't laughing, but he didn't step in either. His conflict with Harry remained unresolved. Want one, Granger? Draco sneered, holding up another badge. Just don't touch me. I don't want a mudblood dirtying it. That was the final straw. Harry's fist flew like an arrow, slamming straight into Malfoy's nose. Blood erupted as Draco crashed to the ground. You bastard. Draco snarled, drawing his wand from the floor. That weird professor of yours isn't here to protect you now. Densorio, he shouted, casting a spell. Harry dodged swiftly, raising his own wand to retaliate, but just as he was about to cast, he heard Hermione scream. His spell missed Draco and hit Goyle instead, causing his skin to erupt in hideous boils. But Harry wasn't focused on that anymore. He turned sharply toward Hermione, and understood everything in an instant. Malfoy's spell, having missed Harry, had struck her directly. Hermione clutched her mouth with both hands, her eyes filled with panic. Ron ran to her, gently pulling her hands away. What they saw made their blood run cold. Her upper teeth were growing rapidly, stretching all the way to her neck. She looked like a mutated beaver. Ah! Hermione cried out in horror, tears streaming down her face. Her lifelong insecurities about her teeth made it even worse. What is this commotion? Came Snape's cold, calculating voice as he entered the classroom. The Slytherins all spoke at once, knowing Snape would take their side without question. Impatiently, Snape pointed at Draco. Explain yourself, Malfoy. Potter attacked me, sir, said Draco, showing his bloodied nose. And he hexed Goyle too. We attacked each other. Harry tried to explain. Snape ignored him entirely. He walked over to Goyle, examined the boils with a neutral expression, and said calmly. Go to the infirmary. Malfoy hexed Hermione. Ron shouted angrily, forcing her to show her face again. Hermione tried to hide, but Ron insisted. The Slytherin girls burst into loud, mocking laughter. Snape looked at Hermione's grotesquely enlarged teeth, and his expression darkened, but not with concern. He smirked with cruelty. I see no difference. The laughter intensified. Hermione, heartbroken and in tears, turned and fled the room. Harry and Ron spun on Snape, shouting furiously. That was cruel. She didn't do anything. 50 points from Gryffindor, Snape said coldly. But his voice trailed off as he noticed someone approaching. Heavy steps echoed through the classroom. A presence thick as a storm. Snape looked up. It was Einar. The aura surrounding him seemed to drag shadows in his wake. His eyes locked on the professor, and in his hand, he held a mask, Hevnarok. He had crossed paths with Hermione, seen her running in tears, and without a word, offered her the mask. As soon as she put it on, the grotesque teeth vanished, concealed by powerful magic. Ashamed, Hermione could only whisper her thanks before hurrying away to hide. But Einar didn't stop. He walked straight toward Snape. And for the first time, the entire classroom fell silent. Einar stopped dead in his tracks when he heard Harry and Ron insulting Snape. Although he didn't understand every word, he picked up enough to get the idea. He turned slowly, his body radiating a dense and heavy aura that fell like a slab over the entire hallway. With a serious, almost furious gaze, he stood in front of Snape. His mere presence made the air feel heavier, and students from both houses looked on, torn between excitement and concern. Harry, tell me exactly what happened. Einar's voice was firm, authoritative, like the restrained roar of a winter storm. There's no need. As a professor, I've handled the situation, Snape tried to interject. I don't recall your name being Harry, Einar said without breaking eye contact, his voice so charged with power that Snape was forced to shut his mouth, as if the very sound of Einar's words could bend his will. Harry explained everything in detail, from beginning to end. While he spoke, Einar never took his eyes off Snape, and his stare grew more intense with every second. A cold sweat ran down Snape's back, and the Slytherin students swallowed hard. I see. Murmured Einar. His voice carried the eerie calm that precedes a massacre. It seems there will be no potions class today, nor for the rest of the month. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Without warning, Einar waved his hand as if brushing away a nuisance in the air. Snape was hurled with inhuman force, flying down the corridor and crashing through a stone wall with a deafening boom. Many saw him manage to conjure a magical shield, but it was useless against the brutal force, the wall collapsed, and the shield shattered into 1,000 pieces. Einar took a single step. A crater formed beneath his boot, and the ground cracked. He vanished for an instant, reappearing right in front of Snape, who was trying to get up, clutching his chest. When he looked up, Einar's icy eyes met his, like a death sentence. Without giving him time to react, Einar delivered an uppercut to his stomach that lifted him off the ground. Before Snape could even fly back, Einar grabbed his head and slammed him into the floor with colossal force. Snape managed to summon another shield, but it only absorbed a fraction of the blow. The ground beneath them shattered like glass. Einar didn't stop. He dragged Snape down the hallway like a sack of meat and hurled him with monstrous strength into the potions classroom, smashing through another wall. This time, without any defenses, the impact was devastating. Snape was left sprawled on the ground, bones broken, barely breathing. The students watched in complete silence, pale-faced. They had never imagined seeing a professor treated like that, by another professor. Einar calmly walked through the ruined hallway and stopped in front of Snape's crumpled body. It's hard not to kill you, he said with contempt. Neville, heal him just enough so he doesn't die. Neville nodded quickly and hurried to Snape's side, trembling. Einar turned to the students, who still hadn't uttered a word. He walked slowly to Malfoy and, without asking, took the pin from his robe, examining it with interest. Malfoy trembled, and a foul smell confirmed he had wet himself. Interesting. Einar muttered. The weak who can't face someone alone tend to bully in groups. That says a lot about your house. He turned toward a girl who had mocked Hermione and looked at her as if he could see into her soul. How many points does Slytherin have? The girl trembled, unable to speak. Are you mute? No, we have 290 points, Sir Professor, she managed to reply. Good. 290 points deducted from Slytherin, for being cowards. Instead of facing Harry with honor, you ganged up on him to pretend you were superior. No one protested. They just swallowed hard and lowered their heads. Einar took a deep breath. Then, he roared with a voice that echoed throughout the entire castle. I am Professor Einar. From this moment on, anyone who mocks one of the Hogwarts champions will be sentenced to a duel. One by one. Until they kneel and apologize. If you think you're better than Harry Potter or Cedric Diggory, send your formal challenge letter. Don't be cowards. His voice rumbled as if the very mountains stood behind him. I'll be the witness and referee in every duel. And I'll make sure Harry and Cedric accept each one. But whoever challenges them must be ready to lose their pride, their honor, and kneel. That's an order. I don't care if the other professors oppose it. He looked at Snape, barely conscious. I already left one of them half dead for being despicable. Don't make me do the same to all of you. The silence was funereal. Einar turned. Professor, but... Harry began, worried about having to fight his own classmates. Harry, Einar interrupted. If you want respect, if you want them to stop seeing you as the boy who lived and start seeing you as a man, then fight. Show them your strength. And while you're at it, kick the asses of those who look down on you. Einar turned again, but inside, a storm roared silently. What he hated most was bullying and racism. He had grown up surrounded by both, ever since his birth in his village, where his different blood had marked him as a pariah even after he had left that place behind. To see it again, in a world that prided itself on being civilized and at peace, stirred his soul. He knew all too well what that poison could do to a child's mind, destroy their courage, their dignity, their future. And unlike in his world where war, death, and blood were part of daily life, here they hid behind false courtesy, allowing the weak to be trampled in silence. That, to Einar, was even worse. With eyes ablaze from contained fury, he began to walk. He was heading toward Hermione. Harry followed him in silence. Ron wanted to follow as well, but the tension between him and Harry, and his growing unease around Einar, held him back. Meanwhile, several professors, alerted by the voice that had thundered through the entire castle, were rushing toward the potions classroom. They didn't need to guess what had happened. Everyone knew the only one reckless enough to provoke Einar was Snape. When they arrived, they stopped in their tracks. Snape lay among the rubble, blood on his face, barely breathing. His arms and legs were bent at impossible angles. "Pomona, please, take him to the infirmary," said Professor McGonagall quickly, trying to suppress the tremble in her voice. She then turned to the students, her face a mixture of worry and sternness. What happened here? The Gryffindor students didn't hesitate. One by one, they spoke of Snape's abuses, his attempt to humiliate Harry, the bullying, and how all of it had ignited Einar's fury. McGonagall listened in silence. "I see. Very well. You may go," she said at last. As the students left, she let out a sigh filled with a weariness that seemed to have built up over many years. "I can't say I'm not concerned," she murmured, more to herself than anyone else. "But maybe it was about time someone put Severus in his place. Though certainly, not like this." She fell silent for a moment, staring at the battered body of the professor. "I just hope, that this time, he learns to respect all of his students. Before it's too late." Chapter 43, The Sorting Hat and Complaints. The Sorting Hat and Complaints. While heading over to check on Hermione, Einar received a summons from the headmaster. He clicked his tongue in annoyance and let Harry handle things. He walked toward the headmaster's office in a foul mood, entering without bothering to knock. There was no sign of the old man yet, so he simply walked in. He had never taken the time to observe the place, so he gave it a quick glance. The walls were lined with portraits of former headmasters, all staring at him in silence with an unusually intense focus. That's when he saw it. An old wizard's hat, worn by time, rested on a shelf. Despite its harmless appearance, Einar could feel it watching him, with invisible but piercing eyes. "Hey! Want to try and see which house you belong to?" asked the hat suddenly, surprising Einar. He hadn't been present during the sorting ceremony, so he didn't fully understand how the process worked. "What for?" he asked coldly, not bothering to hide his distrust. "Dumbledore wants you to do it." "Don't worry, I'll just say which house suits you," the hat replied, bluntly revealing the headmaster's intention. Several of the portraits reacted in panic at the hat's lack of subtlety, while others simply laughed mockingly, as if enjoying the chaos it had just caused. "And how do you do that?" Einar asked, not taking it too seriously. "I can see your memories, your emotions, the inspiration of your soul. That's what guides me to find the house that aligns best with you, according to the will of the founders." "Sure. I've got nothing to hide. I'm only doing this because I find it annoying to explain things," said Einar casually, as if he didn't care in the slightest what might be discovered. In Skyrim, everyone knew who he was. There was no point in hiding it. Well, maybe a few things, like the Dark Brotherhood or the Thieves' Guild, he did keep secret. But only to avoid being hunted all the time. Calmly, he placed the hat on his head. The moment the fabric touched him, the hat's eyes flew open so wide it looked like the leather might tear apart. Well, well, it exclaimed, surprised, as the portraits held their breath. Interesting, very interesting, it murmured as it delved into his past. You're like a walking natural disaster, ha ha ha. The hat dived through Einar's memories in seconds, and what it saw left it both fascinated and bewildered. I must say, your past is unlike anything I've ever imagined. You've faced enemies capable of destroying any magical world, creatures that would make ours beg for mercy. You've walked through ruins with secrets that fueled the greed of all, and the deaths in your world. In all my years of existence, I've never seen anything like it. There was a brief pause. You fulfill every trait of the brave, every trait of the wise, every trait of the loyal, and every trait of the ambitious, except one. Which one? Einar asked, uninterested. The ambition for power, the hat replied gravely. Einar chuckled softly. Why seek something I already have? The hat laughed too, with an old, warm chuckle. That's true. That's true. You're a good lad. Keep it up. Even if you become a thorn in Dumbledore's side, the 4 founders would be delighted to have a teacher like you at this school. You did a good job in your world. Now you can enjoy ours. Ah, but try not to destroy it by accident, please. Its voice slowed, grew deeper. It was no longer just an enchanted hat. For a moment, it was as if a very ancient sage was smiling at him. Einar looked at it in silence, then smiled as well. You didn't tell me which house I belong to. Ha ha ha, you can choose whichever you like. But I'd recommend, the lions. Having a dragon among them will be interesting. Einar nodded slowly. I see, then I'll choose that one. Ha ha ha, then welcome, said the hat, laughing one last time before falling silent again. Its eyes closed, and its expression returned to that of a simple piece of old cloth. Einar placed the sorting hat back on the shelf and turned around, just as the rear door of the office opened and Dumbledore walked in with calm steps. I see you've had the chance to meet the sorting hat, the headmaster said, watching him carefully. No need to say anything, Einar replied coolly. The hat told me about your plans. By the way, I'm in Gryffindor, though I'm not sure if that throws off any of your schemes. Ahem. Actually, I summoned you for another reason. I'm sure you're aware of what it is, said Dumbledore, quickly changing the subject. Einar calmly sat in one of the armchairs across the desk, watching him seriously. Well, no, not really. Enlighten me, he said, his tone calm but sharp. I'd like to talk about the incident with Professor Snape, an attack, in front of the students, no less, Dumbledore said, trying to hide his reproach. Before I respond to that, I'd like to tell you something about my own school of magic. Is that all right? Einar asked directly. Dumbledore nodded with a hand gesture, giving him the floor. The College of Winterhold, in Skyrim, is a place where wizards learn in a structured and rigorous way. Disorder and weakness disguised as authority are not tolerated there. But there's a problem, Skyrim is full of prejudice. Many Nords despise magic and those who practice it. They believe strength lies only in fists, not in knowledge. And since most wizards come from other races, that only fuels the hatred. You know what that does, he continued, his voice gaining strength. It unites mages. It creates bonds stronger than blood. Because when the world rejects you, you cling to those at your side. Even the nearby town looks down on the very mages who protect it. A bunch of fools. Here, on the other hand, I see a school divided, not by ideals, but by selfishness and indifference. Houses at odds, blind teachers, and abandoned students. I don't know if that was the founders' intention, but I doubt they dreamed of a place where hatred is nurtured among children, and adults just watch. Dumbledore stared at him, speechless, while the portraits on the walls seemed to hang on to every word. Snape has lost all right to be called a professor, Einar declared firmly. He not only shows blatant favoritism toward his house but also ignores his students' faults and openly despises those he dislikes. It was me who put him in his place. A job that was yours as headmaster, and one you chose to ignore. I don't know if it was out of cowardice or convenience, but you did. And the other professors aren't innocent either. Allowing a man with a god complex to abuse his power. Huh, what nonsense. He's lucky he's still in one piece. He fell silent for a moment. His gaze did not waver from Dumbledore's. That's all. If you have something to say, I'm listening. Dumbledore took a few seconds to respond, and his voice was lower than usual. I will speak to Severus. I only hope we don't end up with more damaged professors, he finally said, knowing he had no way of winning that argument. Einar stood up, composed as ever. Unless they deserve it, they won't get a beating from me. But if they do, you already know what to expect. Without another word, he turned around and left the office without looking back. The portraits of former headmasters followed him silently with their eyes. They said nothing. Gave no advice. Did not defend Dumbledore. This time, they simply watched. Harry found Hermione coming out of the infirmary. Her expression showed a peace recently recovered, though her fingers still instinctively brushed her lips, as if afraid her teeth were still larger than normal. Even though they looked perfectly normal to Harry, he knew it was a long-standing insecurity. He said nothing. Just smiled at her. Hermione responded with a calm look. Are you feeling better? Harry asked quickly. Yes. She nodded. What happened while I was gone? I heard Professor Einar's voice before I left, he sounded furious. Well. Harry took a deep breath and began telling her everything. His voice lit up with excitement as he described Einar's fury unleashed upon Snape. The sparkle in his eyes was unmistakable, he had enjoyed every second. Won't he get in trouble for that? Hermione asked with growing concern. I don't think so, Harry replied, but before he could say anything else, Hermione had already dashed down the corridor. He was left standing outside the infirmary, unsure whether to follow her or not. Harry! I was looking for you, a voice called out. Harry turned. It was Colin Creevey, panting as he ran up to him. What's going on, Colin? They sent me to find you. It's time for the wand weighing. And they're taking pictures for the prophet too, he exclaimed enthusiastically. I see. All right, let's go, Harry replied, following him through the corridors toward the large tent where the tournament champions were gathering. Meanwhile, Einar was in his office, standing by the window. From there, he could see the tent set up for the interviews. He briefly watched Ollivander talking to Dumbledore, pointing at his wand while the old headmaster nodded seriously. But Einar looked away, uninterested. He returned to his desk and sat down, ready to tackle the work that had piled up. Just then, there was a persistent knock at the door. Come in, Einar said calmly. The door swung open. Hermione entered, her face filled with worry. Professor Einar. They didn't fire you because of me, did they? Einar let out a soft laugh. Of course not. I'm one of those things they're afraid to keep close, but even more afraid to keep far away, he replied with an enigmatic smile. What? Hermione looked at him, not quite understanding. Never mind, he said, brushing it off. I see your teeth are smaller. Did my mask fail? Do you want me to take a look? Hermione blushed slightly. And no. I asked Madame Pomfrey to shrink them a little more. I see. Though they were lovely just the way they were. But if you feel better now, that's what matters, Einar said with a calm smile. Thank you. Hermione murmured, a bit surprised. Then, trying to change the subject, aren't you going to attend the wand weighing for Harry and Cedric? I'd rather not be near the headmaster right now, Einar replied, firm but serene. I see. Then. But before she could continue, the door knocked again. Come in, Neville, Einar said without turning around. The door opened, revealing exactly who he had named. Professor, I came to return the books and... I need help with something I didn't understand, Neville said as he walked in quickly. He greeted Hermione shyly and placed several books on the table. All right. What part is giving you trouble? Neville opened a tome on illusion magic, pointing to a specific section. Here. It says you need to use Magicka to access another person's mind, but I don't understand how that works. Einar began explaining patiently, his voice deep and calm, as if he were discussing something as natural as breathing. Hermione watched, confused. That magic was unlike anything she had learned before. The words were different, the symbols strange. She slowly approached the table, drawn by the books and their covers engraved with glowing runes. May I see what they're about? She asked curiously, pointing to one of the tomes. Of course, Einar replied, not taking his eyes off Neville. Hermione picked up a book with golden covers. She began reading with growing focus, absorbed in the text. Without realizing it, Neville finished his question, thanked him, and left. Outside, the sky was already turning orange with the sunset. As she closed the book, Hermione looked up, thoughtful. She remembered the steps described and focused. She looked at her hand. A warm yellow glow enveloped it, spreading across her body like a soft breeze. "Congratulations," Einar said mildly. "You've just learned your first healing spell." Hermione jumped slightly, but smiled. "Professor, this magic is completely different from anything we've learned so far," she said with excitement. "Do you want to learn more?" Neville could use help healing Cedric and Harry during training. "Can I join?" she asked, excited. Even though it was a basic spell, she was completely captivated. "Of course. You're welcome," Einar replied, giving her a slight nod. "We begin tomorrow." Chapter 44, Intense Training. Intense Training. "Alright, now that we have someone else to help Neville heal them, it's time to raise the difficulty," said Einar firmly, as Hermione and Neville stood by his side. In front of them, Harry and Cedric were dressed in more comfortable clothes, fit for training. They had already learned that wizard robes weren't the best choice for combat unless they were enchanted with defensive spells. "Wait, Professor, we still haven't managed to defeat the Flame Atronach," said Harry quickly, visibly worried. "Relax. You surpassed the first Atronach I summoned a while ago," Einar replied calmly, as if it were obvious. "Every day, I've been summoning a stronger one than the day before. That's why you haven't noticed the difficulty increase. But now, you could defeat the one from the first day without much effort." Harry and Cedric exchanged a look of astonishment. They had never noticed. Every battle had felt just as challenging. "Alright, this time it'll be an Ice Atronach," announced Einar, extending his hands with determination. "Unlike the fire ones, these fight hand to hand. Don't get overconfident, they're much stronger. Their blows are devastating." From a dark portal that appeared nearby, a massive ice golem emerged. One of its hands was an icy mace, the other, a spear carved from pure ice. "Change your hands. Use 2 maces this time, and don't kill them," ordered Einar, without needing to explain further. Hermione, recently added to the group, watched the scene with wide eyes. It was the first time she had seen a summoning spell like that. The creature didn't look like a simple magical construct, its movements were too fluid, almost human. But the Atronach paid attention only to the 2 designated for the fight. With surprising speed for its size, it charged at Harry. He barely managed to roll to the side to avoid the brutal blow of the mace. "Rolling is starting to become your favorite move," murmured Einar, raising an eyebrow. Taking advantage of the Atronach's focus on Harry, Cedric cast a spell. Incendio. A large jet of flame burst from his wand, striking the enemy's icy body. The Atronach turned quickly, its left arm transforming into a shield that deflected the flames as it rushed toward Cedric. Cedric had to stop attacking. The golem raised its icy mace high above its head. "Protego!" Cedric shouted, conjuring a barrier. The blow shattered the magical shield with ease, and Cedric was sent flying several meters backward. "Neville!" Hermione shouted instinctively. But Neville was already ready. He raised his wand and cast a healing spell from a distance. "Thanks." Cedric panted, as the pain in his stomach faded away. "This is insane," Hermione said, watching as Harry and Cedric ran across the field, dodging and counterattacking, only to be knocked down again. Neville healed them, and the cycle continued. "Is that what you think?" asked Einar calmly. "I didn't have anyone taking care of me when I faced monsters like these." And it was true. Einar had fought Atronachs before, one summoned by enemies trying to kill him. Those didn't hold back their strength, nor were they told not to kill. They were brutal and merciless. In contrast, Cedric and Harry were facing a limited version. Adjusted to their level, but without a deadly threat. "But, does it really need to be so violent?" asked Hermione, her concern genuine. "Did you read the book on past Triwizard tournaments? Do you know why the last one was cancelled?" Einar asked, not taking his eyes off the fight. "It was because a cockatrice lost control and injured the heads of all 3 schools," Hermione answered after thinking for a moment. "Exactly. A creature capable of injuring the heads of magical schools. Don't you think they might bring equally dangerous trials this time?" Hermione remained silent. She had no way to counter that logic. "Look at them," Einar said, pointing at Harry and Cedric, who were now fighting side by side with determined expressions. If they give up, I won't just stop the training. I'll also let them train however they want. Hermione, I could use a bit of help here. Neville said, visibly exhausted from casting healing spells. I'm coming, she replied, still conflicted, but recognizing that the training made sense. They weren't in real danger. Meanwhile, Einar crossed his arms and watched the scene with a proud smile. Then, suddenly, his expression changed. He turned his head toward the forest. He had heard something, and whatever it was, it completely caught his attention. Keep going for 1 more hour, and then you can rest, Einar said as he calmly walked into the forest. He took a few steps, and as he advanced, he could hear someone casting spells. He arrived at the source to see the Beauxbatons champion training against a tree, casting spells one after another as sweat dripped down her face. It seemed like she had been training even before Cedric and Harry woke up. Her face was full of seriousness, as well as worry. She looked nervous, as if she were trying to improve her strength before the first task, even without knowing what they'd be facing. Something that wasn't helping her, or the other champions. Einar stood watching for a good while as Fleur continued casting every spell she knew. Then, exhausted, she collapsed onto the ground, sitting with an expression that showed she still felt something was missing. But she couldn't even lift her hand to cast another spell. Looks like you need to train your physical stamina first. That'll increase your magical energy reserves. But fighting an immobile object isn't very helpful, Einar said, surprising Fleur, who quickly turned around with worried eyes. But when she saw it was Einar, she visibly relaxed. Something Einar took note of but didn't comment on. I'm following the training Madame Maxime gave me, so I don't think stamina is something she considers important, Fleur said quickly with a forced smile. Einar immediately thought of the giant headmistress and nodded in amusement. I wanted to apologize for last time. It's not like I wanted to spy on you while you were bathing or anything. I was just training when I saw you enter the forest, Fleur blurted out quickly. Oh, I didn't know you were spying on me, Einar said with a smile, which made Fleur nervous. Just kidding, he added quickly. I wanted to ask, how old are you, Hogwarts professor? You look quite young, Fleur said, changing the subject. I should be 17, Einar said calmly. And you can call me Einar. Most of my students forget I'm even their professor, he added. You're that young, and already a professor. How is that possible, she asked in surprise. Because I'm strong, Einar replied confidently. Yes. I noticed. You don't fall under your charm. Einar continued casually. Yes, honestly, I was afraid that if it had been another wizard who found me while I was weakened, it could have been a serious problem, Fleur said with a hint of sadness. I always have to be careful around men when I'm alone, she added. Well, let's just say I've had similar problems with women, Einar said softly, recalling his past. I'm sure you have. If you weren't a man, I'd have thought you were a Vila the first time I saw you without your mask, Fleur said quickly with a smile. Well, though I wouldn't want to turn into a harpy that spits fire, Einar replied with a respectful grin. Haha. That's why it's nice to only be part Vila, Fleur said with a smile. Einar looked at her for a few seconds before saying. I recommend working on your reflexes as well as your stamina. You can use the training area near your carriage, he said, already turning to return to his students. Wait. Fleur said quickly, her face slightly worried and full of embarrassment. What is it? Einar asked seriously. Well. I think I might have overdone it, and I can't stand up, Fleur admitted, her face completely red. I see, Einar said as he calmly walked over and lifted her up without a second thought. He then began walking back out of the forest at a steady pace. Meanwhile, Fleur was stunned, embarrassed, and in shock. It wasn't normal for a man to touch her, as she usually kept them at a distance, they always ended up being a nuisance once they fell under her charm. Fleur looked at Einar's face, which was hidden beneath Otar's mask, wondering what he might be thinking. Once they exited the forest, Einar walked toward the carriage, where several Beauxbatons students saw him carrying Fleur in his arms, watching with surprise. Is it all right if I leave you here? Einar asked as he stood at the carriage door. Yes, thank you, Fleur replied quickly, a bit embarrassed under the gaze of her classmates. Einar gently set her down, and Fleur was able to stand after having rested during the walk. She quickly thanked him again and walked into the carriage, her legs still a little shaky. Seeing that, Einar smiled slightly, then turned and headed back to his students. Chapter 45, Ethereal Shadows and a Duel of Wills. Ethereal Shadows and a Duel of Wills. The next day, while walking through the halls of Hogwarts, Einar noticed how many eyes were fixed on him. Especially those of the Beauxbatons students, who seemed torn between awe and fear. He didn't pay them much attention. He was used to those kinds of reactions. However, when he crossed paths with Fleur Delacour, something different happened. She looked at him for a moment, with embarrassment, with guilt, as if she carried a burden she couldn't confess. And then, without saying a word, she fled down the hallway as if running from her own thoughts. But Einar didn't stop to think about it. There was a class to teach. The third years were waiting for him, while Cedric and Harry had preferred to train on their own, or rather, to use the class as an excuse to rest. The classroom was already full when Einar walked through the door. Luna and Ginny greeted him enthusiastically from their seats. "All right. Be quiet and let's begin the class," he said firmly, his gaze sweeping across the room like a contained storm. The students quickly settled down, expectant. "Due to complaints from Professor McGonagall, I must once again teach from the Defense Against the Dark Arts textbook," he continued with an annoyed grimace. "Apparently, creating weapons and fighting like real warriors won't count toward your grades." The students groaned in unison, clearly disappointed. Einar let out a short laugh. "Don't worry. I'll make this interesting. And today, I'll teach you a spell that no one in all of Hogwarts has ever seen." Their eyes lit up. The atmosphere changed immediately. Of course, Einar had his reasons. After months as a teacher, he already knew his students well. He knew who they were, their virtues, their fears, their thoughts. Some needed discipline. Others, inspiration. But in all of them, he saw a dormant potential. Though, deep down, he couldn't help but feel that the wizards of this world were weak. He was a Nord. A Dragonborn. In Skyrim, every week was a battle for survival. Here, in contrast, it had been too long since he'd had a fight worth the trouble. "What spell is it, Professor?" asked Ginny eagerly. She had seen several of his spells during visits to her home, and she knew none of them were ordinary. "It's the one you liked the most," Einar replied with a half-smile. "Summon familiar." He raised a hand. He murmured words in a guttural language that no student recognized. And then, the air in front of him tore open with a ghostly mist that spun on itself as if summoning a storm from another dimension. From the fog emerged a majestic ethereal wolf, its eyes glowing and its body translucent like ice crystal. There was a collective gasp. "This is an ethereal wolf," said Einar in a calm tone, walking among the desks. "It's not a ghost, nor an illusion. It can fight if its summoner commands it. And, yes, it can also be touched." The wolf walked among the students. Some reached out their hands in fear, others in fascination. "This is one of the most basic conjuration spells," Einar continued. "It's used mainly for practicing the craft. But if mastered, it can be devastating." Without warning, Einar raised both hands. A new ethereal roar shook the room and 5 more wolves appeared out of nowhere, surrounding the classroom like spectral guardians. The students straightened in their seats. Now he had their full attention. "All right. Before I teach it to you, we'll talk about red caps." For the first time, everyone stayed focused. They wanted the spell. And for it, they listened with more concentration than they had shown all year. The class moved quickly, with active responses, enthusiastic participation, and an energy that filled the room. Einar did not disappoint. After finishing the lesson on the creatures, he taught them the fundamentals of the spell. Few managed it. But some did. Luna was the first. Then Ginny. A couple more students. Small ethereal wolves howled faintly when called forth by the will of the young wizards. "Keep practicing. Practice is what strengthens the wolves," said Einar, as the students left the classroom, laughing and chatting excitedly among themselves. Luna approached the professor with one of her unique questions. "Professor Dragon, if I practice this spell a lot, will I be able to summon a Raxburting Horned Snorkack?" Einar blinked. Raxburting Horned Snorkack? I'm sorry, I don't know what kind of creature that is. I come from another place. But these spells summon creatures from Oblivion, a realm full of monsters and wonders. And knowing the Daedra, I wouldn't dare say it doesn't exist." "Then I can," said Luna with a radiant smile, as she ran off to keep practicing. The small ethereal wolf trotted beside her like a loyal pup. "Wait," said Einar, stopping her with a firm voice. Luna turned, tilting her head. "Are your classmates still hiding your things?" "Classmates? You mean the Nargles? No, they already gave everything back. I guess they don't want to play anymore, she replied naturally. Nargles, repeated Einar, frowning. Yes. Little pranksters. They love hiding my things, said Luna, as if talking about the rain or bread. Einar sighed with a smile. I see. You may go practice. Goodbye. Goodbye to you too, Shadowy. Luna waved into the air. Einar watched her leave, with the wolf following her like a faithful shadow. Sir, said a deep voice behind him. Dren, the protective spirit, appeared at his side. The students who were bothering her were punished with the appropriate curses. They returned the items and apologized. Though, it seems the young girl didn't even understand why they were apologizing. And, she seems to be able to see me. Einar remained silent for a moment. Then nodded. Her eyes are more special than I thought. All right. I need you to do something else. Is it true what Professor Einar said? That if any of us challenged one of you two to a duel, you would be forced to accept, asked a sharp-eyed young woman, the Slytherin emblem gleaming on her robe. Her voice was as cold as marble, devoid of emotion. Harry frowned in displeasure. There was something in the way she looked at him that he didn't like. Yes, he replied curtly, his tone tense. But to his surprise, the girl wasn't looking at him. Then. I want to fight the champion of Hogwarts, Cedric Diggory. Her statement was blunt, without a hint of emotion. Both Harry and Cedric blinked in confusion. For a moment, they had assumed the challenge was directed at Harry. Me? Well, all right. I don't mind, if Professor Einar authorizes it. Cedric said, a bit awkwardly, scratching the back of his neck. But we should find him first. He has to be the judge, right? I'm already here. Einar's deep and calm voice rumbled behind them like a restrained thunderclap. Harry turned around so fast he almost fell backwards. Could you stop doing that, Professor? He exclaimed, heart pounding. You're going to scare me to death one of these days. Doing what? Asked Einar, genuinely confused, tilting his head slightly. Nothing. Harry muttered, resigned, rubbing his chest. The Dragonborn stepped forward, his imposing figure cloaked in a mantle that whispered with a heavy rustle, as if the northern winds followed him. His eyes calmly settled on the Slytherin girl. So you're the one who seeks the duel. He said, assessing her with a gaze that seemed to see beyond her skin. Your name? Daphne Greengrass, she answered without hesitation. Einar nodded. Very well, Daphne. I accept your request for a duel in the name of the Martial Learning Code. Cedric, are you ready? Yes, Professor, said Cedric firmly, now adopting a more serious stance. The ground trembled slightly as Einar raised a hand and a conjuration rune circle lit up beneath his feet. He stomped the ground with his boot and murmured softly. A wave of cool wind expanded outward, clearing the glade at the forest's edge and forming a natural dueling ring. The duel will continue until surrender or until one of the combatants is incapacitated, Einar announced as the air grew heavy with tension. No unforgivable curses or life-threatening spells. Daphne and Cedric walked toward the center of the circle, wands in hand, as a few nearby students stopped upon feeling the magical energy enveloping the area. Ready? Asked Einar. Both nodded. Begin. Stupefy. Daphne shouted, launching her first attack. Cedric moved swiftly to the side, dodging the spell with ease. Around them, students began gathering, drawn in by the tension of the duel. Repulso. Cedric replied, raising his wand with confidence. Daphne reacted quickly, conjuring a protective shield. But it was a quick shield, the kind that only holds for one hit. Aguamenti. Cedric cast as soon as the shield vanished. A powerful jet of water shot from his wand. Both he and Harry had become experts in that spell after countless training sessions against the fire Atronach Einar summoned. Their aim, refined by constant practice, was lethal. Daphne took the hit full on and fell back, soaked to the bone. Before she could react, Cedric moved his wand with precision once again. Expelliarmus. Her wand flew from her hand. That's enough, declared Einar firmly, crossing his arms as he watched the scene seriously. Daphne, still on the ground, stared at her wand for a few seconds. Her usually unreadable face showed a flicker of disappointment. However, she quickly regained her composure, stood up with dignity, and cast a drying spell. Thank you for the duel. I'll train more, and challenge either of them again. She bowed slightly to Einar, picked up her wand, and began to walk away. Wait. Einar's voice stopped her. Daphne turned slowly, her grey eyes meeting the intense gaze of the Dragonborn. Why did you choose Cedric and not Harry? I assume your house doesn't exactly have affection for Mr. Potter. Einar's eyes seemed to pierce through her, as if they could see every corner of her soul. Not everyone in Slytherin has issues with Potter, she answered calmly. Honestly, he's irrelevant to me. I just wanted to face one of the champions to measure the gap between us. She paused briefly, then smiled faintly with irony. And even though I believe Potter would be easier to defeat than Cedric, considering he's older than me, you impose that rule, anyone who faces him must kneel and apologize if they lose. And that I'm not willing to do for a simple duel. Einar observed her in silence for a few seconds. Her body language, tone, logic, all of it was genuine. He nodded respectfully. If your intention is to grow through combat and not pride, then I will allow you to face them without that condition. Then, I thank you, Daphne bowed again. Then, without wasting a second, she turned toward Harry with a determined look. I challenge you to a duel, she said, with the same coldness with which one would draw a sword. Even Einar raised an eyebrow, surprised by her speed. Then, a smile formed on his face. Interesting. He murmured with amusement, crossing his arms like someone witnessing the birth of a new warrior. Chapter 46, Duel, Wisdom, and Mischief. Duel, Wisdom, and Mischief. Harry, completely confused, looked first at Daphne, then at Cedric, who simply shrugged with an amused smile. All right, Harry muttered, stepping into the center of the improvised arena. Around him, students were gathering with growing interest, forming a tight semicircle. Even the Weasley twins showed up and, wasting no time, began organizing an impromptu betting station. Looks like nobody's betting on our champion, George, said Fred with a teasing grin as he hung a betting board around his neck. 7-1, announced George, shaking a small pouch of galleons. If Harry wins, we'll make a fortune. They were whispering, not too far from Einar, but the young Nord heard them perfectly. Without a word, he merely smiled slightly and shook his head in amusement. Very well. Begin, Einar declared firmly, acting as the referee. Daphne didn't waste a second. Just like against Cedric, she struck first. Her wand flashed up in a blink, sending a stunning spell flying at Harry. But Harry reacted quickly, conjuring a protective shield. This time, however, Daphne didn't plan to wait. She unleashed a barrage of chain spells, a precise and elegant offensive combination. Beams of light streaked through the air like lightning, forcing Harry to move, parry with his wand, and raise magical defenses in rapid succession. The students watched in awe not only at the dazzling display, but at Harry's serious expression, so different from the one they usually saw outside Quidditch matches. His reflexes, sharp as those of a predator, allowed him to track each spell with astonishing clarity. After all, he was a seeker, his eyes were trained not to miss a thing. And thanks to Einar's training, which while not lethal was certainly painful and dangerous, Harry had developed a keen, analytical mind when facing threats. Then, he saw it. A minor mistake in Daphne's movement, a slight misstep as she raised her wand for a new spell. Expelliarmus, shouted Harry, with incredible speed and precision. The spell shot out like an invisible arrow. Daphne barely had time to react before her wand flew from her hand, spinning through the air and landing on the ground with a sharp clack. A heavy silence fell over the crowd. No one had expected it. Daphne Greengrass, 2 years older than Harry, a member of the Sacred 28, a noble with private education and advanced training, had been cleanly disarmed by a fourth-year student. She stood still for a moment. Her serious expression held, but a fleeting shadow of sadness flickered in her eyes. With dignity, she gave Harry a slight bow, a noble gesture, before retrieving her wand. Thank you, Professor Einar, for this opportunity. I'll return to training, and I'll challenge your students again, she said with resolve, then turned to leave. The students began to disperse slowly, still buzzing with excitement over what they had just witnessed. But then Einar's voice rose again, deep and direct. Why do you want to be strong? Daphne froze. The question caught her off guard. She turned slowly, frowning slightly as she met the eyes of the ancient warrior. Because knowledge is power. And power leads to knowledge, she replied calmly, though with a spark of doubt. Einar stared back without blinking. Then, you want knowledge? For what purpose? She fell silent. Not out of fear, but because she knew a hollow answer wouldn't suffice. She lowered her gaze in thought, then raised it with determination. To protect my sister. From the world, and from the things I still can't protect her from. Einar nodded, satisfied with the answer. Before he could say anything else, Daphne gave a respectful nod and turned to leave. The Beauxbatons champion needs a training partner, he said just as she took her first step. If you can convince her, perhaps the two of you can help each other. Daphne paused for a moment. Then she nodded in gratitude without turning around and continued on her way. Meanwhile, the Weasley twins, not far from Harry, were counting their winnings with grins as wide as they were guilty. How much did we make, Forge? 50 galleons, Gred. Brilliant. With Harry's duels, we could make a fortune. Maybe we should ask him to lose once or twice, Fred said with a mischievous smirk. Fixing duels? That sounds highly illegal. Let's ask him, said George, turning quickly. They both spun around to head toward Harry, only to freeze in place when they saw Einar standing behind them, arms crossed, waiting for them to finish. Looks like you two have plenty of free time. I thought you'd be studying the runes I gave you, said Einar sternly. Our good friend Einar, the Heartbreaker. Fred quickly chimed in with a grin, expertly changing the subject. You said one of your nicknames was the Destroyer, and we thought it was for leveling cities or kingdoms, but maybe it's for breaking the hearts of poor maidens who fall for your looks, added George, joining the joke. What are you talking about? Asked Einar, genuinely confused. Fred and George exchanged a mischievous glance. You don't know. How could you? Most students are too afraid to talk about Einar, just like they are with Professor Snape. Stop whispering to each other and answer. Einar said, slightly exasperated. Well, there's a rumor going around that you had a rather exciting date with the Beauxbatons champion, Fred said with a sly grin. She could barely walk properly the rest of the day. Quite a few Hogwarts girls nearly declared war on Beauxbatons because of you, dear Professor, George added with a chuckle. Enough with the nonsense. If you have nothing better to do, go help train these two, Einar ordered, pointing toward Harry and Cedric, who had clearly been listening and were now watching them with great interest. Of course. We've always wanted to know how you train, the twins replied in unison. Shortly after, with Hermione and Neville joining the group, everyone headed as usual to the section of the Forbidden Forest where they usually trained. By the way, Professor, everyone's talking about the spell you taught the third years, said Fred excitedly. Yeah, now everyone's walking around with a little wolf following them everywhere, added George. I'll teach it to the other classes later, Einar replied, understanding what they were getting at. Awesome, they both exclaimed with a smile. By the way, Professor, do you remember that magical crystal ball that can be used for spying? Fred asked quickly. I don't think that's its purpose, but yes, what about it? Einar inquired, intrigued. We thought we could sell them during the tournament. A lot of people would pay to see the champions up close while they perform their tasks, don't you think? George explained quickly. And what if we patent it with your name and make a business deal, added Fred. We might earn a good amount of money. And if the idea spreads beyond the tournament, we could have a great product. Obviously, we'd pay to use the patent, he finished enthusiastically. What's a patent? Einar asked, looking at Hermione. She thought for a moment before answering. Patents are essential to ensure inventors get recognition and control over their innovative ideas. Once granted, it allows the holder to decide how to use the invention and prevents others from copying it without permission. It's like a protection spell to make sure someone's hard work isn't stolen or unfairly exploited. Although it's not magical like Protego, in the Muggle world it's very useful to encourage creativity and scientific development, she explained quickly. The others looked at each other, half understanding, except Einar, who calmly nodded. I see. Do the paperwork for me and you can use it without paying anything, he replied calmly. Really? Fred and George asked at the same time, visibly excited. Don't worry, Professor. We'll have all the paperwork ready before nightfall, George affirmed with a confident smile. When they reached the clearing in the forest, the atmosphere filled with tension and excitement. Harry and Cedric stepped forward without wasting time, beginning to stretch their muscles and mentally prepare for the training. Einar, walking with his usual steady stride, approached Fred and George and, without saying a word at first, handed them a book with a large glowing rune on the cover. This spell is called telekinesis. It's one of the simplest, but also one of the most useful. It'll let you move objects from a distance, without needing wands. His voice was serious, as if he were handing them a secret weapon. You have 10 minutes to learn it before we begin. Perfect, the twins replied in unison, their excitement palpable. They opened the book immediately and began reading with surprising focus. Einar then turned to Hermione and Neville, who were watching intently. Did you learn the wound-closing spell? Yes, Neville nodded with determination. Yes, Professor. I also learned Healing Hands, Restoration, and Stendar's Aura, Hermione added with a mix of pride and timidity. Einar raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected her to master such an advanced spell so quickly. Stendar's Aura was an adept-level restoration magic, used to repel the undead with pure energy like sunlight. You learned Stendar's Aura. Show me. Hermione nodded with an eager smile and motioned for Neville to step aside. Then, she closed her eyes for a moment, raised both hands, and channeled her magical energy. A brilliant golden light emerged from her body, enveloping her in a radiant sphere that looked like a small star. It was intense, warm, and powerful, radiating purity. Even Fred and George paused their reading to look, shielding their eyes from the brightness. When the spell faded, Hermione was panting slightly from the effort but wore a proud expression. Impressive, murmured Einar. With that, you have a solid defense against the undead. He observed her for a moment longer, thoughtful. Hermione wasn't just brilliant, she was tenacious. He was already considering training her in combat if she wanted it. If you want to learn another restoration spell, or even an offensive one, just come and ask. Hermione nodded quickly, delighted with the offer. A few minutes later, once Harry and Cedric had finished warming up, Fred and George began levitating small stones with their hands, focused yet smiling excitedly. Einar crossed his arms and raised his voice. All right. Fred and George, your task will be to throw those stones at Harry and Cedric during the training. They'll have to dodge both the Atronach and your sneak attacks. Harry and Cedric exchanged a quick glance. They already had a feeling this training was going to hurt. What's that for, Professor? Hermione asked, always curious. They've both improved quite a lot. They can already dodge the ice Atronach without too much trouble. But the next challenge could be deadlier. So this exercise will improve their reflexes and awareness before the next level. Einar raised a hand and summoned the ice Atronach with a graceful gesture, which emerged with a deep, resonant roar. The other option was to bring archers and have them shoot arrows, but I think stones hurt less. We prefer the stones. Harry and Cedric shouted in unison, almost in panic. Einar nodded without further comment. Good. Begin. In a matter of seconds, Fred and George started throwing stones with surprising accuracy, enjoying every dodge attempt from their classmates. Harry and Cedric, for their part, were leaping, spinning, and blocking while also evading the Atronach's crushing blows. Hermione and Neville, focused and attentive, moved between the trees like battle healers, ready to close wounds, restore energy, or lift someone up if they fell. The forest clearing had transformed into a true training ground, filled with spells, strikes, and laughter. Chapter 47. Several days passed during which Harry and Cedric began to be pelted with stones by the twins while training. Although uncomfortable, this helped to sharpen their reflexes. However, what contributed most to Harry's progress was being challenged to duels constantly as he walked through the hallways. This was far more useful than being attacked from behind with some cowardly spell. Although there were a few fools who still tried to attack him, everything changed the day someone cast a spell at Harry from behind. Something invisible stopped it, only to reveal Einar, who had been walking right in the path of the spell, using stealth. The spell had no effect. The only thing that could be felt was the power of the dragon in Einar's deadly gaze, who looked at the student with such intensity that he, terrified, ended up hanging from the highest tower, asking for help. From that moment on, many students realized that if they wanted to harm Harry, they could only do so in a duel in which, until that moment, Harry had remained undefeated. Harry began convincing everyone that, although his name had been placed illegally, his skill and courage were worthy of being champion. On the other hand, Cedric received fewer challenges to duels, but he was not entirely free from them. At first, Harry didn't get along with Cedric, perhaps because of his popularity and a touch of arrogance. But after several days of training and being pummeled together, they grew quite close. After several busy days, Einar arrived at Hagrid's house. Having been very busy, he needed some alcohol to relax. "Oh, Einar, come in. You arrived just in time, we're about to have dinner together," Hagrid said, inviting him inside. Inside the cabin, voices could be heard, and upon entering, Einar saw Harry, Hermione, and Sirius, who was telling a story that made everyone laugh. What's a convict doing on the school grounds? Einar asked calmly as he sat where Hagrid indicated. Hey, Einar, thanks for that spell or whatever you gave me. I even crossed paths with Mad Eye last time, and he couldn't even see me, Sirius commented with a confident smile, as if he were a close friend of Einar. I even managed to play a prank on him in Snape's office. By the way, great beating you gave him, he added with a mischievous grin. Nocturnal will be happy to see you using her cloak that way, Einar said sarcastically while smiling, thinking of the goddess of darkness. Nocturnal? Sirius asked, confused. Think of her as a lady interested in thieves, Einar replied calmly, without elaborating further on the goddess. Professor Einar, Sirius believes one of the culprits could be Karkaroff, Harry said quickly. Unlikely, Einar replied firmly. Why? Sirius asked, curious. Because that day I gave Karkaroff a beating. I doubt he could get out of bed, Einar answered calmly. Well, seems like a good enough reason. By the way, are you going around the world beating people up? I still feel pain in my neck every time I see you, Sirius joked. Einar paused for a moment, thinking, before responding with a light smile. Actually, yes. Looks like I haven't changed much even here, he said playfully. By the way, Hagrid, why so happy? Hermione asked, observing the giant as he hummed a romantic song while cooking. Hagrid got nervous and almost spilled the soup he was preparing. Ahem, nothing in particular. Just the joy of having friends for dinner, he replied hastily, clearly trying to hide something. Acting like that just makes you more suspicious, Harry commented with a mischievous smile. Everyone stared at him intently. Finally, Hagrid couldn't resist the gazes and gave in. It's because I have a date with Madame Maxime later. But don't tell anyone, it's still not official. Hagrid said with a joyful smile. Everyone congratulated him, and Hagrid kept smiling happily. And where are you two going in the middle of the night for your date? Sirius asked with a mischievous grin. I'm going to show the newcomers. Hagrid started to say, but when he saw Harry's gaze, he quickly stopped. I didn't say anything, he clarified quickly. The newcomers what? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. It's better if you don't ask, Harry. You're the champion. Hagrid said, realizing he had let something slip. He covered his mouth and quickly changed the subject. Dinner is ready. Let's serve it, he said hurriedly. Meanwhile, Einar, seemingly alerted by something, quickly turned toward the window. Hermione noticed this and saw that Einar's eyes, which were usually green, briefly glowed golden. But when she looked again, they were still green, and she thought maybe it had been her imagination. Professor Einar, is something wrong? Hermione asked, concerned. Dragons, Einar replied, immediately catching everyone's attention. Dragons? Harry asked, confused. How do you know, Einar? Professors aren't supposed to know. Only I am, since I'm the caretaker of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid said, surprised by his revelation. Wait, the first task is dragons? Hermione asked, quickly catching on to the idea. Hagrid realized he had revealed too much and immediately covered his mouth. Let's see, Einar said with interest, standing up from his seat, eager to see the dragons of this world. They can't. If Dumbledore finds out I told you or showed you the dragons, he'll be mad at me, Hagrid said, worried. It's fine, stay. I discovered them myself, Einar replied determinedly, while Hermione and Harry followed him. Sirius hesitated for a moment but decided to stay, as he still had a few minutes to use Nocturnal's cloak. Hermione and Harry followed Einar through the Forbidden Forest, the dense air vibrating with the distant roars of dragons. As they ventured deeper, the echoes of the monsters raised their voices in a challenging song that filled the atmosphere. The tension grew with each step. Suddenly, Einar stopped, pointing toward the horizon with an intense gaze. When Hermione and Harry peeked through the bushes, the sight they saw took their breath away, for dragons in cages, their powerful bodies writhing from side to side, roaring fiercely while the wizards attempted, with little success, to calm them. A chaotic whirlwind of fire and fury. I thought we were just going to observe, murmured Hermione, but Einar's attitude showed not even a hint of doubt. His gaze was fixed on the dragons, as if he had seen something much larger. At that moment, a man with red hair appeared from the shadows. With a confident smile, he quickly approached Einar. It was Charlie, the dragon tamer, and his expression showed both surprise and amusement. What are you doing here, Einar? Professors aren't supposed to know about the dragons. Is this your fault? Charlie joked, with a conspiratorial grin as he greeted Einar. Einar responded with a friendly gesture, maintaining his calm. "You look good, Charlie," he said, still watching the dragons intently. Hermione and Harry followed, still confused. Charlie looked at them with amusement. Well, well. Hermione cheating. How shameful, he said, teasing lightly. No. I'm just following the professor, and Harry, Hermione quickly defended herself, blushing a little. Charlie laughed and, without missing a beat, gestured for them to come closer. Come on, I'll show you the dragons. This will be interesting. They approached the cages, where the dragons continued to breathe fire and do everything they could to escape. Charlie began his explanation passionately, as if each of these dragons had a unique story. This is the Chinese fireball, he said, pointing to one of the dragons, which let out a deafening roar while its flames formed strange mushroom-like shapes. It's territorial, but it can live with others of its kind. Fascinating, right? The next dragon was much calmer, though still nervous. This is the common Welsh green, Charlie continued. Less aggressive than others, it lives in the mountains. It prefers to hunt sheep rather than attack humans. Its roar is soft, almost melodic, and its flames are fine. Hermione and Harry nodded with interest, but the next dragon they saw made their hearts stop for a moment, a Swedish shortsnout, with bright silver-blue scales, exhaling intense blue fire. This one is known for its extremely hot fire, Charlie explained, his voice now more serious. Its skin is so resistant that it's used to make gloves and shields. Finally, they reached the most dangerous dragon of all, the dreaded Hungarian horntail. This beast was frantic, shooting flames in all directions while its sharp spines tried to pierce the cage. This one is the most violent of them all, Charlie said with palpable seriousness. Its obsidian black skin, its yellow eyes, and its fire can reach up to 15 meters. It's a monster that defies all control. And honestly, I don't know how anyone could calm it after such a long journey. Suddenly, Charlie turned toward Einar and noticed he was no longer by his side. He looked toward the horntail's cage and saw Einar there, in front of the beast. With a single motion of his hand, Einar bent the bars of the cage as if they were made of paper. The dragon, which had been roaring furiously, fell silent when it saw Einar approach. Einar, don't do something crazy, shouted Charlie, but his voice was lost to the scene unfolding before his eyes. Einar showed no fear, only absolute calm. The other dragon tamers watched with their mouths open. The Hungarian horntail roared with all its might, shooting a fierce flame at Einar. However, Einar furrowed his brow and, with a guttural command, spoke a word in an unknown language, in silence. The dragon, as if struck by an invisible force, immediately shut its mouth and backed away, trembling, with a surprising submission. Einar, with an air of absolute dominance, began walking toward the dragon, inspecting its scales and jaw as if it were his equal. Balak, Dova. Speak, dragon, Einar said authoritatively. The dragon seemed to understand but could not respond. Einar continued, unhurried, inspecting the monster with an almost scientific look. You can't, can you? You look tougher than a blood dragon, but your magic is weak, almost like that of a common dragon. Lavat. Down, ordered Einar, and the enormous dragon, obeying, lay down in the cage, exposing its belly. Calmly, Einar opened the dragon's mouth and examined its teeth, sharp as blades. Hermione and Harry, outside the cage, couldn't believe what they were seeing. Hermione, fascinated, whispered, "What is he saying to it?" Harry, stunned, touched his ears uncomfortably. The strange echoes of Einar's words resonated in his mind like a distant whisper. "Harry, are you okay?" Hermione asked, concerned. "I just understood, down." "Not much else," Harry murmured, still unable to stop staring at Einar. His mind was clouded by a strange buzzing coming from Einar's words. Einar, hearing Harry's question, looked at him. "Can you understand the language, Harry?" he asked, with renewed intensity. The young Gryffindor nodded, though without fully understanding. "How do you know?" Einar tossed a huge piece of meat to the dragon before leaving the cage, bending the bars again with his strength. "Hin vokendu, savat hin. Dovazul koran, mar vokendu aran." Can you really understand me? The dragon language is ancient, but, is it possible to comprehend it without learning it? Harry didn't understand all the words, but a strange sensation of recognition ran through his body. "What does ancient mean?" he asked, confused. Einar, looking at Harry with a piercing gaze, nodded slowly. It's what I suspected. A more powerful magical language alters something inside you. Well, Harry, now we have a way for you to face your dragon. Harry, stunned, stared at him wordlessly as Einar added with a calm smile, you'll learn something from Davazul. But though Einar said this with tranquility, inside he was wondering if it was some sort of Akatosh plan that Harry might be bound to. And he too was tied to a prophecy. Chapter 48, Shadows of the Past, Light in the Present. Shadows of the Past, Light in the Present. As they walked back, the atmosphere was relaxed and the conversation flowed unhurriedly. And you still haven't talked to the younger redhead? Einar asked curiously. Ron. No. Not yet, Harry replied, frowning. His tone revealed a mix of irritation and discouragement. They're just two idiots with bruised pride. Hermione jumped in immediately, a bit irritated by how the dispute between her friends was affecting her. Well, if you want my advice, Einar shrugged, challenge him to a fistfight and get it over with. Simple as that. I don't think it works like that. Harry replied quickly, wearing an awkward smile. Why not? He's frustrated with you, and you're frustrated with him. A good fight gets everything out, cleanses the soul, Einar said with such absolute calm that it sounded more like he was talking about a homemade recipe. Hermione stepped ahead, clearly uneasy with the idea. Harry is not going to fight Ron. He's just jealous. He's the youngest, and also. She trailed off mid-sentence, glancing toward Einar. He got upset because Harry's been spending a lot of time with me, Einar concluded calmly. His words brought a heavy silence between the three of them. Don't worry, he added with a half-smile. I recognize that look of resentment. I've seen it plenty of times. Whether it's for being stronger, better looking, or, like the twins say, too damn cool. The tension broke instantly. Harry let out a short laugh, and Hermione shook her head while smiling. Einar, despite his usual seriousness, had a very unique way of bringing calm. As they passed by Hagrid's hut, they noticed the half-giant had already left for his date with Madame Maxime. Only Sirius was waiting outside, leaning casually. All right, go get some rest. Tomorrow we continue training, and, by the way, be ready to learn a new language, Einar said before saying goodbye to Harry and Hermione. They both left with a wave, while Einar stayed behind, watching Sirius, who was observing him with a serious expression. Want a drink? Hagrid said I'd be selfish if I didn't share the mead, Sirius said, raising a bottle while already pulling out 2 cups. Sure, Einar replied, sitting down calmly. Sirius quickly poured the drinks, and Einar took his glass naturally. Talk. I don't like beating around the bush, he said bluntly, taking the first sip. Then I'll get to the point, Sirius looked him straight in the eyes. Why are you so interested in helping Harry? That day. I saw how you took out those killers without even breaking a sweat. You didn't even use magic. And I highly doubt that's all you can do. A guy like you, what's in it for you? Einar watched him in silence for a few seconds. He seemed to be choosing his words carefully. When I was 5 years old. Wait, are you about to tell me your whole tragic life story? Sirius interrupted with a mocking grin. Shut up and listen, Einar replied, annoyed. Go on, Sirius nodded, pouring himself another drink with interest. Einar went quiet for a moment. He looked down at his glass and then began, his voice deep. Until I turned 5, I lived trying to earn my parents' affection. My father was a warrior hardened by war. A man who didn't believe in showing emotions, except toward my mother. And she couldn't even look me in the eye when she spoke to me. Sirius tensed, his face serious. One day, my mother, a great mage, was preparing potions. She was missing one specific plant, one that grew near the edge of a cliff. I wanted to help. I wanted to be useful, to prove I was worth something. Einar paused, his gaze lost in the distance. I ran toward that cliff. The plant was there, right on the ledge. I tied a rope around my stomach, yes, around my stomach, like that would have been enough, and I jumped to grab it. But the rope didn't hold. I fell 15 meters. Sirius clenched his teeth. You should have died. He muttered. I almost did. Broke several bones. My arm was twisted all the way around. But I got up. With blood on my face, with my legs trembling, I walked back home. Einar took a sip before continuing. When I walked in, my father, who worked in the forge, looked at me for a second, and all he said was, go to the village healer. Don't bother your mother. He threw me a pouch of coins and kept hammering like I didn't exist. That's not a father, even mine, who despised me, weren't that cold, Sirius said, his voice low and angry. From that day on, something inside me shut down. I stopped trying. I stopped feeling. I focused on training, on learning, on preparing. And at 13. I left. Disappeared from the village. By my own choice. Never looked back. Silence took over the night. Only the crackling of the fire broke the stillness. I made mistakes. Got caught up in conspiracies, used by people who claimed to follow a prophecy. But at least those were my choices. Einar looked him dead in the eye. Harry didn't get that choice. He was thrown into all of this without any preparation. First year, he faced his parents' killer. Second, he was poisoned by a substance that nearly killed me, someone immune to most poisons. I trained my body since childhood by ingesting toxins in small doses to build resistance. Third, he thought a traitor was chasing him to finish the job, no offense. Sirius raised his hand casually. None taken. And to top it all off, he's realizing that the man he trusts most in this school, seems to have been present at every tragedy in his life. Dumbledore? Sirius asked, more serious than ever. Who else? Harry is weak. And I don't say that to insult him. I say it as a fact. Since I was 5, I fought to survive. He, on the other hand, has been swept along by the current. That's why I decided to help him. Because he's not a bad kid. He just needs someone who'll be there, no lies. Einar finished his glass in one gulp. Sirius looked at him for a few seconds before speaking softly. Thank you. James and Lily would be proud to know Harry has a mentor, a bit violent, sure, but with his heart in the right place. Both smiled. The night continued, and when Hagrid returned with a big grin on his face, the three of them gathered around the fire, sharing laughter, stories, and more mead. And so, between drinks and tales, a small moment of peace was forged. So, Einar, do you have any family back in your country? Or wherever you come from? Sirius asked with a laugh, his cheeks red from the alcohol. Einar set down his mug of mead on the wooden table, still smiling. Oh, yes. I have a family. Not by blood, but by heart. During a mission in Ventalia, I met a little girl named Sophie. She was selling flowers in the snow, her hands numb and her lips purple from the cold. She slept between old crates, wrapped in whatever she could find. A lonely child in a city ruled by a crowned fool. I adopted her without a second thought. Sophie is sweet, smart, curious, she reminds me of the humanity that still lingers in a world where the gods seem to have forgotten us. Einar smiled tenderly, but Sirius leaned forward, intrigued. And you said you had another child? Yes. Aretino. His story is a bit darker, but no less important to me. I met him in Ventalia as well. Back then, everyone was talking about a boy trying to contact the Dark Brotherhood, a guild of assassins feared even by the most powerful. Apparently, he wanted them to kill the headmistress of the orphanage where he lived, a soulless witch who tortured the children in her care. Sirius and Hagrid's eyes widened, caught between horror and surprise. Curious, I infiltrated his house. Aretino was performing the Black Sacrament, an ancient ritual meant to summon assassins of the Brotherhood. When he saw me, he thought I was one of them, sent to fulfill his request. I wasn't, but after hearing what that woman did to the children, I went to the orphanage and, well, I brought justice. Aretino followed me from that day on. He was my shadow for weeks, until I finally accepted him as part of my life. By Merlin. Hagrid murmured. In your land, people kill each other like they're slicing bread, don't they? Einar chuckled softly, like someone who's already made peace with horror. In Skyrim, death is part of breakfast. You walk down a path and might run into bandits, frost trolls, witches, wolves, or dragons. And if you're lucky, that's all you face. Sometimes you stumble upon Daedric cults, fanatics who worship dark princes. Entities that feed on human suffering for fun. I once found a community of cannibals living inside a city, hidden beneath fake temples. I had no choice but to cleanse the place. What about giants? Hagrid asked, half joking. Strangely enough, giants are the most peaceful, as long as you don't touch their mammoths. Aha, yeah, I'm suddenly not so keen on visiting your homeland, Sirius said with a nervous smile. It is dangerous, yes. But also beautiful. full of ancient ruins, forgotten tombs, and thousand-year-old secrets. There, every shadow tells a story, and every mountain hides a legend. Sirius took another drink and pointed a finger at him, now more serious. You mentioned those princes several times. Who exactly are they? Einar crossed his arms, leaning back with solemnity. Imagine beings as ancient as time itself, as powerful as gods, but who follow no human morals. They aren't good. They aren't evil. They just are. Some may seem benevolent. Others, monstrous. But they all have one thing in common: they toy with the fates of mortals like pieces on a board. You talk about them like you know them, Sirius said, frowning. I do know them. I've dealt with several, and rejected their offers. One even blessed me with power without me asking for it. And they're not the only ones. There are also the Edra, their counterparts. One of them, Akatosh, the father of dragons, he's the one who sent me to this world. To prevent a war from breaking out in mine because of my existence. Sirius ran a hand through his hair, his expression dazed. I'm way too drunk to process all of that. Let's change the subject. Huh, as you wish, Einar laughed deeply. Do you have any plans now? Or are you just going to stay teaching at Hogwarts until you can return? For now, I'll keep my promise to teach. I also want to annoy Dumbledore a little, I won't deny it. But when the holidays come, I want to go out and explore this world. That sounds awesome, said Sirius. Though. I wanted to ask you a favor. Would you take Harry with you? Einar raised an eyebrow, surprised. Why? Because you're strong. And you'll protect him better than anyone. Plus, his family sucks. Einar laughed heartily, nearly spitting out his mead. All right. But I'll train him too. Good. Just don't tell him I asked you, or he'll hate me for making him train during the holidays. And so, between stories and drinks, the night faded away. Sirius, cloaked under Nocturnal's veil, stumbled back to his hideout, hungover but with a calm heart. Hagrid slept soundly in his armchair. And Einar rose as if nothing had happened, his mind clear, ready to prepare Harry and Cedric's training. For him, darkness was routine. And duty, a promise sealed in blood. As he thought of his two children, who were surely worried about his disappearance, Einar felt a faint ache in his chest. But he was certain that, in Whiterun, they were well taken care of. The companions, though full of idiots in his own words, were trustworthy people. Besides, Einar had left a hefty sum of gold to ensure their well-being, even for the orphanages in the nearby regions. And all his titles weren't for nothing. The Dark Brotherhood would protect them with their lives. Not to mention the Thieves' Guild. And the others. Chapter 49, Special, The Dragonborn Search Squad. I tried to keep the serious tone of the story. I swear. But I failed spectacularly. I'm sorry, well, not really, because it turned out awesome. You can't deny it. So I'm leaving it as a special. If you want more adventures of the chicks, you know what to do, leave a comment and pray to the muses to inspire me again. Special, The Dragonborn Search Squad. A young girl of about 12 walked through the ancient streets of Whiterun, the golden rays of sunset lighting up her blonde hair, tied back in a simple ponytail. At first glance, she seemed like any other child, with her plain dress and sweet face. But if you looked closely, you'd notice several magical protections and enchanted enhancements hidden beneath that innocent appearance. Avento, I brought the ones who were missing, Sophie announced cheerfully as she walked through the door of the house that served as their makeshift mission base. Avento, a boy with a serious expression and messy dark hair, turned slowly with his arms crossed. His dark clothes, enhanced with legendary enchantments, made it clear he wasn't just any child. You're late. I was about to send someone after you, in case you got lost again, Aretino said, with the air of an annoyed older brother despite being a year younger. We helped a puppy caught in a trap. Sophie excused herself, smiling sweetly. Save the chit-chat for later, Blaise interrupted firmly, one of the oldest in the group, his eyes full of determination. He came from the Dragonborn orphanage, a few streets uphill. We've got important things to plan. Around a table covered in maps, marks, and notes, 10 boys and girls gathered. The house buzzed with whispers and laughter, but they all bore a symbol that commanded respect across all of Skyrim, a small shield with the figure of a dragon on their chest. They were disciples of the Dragonborn. Children taken in by him and trained from a young age not only in combat but also in magic, strategy, alchemy, and more. Some villagers called them the children of the storm, others simply the chosen ones. What was certain was that each of them could easily take on several grown soldiers without breaking a sweat. The orphanage Einar had founded had become a mix of refuge, elite academy, and living legend. It was even said that some of the most renowned heroes visited just to train with them, or learn something new. "Where did Master go this time?" one boy asked, tired of checking the map. "Did you try to get him more wives again so we could have more moms?" a girl asked, squinting at Sophie. "No," Sophie shouted, quickly hiding behind Avento. "Well, maybe a little." An awkward silence fell before Ailsan spoke. "Sophie, we already know all adults are idiots. When Master was a nobody, they rejected him. Now that he's rich and famous, they throw themselves at him. It's obvious he doesn't want anything to do with them. But if he had lots of wives, they could come to the orphanage and take care of all of us." Sophie replied with teary eyes. That comment froze everyone in place. "Thanks for thinking of us," one of the kids said quickly, and the rest started apologizing in an improvised, synchronized dance. Avento face-bombed and sighed. "That idiot, she tricks everyone with a smile," he thought. "So, how do we find him? The Jarl won't let us leave the city after the cheese incident." "Hey! That was Nelker's fault," Blaze protested. "He thought he was better than everyone just because he's the Jarl's son. I just wanted to prove that being a disciple of Einar made me stronger than him and his father combined." "And you thought stealing cheese from a giant was the best way to do that?" another child asked sarcastically. Silence. "What if we contact the Dark Brotherhood?" Avento suggested. Everyone looked at him like he'd lost his mind. "Sure, and let that idiot Cicero come do somersaults." "No thanks," Blaze scoffed. "Or do you just want to see Babette again?" Lucia said with a mischievous smile. "No." Avento yelled, but his red ears gave him away. "You do know she's older than all of us put together, right?" Ailsan added, raising an eyebrow. "I said no." Moving on. "What about the Thieves' Guild?" "We already sent a letter to Brynjolf," Blaze replied. "He says he doesn't know where Master is, but he's alive. That the Nightingale cloak hasn't returned, whatever that means. Last time they saw him, he was doing a job for the guild, and suddenly a golden light appeared, and he vanished." Silence fell over the group again. Knowing his luck, he probably ended up trapped in some forgotten ruin, or another oblivion plane, Avento murmured. "So what now?" someone asked. "Obviously, we go out and look for him," Blaze replied with all seriousness. "But the moment we step outside, the guards will follow us. Then we punch them, run, and if they lock us up, we break a wall with our fists. We're stronger than an army," Blaze shouted. Everyone nodded in agreement, like it was the most logical thing in the world. Meanwhile, on the rooftops of the nearby houses, black-clad shadows hid. Elite spies, sent to watch over them. "If these demons get out, they'll cause more chaos than the Daedra," one signed with his hands. "We were ordered to watch, not intervene, unless they're in danger," another replied. A third figure, female in silhouette, smiled while pointing at the group. "Doesn't matter, this will be fun. Let's follow them." And so the Dragonborn search squad was born. A group of prodigious children escaping Whiterun, ready to knock down walls, face monsters, and unleash chaos, all to bring their master back. When they finally found him, Einar didn't know whether to hug them or hide in another plane. He knew they'd blame him for everything, even though he was the Dragonborn. And the shadows who had been watching them? When they returned, they didn't ask for a reward. They demanded a raise. The next morning, the group was already prepared. Armed with enchanted backpacks, weapons that were clearly not toys, and the uncontrollable energy of a group of prodigies trained by the Dragonborn himself, the children headed for the northern gate of Whiterun. Sophie walked at the front, holding a staff far too big for her size, yet it floated gently beside her, as if pushed by the wind itself. "Today we'll find Master. And give him a beating for making us worry," shouted Blaze with energy, and the rest of the kids raised their fists in victory. "I don't know if we can beat him," Lucia said with a hint of doubt. "We're not going to beat him. We're just going to make it clear he can't disappear without saying anything," replied Avento as he adjusted his gloves. The gloves glowed faintly with ancient runes, a clear sign they were anything but ordinary. As soon as they reached the gate, 4 guards stopped them. One of them looked at them with concern. "Where do you think you're going, you little demons? The Jarl said you're not allowed to leave the city." We have permission. Sophie shouted, showing a piece of paper with a childish drawing that read in big, crooked letters, "Yes, they can go out." Signed, the Jarl, smiley face. That's not an official document. And that's a drawing of a flying cow, the guard said, staring at the paper in disbelief. It's a goat with wings. Learn the difference, you ignoramus, Blaze muttered before stepping forward. For the last time. You can't. Boom. The wall shook as one of the kids, around 14 years old, struck the ground with his axe. A crack spread beneath the guard's feet, making them step back in fear. Was that? Yeah, it was a warning. Next time, something else will explode, said Ailsan with a mischievous grin. Finally, with the guards frozen by doubt and fear, the children passed through the gate. The shadow squad on the rooftops followed, leaping from roof to roof like silent predators. One of the watchers spoke softly into an enchanted stone. This is Shadow Alpha. Chick Squad has escaped Whiterun. I repeat, the demons have breached the wall. Activating protocol, Tiny Storm. The stone responded with a long sigh. Stick to the plan. And for the love of the gods, make sure they don't destroy another village this time. And so began the journey of the Dragonborn search squad. 10 heavily armed children, trained by the most feared warrior on the continent, determined to find their master, even if they had to tear down half of Skyrim in the process. Because for them, there was no obstacle, no law, no cheese-wielding giant, that could stand between them and their family. And the story was just beginning. Chapter 50, Stormborn Shenanigans, the improvised chapter. So, where are we going first? Asked Lucia as she gazed at the vast landscapes of Skyrim with interest. I'm not sure. Blaze replied, unfolding an old map over a rock. We should head to the last place he was seen, but it's far, really far. It could take weeks, maybe months, to get there on foot. It's right on the edge of Skyrim. What if we visit the Greybears first and ask Lord Parthurnax for help, suggested Sophie with enthusiasm. They're called the Greybeards, Avento corrected her with a raised brow. Same thing, Sophie shrugged dismissively. Parthurnax, he's Master Einar's dragon teacher, right? Do you think he'll help us? Asked Blaze, eyes gleaming with hope. Yes. He's a good dragon. Dad took me to meet him several times, Sophie answered with an excited smile. If we pick up the pace, we could make it by nightfall, as long as we run without stopping, commented another of the kids, tightening the strap on his armor. Then let's move, Blaze ordered, rolling up the map and quickly stashing it away. The group, made up of 10 young warriors, dashed forward at full speed through the ancient northern paths, braving the cold and rugged terrain with a fiery energy only the children of the storm could possess. From the shadows of a nearby cliff, 3 hooded figures watched them closely. Don't tell me they're actually going to run all the way there, said Shadow B with an exhausted sigh. It would take a grown adult at least 3 days to walk there. Don't compare them to regular adults. Just look at, replied Shadow C, nodding toward their companion, who was already stretching her legs in preparation for the chase. Let's go, or they'll leave us behind, said Shadow A, the only woman of the trio, and launched herself forward so fast she left behind a streak of black. Why did we get stuck with her? One of them groaned as they followed with clear reluctance. Because she's stronger than both of us combined, and no one dares tell her no, the other replied as they both reluctantly began to run. After several hours of non-stop running, the 2 men finally spotted a chance to rest when they saw the kids surrounded by a large band of highwaymen. Their bodies screamed for a break, but they stayed alert in case they needed to intervene. The woman, however, looked as if she had only been jogging for minutes. Her breathing was calm, and not a single drop of sweat fell beneath the mask hiding her face. The bandits eyed the children with a mix of greed and mockery. The enchanted weapons and armor they carried didn't go unnoticed. Well, kids, you're a long way from home. How about we take you somewhere safe? One of the bandits asked in a fake friendly tone. No thanks. We're in a hurry, Blaze replied with a frown. Come on, it won't take long. We've got hot chocolate and cookies, added another, casting a disgusting look especially toward the girls. At that expression, the children's faces hardened. Without a word, they readied themselves for battle. One of the bandits laughed mockingly and raised his bow to aim. He never got the chance to shoot. A blinding flash streaked through the air. The bandit looked down, confused, and saw a smoking hole in his chest. A moment later, he dropped dead. All eyes turned to Sophie. In front of her floated a staff taller than herself, crackling with powerful lightning. "You little bitch," another bandit roared, charging at her with sword and shield. Avento, right beside her, raised both hands. Runic gloves covered his fingers, glowing with ancient magic. "Fire rune," he whispered. A burning red circle lit up beneath the attacker's feet. A second later, an explosion sent him flying, shattered to pieces. Blaze wasn't about to be left out. He swung his battle axe with brutal strength and, with a roar, cleaved a bandit in half. The leather armor was no match. Lucia summoned a spectral bow and began firing with superhuman speed and accuracy, shooting down every enemy arrow that neared her allies. "I'm using that one," shouted Avento, and his teammates nodded. Mass paralysis, he clapped his hands. A wave of magic spread out, freezing every bandit in place. The children, already prepared, resisted the spell, but their enemies stood as still as statues. "Phew, that was easier than I expected," Blaze said with relief as the group began rummaging through the corpses. Aside from gold, there was nothing of value. The bandits' weapons and armor were trash compared to theirs. "Sophie, I told you not to rely so much on that staff. Dad taught us loads of spells, you shouldn't just count on that ugly lightning thing," Avento scolded, arms crossed. "But it's easier this way," Sophie replied with a cheeky smile. "You're such an idiot, always clinging to your toys," Avento muttered in annoyance. "I'm not an idiot. You're the idiot. And Dad gave me this staff," Sophie yelled, tears welling up in her eyes. "Ah!" Avento made Sophie cry, one of the girls sing-songed while the rest gave him judging looks. I'm sorry, Sophie. I didn't mean to call you dumb," Avento apologized quickly, nervously wrapping an arm around his sister. "They just massacred an entire band, and now they're arguing like normal kids." "Now I understand why they're called the Stormborn," murmured Shadowbee, incredulous. "They were trained by the devil." "What did you expect?" added Shadow C. "Don't speak ill of my master," said Shadow A coldly. "And if I recall correctly, he was your master too, if only for a while." Then he gave Shadow C a pat on the back so hard that it knocked the air out of him. "Cough, cough. Control your strength," he complained, coughing. Shadowbee pushed them both to the ground when he saw the kids turn their heads in their direction. "What is it, Lucia?" asked Blaze, alert. "Nothing. Seems our shadows aren't as stealthy as they think," she replied with a mischievous smile. "Leave them. I'm sure Runa is with them. I heard her voice on the roof the first day," added Avento with a mocking grin. "It's time to move on," ordered Blaze. With renewed spirit, the Stormborn resumed their march toward Ivarstead, where the legendary steps of the 7,000 awaited them, leading up to High Hrothgar, the sanctuary of the Greybeards. And beyond that, the echo of dragons. Meanwhile, in the world where Einar now lived, an uncomfortable premonition crept down his back like a cold whisper. The students around him began looking at each other, murmuring curiously. "What's going on?" they asked one another. "Is everything okay? Professor, are you all right?" Hermione asked with concern. "Yes," Einar replied, eyes still fixed on the window. "I just feel like something escaped, and will probably come back to bite me later." He paused, sighed with resignation, and gave a crooked smile. "Anyway, hitting the potions professor earned me another kind reprimand from Professor McGonagall. As punishment, or compensation, this week I'll teach you how I make potions. How does that sound?" The students fell silent. "You know how to make potions?" asked Seamus, skeptical. Einar looked at him with a raised eyebrow and a calm smile. "Of course. Just like I've mastered every kind of weapon, hand-to-hand combat, stealth, magic, and other things I can't mention unless I want McGonagall to drag me by the ear again. In my homeland, my level in alchemy is legendary. Legendary?" Hermione repeated, frowning. "Is that an actual level? Let's say it's a way of saying I've pushed my mastery to the limit. But remember this, on the path of learning, there's no such thing as the maximum. There's always more. Now, tell me, what were you working on?" "We were making antidotes for different types of poison," Hermione quickly responded, hand raised as always. "Poisons, huh?" Einar murmured, flipping through the book with indifference. "I like poisons. I'm quite good with them, and actually immune to most." Harry looked at him with great interest. After all, he knew what it was like to be poisoned. "What do you mean, immune?" How do you get that? Einar didn't even look up. By eating them, obviously. Day after day, dose after dose. Like any sensible person who wants to understand poison, from the inside. The student stared at him in horror, silently wondering what kind of person actually does that. Then Einar walked over to the ingredient cabinet, inspected it calmly, and without hesitation, started tossing the ingredients into his mouth, one by one. His body began to glow with faint hues of various colors. "Professor, what are you doing?" exclaimed Hermione, a mix of panic and resignation in her voice. "Testing their effects to improve the recipe, of course," Einar replied, as if it were the most logical thing in the world. Then he turned toward them, looking genuinely confused. "How do you test effects, then?" "Normally, potion makers test small amounts on animals or rely on centuries of recorded studies." Hermione snapped, clenching her fists, remembering the professor who once tried basilisk venom. "Exactly. Relying only on books limits creativity. But if you know exactly how your body reacts, you can fine-tune the recipe with precision. That's why I'll give you an alternative. We'll compare results." Einar turned to the board and wrote 2 recipes. One was the traditional book version. The other, simpler, more direct. He had cut the ingredients in half. "Are you sure it'll work?" Hermione asked, doubtful. "Sometimes, too much theory clouds instinct. Just give it a try." The students split into groups. Half followed the book's recipe. The others followed Einar's. Halfway through the expected time, the cauldrons using Einar's recipe were already boiling with a bright, stable liquid. The ones following the original recipe were still mixing, with several visible mistakes. At the end of class, they encapsulated the potions and brought them to the front for comparison. "See? Not only did you reduce the preparation time, but you also used fewer ingredients and got the same results," Einar said calmly. "Professor, then, could we do that too?" asked a fascinated Ravenclaw student. "Theoretically, yes. But you need to deeply understand the function of each ingredient. Some are poisonous, others unstable. If you want to experiment, do it under supervision, and with a good antidote nearby," he added with a calm smile, while his body still glowed faintly. "All right. Now that Harry will be learning Davazul, Cedric. I have something special for you," said Einar as he opened his coat and pulled out several ancient books, covered in runes and the dust of dormant power. "Combat spells, barriers, concealment, everything you might need to face a dragon." His tone was calm, but each word carried the weight of authority. "Though honestly," he added, a cold expression crossing his face, "I doubt they're stupid enough to make mere students face such beasts. If that were the case, I would tear this tournament down with my own hands, stone by stone, and then personally break every bone of the one who organized it." The tension in the air was palpable. Behind Einar, the Weasley twins, Neville, and Hermione stared wide-eyed, not wanting to miss a single word. "Concealment? Like turning invisible?" asked Cedric, still processing what he had just heard. "Yes, but it's not just that," Einar replied mysteriously. And then, before their very eyes, his body vanished as if dissolving into mist. An instant later, his cold voice echoed behind Harry. "Who are you looking for?" Everyone spun around at once, having neither heard a step nor seen a single movement. Nothing. He had vanished without a trace, like a ghost walking between worlds. They also now understood how Einar managed to catch them off guard so often. "There are also illusion spells," Einar continued in a measured tone. "Enchantments to soothe, to inspire fear, to induce harmony or chaos. Magic isn't always about brute force." "Then I'll go with concealment," Cedric said with a determined smile. Einar nodded in approval and handed him several volumes, advanced techniques on concealment, invisibility, shadow manipulation, and silent movement. Everything needed to become a shadow amid chaos. "Professor, may I ask something?" Hermione interjected, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. "If Harry learns the Davazul language, will he be able to use those shouts, the ones you use?" Einar looked at her calmly. "Of course not. Speaking the language doesn't mean you understand the Tuhum," he answered gravely. "Though yes, it does improve understanding, prepares the throat and trains the intent behind each word." He walked slowly across the room as he spoke, as if each step carried centuries of knowledge. "Each Tuhum shout is made of 3 words. The first might take you weeks to learn. The second, months. The third, years. But if Harry, after mastering Davazul, wants to learn a shout, I wouldn't mind teaching him the first word. The other two, well, he'll have to consider that very carefully. Einar stopped and looked directly at Harry. Because once you learn them, there's no turning back. Unless you want to take a vow of silence to avoid destroying everything around you whenever you speak. But if it takes so long, how is it that you, being so young, already master several of those shouts? Hermione asked, genuinely intrigued. Einar gave a faint smile, his gaze fixed on the invisible horizon of his past. Because I'm special. He paused. Just like Harry with Parseltongue. He understood it without needing to study it, right? It's the same with me, and the Tuhum. His voice was soft, but each word fell like the beating of a war drum. Chapter 51. Einar had accompanied his group of children on one of their most recent adventures while hiding in the shadows to watch over them. As always, the kids were determined to prove their bravery. The task was simple, at least in theory: cross the nearby forest and steal something very specific from the giants. Only, as was usual with this group, things never went according to plan. Lucia, the youngest of the group, was also the wildest. At only 11 years old, she always found a way to make noise, even when trying to be stealthy. She was so excited that she tripped over a branch within the first minute of the expedition. "Lucia," shouted Blaise, the group's leader, who, despite being one of the oldest, had the patience of a saint, or at least tried to. "Sorry. I just saw something shiny." Lucia replied, quickly getting back up while trying to fix her messy hair. The rest of the kids, already a bit farther ahead, burst out laughing. One of the girls, Sophie, the group's big sister, couldn't help but comment. "Lucia, if you keep that up, the giants are going to hear us from the other side of Skyrim," she teased, hands on her hips and a grin on her face. "It was just a branch," replied Lucia, raising her hands like an innocent defendant, before giving Sophie a push. "Why don't you let me be stealthy for once?" "Because you don't even know what stealth is. You make more noise than a sled in winter," replied a boy named Lars, the group's joker. At 14, he already had a sharp sense of humor and a contagious laugh. And so they continued, each child performing their own version of stealth as they made their way through the forest. Some, like Blaise, tried to move cautiously, but others just laughed, stumbled, chatted, and argued as they went. "What do we do if we get caught?" asked a small girl named Karen, looking nervously around with wide eyes. "We run fast," answered Sophie, shooting a challenging look at the younger kids. "Or maybe Einar will have to come save us, again." In the distance, heavy footsteps echoed, causing the entire group to fall silent. "It's a giant," shouted Lars, diving into a nearby bush to hide. "No. It's not a giant. It's just a tree falling." Sophie laughed, while the rest of the kids huddled together, unsure whether to keep pretending to be stealthy or just laugh it off. And of course, the noise was inevitable. Lucia, always at the front, tripped again, this time over a rock. "Ah," she screamed, making everyone turn to look at her again. "This doesn't make any sense. I can't be stealthy." The group, already used to her antics, couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Why don't you just stay still and stop making noise?" said Blaise, clearly annoyed, but with a smile of amusement at the same time. "It's impossible. I'm too excited to stay quiet." Lucia replied, looking at the others with enthusiasm. Suddenly, one of the quieter boys, a 13-year-old named Eric, raised his hand like he was in class. "Let's organize ourselves. How about, instead of making noise, we do it properly," he said quietly, but with the tone of a little leader trying to be heard. The other kids paused for a moment, looking at Eric as if they were actually considering it. "What?" asked Karen, raising an eyebrow. "Let's be stealthy, like the master taught us," Eric insisted, with more determination. But of course, the rest of the group didn't take him too seriously. "Stealthy," repeated Lucia with a mischievous smile. "Aren't we already?" she asked, genuinely confused. "Of course not, Lucia. We can't be stealthy if you keep falling," added Lars, shaking his head in exasperation. In the end, after many failed attempts at being silent and lots of laughter, they reached the giant's lair, where the entire group was left speechless at the sight before them. "Wow!" exclaimed Sophie, staring wide-eyed at the enormous mammoth. "That's amazing," said Lucia, her eyes shining as they found the mammoth cheese in wooden containers. "Let's take it," shouted Blaise, cautiously eyeing the nearby giants. But the moment one of them moved, the kids started screaming and running in all directions, each one making their own kind of noise. As always, it was total chaos, but in the end, they managed to escape, tripping and laughing as they fled. A massive giant chased after them, wielding a huge wooden club, swinging it wildly as it pursued the children. Back at the camp, they all collapsed to the ground, exhausted but happy. "That was a total disaster," said Sophie, laughing. "But we did it," replied Blaze, smiling with pride. "Yeah, and now Einar's going to kill us," complained Karen, rubbing her butt from a recent fall. In the midst of the laughter and commotion, Einar, who had been watching from the shadows, couldn't help but smile. Though he knew chaos was inevitable, he couldn't help but feel proud of his mischievous group of youngsters and a warm fondness for each one of them. Even if, of course, the Jarl's guards eventually surrounded them and Einar had to come out, explain everything, and pay for the damages. The night before the first task, Harry was nervous, but with Hermione's help, he quickly learned the necessary words. Meanwhile, Einar taught him how to properly channel his intention into the words, a crucial step in communicating with a dragon. Cedric didn't need much help with the stealth skills. Perhaps just a brief explanation on foot movements to mask his steps and move like mist. After spending the entire day teaching them, Einar felt the need for some fresh air. So, he found the tallest tower nearby to gaze at the stars while sipping a bit of mead. Perhaps it was the days spent sharing stories of his children with Sirius and Hagrid that reminded him of the group of chicks waiting for him back in Skyrim. Most of them were orphans who refused to leave his side. Though he helped many find good families, around 10 of them stayed with him. Einar had saved Skyrim several times, all for them. And he fought to stay alive, so he could one day return home. "Professor Einar." Hermione's voice broke the quiet as she gazed at Einar, surprised to find him sitting at the edge of the tower. "Hello," Einar greeted calmly. "What are you doing out here?" she asked quickly, a little surprised. The window he was perched near was just outside the Gryffindor common room. "I'm just looking at the stars, remembering my children," Einar said quietly. Hermione's eyes widened in surprise, as this was the first time she had heard that Einar had children. "You have children?" she asked, almost hesitantly. "Yes. About 10 of them," Einar replied, as if it were no big deal. "Wait, so being so young, you must have multiple wives, right?" "In some countries, having multiple partners is legal, though here, it's normally just one," Hermione said, a slight nervousness creeping into her voice, her chest feeling a slight weight she couldn't quite understand. No, I don't have multiple wives. Technically, I don't have a wife at all. Although my daughter tries to change that whenever she can," Einar said with a smile. "My kids were all children I rescued during my travels," he explained patiently. "They were actually a lot more, but slowly, I was able to find families for many of them. The ones who stayed are the ones who refused to leave me," he said warmly. I see, so they're adopted children," Hermione said, feeling the weight on her chest lift. "Well, legally, I can only adopt 2. Most of them are only a few years younger than me. The oldest should be around 15 now, so they're too embarrassed to call me father, and just call me master instead," Einar smiled, remembering his mischievous kids and disciples. A year ago, Blaze, one of the oldest, and the leader of the group, took on an interesting task to prove his worth. He went to steal mammoth cheese from the nearby giants. This, of course, caused the enraged giant to chase him around the village, destroying fields and houses. The Jarl was furious and sent soldiers after me. But it was easy to fix with a bit of gold and manual labor. The houses were even better than before, Einar recounted, his face lighting up with a joyful grin, as if the happiness behind his mask could be seen. Or perhaps Hermione imagined it. His handsome face, glowing with a smile full of happiness and memories. His beautiful face seemed bathed in moonlight, which made Hermione smile too, a warmth filling her as she listened intently. "Sophie, the first of them I met, and my first daughter, is the one who constantly tries to find me a wife. She once made me go on a blind date with an orc, who turned out to be an assassin sent to kill me," Einar said, recalling the event with a chuckle. Hermione didn't know what an orc was, or perhaps it was different from the ones she knew, but she kept listening without interrupting. "She's calm, cheerful, and very picky. But when she gets angry, she can summon great storms of pure magic. I should say the enemies are lucky she's so lazy and only uses enchanted staffs to help her create magic," Einar continued. "Your kids sound pretty powerful," Hermione said, intrigued. "You bet. I trained them every day since they joined me. Even Lucia, the youngest at 11, could defeat all the students at Hogwarts and walk away without a scratch." "Well, maybe I'm exaggerating a bit," Einar said, smiling at Hermione. Maybe just half the students, he added with a wink. And so, Einar continued to share stories of his adorable dragon pups, while Hermione smiled occasionally with grace. Many Gryffindor students wanted to approach to listen, but the twins quickly intercepted them like royal guards. Meanwhile, Ron, sitting in a corner of the common room, felt as though something was slipping away from him forever. Avento cast cold resistance. The enchantment is fading, shouted Blaise again, as the whole group climbed the seemingly endless stairs, heading toward the top of the frozen mountain. Avento, without saying a word, cast the enchantments again in succession for everyone else, and they continued on their way. After several hundred steps, they finally reached a large monastery. Excited, they hurried toward the great doors, which opened in anticipation. Oh, what strange guests! I didn't expect to see the dragon's children all together so soon, said an old man with a long beard and a grey robe, looking at them all with interest. Hello, Master Arngeir, greeted Avento quickly and politely. Hi, Grandpa Grey, said Sophie cheerfully. Ha ha ha, hello to you all, replied the elderly Arngeir, smiling kindly. We came looking for Master Pathurnax, Sophie said quickly, lowering her gaze and noticing the others' hurried reactions. Well, I should ask. Before Arngeir could finish, a great rumble echoed through the entire mountain. Follow me, he said quickly, allowing them to enter the monastery. Once inside, the young ones looked around with interest, but the place was made of stone and statues. Some elders watched them curiously, nodding in greeting. The youths also returned the greeting before continuing. The place was very silent, except for the sound of their footsteps. However, the children didn't endure the silence for long and began chatting, making the place livelier. Normally, it was so quiet it seemed lifeless. Even when Dad comes, he keeps quiet so as not to disturb the masters of the voice, commented Sophie. Hey, is it true they can't speak because if they do, they'd make the whole mountain shake, asked the smallest of the group. Arngeir smiled patiently at the question and nodded. That's awesome, all the children exclaimed, especially the boys. The master didn't want to teach us the Thursday. He said we have to grow up first. But we did learn Dovizul, added Blaise with interest. And actually, we learned the first word of unrelenting force without the master knowing, he added mentally, glancing at the others with a smug smile that was shared among the group. Ha ha ha, I can understand why, said Arngeir, clearly having noticed the children's glances and smiles. Since the kids still couldn't use the clear skies shout, Arngeir had to guide them all the way to the throat of the world. There, a great dragon awaited atop a wall inscribed with the words of power that protected his resting place. It's good to see you two again. And also a pleasure to meet the rest, said the great dragon, observing them all with interest. All the young ones quickly showed the proper respect to the master of dragon blood on the path of the voice. Hello, Master Pathurnax. We're looking for our father. By any chance, do you know where he's gone? Asked Sophie quickly, who had met Pathurnax before thanks to her father. Dovahkiin has been called by Akatosh. Though I do not know where or when, replied Pathurnax calmly, looking up to the sky. Akatosh? And how do we find him? Asked Sophie, still not fully understanding. Silly, Akatosh is the god. How could we possibly find him that easily? Avento replied impatiently. But he took the master. We have to ask him why, exclaimed Lucy, the youngest, not understanding why they couldn't just go find this Akatosh person. Ugh. The master always gets into complicated things, said Blaise, bringing a hand to his forehead. Akatosh is the father of dragons, right? Asked one of the older kids. Yes, Avento answered automatically. Then, if we kill all the dragons, maybe he'll appear. Then we can tell him to give the master back, he added quickly, as if he'd just come up with a brilliant plan. There was a moment of silence as everyone considered that this might actually be the best option. I hold no kinship with the dragons revived by Alduin. But I would prefer you seek another way before you begin slaughtering my kind. Leave it as a last resort, said the great dragon, watching the youths while his impassive face seemed to show a faint smile at seeing the mischievous kids discuss exterminating his species. Ugh, fine. Then we'll go to the last place he was seen. Maybe we'll find out why Akatosh took him, Blaise said quickly. Can you help us, Master Pathurnax? Asked Sophie with hopeful eyes. I will send one of my children to carry you, said the great dragon before roaring into the sky, causing the surroundings to tremble. Suddenly, a blue dragon was seen approaching, soaring swiftly through the sky. Without delay, the dragon descended toward the throat of the world and landed in front of Pathurnax, looking at the humans with curiosity. They are the children of Dovahkiin. Protect them and take them wherever they need to go to find their father, Perthernax ordered the blue dragon, who nodded silently before lowering his body so the youths could climb on. Awesome! We get to ride a dragon, shouted Lucy happily, running toward the blue dragon without hesitation. The other children smiled, also excited, since none of them had ever ridden a dragon before. Sophie, however, walked up to Arngier and handed him a gold coin as thanks before climbing onto the dragon with the others, leaving the old man a bit confused. Although everyone knew of the dragon Odahvying, he was stingy and only allowed Einar to ride him across the skies. After checking the map and giving the dragon the right direction, it quickly took off, flying away from the throat of the world under the watchful eyes of Perthernax and Arngier. You may come out now, said Arngier calmly, glancing back. 3 shadows emerged from their hiding place, observing 2 of the strongest in Skyrim with formality and respect. We apologize for entering uninvited. We are from the Assassin Guild under Einar's command. He trained us specifically to watch over his children and disciples in his absence, said Shadow quickly, speaking with eloquence and respect. We know. Einar is aware that, should anything happen to him, his children would go out into the world. He left orders for all factions under his control to watch over and protect them, replied Arngier calmly and confidently. Then it's good to know we won't be eaten by the master of our master, said Shadow with a grin, suddenly relaxing and dropping her formal tone so easily it was surprising. Hey, don't be so careless, Shadow quickly scolded. Sorry, she's always like that, apologized Shadow with a faint smile, glancing at both men. Davazul, worry not, said Perthernax, not giving the matter much importance. What did he say? Asked Shadow confused. He said he doesn't care, answered Shadow quickly, then added, damn, how are we supposed to catch up to a flying dragon now? Are we gonna have to run non-stop, she muttered, watching the blue dragon disappear into the horizon. Without saying a word, Perthernax took flight again, roaring into the sky and summoning a smaller, red-colored dragon. It looked somewhat aggressive and lacking in intelligence. Despite its wild nature, it answered Perthernax's call by instinct. If you can control it, it will help you, Perthernax said in a more human tone before disappearing once more behind the wall to rest. Ugh, so we have to beat up a dragon to use it as a mount, said Shadow realizing the implication. Well, it's like the graduation exam the master gave us. Reminds me of the old days, said Shadow unfazed, as she pulled 2 red daggers from her belt. Let me remind you that we didn't graduate with you and the other monsters, interrupted Shadow drawing an enchanted bow. I wish you luck. But remember not to hurt it too much, since it'll be your mount, said Arngier, walking calmly back to the monastery. The 3 stood in silence for a moment, realizing what lay ahead. As they thought about how to take down a dragon quickly without injuring it too badly, they prepared for the challenge. Chapter 52, The day of the first task of the Triwizard Tournament had arrived. The day of the first task of the Triwizard Tournament had arrived. Inside the champion's tent, Harry and Cedric exchanged nervous glances. Both were breathing a bit heavily, tense, though trying to keep their composure. Near them, Fleur Delacour was pacing back and forth with a serious expression, though her elegant bearing hid the unease she felt inside. Victor Crumb, on the other hand, looked like a marble statue, expressionless face, clenched jaw, muscles tight. His rigid posture was the only thing betraying his nerves. A beastly roar shook the air, rumbling like distant thunder. The 4 champions froze. It was a deep, guttural growl, so savage it made their skin crawl. One of the dragons. Harry swallowed hard. Outside, the crowd cheered and clapped, energized by Ludo Bagman's theatrical enthusiasm as he narrated the events. The arena is ready. The dragons are ready. And so are our champions. Ludo bellowed, his voice magically amplified across the entire stadium. Thanks to Einar, the professors had started working together to help their students. Once they discovered the nature of the task, they worked with the champions on strategies, spells, and managing high-risk situations. That extra help had slightly boosted the confidence of the 4. But even with preparation, facing a dragon was not something to take lightly. Harry jumped slightly when he heard a familiar voice calling from the other side of the tent. Harry? Is that you? Hermione whispered urgently. Yes, Harry answered quickly, moving closer. You have to focus, Hermione said, her voice trembling with worry. Remember what Professor Einar taught you, put your intention into every word. Magic responds to will, and clarity. How am I supposed to speak clearly when I learned dragon language 2 days ago? Harry muttered back, a nervous smile on his lips. Hermione frowned, and without thinking twice, stepped into the tent and hugged him tightly. Just do your best, and come back alive, okay? Right at that moment, a flash went off. Perfect. Young lovers, exclaimed Rita Skeeter, bursting in like a gust of wind with her inseparable cameraman. Her enchanted quill scribbled furiously in the air, recording every word with morbid excitement. Harry and Hermione jumped apart, glaring at her. You again. Hermione muttered with disdain. Even if something tragic happens today, you'll still make the headlines, Rita said, completely unfazed by their disgust. You shouldn't be here. This tent is for the champions, and their friends, Crumb growled from his corner, eyeing her with irritation. Relax, I've got what I came for, she replied with a sly smile, leaving the tent as if nothing had happened. The cameraman snapped one last photo before following her. A few seconds later, the three school heads and Barty Crouch entered with firm steps. Good morning, champions, began Dumbledore, his deep voice calm and serene. You've waited, you've prepared, and at last the moment has come. A moment only the four of you will truly understand. His eyes sparkled with a mix of solemnity and pride, until he noticed Hermione's presence. Miss Granger, what are you doing here? Hermione blushed. Sorry, Professor. I just wanted to wish Harry good luck. Thanks, said Harry, just before she rushed out, casting him one last encouraging glance. Barty, the bag. Crouch nodded stiffly. All right, champions. It's time to discover which creature you'll face. He pulled out a thick cloth bag that squirmed as if something alive were inside. Each of you will draw a miniature model of the dragon you'll face. That will be your task. Ladies first, he said with a courteous smile. Fleur stepped forward with some dignity, though her fingers trembled slightly as she reached in. When she pulled her hand out, she was holding a small dragon with deep green scales and speckled wings. Common Welsh green, Barty announced. Cedric was next. He drew the Swedish short snout, gleaming like polished metal. Crumb got the Chinese fireball, which spat tiny sparks. Finally, Harry reached in, and shivered when his fingers touched something rough and jagged. It was a Hungarian horntail. The most dangerous one. Each of you must retrieve a golden egg protected by your dragon, Crouch explained. Inside the egg is a clue for the next task. You'll have a few minutes to prepare. All right, Mr. Diggory, Dumbledore began, but was suddenly interrupted by the boom of a cannon. What the? He said with annoyance, turning to see Filch holding the detonator with a dumb grin. I guess, there's no time to prepare, he said gravely. It's your turn, Mr. Diggory, added Barty, pointing toward the exit. Cedric took several deep breaths and walked toward the battlefield. In the stands, the shouting rose like an approaching storm. Einar was seated alongside the rest of the professors, his expression hardened. His eyes were fixed on the dragons. It wasn't that he had any affection for those creatures. On the contrary, he had hunted the worst of them across Skyrim for years. But seeing them here, chained, displayed for the entertainment of arrogant wizards, it made his stomach turn. What's wrong, Einar? Hagrid asked, noticing his frown. Nothing, he replied in a low, deep voice. It's just, the more time I spend among the wizards of this place, the easier it is to despise them. His tone was as calm as the edge of a sword before the cut. Down below, Cedric stepped onto the field. He walked with steady steps, though tension showed on his face. The dragon, huge and metallic, growled upon seeing him. Cedric didn't hesitate. He dashed toward a rocky area, sought cover, and began whispering enchantments. Then he vanished. Einar tilted his head, intrigued. Well done. He hid his scent, his sound, even his intent. A faint smile appeared on his face. He'd have potential in the Dark Brotherhood. His eyes followed every invisible movement, as if he could see the very soul of the boy. And he could. Because Einar, the Dragonborn, didn't need his eyes to know where a warrior was lurking. To the audience, of course, it was all just a magic trick. No one saw what truly happened. To them, Cedric had simply disappeared into thin air. Only a few noticed the golden glimmer moving swiftly before turning invisible as well, while the dragon, completely unaware of what had just happened, remained calm, noticing nothing. And then, in an instant, Cedric Diggory reappeared. He was standing right at the entrance, the golden egg firmly held in his hands. The boy let out a long breath of relief, thankful he had succeeded on his first try. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause. Wow! The dragon didn't even notice. Hagrid exclaimed, clapping with a huge smile, his eyes shining with pride. You taught him that, didn't you, Einar? I've never seen such a flawless invisibility spell, added Professor Flitwick, speaking directly to Einar in awe. Thank Merlin. I had my heart in my mouth, commented Professor Sprout, placing a hand on her chest upon seeing Cedric completely unharmed. The judges raised their scorecards. The results were clear, 10, 10, 10, 10. And a 7. That last one, obviously, came from Karkaroff, who, though he wanted to give even less, was forced to keep up appearances under the stern gaze of the other judges. Still, he was booed by all of Hogwarts. Next up was Fleur Delacour. Though she looked nervous at first, she took a deep breath and walked forward with determination. She raised her wand and began to chant in a melodic, magical tone. Her voice, ethereal like morning mist, caressed the dragon's ears, which slowly fell into a deep sleep. Without wasting a second, Fleur ran toward the golden egg. But just as she lifted it, the dragon sighed unconsciously, releasing a tongue of fire that caught her dress and scorched part of her clothes. Though she remained unharmed, the accident cost her some points. The scores, 8, 9, 10, 8, and a vile 4 from Karkaroff, once again earning the crowd's scorn. Then came Victor Crumb's turn. With firm steps, he walked to the entrance. Like Fleur, he cast a spell on the dragon. However, his was much more aggressive, a blast of magic darkened the dragon's eyes, temporarily blinding it. Confused and enraged, the dragon began to thrash and breathe fire wildly. Victor used the chaos to grab the egg. But in his haste, several of the real dragon eggs were crushed underfoot. The dragon, regaining part of its vision, approached the remains with an almost human expression, sorrow, pain, and loss. In the stands, Einar stood up so violently that part of the railing splintered beneath his hands. His eyes burned with fury. They respect nothing, he growled through clenched teeth. Do not worry, my lord. Those were illusions. The real ones are safe, said a familiar voice. It was Dren, who had anticipated the disaster and protected the dragon's offspring. Had it not been for his quick action, Einar would have jumped into the arena without a second thought, ready to punish anyone who dared harm a mother dragon and her young. But his anger didn't fully subside. How dare they put students' lives at risk and use real eggs just to make the show more realistic? They could have used illusions from the start, but no. Brutality was more spectacular. Crumb, despite his mistake, only lost a few points. But as expected, Karkaroff gave him a perfect 10. Finally came the most anticipated turn, Harry Potter. The boy stepped onto the field visibly nervous. He walked slowly, without a clear plan. He only carried his wand, as if it were a mere formality. Everyone watched expectantly, surprised by his lack of preparation. And then, under the astonished gaze of hundreds of spectators, Harry approached the most violent dragon of the challenge. The creature raised its head swiftly, observing the boy as though he were prey, or a threat. The tension was suffocating. And then, Harry spoke. Dav Azul. I'm sorry for what they're making you go through. On behalf of the humans, I ask your forgiveness. The dragon stared at him intently, not attacking. A heavy silence fell over the stadium. What is he saying? Flitwick whispered. He's apologizing to the dragon. For being used by humans as entertainment, Einar replied, without taking his eyes off them. What? McGonagall exclaimed, incredulous. Did you teach him that too? Yes, Einar confirmed with a frown. Though he still lacks, he needs to speak with more firmness, with intent. He's standing before a dragon. As if hearing his thoughts, Harry seemed to recall Einar's teachings, speak with order. Impose your words. You are the one who controls the conversation. He took a deep breath. Dav Azul, one of those eggs is false. Give it to me, and I'll leave. I won't harm you, he said again, this time with more authority. The dragon huffed loudly, seemingly annoyed by the audacity. But then turned its head, carefully inspecting its nest. After a few seconds, it pushed one of the eggs with a claw, tossing it toward Harry as if discarding something useless. The boy caught it midair, nearly falling from the strength of the throw. With the golden egg in hand, Harry backed away without breaking eye contact with the dragon, then turned and walked toward the exit, under everyone's stunned gaze. Up high, dark eyes watched in frustration the chain prepared to release the dragon in case of emergency. Their plan had failed. Harry positioned himself before the judges. They, still not quite understanding how he had done it, raised their scorecards, 10, 10, 10, 10, and once again, a pitiful 7 from Karkaroff. Boos quickly filled the air. Even Einar, from his seat, cast such a threatening glare that Karkaroff quickly looked away, trembling slightly. And with that, the trials of the first challenge of the Triwizard Tournament came to an end. But the real battle was just beginning. Chapter 53, The Dragon's Judgment. The Dragon's Judgment. While everyone watched expectantly as the show came to an end, Einar remained seated, unmoving. His gaze was fixed on the Hungarian horntail, analytical and piercing, as if he could see beyond its scales, understanding its rage and its pain. The handlers approached with wands drawn and trembling steps, carefully measuring each movement as though walking a tightrope stretched between life and death. The crowd, however, remained rooted to the spot. They stayed to witness, with morbid curiosity, the attempt to cage once more the most dangerous of the 4 dragons. Einar frowned. He was still irritated by the use of such majestic creatures as entertainment for an ignorant audience. If not for his promise to help the 2 boys with their tasks, he would have already stood up and given the organizers an unforgettable lesson, one by one. Ridiculous. He murmured under his breath, though the scorn in his voice was unmistakable. Suddenly, a scream tore through the air. Watch out! The horntail's chain snapped with a sharp crack that chilled every soul present. The handlers stumbled back in horror as the beast broke free. Chaos erupted. People scattered in every direction, tripping over each other like stampeding cattle. The now liberated dragon turned its furious gaze toward the men who had been holding its eggs, and with a deafening roar, it opened its jaws and lunged toward one of them. Then, before the stunned eyes of all, a lone figure stood. Einar. He walked toward the beast with steady steps, without a trace of fear. And just as the jaws were about to close around the handler, Einar raised a hand and caught the horntail's mouth as if he were stopping a stray ball. His black cloak billowed in the wind. He did not take a single step back. He did not tremble. His foot remained planted with the solidity of a mountain. The horntail let out a roar of pain as its jaws crashed into what felt like an unbreakable steel wall. It recoiled, confused, and upon seeing who had stopped it, froze. It was that same human, the one who had looked at it with respect days earlier, while it was in its cage. Then, in front of everyone, the dragon lowered its head like a scolded dog, slowly backing away in submission. Einar said nothing. He watched in silence. The dragon, as if aware it was being judged, averted its gaze toward its eggs, as though trying to justify itself. Einar let out a deep sigh. Honestly, wizards in this world are pathetic fools, he said with a calm that chilled more than a scream. Fighting a dragon is meant to be a trial of valor and honor, not some circus act to entertain a mob of imbeciles. He walked, unhurried, toward the trembling handler still clutching the eggs. Give them to me, he ordered, his voice quiet but firm. The man obeyed without question. Einar pulled out a black cloth pouch, carefully placed the eggs inside, and then hung them from one of the dragon's tusks. The beast lowered its head to receive them, as if finally at peace. At that moment, the murmurs began, protests, insults. Who do you think you are? One shouted. Insolent, cried another. But one word was enough. Just one. Silence. Einar's voice was not a shout, but a command, one imbued with a power so primal and immense that even the air seemed to freeze. The mouths of the crowd shut at once. Not out of fear, but because they could not open them. It was as if some invisible force had sealed their lips. And then they all felt it. The presence. As if 100 invisible dragons had materialized around them, watching with hunger and judgment. Einar looked at them all, his expression like carved stone, his gaze golden like the ancient fire of the first dragons. You endanger the lives of students. You use sacred beasts as playthings to amuse a crowd of fools. He turned his eyes toward the 3 headmasters watching from the stands, their faces now sober and grim, as if facing something far above them in power and morality. You, teachers, headmasters, are the ones meant to protect your students. Even if it means facing down a dragon or venturing into deadly ruins. But instead, you use them for the enjoyment of others. You don't deserve those titles. Einar's gaze burned. Not just with anger, but with the weight of 1,000 broken oaths. I am ashamed to share rank with you as Archmage. You deserve neither to teach nor to lead the next generation. Behind him, the horntail lay down like a loyal guardian, shielding him with the reverence one might grant a god. Einar turned and walked out of the arena. The dragon followed like a faithful hound. No one dared to move. No one dared to breathe. Silence reigned. And the weight of Einar's words crushed the conscience of every soul present like an invisible slab of stone. Even the headmasters had no reply. Even Dumbledore merely frowned. Einar led the Horntail back to the cages. The other dragons watched him from their prisons, and for a moment, it seemed as if they recognized his authority. Charlie was the first to approach. Despite his fear, curiosity lit up his eyes. "You have to teach me how to do that," he said, still stunned. "Control dragons?" Einar asked, not looking back. "No, make an entire crowd and 3 headmasters go silent while you scold them," Charlie laughed nervously. Einar ignored him and changed the subject. "What do you do with the dragons?" Charlie sighed. "On the farms, they live freely, more or less. They have their caves, they fly, we protect them more than control them. But some are dangerous, we try not to harm them. You know, they've got big teeth and terrible memories for forgiveness." Einar looked at him silently, then asked in a dry tone. "Then why were they used for this nonsense?" Charlie lowered his head. "Our boss, he's an idiot. If something makes gold, he takes it. Even if it means killing a dragon and selling its skin as a coat for some pure-blooded moron." Einar nodded slowly. Then he reached into his robe and pulled something out that made Charlie hold his breath. It was a scale. Black as night, the size of a human head. "This is from a black dragon. Divide the material among your colleagues. It won't help you control dragons, but it'll keep them from attacking you or seeing you as an enemy. That way I won't have to replace the staff in the future," he said, tossing it with a precise motion. Charlie caught it, astonished. "Replace the staff? What do you mean?" But when he looked up, Einar was already gone. Beside him, the Horntail looked at the scale, then at Charlie, and, with total calm, stepped into its cage. The keepers, stunned, quickly shut the door. "Dren, by all the farms where dragons are treated as merchandise. Leave standing only those that respect them as noble creatures," ordered Einar in a calm yet authoritative voice. As soon as he spoke those words, a black mist, dense and alive, emerged from his back like a living shadow. The darkness took the shape of the Daedric servant and vanished into the air as if it had never been there, silently departing to fulfill its mission. "At once, Master," whispered an ethereal voice on the wind, heard only by Einar. "Professor Einar!" Hermione exclaimed, approaching excitedly, followed by the Weasley twins. "Would you like to join us at the party?" "Of course," Einar replied, allowing a small smile to light his face, calm and unshakable as a mountain. He followed them to the Gryffindor common room, where cheers echoed everywhere. Harry was being tossed into the air by his classmates, surrounded by a storm of laughter and shouts. Noticing the professor's presence, several students greeted him enthusiastically. His very presence, solemn yet welcoming, filled the room with a respectful calm. "Professor, teach us to control dragons like Harry," one student asked. Einar let out a soft, barely perceptible chuckle. "Controlling dragons is not something easily taught," he replied. "Harry was able to do it because of his ability to speak Parseltongue. But learning the language isn't enough. A heart in harmony with the creature is the true secret." His words fell with the weight of ancient wisdom, making the students fall silent, processing the meaning. "Harry, open the egg," they shouted then, caught up in the excitement. "You want me to open it?" Harry asked proudly, pulling out the golden egg and opening it. A deafening, terrifying screech burst from within, a sound so inhuman and sharp that everyone clutched their ears in pain. Einar remained silent, watching. His expression did not change, but his eyes sparkled as he detected a hidden pattern in the distortion. "Don't ever do that again!" Seamus shouted desperately. Harry quickly looked to Einar for help, as if his gaze alone could save him from confusion. "I can give you clues," Einar said calmly. "But if you solve this on your own, what you gain will be more valuable than any spell or potion. It will be something you carry with you as part of your growth." "He's right," Hermione said quickly. "Professor Einar is here to guide you, not to solve your life for you." Harry sighed in resignation. "All right. I'll try." Einar placed a hand on his shoulder. "Don't worry. Even if you don't discover the message in time, I'll make sure you and your friends come to no harm. That's a promise." With that assurance, the professor stepped away from the commotion. "Won't you stay for the party, Professor?" Hermione asked. "No. I'm a professor, not a blind chaperone. And," He glanced at the twins, who were discreetly trying to hide several bottles behind a curtain. I shouldn't allow students to smuggle alcohol and other mischief. The twins laughed nervously as they tried to hide their supplies. Have fun, said Einar with a slight smile, leaving with a calm stride. Back in his room, Einar carefully placed 2 dragon eggs on his desk. He observed them for a long moment, his thoughts as deep as the Dwemer ruins he had explored in his youth. These dragons weren't like the ones from Skyrim. They didn't speak ancient tongues or possess the wisdom of Xuanhuan, Odahviing, or Durnavir. They were wild creatures, intelligent in their own way, yet still driven more by instinct than honor. I cannot raise them. The Dragonborn should not be their father, he murmured to himself. I'll give them to Cedric and Harry. Odahviing or Durnavir will know how to guide them. He placed the eggs carefully on an enchanted cloth that regulated their temperature, then lay back on the bed, arms crossed behind his head, staring at the stone ceiling lit by the faint glow of runic glyphs. Outside, the mist returned in silence, and the horntail dragon slept peacefully for the first time in years, guarded by an aura only a Dragonborn could emit. And so, while Hogwarts celebrated in laughter, no one realized that the fate of dragons, and perhaps the entire magical world, had already begun to change under the shadow of a single man. Einar Dovahkian, the Dragon of the North. Chapter 54, Chronicle of a Half-Elf. Chronicle of a Half-Elf. Einar, 13 years old. Einar lived in a small village on the border of Skyrim, though technically, it didn't belong to that land. Still, he felt a connection to it. His father had been born there before moving away. Driven by curiosity and the desire to understand the origins of his blood, Einar decided to cross the border. But the moment he did, he was surrounded by Imperial patrols. Of course, he could have escaped easily, or even fought his way out. But he had no interest in being hunted like a criminal. He figured it would be smarter to get captured and then find a legal way out of prison. Perhaps even offer to join the Imperials. After all, he had mastered both alchemy and enchanting, was skilled in combat, and wielded weapons of exceptional quality, creations of his own. So he let himself be captured without resistance, even took a nap while being transported to what he assumed would be a prison. When he awoke, he was on a wagon alongside other prisoners. One of them was watching him closely. Hey, you. You're finally awake, said a Nord with a firm voice. Tried to cross the border, didn't you? Walked right into that Imperial ambush, same as us, and that thief over there. The supposed thief, sitting next to him, snarled in anger. Damn Stormcloaks. Skyrim was fine until you lot showed up. The Empire was perfect. If it weren't for you, I'd have stolen that horse and been halfway to Hammerfell. He turned bitterly toward Einar. You should be mad at these bastards too, huh? But Einar didn't answer. He didn't even show emotion. His eyes were narrowed, fixed on the horizon. Something felt off. The place they were heading toward had a strange atmosphere, and he could smell blood in the wind. His heart beat with unfamiliar tension. Annoyed at being ignored, the thief turned toward the gagged man beside Einar. And who's this guy? Watch your tongue, snapped the Nord. That's Ulfric Stormcloak, the true High King. The name made Einar raise an eyebrow, faintly interested. He remembered it from books, tales of a strong, courageous leader, though some called him a traitor. But seeing him in person, Einar found him disappointing. Weak. At just 13 years old, he felt he could defeat the man with ease. Was it arrogance? Maybe. Oh gods, where are they taking us? The thief whispered, fear creeping into his voice. Einar closed his eyes, ignoring the rest. Better to conserve his strength, and maybe plan a future escape. When they arrived at their destination, the town was crawling with Imperials. At the center stood a tall man with a severe expression. General Tullius. Military governor, the Nord growled. And it looks like the Thalmor are with him. Damn elves. This is probably their doing. Einar frowned. As a half-elf, the comment was a personal insult. He remembered what was said about Skyrim, a land of hatred, racism, and scorn for those who were different. One by one, the prisoners were taken off the cart and lined up for execution. A soldier read from a list, checking each prisoner. And who are you? Hadvar asked, puzzled. Just then, the thief made a break for it, only to be brought down by a storm of arrows. Einar, the boy replied, his calm unwavering. Captain, what do we do? He's not on the list, Hadvar said, turning to the officer beside him. She looked at Einar with contempt, as if he were dirt. Execute everyone who came in the carts. General's orders. Yes, Captain. I'm sorry, kid. Just following orders, Hadvar muttered, lowering his gaze. Einar, unfazed, walked calmly with the woman toward the execution block. His eyes met those of General Tullius, who was in the middle of mocking Ulfric. Tullius felt that gaze. Strong. Steady. Dangerous. He slowly turned his head and met Einar's eyes. A spark of curiosity lit up in the general's expression, while the captain scowled. How dare you look at the general like that, she snapped, drawing her sword. Stop, Tullius ordered, stepping forward. You don't look like a Nord. He said, examining Einar's face. My father is from Skyrim. My mother isn't, Einar replied, unmoved. There's battle in your eyes. Arrogant fool, or someone with real power. Only a warrior looks like that when facing death. Why is this boy here? Ahem. He tried to sneak into Skyrim. We caught him, the captain replied, visibly uncomfortable. Didn't he say his father's from here? Does he have documents? Yes. They're in my bag, said Einar casually. General, you ordered us to execute everyone from the carts. The captain began, trying to justify herself. Release him, Tullius ordered, completely ignoring her. Einar merely tensed his arms, and the chains shattered, falling to the ground. The soldiers stared in awe. Even Tullius looked surprised. That wasn't necessary. I was just observing. But now. I'd like to challenge someone to a duel. The highest-ranking soldier among you. You must be strong, right? Einar's calm voice was sharp as a blade, chilling the air. The soldiers instantly aimed their bows at him. Wait! Tullius shouted, raising a hand. I like your spirit, boy. But now's not the time. How about a sparring match later? If you lose, you join the Empire. Deal, Einar nodded, a faint smile appearing on his face. Stand aside for now, said Tullius, nodding toward Hadvar before returning his attention to executing the traitors. Einar walked calmly over and stood beside Hadvar, watching with interest as the events before them unfolded. It's good it didn't end in execution, said Hadvar with a somewhat relieved smile. It wouldn't be right to kill an innocent man. Those who cross Skyrim's border without permission are only supposed to be expelled, or sent to prison. I know. That's why I let myself get caught, replied Einar, with a calmness that didn't match the situation. Though, to be honest, I was also hoping for a fight against all the soldiers while escaping. Hadvar thought he was joking. He didn't know that, thanks to General Tullius' sudden interest, a massacre had been avoided. Although another, far more terrible, was already approaching from the sky, and that one couldn't be dodged. While a priest began praying for the souls of the condemned, one of the Stormcloaks grew impatient. For the love of Talos, shut up and let's get this over with, he growled in fury, walking on his own toward the executioner. He knelt without fear, placing his neck on the chopping block. My ancestors are smiling at me, Imperials. Can you say the same, he added with a defiant smile, right before the executioner's blade hissed through the air and his head fell into the basket with a dull thud. What do you think of the Stormcloaks? Hadvar asked suddenly, eyeing Einar with curiosity. I'm half-elf, Einar replied, slightly turning his head toward him. What do you think? Hadvar understood immediately and nodded with a bitter smile. Just then, a deep and strange growl echoed from the skies, making everyone look up, but they saw nothing. Einar's heart began to pound. Something inside him stirred, a dark premonition growing stronger with every second. Something wrong? Hadvar asked, noticing the tense expression on Einar's face. Something is coming, Einar said gravely, eyes fixed on the horizon. But the executions continued as if nothing were happening. The roar came again, this time louder, closer. Did you hear that? Hadvar asked, worried. And then, a dark shadow slid over them all. General Tullius' eyes went wide. By oblivion, what is that? A dragon, said Hadvar, his voice trembling. A dragon, as black as the deepest night, descended from the sky with a deafening roar. It landed atop one of the towers, its blazing gaze fixed on the humans as if judging their fate. With a thunderous roar, it spoke words in an ancient tongue. The clouds began to swirl and gather, darkening the sky. The sun vanished. Chaos began. The Stormcloaks took the chance to escape while the soldiers tried to fight back. Arrows flew through the air, but they bounced harmlessly off the dragon's hard black scales. "Run!" Einar shouted, pushing Hadvar as fire began to rain upon the town. Einar awoke gently, sitting up in bed with a thoughtful look. "I guess seeing so many dragons lately made me remember that stupid dragon," he muttered softly, the name Alduin flashing through his mind like a shadow from the past. After getting ready, he stepped out of his tent calmly, the cool morning air brushing against his face. "I wonder how Hadvar's doing," he murmured to himself, thinking of one of his few friends, his first true comrade in arms. A bitter smile formed on his face as he remembered another, very different face. "That reminds me of that bastard Tullius. He only won because he cheated," he growled, recalling his battle against the Imperial commander. Despite the harsh words, deep down, Einar accepted that defeat. He was stronger, tougher, even faster than Tullius. But there was one thing the general had in abundance: experience. Tullius was a master of the battlefield. His tactics were as sharp as blades, and his words, subtle knives that could destabilize even the firmest warrior. That day, he didn't win with strength, but with wit. It was that defeat that led Einar to join the Empire's ranks. He didn't mind. A place full of soldiers was perfect to grow stronger, and perhaps, learn something more from the old fox that was Tullius. But everything changed when his true nature was revealed, the Dovahkian. In less than a month of service, he was granted privileges reserved only for champions chosen by the gods. Since then, they only called him for extreme cases. The rest of the time, he was free. Free to roam Skyrim. Free to prepare. "If I'm not there, that war might be about to break out again," he whispered, walking through the stone corridors. At some point, his mere presence had become a legend. The Aldmeri Dominion feared him. After all, Einar wasn't just any warrior. He was a one-man army. His existence kept Skyrim in relative peace. But even he knew that if the enemy chose to start a war regardless of the consequences, not even his strength would be enough to stop it. Still, he made them think twice. If you're interested in Einar's legacy in Skyrim, I can create specials narrating his feats, the challenges he faced, and the secrets he unearthed in the frozen lands of Tamriel. From his first encounter with the tundra wolves to the moment he discovered his bond with dragons, each chapter will unveil a key piece of his journey, filled with details that will transport you into his world of battles, magic, and fate-shaping decisions. On the other hand, if you enjoy the intensity of the Stormcloak Rebellion, I'll continue exploring their struggles and victories, but with a different twist. These specials will adopt a more comedic tone, playing with contradictions, absurd rivalries, and unexpected situations that arise along their path. Sometimes, between war cries and conspiracies, there's room for a bit of humor, because even the fiercest warriors need moments of irony in their tales. I still don't know if I'll let them reach Einar. Chapter 55, Fists and Friendship. Fists and Friendship. As Einar walked through the hallways, Hermione, her face full of nervousness, hurried toward him. "Professor, you have to stop them," she said, almost out of breath. "What's going on?" Einar asked quickly, a hint of distrust in his tone. "Harry and Ron are going to fight," Hermione replied without wasting a second. "Oh. I see," Einar said, calming down, though his gaze hardened slightly. "You see. No, no. You have to stop them," Hermione exclaimed, grabbing the professor's arm and dragging him toward the courtyard, where a crowd was already gathering. At the center of it all stood Harry and Ron, both wearing serious expressions, though Ron, tense as he was, showed a flicker of unease on his face. When Einar arrived, the crowd parted respectfully, clearing a path as Hermione urged him toward the confrontation. "All right, calm down, it's okay," Einar said, stopping her gently before turning to Harry and Ron, silently observing them. "So, what's going on?" he asked calmly, but with a gravity in his voice that made both boys go quiet for a moment. "You said that to fix a friendship, it's best to let go of anger, and what better way than with our fists?" Harry said, his tone unwavering. "So I've challenged Ron to a duel. No magic." "But I already apologized," Ron replied quickly, his voice conflicted. "And I accepted it. But I still want to land a few punches, and I'm sure you feel the same," Harry retorted, not taking his eyes off his friend. "You're both idiots," Hermione shouted, her voice trembling as she fought back tears. "Well, this is interesting," said Fred, popping up behind Einar with a mischievous grin. "Place your bets," yelled George, already wearing a playful expression, ready for the show. "They won't hurt each other," said Einar, giving Hermione a light pat on the head with a slight smile. Remember, you can heal them, he added, watching the scene with a calm gaze. You're not going to stop them? Hermione asked, slightly annoyed at how composed Einar seemed. No. This is a man's fight, a fight between friends. Stopping them would be an insult to their friendship, Einar answered firmly. Fine, let's do it quick before McGonagall gets here, Einar said swiftly, stepping into position as referee. No low blows, no strikes to dangerous areas. No biting, no eye-poking, no weapons, he added, laying out the rules clearly. First one to surrender or unable to continue loses. Ready? Yes, Harry replied, his eyes locked on Ron. All right. Let's just get it over with, said Ron, mustering his courage as he readied for battle. Begin, Einar ordered with a smile, his voice full of pride and anticipation. Harry wasted no time. He lunged at Ron, throwing a quick punch at his face. Ron ducked instinctively just in time, but caught sight of Harry's leg coming at him fast, landing a direct hit on his nose. Ron immediately stood up, his face filled with fury. Without thinking, he threw a flurry of punches at Harry, who, thanks to his trained reflexes, dodged them with ease before countering with a strong punch to Ron's stomach. Ron doubled over, struggling to catch his breath. Come on, Ron, give it your all, said Harry, pausing for a second as he saw his friend in pain. With a frustrated roar, Ron lunged at Harry, ramming his head into his stomach and knocking him to the ground. He quickly climbed on top of him and threw a punch at his face, but Harry, with cat-like reflexes, turned his head just in time, dodging the blow. However, Ron's fist slammed into the ground, and he winced, lifting his hand in pain. Harry seized the moment, twisting quickly and throwing Ron off him. In the blink of an eye, he was back on his feet, guard up. Come on, Harry said, a slight smile of excitement on his face. He was beginning to enjoy the fight, just as Einar had predicted. Ron stood up just as quickly and, without hesitation, launched a kick at Harry. Harry blocked it with agility, but Ron used the momentum to leap with his other leg, striking Harry in the face and sending both of them tumbling to the ground again. They got back up, both of them bleeding from the nose, but the adrenaline kept them going, numbing the pain. Harry could dodge Ron's attacks more easily, but he let some of them land to keep the fight balanced. The watching students cheered wildly, rooting for both Ron and Harry as Fred and George continued taking bets. Each punch, each move, cranked up the excitement. The two young men, wearing defiant smiles, kept trading blows, enjoying the battle like never before. The air was thick with adrenaline as the two boys, covered in blood and sweat, clashed without showing any sign of surrender. The crowd around them was growing more and more thrilled, cheering, yelling, and backing their favorites. The sound of punches and strained breathing filled the courtyard, but neither Harry nor Ron seemed ready to give in. Come on, Ron, you've got this. Fred shouted from the edge of the crowd, flipping a coin into the air as George did the same, eyes gleaming with excitement. That's it, Harry. George added, jumping with enthusiasm as he kept pace with the brawl. Ron, visibly tired but with a fierce look in his eyes, charged at Harry again, this time with more caution. Harry, seeing him approach, prepared for a fast move, but Ron surprised his friend by changing direction at the last second. With a sharp twist, he threw a punch at Harry's face that, though Harry saw it coming, he couldn't dodge completely. Ron's fist landed squarely, making Harry stagger back a few steps. The pain on his face was intense, but something inside him began to burn. The thrill of the fight had completely taken over. It was like a part of him had awakened, one he only knew in rare moments, that desire to prove something beyond words. That's it, exclaimed Einar from a corner, watching with satisfaction. A fight between friends always reveals true character, he told himself, smiling as the tension in the air grew. Harry, his face marked by Ron's punch, took a deep breath, his pulse racing and his mind focused on the fight. He couldn't back down now. This wasn't just about winning, it was about showing Ron what it meant to be a true friend, even if his methods were a bit harsh. With a swift movement, Harry lunged at Ron with impressive speed. Before his friend could react, he landed a solid punch to his side, hitting the most vulnerable spot. Ron let out a grunt of pain but spun around with fury, looking for revenge. Before he could launch his next attack, Harry surprised him again with a pair of quick blows, one to the stomach and one to the jaw. Staggering, Ron brought a hand to his face, trying to regain his balance. But the battle was far from over. Ron, come on, don't give up, shouted Hermione, watching the scene now with eyes full of worry and a hint of admiration. Her voice trembled, but her gaze stayed fixed on them, as if she somehow knew this was exactly what they needed. Breathing heavily, Ron lifted his head and saw Harry in front of him, a crooked smile on his face. Though tired, it was a smile filled with determination. Exhausted as he was, Ron felt a renewed drive not to fall behind. With a roar of strength, Ron launched himself at Harry once more, this time with unexpected rage and energy. His fists flew toward Harry's face with greater ferocity, but Harry, his reflexes pushed to the limit, dodged most of the blows. Still, some landed, leaving marks on his skin. They were both exhausted, but the desire to keep fighting, to prove something beyond just a brawl, kept them standing. Harry, blood staining his face, looked at Ron, his eyes shining with excitement. "Come on, Ron. Show me what you've got." Harry shouted between gasps, with the grin of a true warrior. Ron, nearly out of breath but with his heart pounding, took one of the last chances he had. With a cry of pure determination, he threw himself at Harry again. This time, without thinking twice, the two of them grabbed each other mid-air, crashing to the ground in a whirlwind of punches, laughter, and panting. The crowd roared as one inch, some amazed by the intensity of the fight, others surprised by the chemistry the two friends showed despite their differences. Harry and Ron, exhausted, looked at each other with blood and sweat-covered faces, but something had changed. A spark of understanding lit up in their eyes. "Do we give up?" Ron asked, with a tired smile. "Only if you say so," replied Harry, extending his hand, which Ron accepted without hesitation. The crowd burst into applause, while Einar, from his spot, watched with satisfaction. It had been an epic battle, one that, though a bit wild, had forged something deeper between the two young men. A friendship only they could understand. "What is going on here?" came Professor McGonagall's firm voice, making everyone freeze and start looking for a way to escape. In a swift motion, Einar raised his hands, which glowed with a soft magical light just before Harry and Ron were fully healed, without a single visible wound. Only their dirt-covered clothes hinted that anything had happened. "Hello, Professor McGonagall. We were just watching Ron and Harry play in the dirt," Fred said quickly, improvising with ease. "That's right. They were having a contest to see who could get dirtier." "Such mischievous boys," added George with an innocent smile, while Einar vanished into the crowd as if he had never been there. Hermione watched him closely, not missing a single movement. "How can he be so childish sometimes?" Hermione muttered, holding back a laugh as Hogwarts' youngest professor disappeared so lightly. She shook her head, resigned but amused. "Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley," said McGonagall with a stern voice and a gaze that mixed disappointment, frustration, and a touch of exasperation, "this is not a nursery or preschool anymore. You'd better go clean up. Now." Both lowered their heads, feeling the weight of the mocking stares around them. "Yes, Professor." They replied in unison, cheeks burning with embarrassment. Hermione walked beside them as they left, now relieved that they had made peace. As she walked, she kept repeating to herself, "They're both idiots, two big idiots." Chapter 56. After the first task, Harry seemed calmer. He even looked happy, and his fellow Gryffindors had drawn images of him facing a great dragon that appeared to bow to his commands. Einar watched him from afar, a proud smile on his lips. It was the same expression he had when he saw his dragon cubs improve after tough training sessions. To give him a break, he let Harry attend one of Hagrid's classes. Since he had no classes himself for a couple of hours, he decided to join them and observe the peculiar creatures Hagrid had prepared. There were fewer than the first time he saw them. According to Hagrid, their killer instinct only targeted members of their own species. Perhaps, Einar thought, even those creatures knew they shouldn't exist. "Thanks for your help, Einar. It's nice having another professor around in case the students get hurt," Hagrid said with a kind smile. Einar replied with a calm smile, saying nothing. The students looked on with disgust and fear at the creatures crawling before them. Some were insects, others too strange to even have names. But Hagrid didn't seem to notice their expressions. "I don't know if they hibernate, so today we're going to try to put them to sleep," he said in a didactic tone. "Then we'll put them in this box." The boxes were filled with pillows and soft blankets, like cribs. "We'll put them inside, cover the boxes, and see what happens," he added. Even Einar felt the urge to laugh at his friend's pedagogical style, but as his sworn brother, he would never criticize him. As expected, the blast-ended Skrewts had no interest in sleeping. In fact, they grew furious when someone tried to trap them. The explosions started almost immediately. The students ran in all directions, dodging the glowing tails that exploded with force. Don't panic," shouted Hagrid, not even sure if he was talking to the students or the creatures. Chaos broke loose. The script scattered, slipping into the pumpkin patch while the boxes burst into flames. Many students fled toward Hagrid's hut, but some brave ones stayed behind to help. That's when Einar stepped in. With overwhelming calm, he approached and caught the scripts one by one with his bare hands, unafraid and without effort. His body moved with the certainty of a warrior who had hunted beasts far more terrifying. With his help, the creatures were locked up without any student getting hurt. Brilliant, Einar. Lucky you decided to come to class, Hagrid exclaimed with a nervous smile. The students began to come out of the hut, relieved to see the danger had passed. Well, that looked fun, said a strange voice, catching everyone's attention. Leaning against the fence, Rita Skeeter observed with clear interest. Who are you? Asked Hagrid, frowning. Rita Skeeter, reporter for the Prophet. Didn't Dumbledore ban you from entering Hogwarts? Hagrid shot back upon recognizing her. What are these fascinating creatures called? She asked, ignoring the question. Blast-ended Scroots, Hagrid answered without thinking. Never heard of them. Where do they come from? She pressed, with fake curiosity. Hagrid turned pale, like his soul had left his body for a moment. Einar knew the truth, those creatures had been bred through forced crossbreeding, something forbidden by magical law. Fortunately, Hermione intervened. Yes. They're amazing, right, Harry? Why yeah, they are, Harry replied awkwardly. Oh, Harry, I hadn't seen you there. Do you enjoy care of magical creatures? Skeeter asked quickly. Yes. He answered automatically, making Hagrid smile. And how long have you been teaching, Professor? Rita asked as she glanced at the students, some still coming out of the hut with dirty and torn clothes, though unharmed thanks to Einar. This is just my second year, Hagrid replied modestly. Lovely. Would you be willing to give me an interview? You could share your experience with magical creatures. The Prophet publishes a zoology column every Wednesday, we could talk about these, positively tailed scorbits. Blast-ended Scroots, Hagrid corrected. And, why not? Harry frowned. A chill ran down his spine. He remembered his experience with that woman, the distorted interview, the lies published. He couldn't trust her, but he couldn't say it out loud in front of everyone either. However, someone had no such qualms. She sounds suspicious, like someone who'd lie without remorse for a bit of fame, Einar said, his voice emerging from nowhere. Rita flinched as she felt him next to her. She turned quickly, recognizing the young man with the mask, the professor who had spoken with authority after the first task. Oh, so you're the new young professor, she said, feigning calm. You led the entire conversation with Hagrid to push him into an interview. A clever verbal manipulation. Admirable, though predictable, Einar said serenely. How can you say that? I just want an interview, as I said. In that case, you should be a reporter specializing in magical creatures. But you didn't even bother to observe them for 2 seconds, he replied, without raising his voice. Please leave the castle grounds before I am forced to consider you a threat to my students, Einar warned, his tone as grave and ancient as a winter wind. The air around him seemed to grow colder. Rita trembled, swallowed hard, and said in a strained voice. Ahem, of course. Hagrid, if you want the interview, you know where to find me. She gave Einar one last look, but his eyes were still fixed on her, cold as steel. Rita turned and walked away quickly. Amateur, Einar muttered with a mocking smile. Hagrid, you have to be careful with that woman. She'll twist everything you say. She did it to me, said Harry, sighing with relief. Well. I'll be careful, Hagrid replied, scratching his head. Later that day, Einar went to the kitchen in search of something to eat. Upon entering, his eyes fell on the golden trio, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, gathered once again. They were talking to a house elf who clearly seemed drunk. It was probably something related to the House Elf Liberation Group. Bagman is a bad man, very bad. Master told Winky things, but Winky won't say them, the elf shouted, swaying. Einar paused for a moment when he heard that. He observed the scene with indifference, picked up his food, and left, like none of it truly concerned him. The next day, something unusual happened at Hogwarts. It was the weekend, a day meant for rest. However, Einar, with that stern gaze and deep voice of his, appeared in the great hall and asked a simple question. Who wants a special class? To his surprise, or perhaps not, everyone agreed immediately. It wasn't just out of respect, it was the thrill, the curiosity, the desire to grow stronger. Minutes later, the makeshift training field was packed. All 4 houses were there, students of every year playing with their enchanted daggers, the ones they had worked so hard to create under Einar's guidance. At last, they could use them without fear, since he had cast a spell on them to prevent any real harm, at least, not physical harm. Today, we won't use magic, he announced firmly as he watched them closely. Today, you'll learn to fight with your fists and with the daggers you forged yourselves. You're going to teach us martial arts, asked the Ravenclaw, eyes gleaming with excitement. Einar turned his gaze to Hermione, who, as always, took the initiative. Martial arts are physical and mental disciplines focused on combat, self-defense, and control over the body, mind, and emotions, she explained swiftly. Einar nodded slightly before speaking calmly. What I'll teach you may seem similar. But the style I know has no graceful moves. It's a rough style. Nordic. Based on exploiting the enemy's weaknesses, unbalancing them with words, or a single well-placed blow. In my homeland, we fight to survive. And today, you will learn to do the same. He walked among the students, then stopped, raising a small dagger for all to see. Why do you think I had you forge daggers and not swords? Because we're weak, shouted Fred, making everyone laugh. Even Einar smiled. That was one of his favorite phrases. But this time, his answer was deeper. Yes, partly. But mostly because wizards are used to casting spells. They're good at aiming. And a dagger, well thrown, can be just as deadly as any curse. Without further words, he threw his dagger. It vanished into the air with inhuman speed. A second later, a nearby tree gave off a sharp crack, and froze completely. Then, the dagger floated back into his hand before vanishing. It's not just about aim. Harry, come. The chosen one stepped forward without hesitation, wand in hand. He was already used to being Einar's volunteer. If one has good reflexes, something we've trained from day one, and enough speed. He nodded at Harry. Harry launched quick spells. But Einar dodged them with ease. Then, he vanished, dissolving like mist. When Harry saw him again, he felt a chill at his neck. He looked down, and Einar's dagger was gently resting there. Cedric recognized the move. It was the perfect combination of muffled steps, invisibility, stealth, and speed. The same style he had used to steal the dragon's egg. This was just a demonstration, perhaps an arrogant one. But the important thing is that you too can defend yourselves if someone tries to catch you off guard. Even without a wand. Even without weapons. Then the real lesson began. Einar taught them the weak points of the human body, where a blow hurts the most, how to throw effective punches, and how daggers could be lethal tools if used with intelligence. It was a class without magic, but full of power. Afterwards, he paired them off. The enchanted daggers caused no harm but marked the defeated with a floating word above their heads, dead, or avenged to the death, depending on the result. For 3 hours, the training field was filled with laughter, shouts, and mock duels, but intense ones. Until Einar, seeing they were already exhausted, raised his voice. All right, that's enough for today. From now on, I'll create a game, a tournament. You'll be able to duel each day, and at the end of the month, the champion can choose between a unique enchanted object or a forbidden spell you'll never learn at Hogwarts. A murmur of excitement swept through the group. What kind of spells? Several asked. Einar crossed his arms and listed them calmly. From hardening your skin like stone, to summoning firestorms, causing mass paralysis, creating explosive runes, or even transmuting metals, turning iron into silver, and then into gold. The Weasley twins darted over like arrows. You can do that without the Philosopher's Stone? They asked in unison, wide-eyed. Yes, Einar replied, with an enigmatic smile. Then, he pulled out a piece of iron. He turned it into silver. Waited a few seconds. Then transformed it into pure gold right before everyone's astonished eyes. Obviously, only someone with his level of magicka could cast the spell consecutively. But he didn't need to say it, the seed was already planted. The students, especially the Weasleys, were now looking at him as if he were a warrior god. Go take a bath, he said at last, in a calm tone. And relax. You've earned it. From that day forward, Einar's dueling club was born. It wasn't just a magical club, it was a battlefield where they trained with fists, weapons, and wit. Every morning before class, the students gathered to face off. He watched over them, healed them, and guided them. Though some teachers tried to complain, Einar simply registered his club like any other professor would. And he made it clear, if they wanted to question his methods, he would have the right to question theirs too. Thus, a new kind of education was born at Hogwarts. A harsher one. A more real one. And a much more exciting one. The kind of teaching that leaves marks, even if they're just illusions floating above your head. "Professor, why are we at the lake in the middle of winter?" asked Harry, shivering as he tried to keep his balance. Einar had forced them to dress as if they were going swimming, in the freezing water. "Well, it's an obvious answer, isn't it?" Einar said calmly as he stepped into the lake like it was nothing. After all, he was a Nord. For him, the weather in England, even in the heart of winter, was warmer than what he was used to. In Skyrim, he rarely needed protection from the cold. His days were filled with blizzards and endless snowfall. This kind of winter was nothing to him. "We'll train to fight on any terrain, land, air, or water. And since we have a great lake right here, we'll continue with aquatic battles," he declared calmly, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. "But sir, how are we supposed to fight underwater if we can't breathe in it?" Cedric quickly asked. "We haven't learned the bubblehead charm yet," he added, unable to hide the concern in his voice. Einar stopped. He rummaged through his gear and, without a word, tossed the mask of Volsung to Harry and the helm of Mortal Stigma to Cedric. "Use these," he ordered serenely. "When today's training is over, I'll give you a grimoire with the water-breathing spell. But I warn you, it's harder to learn, so you'll be able to study it at your own pace." With that, he cast a spell on himself and dove once more into the icy waters of the lake. Cedric and Harry looked at the mask and helmet uncertainly, but in the end, they put them on as their feet touched the frozen surface. They were shaking. "You can do it!" Hermione shouted from the shore, standing next to Neville in front of a campfire Einar had prepared to warm them afterward. "Easy for you to say from there," Harry muttered with a grimace. The truth was, Einar had already deciphered the Golden Egg's message. He knew exactly what it said. But he wanted them to figure it out on their own. Even so, he wouldn't leave them defenseless. Even if they failed to find the clue, they would be prepared. And if they succeeded, they'd realize Einar had been training them for it from the start. Harry and Cedric remained out of the water, struggling to summon the courage to dive in. But the cold was overwhelming. Then Einar emerged from the lake. The most interesting part. He was completely dry. Not a single drop had touched him, protected by the enchantments on his clothing. Sigh. "I always forget you're not that resilient," he said with a sigh before pointing his wand at them and casting a protection spell against the cold. Both of them, who had been trembling uncontrollably, immediately felt a comforting warmth spread through their bodies. Even as they touched the water, they no longer felt ice, just moisture. Without hesitation, they put on the mask and the helmet and dove into the lake with renewed confidence. They trusted Einar. His spells. His weapons. Because after weeks of training, they knew exactly what he was capable of. Chapter 57. While Einar was giving his class to the fourth-year students and above, he noticed something strange. A sensation in the air, almost intangible. The students seemed distracted, as if their thoughts were drifting beyond the classroom. This wasn't the case with the third-year students and below. Well, in Luna's case, that was normal. She always had her head in the clouds. Now, however, she was accompanied by two small wolves that followed her wherever she went. "Hello, little dragon professor," said Luna in her usual dreamy tone, holding one of the spectral wolves in her arms. The other walked beside her with a sad and slightly envious look. "Hello," Einar replied, watching how the wolves of Oblivion behaved like domestic dogs. "What are you doing?" It seems Croceta and Bizcoco don't get along, so I have to keep them apart so they won't fight. If I carry one of them, they calm down," Luna explained cheerfully. Then, in a whisper, she added while covering what seemed to be Croceta's ears, "I think they're jealous." "I see," said Einar, half confused, but not surprised. After all, he was used to strange things. "Well, I'm heading to the courtyard. I promised them we'd play fetch," Luna said with a bright smile as she began walking with her two pets in tow. Einar watched her for a moment. Then, raising his voice, he stopped her. "Wait." She turned around curiously. Einar pulled a magic book from his belt. A large rune glowed on its cover. "If you like summoning creatures, this spell will let you summon a fire familiar. It explodes on impact with the enemy. Don't worry, if it's destroyed, you can summon it again, he explained as he handed it to her. Really? But won't it hurt to explode? Luna asked, concerned, with a slight pout on her face. No, summons don't feel. He was about to say emotions, but his gaze shifted to the wolves following her. One of them looked at him happily, the other, with a clear hint of jealousy. Einar cleared his throat. Pain, he said finally, offering her the book. Thank you, said Luna enthusiastically, setting the wolf in her arms down. It gave Einar a slightly annoyed look before running after its companion. Luna took the book, waved, and ran off, her two spectral wolves joyfully following her. Einar watched her leave with a slight smile. Well, with so many familiars around her, I doubt anyone will be stupid enough to bother her, he muttered to himself before turning and heading back into the classroom. Upon entering, the feeling didn't fade. It still lingered in the air. The girls were staring at the boys intently, and the boys seemed too nervous to respond, as if waiting for something they didn't dare to provoke. Sigh, still going on with that, huh? Einar sighed. Noticing his presence, all the students quickly sat up straight, eyes forward. All right then. Can someone explain to me why the entire school is brimming with floating emotions? Einar asked as he sat at his desk. It's because of the Christmas ball. Lavender responded, unable to hide the excitement in her voice. Ball? Einar repeated, raising an eyebrow with an indifferent tone. Didn't you know, Professor? All the teachers are supposed to know. Seamus added, intrigued. They mentioned it, yes. But I didn't pay attention, Einar answered calmly. I've been to too many of those silly dances, invited by nobles desperate to pair me with their daughters or force me to join their houses. Professor? Does that mean you're some kind of noble? Asked a Slytherin student, genuinely interested. After what had happened with Snape, some Slytherins still kept a certain distance from Einar. But those who were half-bloods or rejected by the pure-bloods saw him as a role model. Many had joined the dueling club seeking strength, justice, and respect. Of course, Einar had thoroughly studied their personalities before teaching them anything serious. Though, deep down, a part of him longed to see the dark wizards of that world test his power. Perhaps then he would have a worthy battle. Still, for the safety of his students, he held back. Yes. I hold several noble titles, Einar said without boasting. I'm also a legate, just below the general of the army. And, by birth, I'm technically in a position close to the emperor's crown. But that last part doesn't interest me. Being emperor involves a bloodbath. One I don't wish to bear. An emperor? That sounds awesome. Seamus exclaimed. If you ignore the bloodbath part, sure, Hermione added with sarcasm. Professor, you said you became a noble. Could you tell us that story? Einar looked at his students. They were all watching him with shining eyes, completely absorbed. Yes, giving a normal class that day would definitely be difficult. All right, he said, smiling. Listen closely. Let me tell you how I earned the favor of the Jarls, and how my name was etched into the history of the Imperial Legion. And so Einar told the story of his adventures. Being a Thane is not just a title, Einar concluded, looking at his students. It means you've earned the trust of a people, that you fought for something beyond yourself. The classroom was silent. Everyone watched him, moved, as if they had lived each battle by his side. By the time Einar finished, the class had flown by. All right, go to your next class, he said, standing up with a smile. Looks like Snape has recovered, so you're in for a fun potions class. A wave of groans followed. And Einar, amused, just shook his head as he watched his students drag themselves to their fate. Einar walked confidently through the halls of Hogwarts, heading to the library. Lately, that place had become his refuge during moments of leisure, the perfect spot to continue his studies on the ancient runes of this magical world. As he crossed the doors, he noticed the insistent stares of several older students who didn't bother to hide their attention as he approached Madame Pance's desk. As popular as ever, Professor Einar, the librarian remarked with a faint smile. I've always been, Madame Irma, Einar replied with an arrogant smile that gleamed as if he were part of a living legend. The woman narrowed her eyes in a mix of complicity and warning. Even though there's no strict rule forbidding a relationship between a professor and a student, especially if the professor is the same age as the students, it would be wise to be cautious. Einar made a face and shook his head. You make me sound like some seducer charming students in the hallways. I didn't even have a romance in my own country. He then muttered under his breath, though I do have several children. With your looks, I don't believe a word of that, Madame Pants replied, her smile barely perceptible. Just remember to return the books when you're done. Einar nodded and headed straight to the restricted section of the library. As he wandered through the aisles of shelves, he caught sight of Fleur hurrying out from between one of the rows. She froze the moment she saw him, as if time had stopped just for her. She had been trying to avoid him for weeks, especially since her fellow Beauxbatons students wouldn't stop teasing her, suggesting she had a secret romance with the enigmatic professor of Hogwarts. The very idea made her nervous every time she encountered him, afraid he might feel awkward about the rumors, especially since she was from a rival school. Hi, Professor Einar, Fleur greeted with a slight tremble in her voice, remembering with embarrassment how her friends had laughed at the way she walked the last time she saw him. Hello, Einar replied calmly, looking at her with the usual serene expression that defined him. About what my classmates say, just ignore them, please. They're only playing around, that's all, she hurried to clarify, struggling not to trip over her own words. I have no idea what you're talking about, said Einar tranquilly, never taking his eyes off her. What? You don't? Fleur asked, genuinely surprised. I don't usually pay attention to gossip, unless I'm looking for useful information. Then, his gaze dropped to the book Fleur was holding. Aquatic Creatures and How to Counter Them. A/N, epic name. A slight smile curved Einar's lips. Looks like you've already found the clue. Yes. The headmistress, I discovered it on my own yesterday, Fleur said quickly, trying not to betray Madame Maxime with her expression. Einar let out a small laugh. Don't worry. All the champions get help from some professor. I, on the other hand, decided to let the two fools I'm looking after figure it out on their own. Though of course, I'm training them to make sure they're prepared. Yes, I've seen them. I'd like to practice my swimming too, but it's far too cold for me. I come from a much warmer place, and it shows, Fleur confessed, with a bitter smile. Now that you mention it, the Durmstrang boy also started swimming in the frozen lake. I suppose his endurance comes from being raised in a colder region. Einar opened his leather bag and took out 2 items. One was a runic wooden mask, the Mask of Otar, imbued with resistance to fire, shock, and frost. The other, several bluish potions that bubbled gently. I think a fair competition is more interesting, he said, placing them in front of Fleur. You'll need to return the mask after your training. Fleur looked at him in genuine surprise. Are you sure? This is a competition between schools. I know. And a rather stupid one, if I'm being honest. But I'd rather see you prepared than have you suffer because of the incompetence you have as headmasters. If you can, give the potions to the Durmstrang boy too. I'm sure if I approached his headmaster, he'd have a heart attack from fright. With one last smile, Einar gave her a calm wave and disappeared among the restricted shelves. Fleur watched him go, holding the mask in her hands, an enchanting smile forming on her face. As soon as he stepped out of the library, Einar barely had time to take a step before a red-haired whirlwind with 2 heads rushed toward him. Einar! Lucky we found you. We did it. Fred shouted, excited. Look, said George, pulling a large crystal ball and another, marble-sized one, from his robe. Fred, mimicking Trelawney's mannerisms, waved his hands dramatically over the larger orb as if conjuring a prophecy. Suddenly, an image appeared, the 3 of them, viewed from above. Einar looked up, but there was nothing overhead. The camera is the crystal marble, George explained. We tweaked the enchantments you taught us. Failed a lot. Way too many times, added Fred. Hundreds of broken orbs. We spent all our money. All the money we'd been saving. But in the end, we did it, they finished together, drawing curious glances from nearby students. We changed the function. Instead of seeing through the other orb, the image now transmits directly from the small one. That way, if the champions carry it with them, they can be seen in full body during the tasks, they added proudly. Einar picked up the marble with interest. It was a remarkable improvement. And commercially, brilliant. It's interesting. And how do you plan to sell them if the champions aren't supposed to carry anything other than their wands? Einar asked, somewhat frustrated by that absurd rule. Easy, Fred said, pulling out a scroll. Wands can have decorative handles. As long as they don't interfere with magic, it's legal. And then we just have to sell the large balls as viewing screens for the audience coming to watch the tournament, George explained. And since the next task is underwater, they'll sell like hotcakes, Fred added with a sly grin. You cracked the egg? Einar asked, surprised. Of course not. But we saw Crumb running laps around the lake, and you're training Cedric and Harry in the water, and today we saw Fleur with books about marine creatures, they listed off. You're good, Einar admitted with a smile. Of course we are, they echoed proudly. Now we just need to figure out how to trick the Durmstrang and Bosbaton's champions, Fred said with a mischievous grin. Although, if the romantic professor decides to use his charms, at least Bosbaton's will be easy pickings. Einar sighed, offering a hand to both of them. Just tell them that if they use the orbs and ever find themselves in danger, I'll come to rescue them. Seriously? George asked eagerly. Yes. Then, maybe we should charge them like it's a security contract, he said quickly, rubbing his hands with glee. Don't be so greedy, Einar replied, walking away. You'll make enough just selling the crystal balls. All right, they said in unison, grinning contentedly as they watched him walk away. Chapter 58, The Safest School in the World. The safest school in the world. Einar was in the staff room, standing by one of the windows with his arms crossed. He had just finished attending a meeting led by Professor McGonagall about the preparations for the Yule Ball, when Professor Flitwick approached him, curiosity gleaming in his small eyes. Einar, may I ask why you're so focused on strengthening the students? From what I've seen, it's not just about training them for competitions or friendly duels, said the tiny professor with genuine interest. Einar glanced at him over his shoulder, his expression a mix of calm and unwavering gravity. Without a word, he reached into his enchanted bag and pulled out the severed head of a troll. With a casual flick, he tossed it onto the stone floor with a heavy, sickening thud. The silence that followed was absolute. Several professors instinctively took a step back at the grotesque sight. One night, while I was patrolling, I saw this thing coming out of the Forbidden Forest. That forest is, quite literally, just a few steps from the castle, said Einar firmly, as if merely reporting the weather. Well, while there may be creatures living in the forest, none usually come so close to the castle. Hogwarts is quite a safe place, McGonagall replied quickly, though the tension in her voice betrayed her confidence. Einar raised an eyebrow, mildly amused. Oh, really? I heard that a couple of years ago, 2 of these things managed to get inside the castle, and it was 3 students who knocked them out. Students. Not professors. Well, that was because a professor had been infiltrated. Muttered Flitwick, almost ashamed. You do realize that doesn't make it better, right? A professor let in 2 trolls, and on top of that, he was possessed. Not exactly the strongest defense, Flitwick, Einar replied with a half-smile that never reached his eyes. I've always heard Hogwarts is the safest school in the world. I don't even want to imagine what happens in the others, he added with a mocking tone before turning on his heel. He paused at the door, not looking back. I'll leave the troll's head as a souvenir. It's of no use to me. And with that, he left. The professors remained frozen, eyes locked on the grotesque trophy lying on the floor. Are we still the safest school in the world? Flitwick asked quietly, beginning to question his own perception of Hogwarts. Well, technically, now we are, murmured Professor Trelawney, fascinated by the troll's head before turning her gaze toward the man who had just walked away. Einar was walking calmly through the corridors when he was intercepted by Fleur Delacour, who approached with natural elegance. She wore a dazzling outfit, her long platinum hair cascading like silver silk, and her Vela charms seemed to intensify with every step. Of course, Einar wasn't affected in the slightest. What is it? He asked in his usual calm tone. Fleur stopped, slightly nervous under his piercing gaze. I was wondering. But before she could finish her sentence, Ron Weasley stumbled onto the scene, utterly bewitched, his eyes glazed over and a thin strand of drool threatening to fall from his mouth. Please, be my date for the ball, he stammered, tripping over every word as if speaking for the first time in his life. Silence fell like a hammer. Fleur looked at him with a touch of annoyance and disdain for the interruption. Ron snapped back to reality and, completely red-faced, bolted away as if his life depended on it, not without crashing clumsily into a corner first. Einar raised an eyebrow slightly and turned his attention back to Fleur, completely ignoring the chaos that had just occurred. So, he asked, polite but direct. Ahem. I'd like to invite you to be my date for the Yule Ball, said Fleur, taking a deep breath and mustering her courage. You know I'm a professor, right? Asked Einar with a faint smile. Yes, but nowhere does it say that a date must be another student. Besides, the boys here can't stand being near me, or, have tried rather unpleasant things. You, on the other hand, are unaffected by my charm. You'd be the perfect partner, if you don't mind, she added, a little nervous, clearly fearing rejection. Well, I should ask McGonagall first to see if it's allowed. If there are no objections, I'd be pleased to accompany you. To him, it was just another dance. Back in Skyrim, he was already used to such invitations, often on the insistence of his daughter Sophie, who didn't take no for an answer. Great. I hope the answer is yes, said Fleur with a bright smile before nearly floating away. Einar proceeded to teach his usual class to the fifth-year students. Once it ended, Harry entered the room visibly nervous. Under everyone's gaze, he asked to speak with Cho Chang. Einar simply watched with mild curiosity before exiting the classroom. In the hallway, he was intercepted by Hermione, her brow furrowed and her eyes burning with a mixture of anger, sadness, and anxiety. Professor Einar, is it true that Fleur Delacour invited you to the Yule Ball? She asked bluntly. Well, yes, it's true, Einar replied calmly. And did you accept? She asked, even faster this time. Out of habit, yes. A habit born in Skyrim, where his daughter forced him to accept invitations so she wouldn't unleash her silent fury for days. She beat me to it. Hermione muttered bitterly, stomping the floor and storming off like a whirlwind, casting a murderous glance back. Einar watched her leave with a faint smile. Who would have thought I'd be dealing with romantic drama in another plane? When back in Skyrim, Sophie did everything she could to get me married off, he said with nostalgic amusement. Later, when he spoke with McGonagall, the professor just stared at him for a few seconds with a serious expression before responding. I have no objections. Technically, you're the same age. Just, don't embarrass Hogwarts in front of a Beauxbatons student. In other words, I expect you to shine. During that day's training, Einar noticed that Harry kept casting frequent and increasingly tense glances at Cedric. With a sigh, he walked over and gave him a light tap on the head. What's going on? He asked, eyeing him with suspicion. Nothing. I'm just a bit distracted because of the ball, Harry replied quickly, still glancing sideways at Cedric. Cedric, for his part, seemed completely unaware of the crossfire of stares. Einar rubbed his forehead and sighed. All right, that's all for today. You have the week off. Make good use of your time. Einar turned toward Harry before offering him a few words of encouragement he'd heard before. If another man looks at what you desire, don't respond with jealousy. Respond with greatness. A woman's heart isn't one with dark looks, but with actions that make her look at you. Harry hadn't expected those words, but he understood them. He nodded before leaving. Meanwhile, in Skyrim. I told you I don't know. There was just a flash of light and then, nothing, the bound man shouted, his eyes wide with fear. He was completely immobilized, surrounded by a dozen children staring at him with stern expressions and various weapons in their small, but steady hands. I wasn't even there that day. If a thief sneaked in, I wouldn't have even noticed. TSK, then he's useless, Blaise muttered, clicking his tongue in frustration. So what do we do now? Avento asked, arms crossed. Maybe we should look into Akatosh, his last sighting, some sign, something, Blaise suggested thoughtfully. The last time he was seen was in the Imperial City, in the heart of Tamriel. He was fighting against Maroon's Dagon, said Roar, trying hard to recall the stories accurately. So we should look for Maroon's Dagon to bring him back, asked Lucia innocently, the youngest of the group, her eyes wide. Don't be ridiculous, Lars replied, frowning with an unusually serious expression. The master made us promise we'd never go near the Daedric princes. Then maybe we should try contacting one of the 9 divines, Roar proposed. As if that's easy, Blaise added sarcastically. We could try Mara. I always pray to her so Dad can find partners, said Sophie naturally. Well, technically she is Akatosh's wife. Avento commented, raising an eyebrow. Great, now our mission is to summon a god. I wonder if Dad does that all the time. I'm pretty sure he does, Blaise replied, as he and the others began walking toward the exit. Wait. Is no one going to say anything about Sophie praying for multiple partners for the master? Lars exclaimed, still in shock. You should get used to it, they all replied in unison, glancing at him with resignation. And so, as if nothing had happened, they all left the grand mansion, closing the door behind them with the calm of those who carry a clear, though ridiculously impossible, purpose. Behind them, the bound man watched in silence as his tiny captors departed. His face, once pale with fear, slowly twisted into a grimace of overflowing hatred. The ropes that held him began to burn with a supernatural fury. Damn brats. Now that I'm free, you'll know true terror. Maybe I can't defeat you alone, but what will happen when a Thalmor army comes after you? He let out a maniacal laugh as corrupted magic boiled through his veins. But a soft voice, barely a whisper, interrupted his madness. I can't let you bother my little brothers, or their new mission. What? Who's there? He spun around violently, but everything around him began to distort. His vision grew blurry, then black. In his last moment of consciousness, he saw the ground rushing toward him, and beside it, his own headless body collapsing with a dull thud. Silence reigned. So, do we follow them? Asked Shadow A barely noticeable smile behind their black mask. It really scares me how she can kill someone and still be so cheerful. Said Shadow C, glancing sideways at their companion. Shadow B said nothing. He simply nodded, and the trio vanished into the darkness as if they had never been there. Chapter 59, Christmas Misunderstandings. Christmas Misunderstandings. I spent over an hour trying to create an image of Einar's clothing, and in the end, I gave up. So you'll have to settle for the images I have here. But don't worry, they're enough to give you a fairly clear idea. I also realize that sometimes I forget to play around with the differences between the customs of Skyrim and the magical world. Have you noticed that Malfoy hasn't shown up to bother us like he always does for the past few days? Ron asked as he walked alongside Hermione and Harry through the corridors of Hogwarts. You didn't hear? Hermione replied, immediately catching Harry's attention as well. His mother came to withdraw him from school a few days ago. Apparently, something happened with his father. According to what I overheard between Pansy Parkinson's sobs in the bathrooms, they moved to the United States and Malfoy will be transferring to Ilvermorny. Her voice was quick and precise, as if delivering very important news. Are you serious? Ron asked, with a gleam of excitement and joy in his voice. Yes, Hermione confirmed seriously. Did you hear that, Harry? Ron said, unable to contain his enthusiasm. We'll never have to put up with that arrogant idiot Malfoy again, he exclaimed, while Harry nodded with a broad smile. Suddenly, Ron stared at Hermione and said. Now that I think about it, Hermione, your teeth look different, even from before Malfoy's curse. They're straight and normal-sized now. Hermione smiled with a slightly mischievous air before replying. Yeah. I took advantage while Madame Pomfrey was shrinking them, and, well. I might have forgotten to mention the exact size I wanted. So she kept shrinking them a bit more than necessary. Harry and Ron exchanged amused smiles. Although, my parents will probably be upset, Hermione added, rolling her eyes. I've been trying for years to convince them to let me get my teeth reduced. You know, they're dentists, and they believe that magic and dentistry shouldn't mix. But she didn't finish, because suddenly her eyes widened slightly. Look! It's Professor Einar, she exclaimed. The three of them turned around. There, standing in the middle of the hallway, Einar loomed with an imposing presence. A dense black mist swirled around him, and from it slowly emerged a dark sword, descending into his hand before the mist dissipated as if it had never been there. Einar, who had already noticed them long before, calmly turned towards them and offered a serene, slight smile. Professor, what was that? Harry asked, approaching with his friends. You can think of it like a house elf, but a much darker one, Einar replied with a chilling calmness. Hermione, who had previously seen Dren, the being summoned by Einar, trembled slightly, recalling the oppressive and dark feeling that creature exuded. That sword looks amazing. Ron said, utterly fascinated, unable to tear his gaze away from the black blade resting in Einar's hand, as if it were trying to whisper into his mind. Didn't I teach in class that you should be careful with objects that attract your attention too much? Einar said firmly, moving the sword away from Ron's sight, snapping him out of his trance with his words. Is that sword cursed? Hermione quickly asked, instinctively stepping back. Yes, well, more or less, Einar replied calmly as he slid the sword into a black scabbard that extinguished the blade's eerie glow. This sword tempts its wielder to kill their closest friends and family, to make them stronger. Ron swallowed hard and took a small step back, almost hiding behind Harry. Why would you carry something that dangerous with you? Ron asked, both curious and alarmed. Because its job is done. And it's time to return it, Einar answered so serenely that it sent chills down the three friends' spines. Then Einar looked at them sharply, as if he could see right through their skin. If I'm not mistaken, he added, Sirius should be waiting for you at Hagrid's hut, Harry. What? Why didn't he tell me? Harry exclaimed, surprised. Just then, a small, clumsy, and struggling owl appeared, trying to stay in the air while carrying a letter almost bigger than itself. It was Pigwidgeon, Ron's hyperactive owl. Looks like your notice is arriving, Einar commented with a slight smile. Then, as he stored the cursed sword into a small pouch at his waist, he added, let's go. Hagrid needs another fashion consultant for the ball. The next day, Einar woke up. It was Christmas already, and snow was falling gently outside. He walked into the living room of his quarters, stopping when he saw it was full of gifts. There were so many that it was clear they weren't just from students but also from some professors. Einar looked at the mountain of packages and couldn't help but feel tired already. He would have to send thank you gifts to everyone. I'll just tell Dren to send them an enchanted ring with fatigue resistance. He murmured calmly, noticing that almost all the students had sent him something. From the smell lingering in the air, he guessed several gifts were homemade snacks. However, a faint scent of potion among them made him suspect that some students had other plans in mind. He was about to ignore the gifts for now and deal with them later when a package with golden sparkles caught his attention, making him stop and take a few steps back. The wrapping looked like old papyrus, but the soft golden glow immediately reminded him of the person who had sent it. Plus, the aura lingering on the package left no doubt it came from someone very familiar. With a slight note of caution, Einar tore open the papyrus. Inside, he found a small wooden jewelry box. He observed it for a few seconds with a thoughtful expression before opening it. Upon seeing what it contained, his face showed no emotion. He calmly closed the box and rubbed his head with a mildly annoyed gesture. Now that I think about it. Sophie is always praying to Mara, he murmured to himself. And according to some religions, Mara is either Akatosh's wife, or Lorcan's, or both. Sighing, Einar stored the box filled with blessing amulets. For now, he had no interest in examining them. A gold ring? Hermione said when she saw the gift she had just received. Her heart was pounding like a runaway train as she looked at the sender. What's wrong, Hermione? Harry asked when he saw his friend frozen, holding the open gift in her hands. Nothing, it's nothing, Hermione replied hastily, nervously hiding the small golden ring behind her back. Her eyes darted around, unable to focus. Have you seen Professor Einar's gift yet? Harry insisted as he opened his own package. Yes, Hermione said, wishing Harry would drop the subject. Then Harry pulled out a golden ring, identical to Hermione's, wearing a puzzled expression. He opened the attached letter and read it aloud. Enchanted ring with resistance. Wearing it will grant you a slight strength boost. Awesome, he exclaimed with a smile. Hermione stood there, stunned, as she saw Harry had received the same gift. She quickly picked up the letter that had fallen to the floor when she was surprised, and upon reading it, confirmed that it said almost the exact same thing. Her nervous expression quickly shifted into a storm of annoyance. What's wrong? Harry asked, feeling as though a cold breeze had suddenly slipped through the windows. Nothing. Mind your own business. Hermione snapped, turning sharply and stomping off toward her dormitory. Before getting too far, she came back, picked up the empty package and wrapping paper she had left on the floor, and then stormed away. Meanwhile, inside one of Bosbaden's luxurious carriages, a very similar scene was unfolding. After a moment, Fleur Delacour stepped out of the carriage with flushed cheeks, needing some fresh air. Right, he's from another country. She muttered to herself, trying to calm her embarrassment. Maybe giving rings doesn't mean the same thing where he's from. She lifted her hand and looked at the golden ring she had received, letting out a silly giggle. Curiously, similar scenes were happening all around the castle. Luckily, there was always someone nearby to clarify the confusion. Professor Einar was not proposing marriage. Only then did the chaos subside, though many hearts had a rough time. After all, Einar had mentioned several times that he came from a very different place with its own customs. And well, it was true. In Skyrim, marriage proposals required wearing amulets blessed by Mara, amulets like the ones now resting forgotten inside Einar's magic bag. Later, Einar went down to the dining hall looking for something to eat but was stopped in the hallway by Professor McGonagall, who looked at him with a mixture of seriousness and exasperation. Still, remembering where Einar came from, she forced herself to stay calm. Professor Einar, she began firmly. "First of all, Merry Christmas. And second, thank you for the gift, it's quite interesting and unique." She paused briefly. "However, I must remind you that in Great Britain, and much of the world, giving someone a gold ring is usually interpreted as a marriage proposal. Many students ended up crying when they realized it was just a Christmas gift. I would kindly ask you to be more careful in the future." Einar blinked, astonished. "I see. I deeply apologize, then." He bowed his head respectfully. "In my homeland, marriage proposals are done differently. Rings, necklaces, and earrings are commonly used as enchanted tools to enhance physical, magical, and health attributes." McGonagall nodded, barely holding back a smile. "I figured as much," she said. "You should try to learn more about our customs, Professor. We wouldn't want you to accidentally marry the entire school," she added, letting out a teasing chuckle before walking away. "Next time. I'll give them enchanted weapons," Einar muttered to himself. Behind him, McGonagall paused briefly, sighed in resignation, and continued on her way. In the afternoon, the courtyard turned into a true battlefield. An endless snowball fight broke out among the students. What was interesting was that, thanks to the improved physical condition and reflexes following Einar's arrival, the fight was much more intense and fun than in previous years. The kids dodged and counterattacked with everything they had, as if it were a real war. At 5 o'clock, the girls left to get ready for the ball, leaving the boys immersed in their chaotic battle. The war continued until 7, when, sweaty, muddy, and exhausted, everyone finally dragged themselves to the baths, still laughing and joking about their epic victories and falls. For a moment it was as if they had all become kids again. Einar, for his part, was preparing for the ball with his usual meticulousness. He wore a white long-sleeved tunic as a base layer, simple yet elegant. Over it, he wore a teal-blue vest made of fine leather or thick fabric, adorned with Nordic patterns embroidered along the edges, highlighting the color of his eyes. Over everything, he wore a majestic white fur cloak, likely from some Arctic animal, draped over his shoulders. The cloak was fastened with a finely crafted golden brooch, giving him an air of nobility and strength. Around his neck hung an amulet with a special symbol, further reinforcing his image as a warrior of ancient blood. All his clothing was enchanted to be comfortable, light, and resistant, suitable for any unexpected situation. For the first time in a long while, Einar decided to attend without his mask. He calmly removed it and, as a safety measure, wore discreet black pearl earrings enchanted to muffle his screams in case of extreme surprise. He didn't want to risk sending his dance partner flying by accident if something startled him. Of course, as long as he stayed focused, nothing should happen, but better safe than sorry. He wasn't exactly a fan of wearing earrings. In Skyrim, his long hair and such accessories would have earned more than a few taunts for looking too feminine. McGonagall is right. I'm in a different world now. Here, principles and customs are different, he murmured to himself, adjusting his cloak calmly. He was no longer in a place filled with racism and prejudice. Although the British wizarding world had its fair share of problems, it wasn't anywhere near the level of Skyrim, where being half-elf was enough to be despised in every settlement. Finally, after finishing getting ready, Einar went out to find his dance partner, as dictated by the event's rules. Just in case, he had previously asked Flitwick about it, to avoid making another cultural blunder like the ring situation. He had no intention of starting the night with another misunderstanding. Chapter 60, A Night of Lights and Rivalries. A Night of Lights and Rivalries. Ron and Harry arrived in front of the great hall doors, where Padma was waiting for them. She looked at Ron with a mix of discomfort and resignation, focusing on his worn-out clothes. The sleeves were frayed, and the old fabric made his robes look like an outdated women's coat that didn't suit him at all. Ron, feeling Padma's gaze, blushed slightly and lowered his head. Harry, standing next to him, could do nothing but share the awkwardness while Parvati, his dance partner, waited patiently. "Blimey!" murmured Ron, trying to hide between them, just as he noticed Fleur approaching. Fleur walked imposingly, wearing a majestic silver satin robe that perfectly matched her hair and that of her companion. The sight of the two of them was like a direct hit to the hearts of men and women alike, as the mere vision of that pair left everyone spellbound. Especially because, for some magical reason, Fleur's companion was surrounded by thousands of glowing lights floating around him like a procession of fairies. "Professor Einar?" asked Harry, recognizing him in surprise. The man was not wearing his characteristic mask. Sometimes, Harry forgot just how incredibly handsome Einar could be. He usually kept his face hidden, but in moments like this, Harry thought it was better that he did, Otherwise, every woman at Hogwarts would end up single, hopelessly waiting for a prince who could match that appearance and presence. "Hello to you all," greeted Einar, smiling so radiantly that he drew sighs from several nearby girls. "As true gentlemen tonight, you had better behave up to the standard of your companions," he added, bowing politely toward Padma and Parvati, two students who always stood out in class. Both girls beamed with happiness at being recognized by him. Einar's gaze then fell on Ron, who was trying to hide unsuccessfully. He observed his clothes with a strange expression before letting out a light chuckle. "Well, certainly different cultures," Einar commented humorously. "Now I don't feel so odd wearing earrings." "Where's Hermione?" muttered Ron, quickly changing the subject when he noticed both Fleur and Einar giving him curious looks. It was then that the Durmstrang students made their entrance. Leading them was Victor Krum, accompanied by a young woman whom Ron and Harry didn't immediately recognize. Hermione was wearing a blue robe that accentuated her figure impressively. She looked so beautiful she seemed like a completely different person. Einar observed her for a few seconds before nodding with an approving smile. Hermione, noticing his gaze, blushed slightly, but upon seeing Fleur beside him, her blush shifted into a challenging, almost competitive look. Fleur simply responded with a friendly smile. "Professor, why are so many fairies surrounding you?" asked Padma curiously, eyeing the tiny creatures twinkling around Einar like living stars. "Well, it seems they got attached to me at first sight," Einar replied calmly, raising a hand. Immediately, several fairies flew toward him, competing to perch on his skin. "Huh, even I, being part Vila, can't do that," laughed Fleur, watching with fascination as the fairies seemed to fight to be part of Einar's magical aura. "The students must enter the hall. Champions and their partners, please stay here," announced McGonagall firmly, though she gave Einar a clear look of approval. He could easily be the face of Hogwarts. In seconds, the rest of the students rushed inside the hall, leaving Einar, Fleur, and the champions with their respective partners. Victor approached, accompanied by Hermione, wearing his usual serious expression. "Mr. Einar, I must thank you for your potions to boost competitiveness among the champions levels," Victor said respectfully. "To be honest, I felt a bit uneasy having to compete against students trained by the man who sent my headmaster flying with just a sigh." Einar smiled serenely. "A victory is worth more when it is achieved fairly," he responded calmly. "You must know my companion. I had to ask her to come with me," Victor added, glancing sideways at Hermione. "She was the only one who didn't come running like a desperate fan. That's all." It seemed they had already clarified they were attending only as dance partners, with no romantic implications. "You don't have to say that," Hermione whispered, slightly embarrassed. "Hello, Professor, and hello to you too, Harry," she greeted them, offering a nervous smile. Harry could barely blink, still stunned by his friend's transformation. Parvati looked at her the same way, half surprised, half disbelieving. Meanwhile, the boys from the school's nerd club stared at Hermione with poorly disguised hatred, feeling betrayed. Pansy Parkinson, accompanied by Crabbe and Goyle, who made an odd trio without Malfoy's presence, seemed to be boiling with jealousy. Once all the students had entered, McGonagall turned to the champions and their partners. "Follow me in pairs, one after the other," she ordered. They did so, advancing as the Great Hall attendees watched with excitement, clapping enthusiastically. The center of all attention remained Einar, whose fairies, understanding McGonagall's severe look, flew into the hall and dispersed, decorating it even more with their magical light. The Great Hall looked spectacular, silver garlands hung everywhere, fake snow fell from the enchanted ceiling, and a giant Christmas tree sparkled in a corner. The 4 long house tables had disappeared, replaced by round tables seating 12 people each. Einar, Fleur, Victor, Cedric, Harry, and their companions were guided to the main table, where the judges awaited them. Madame Maxime clapped politely. Karkaroff, however, shot Hermione a look of disdain, which quickly vanished when he noticed Einar's cold, silent stare fixed on him, sending a chilling warning. Ludo Bagman clapped cheerfully, smiling as always, while Percy Weasley, filling in for the absent Crouch, tried his hardest to look important. The night had barely begun, and it already promised to be unforgettable. When they approached, Percy quickly pulled out the chair beside him so Harry could sit in it. The boy immediately understood his intention and took the seat without saying a word. Fleur sat next to Padma, and Einar took a place beside her. Then Hermione settled near Victor, while Cedric and Cho Chang joined the group. "I've been promoted," announced Percy with a radiant smile directed at Harry and Einar, whom he knew well. His expression showed a nearly comical pride, as if he had been named supreme ruler of the universe. Now I am Mr. Crouch's personal assistant, he added grandiosely. And I have come in his stead. Einar offered a light smile of congratulations, although his eyes gleamed with the kind of patience one reserves for a child boasting of a minor achievement. Harry, on the other hand, couldn't contain his curiosity. Why didn't he come himself? I'm sorry to say, Percy began, adopting a grave tone as if he were sharing a state secret, that Mr. Crouch is ill. Since Monday he has been, somewhat strange. It's surely an excess of work. Although, of course, he remains as magnanimous and intelligent as ever. He had a small personal setback with his house elf, Blinky or something like that. He dismissed her quickly after an incident. Anyway, now he needs care, and without his elf, his life must be much less comfortable. Poor man. These quiet holidays must be exactly what he needed. As for me, I am satisfied that he trusted me to represent him. Percy's chatter, full of vanity and unnecessary details, even began to bore Einar, who, raising an eyebrow, couldn't help but recall a certain pompous merchant from Whiterun. So, with a mocking tone in his voice, he asked. And has he stopped calling you Waverley? Percy cleared his throat. Ahem, no. But it could be considered an affectionate nickname he gave me. Technically he always calls me that, so it reminds me. He added hastily, trying to maintain his dignity. Seeing that Percy was difficult to pull out of his self-absorption, Einar decided to ignore him, focusing on something else. He watched as Dumbledore casually asked for food on his plate and, without hesitation, imitated him. He requested a steak to eat in peace. The others quickly caught on and began ordering their favorite dishes, as long as they were on the menu. After all, the house elves would already have everything prepared to serve them whatever they asked for. Meanwhile, Victor was chatting animatedly with Hermione, describing his castle at Durmstrang as a way to pass the time between bites. Parvati, largely ignored by Harry, also listened curiously. Enough, Victor, Karkaroff intervened, letting out a dry laugh, although his eyes remained two shards of ice directed at Hermione. If you keep talking, you'll end up giving her clues to find our castle. If you keep so much secrecy, Dumbledore commented jokingly, one would think you don't want any visitors. Karkaroff smiled, showing yellowish teeth like those of an old wolf. Don't you think it's better to protect the secrets of our teaching, so that outsiders cannot steal information that should not leave the world? Each school should take pride in guarding its own mysteries. I have never pretended to know all the secrets of Hogwarts, Igor, Dumbledore replied amicably. This very morning, I stumbled upon a room I had never seen before, which displayed a marvelous variety of chamber pots. When I tried to find it again, it had already disappeared. Perhaps it only appears at specific times, a special hour, the waning moon, or simply when someone needs to empty their bladder, he added, winking at Harry. Einar rolled his eyes. It was obvious that the old man wanted Harry to investigate that supposed secret bathroom. And knowing Dumbledore, it surely wasn't just a bathroom. Suppressing his growing desire to explore, Einar mentally noted to investigate the matter later. Meanwhile, Fleur, having listened to the conversations about the castles, eagerly began to describe Beauxbatons, her school, displaying an elegant bearing and a barely concealed touch of arrogance. In our dining hall we have ice sculptures that never melt, because, in reality, they are enormous diamond statues that shine everywhere. We also have wooden nymphs that sing serenades to us while we eat. And if we had something like that silly poltergeist, we would expel it immediately. We also don't keep those ugly armors, she added with growing enthusiasm, delivering her final comment with a hint of disdain. Hermione, Cedric, Cho, and Harry immediately turned their heads toward Einar. Everyone knew how much he appreciated weapons and armor. It was no coincidence that he insisted his students learn blacksmithing and the handling of all kinds of weapons. With a smile that did not reach his eyes, Einar replied. It's true that the decoration of this castle and the poltergeist can be, a bit annoying. However, I don't think insulting the armors, forged by ancient warriors who conquered, protected, and ruled, is something that should be taken lightly. Fleur, realizing her mistake, covered her mouth with one hand, showing sincere regret. She had often seen, from the windows of her carriage, how Einar taught his students the art of war, handling the weapons she had just scorned. I'm sorry, she said quickly, bowing her head slightly. I didn't measure my words well. Even if I don't like something, it's not my place to disdain it. It's fine, Einar responded calmly. His students sighed in relief. After all, Einar, since he had been forced to deal with so many young people, seemed to have become more patient than at the beginning. It wasn't like that time when, after being insulted by Ron, he summoned a storm over his head to scare him, or when Malfoy scorned weapons and ended up with a dagger pointed at his neck. Chapter 61, Dances and Secrets. Dances and Secrets. When the dinner ended, Dumbledore rose gracefully, and the students followed, watching expectantly. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore moved the tables, creating an empty space in the center of the great hall. On the farthest wall, a stage began to rise, revealing a set of instruments that gleamed softly under the warm light. The witches from Macbeth ascended the stage, their figures cloaked in dark robes, and immediately, the room erupted into excited applause. Meanwhile, the lights in the corridors gradually dimmed, and a spotlight shone on the four champions and their respective partners. The witches began to play a slow, melancholic melody, a tune that seemed to resonate with the very souls of those present. In the brightest corner of the hall, the four champions took each other's hands. With an elegant gesture, they placed their hands on their partners' waists and began to dance gently, each movement perfectly synchronized with the music. Harry and Parvati, although beautiful in their dance, couldn't hide the tension in their movements, their nerves exposed. In contrast, the other couples seemed much calmer, surrendering to the softness of the moment. "I'm sorry, Professor, I'm still upset about my silly words," Fleur said, her voice tinged with regret as she slid into Einar's arms, who displayed impressive skill as they danced. "Don't worry, I don't usually hold grudges over such small things," Einar responded with a serene smile, causing Fleur to sigh in relief. Changing the subject, "You dance incredibly well, Professor," Fleur commented, admiring Einar's grace as he moved. "Thank you. I was forced to learn this way, after all, it would increase my chances of getting a wife," Einar responded with a playful grin, making Fleur laugh cheerfully. Meanwhile, other students began to join the dance, followed by several professors and headmasters, creating a lively and energetic atmosphere. As the music began to wind down, Fleur and Einar gently separated, maintaining the calm and elegance that had characterized them throughout the dance. The band, never missing a beat, prepared to play another song. "How about you dance with your student now, the one who can't stop giving me competitive looks?" Fleur suggested, pointing at Hermione, who had just finished her dance with Victor Krum and was still staring at Einar with an intensity that didn't go unnoticed. "Well, it's strange that my dance partner tells me that," Einar commented, slightly confused. "I wouldn't mind sharing a dance partner, of course, just for the dance. At Beaux Batons, we're understanding in that regard," Fleur said, realizing too late the implication of her words. She quickly corrected herself, blushing slightly. "In that case, I'll take your permission, but don't go too far. After all, I'm still your dance partner," Einar responded with a knowing smile. With that tacit agreement, Fleur and Einar approached Victor and Hermione, swapping partners momentarily to avoid making the situation look strange under the watchful eyes of others. Harry, seeing this, was completely frozen. As he walked away from the dance floor, he realized that the champions could swap partners, meaning he could have danced with Cho Chang. However, having already left with Parvati, he couldn't just go back to change partners, leaving him in a deep melancholy. Thank you for dancing with me, Professor," Hermione said, somewhat nervously, as she stepped on Einar's foot for the 5th time due to her nerves. "Of course. But you should relax, even though your steps don't hurt me, it would be better if you enjoy the dance," Einar responded with a reassuring smile. "Why yes, of course," Hermione quickly said, taking a deep breath to calm herself, and the two began to dance gently to the rhythm of the music. Although Einar couldn't help but feel a jealous gaze directed at him. Ron, standing at the edge of the dance floor, seemed to completely ignore his own dance partner, his eyes fixed with intensity on Hermione and Einar. However, Einar wasn't bothered in the slightest. When the music ended, Einar complimented Hermione before returning to Fleur. But what started as a gentle exchange of dances between him and the girls quickly turned into a competition, each one showing superior skill, their eyes full of pride as they tried to prove who was the best dancer. Victor, from his corner, couldn't help but laugh as he watched Einar, the most powerful man he had ever met at Hogwarts, caught up in a dance-off with two women. At one point, both decided to take a break, leaving Einar alone with Victor. Einar took the opportunity to talk to Victor, noticing that many of Durmstrang's customs had similarities with his homeland. After all, Durmstrang was near Scandinavia, a region rich in Viking history, which explained why both magical and mundane cultures shared certain traits. Einar found the conversation fascinating, as it seemed that many traditions had remained alive, especially in the magical world. Meanwhile, Karkaroff watched from a corner, his gaze fixed on Victor and Einar. Despite his hidden hatred, he looked clearly worried, knowing that in his wildest dreams, he could never face someone as powerful as Einar. As Einar and Victor talked, several women approached them, trying to court them. Einar couldn't help but laugh at the situation. "Alright, I'll go have fun." "I don't want to be a fly in your soup," Victor said with a smile, joining the group of girls surrounding him. Despite his complaints, Victor enjoyed the attention. After all, he was a 17-year-old, rich, popular, and famous young man, and couldn't help but bask in the attention. After a few seconds, Fleur approached with Hermione, who seemed visibly upset. Their competition had been interrupted, paused by an evident discomfort, caused by Ron's words, who, blinded by jealousy, had done nothing but irritate her, ruining her attempt to enjoy the night. "How about we take a walk?" Fleur suggested gently, her gaze reflecting empathy toward Hermione, even though they were rivals in the competition. She understood Einar's message about fair competition, without resentment. Hermione nodded, her face still marked by anger, though she forced a smile. "All right," she said, with a grimace that couldn't hide her frustration. Einar, with his usual calm, simply followed them, not too concerned about the situation. As they walked through the corridors and the inner courtyard, a disturbing scene caught their attention. Snape, with a furious expression, appeared to be catching some students, punishing them for doing prohibited things between the bushes. Karkaroff, the headmaster of Durmstrang, was with him, trying to speak to him, but both stopped when they saw Einar, freezing for a moment before quickly retreating. The atmosphere began to soften as Fleur and Hermione talked, their words lightening the mood of the young witch. However, Einar frowned upon seeing Hagrid walking alongside Madame Maxime, a fixed gaze that left him with an uncomfortable feeling. It seemed as though someone, or something, was watching him intently. Stopping abruptly, he began scanning the surroundings, searching for the source of that sensation. "What's going on?" Fleur asked, noticing his unease as she stopped alongside Hermione. Einar, still on alert, replied quietly, "Nothing serious, just something strange." "Let me take a look." His eyes swept the landscape until they landed on a branch of a nearby tree. "Life detection," he murmured, activating the spell. A fleeting glow appeared in his vision, revealing the true nature of the being that was there. A beetle, with a vitality that indicated it was actually a human, or more specifically, an animagus. Although the insect was tiny, the shape it took felt familiar. This made Einar think that animagi could be very useful, although in his case, he preferred not to become a mere animal. The beetle tried to fly, but Einar, with speed and skill, captured it in midair. "If I'm not mistaken, animagi are illegal, right?" he said calmly, not mentioning names, but making it clear that his suspicion could be serious. Is it an animagus?" Hermione asked, surprised as she watched the insect in Einar's hands. "Maybe we should notify the professors," she quickly added, recalling that she hadn't registered any animagus in the form of a beetle. The beetle, feeling the pressure from Einar, tried to fight for escape, but it was clear it stood no chance. Any attempt to free itself would only mean its destruction. "But, now we're on a walk," Fleur murmured, annoyed, watching the small creature trapped in Einar's hands. "The thing is, we don't know if it's dangerous." "There could be an infiltrator at Hogwarts," Hermione replied seriously, her mind already processing the implications of what they had just discovered. Einar nodded. "Let's go, let's keep moving." The trio quickly headed toward McGonagall, who, upon learning of the situation, became extremely serious. She quickly called Dumbledore. When he was informed of the news, Ludo Bagman was also summoned, and upon seeing the beetle in Einar's hands, his face showed a mix of surprise and confusion. "Is what you're saying true? An animagus has infiltrated Hogwarts?" Ludo asked, staring at Einar, still in disbelief. "Yes, you can take it now," Einar said with unsettling calm. "Professor Einar, please place it on the ground," Dumbledore requested in a grave tone, his wand already ready in hand. Einar simply released it onto the ground, showing no further emotion. Dumbledore, with a gentle flick of his wand, cast a spell that transformed the beetle into a human figure. In seconds, the figure materialized, taking the shape of a woman known to all, Rita Skeeter. "Rita Skeeter," Ludo murmured, surprised, while the journalist's face twisted into a mixture of panic and disdain. I was cursed by a transfiguration spell." She began to stammer, quickly searching for an excuse that, though well prepared, didn't convince anyone. "It will be necessary to send a letter to the ministry," Percy immediately said, his tone grave, reflecting the seriousness of the matter. "No, please, no," Rita begged, her voice trembling, but Percy showed no mercy. "I'm sorry, Ms. Skeeter, but we must take the necessary precautions." After all, you were on the school grounds in your animagus form when you were denied permission to enter, McGonagall said, looking at the journalist with disapproval. Einar, for his part, walked away, no longer paying attention to the situation. Rita no longer posed a danger to him, and he had no interest in wasting his time on someone so insignificant. The dance ended at midnight, the music ceased, and the students began walking toward their rooms. However, Einar had to stay with the professors to investigate further into the incident and ensure that no other infiltrators were trying to gather information. Hermione and Fleur, as they bid him farewell, seemed to be filled with renewed satisfaction, their faces radiating happiness despite the strange events of the night. Einar, for his part, continued with his task, knowing the night was still not over and that in Hogwarts, surprises were never in short supply. Chapter 62, Breaking News. Breaking news. Dumbledore observed the newspaper carefully. His brow was furrowed, and his gaze slowly shifted between the two major headlines on the front page. One recounted the trial of Rita Skeeter, accused of being an unregistered animagus. But the second, the one that worried him most, revealed chaos slipping beyond his control. The massacre of the Flint family. Arturo Flint, a pureblood patriarch, had brutally murdered every member of his lineage. Not satisfied with that, he called a meeting with several business allies and close friends, and in the midst of it, unleashed a bloody slaughter. He killed 5 people and wounded 3 others before finally being subdued by the survivors in the room. In his hand, according to multiple witnesses, he wielded a black sword with a cursed appearance, which Flint himself blamed for controlling his mind. However, before he could be captured, the sword simply vanished as if it had been nothing more than a collective hallucination. Dumbledore closed the newspaper with a grave expression. His thoughts quickly began to swirl. Why, precisely, would a cursed sword be in Arturo Flint's hands? He knew very well that Flint had been one of those who supported the attack against Einar. Was it a mere coincidence? Or was something far more dangerous moving in the shadows? The elderly headmaster furrowed his brow even deeper as he recalled another of his recent frustrations. Wasn't Harry supposed to storm out of Einar's office that day? Why, then, does he seem even closer to him? He muttered irritably. He fully trusted the portrait that had informed him about the argument, and he had expected that, with Einar intervening in Harry's affairs, the boy would feel insulted or manipulated. Yet, to his growing irritation, both Harry and Cedric seemed happier than ever training under Einar's tutelage. Not only that, their physical and magical improvements were evident. Even when Einar forced them to duel against other students, they didn't back down, they continued admiring him like a true master. And the most puzzling part was that many students, seeing Harry and Cedric's strength, began seeking them out to challenge them and grow stronger, without resentment or destructive rivalries. There was pride. Courage. Inspiration. A murmur interrupted his thoughts. Dumbledore, why don't you just let it be? The improvement in those kids is obvious. Professor Einar is truly helping them, said one of the former headmistresses from her portrait, a hint of guilt in her voice. Isn't that what you wanted? Another former headmaster chimed in. For the boy to feel connected to the magical world, to love it and protect it with all his heart. Dumbledore nodded, but his expression did not soften. Yes, but he was supposed to bond with the school, not with a professor who appeared out of nowhere, he replied, his annoyance barely contained. He leaned back in his chair, rubbing his forehead as he weighed what was increasingly shaping up to be one of his greatest mistakes, hiring Einar. He had thought, naively, that Einar would be easy to manipulate, coming from another time, with ancient customs long forgotten. But instead, he had found an immovable wall, an unbreakable character who refused to dance to his tune. Of course. Miss Granger, Dumbledore said suddenly, his eyes lighting up as he stumbled upon a new idea. Mr. Weasley seems to feel jealous of her closeness to the professor. An uncomfortable silence spread. One of the headmistresses spoke up, looking at him seriously. What are you thinking, Dumbledore? Manipulating students? Of course not, he quickly retorted, frowning. But Mr. Weasley, he is naturally jealous. If he constantly sees Miss Granger admiring Einar, he'll distance his best friend from the professor on his own. There would be no need to lift a finger, he said with a cold calmness, as if he weren't speaking of Machiavellian plans but rather stating simple facts. Enough, Dumbledore, roared a voice then. All the portraits swiftly turned toward Phineas Nigellus Black, who had exploded in fury. I'm sick of your damned schemes and your delusions about the greater good, he exclaimed, his portrait almost trembling with the force of his anger. Dumbledore stared at him with a stern expression. Because of you, the last of my descendants is a fugitive, wrongly accused. You knew he was innocent. When Hagrid told you that Sirius found the baby, saved him, and gave him his motorbike, you simply ignored it. If Sirius had truly been the traitor, he would have killed the baby right then and there. Phineas shouted fiercely. You could have helped him. You had the power to demand a trial, to save him. And not only that, you abandoned the Potters. You could have moved the entire Order of the Phoenix to guard them, to protect them better. You could have brought them closer to you at Hogwarts if you truly believed in that stupid prophecy. You were the one who let the traitor hear the prophecy and deliver it to his master. Phineas was panting with fury, but he still had more to say. And now you want to separate the boy you manipulate from the only person making him strong enough to survive what's coming. Don't you see you could kill him with your arrogance? Harry won't be in danger. Dumbledore roared, standing up abruptly. The prophecy protects him. Phineas stared at him, a mixture of fury and contempt on his face. Don't be a fool, Dumbledore. A prophecy doesn't make you immortal. And nowhere does it say the boy must remain whole or mentally stable. Is that what you want? A puppet without emotions, crippled, barely able to cast a spell before dying. I'm doing it for the greater good. Dumbledore snapped, his face losing all its usual serenity. Harry Potter is the savior of the magical world. He is the chosen one. When his parents died, it proved I was right to let Tom hear that part of the prophecy. I have guided Harry, prepared him all these years to be the savior. And if his life must serve to protect our world, he will be remembered as a hero. Breathing heavily, Dumbledore concluded. I'm sorry about Sirius, but he would have been a bad influence on Harry. He needed to live with his relatives. He needed to hate the Muggle world. A deathly silence filled the room. Phineas, his face twisted in horror, barely murmured. That professor is right. You've gone mad. And your narcissism blinds you to it. I'm not mad, Phineas. Dumbledore roared. If I must become the villain in Harry's life to save the magical world, so be it. For the greater good. With a sharp flick of his wand, Dumbledore spun Phineas's portrait around, silencing him. The other headmasters and headmistresses in their respective portraits simply lowered their gazes, shaking their heads in sorrow. Have you seen this? Ron asked as he hurried over to Harry and Hermione. At first glance, it seemed that he and Hermione had buried their differences, though now they treated each other with a tense politeness, marked by a slight distance. Harry and Hermione leaned in to read the newspaper Ron was urgently holding out to them, their eyes moving to the section their friend was insistently pointing at. Cursed black sword, Ron murmured under his breath, almost stumbling over his words. Doesn't that remind you of something? Without waiting for an answer, he continued with anxious haste. It's the sword Professor Einar was carrying that day. I'm sure of it. Hermione instantly frowned, crossing her arms distrustfully. So what? She replied defensively. Professor Einar probably recovered it to keep someone from using it for evil purposes. Ron, however, didn't give up so easily. What if he was the one who gave it to Flint's father to wipe out his own family? We don't know what he might be capable of. But what would be the point? Harry interjected, frowning. Even Flint doesn't dare get too close to Professor Einar. He's afraid of him, just like all the Slytherins. What if it's all just an act? Ron insisted in a dark voice. Maybe, he's a hidden psychopath. Or worse, a serial killer. Hermione scoffed, crossing her arms with evident irritation. That's enough, Ron. Before the argument could escalate, Harry cut it off with a shake of his head. Come on, we're going to be late for Hagrid's class. You know he gets sad if we show up late. As they walked away, Harry couldn't help but think about how unfair Ron's suspicions were. After all, Einar was different. He was the only professor who never hesitated to protect him, who trained him tirelessly to make him stronger, and most importantly, who gave him unwavering confidence to be himself. To Harry, Einar was the father figure he had always dreamed of. He had even helped Sirius visit him more often, something that filled Harry with joy and strengthened the bond he so desperately wanted to build. Still, I'm warning you, Einar has something to do with this, Ron muttered, lagging behind while Harry and Hermione moved ahead, paying him little attention. That same weekend, Einar and Hagrid decided to visit the Three Broomsticks, the famous tavern in Hogsmeade where students often gathered. Though Hagrid preferred the rustic atmosphere of the Hog's Head, Einar was reluctant to frequent it. He didn't like crossing paths with Aberforth Dumbledore, the headmaster's brother, whose identity he had instantly perceived due to the astonishing physical resemblance to Albus. Look, there's Harry. Hagrid pointed out excitedly with his enormous finger. Harry was speaking quietly with Ludo Bagman, who seemed agitated and nervous, casting quick glances around while whispering. "You know, Harry, if you need help." Bagman was saying just as Einar and Hagrid approached. Upon seeing them, Bagman paled slightly, lowering his voice even more. "Oh. Hello, you two," he greeted, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Harry immediately smiled back. "Hello, Professor Einar." "Hello, Hagrid." "Good to see you, Harry," said Hagrid cheerfully. Einar, for his part, nodded calmly, but he didn't take his icy gaze off Bagman. His eyes, cold as steel, seemed to pierce through him, making the man sweat slightly under the collar of his robe. A little farther off, a few sharp-eyed goblins were watching Bagman intently, like hunters stalking their prey. "Well, I have to go," Ludo stammered, backing away. "You know, Harry, anything you need, don't hesitate to find me." And without waiting for a reply, he practically fled the place, closely followed by the goblins. "So you still haven't solved the mystery of the egg," Einar commented serenely as they followed Harry to a table where Hermione and Ron were already waiting. Hermione's face lit up upon seeing Einar approach, while Ron quickly tried to hide his discomfort by lowering his gaze. His fear of the professor was greater than his mistrust. "Well, I'm close. I think," Harry said, a bit embarrassed. In truth, he had barely thought about it and hadn't even followed the clues Cedric had given him. "And how's the water-breathing spell I taught you coming along?" Einar asked, tossing out a subtle test. "Ah. That's going great," Harry responded, cheering up. "I can last almost an hour underwater now." "Perfect. Then you're well prepared," Einar said with a small approving smile. Harry, delighted by the compliment, didn't notice the hidden implication in those words, but Hermione tilted her head thoughtfully, as if she was beginning to piece things together. "We're off," said Hagrid cheerfully. "Better let the students enjoy themselves, don't you think?" They moved to another table, leaving the young trio with their butterbeers. "Good thing they left," Ron whispered as soon as they were out of earshot. "Not because of Hagrid, but Einar." "Enough, Ron." Hermione scolded with an exasperated sigh. "Your baseless suspicions are getting old." "I'm just saying what I think," Ron shrugged. Hermione decided to ignore him and turned to Harry. "By the way, did you catch what Professor Einar was trying to tell you?" Harry blinked, confused. "Huh? What do you mean?" Hermione brought a hand to her forehead, frustrated. "Honestly, Harry. Cedric mentioned a bath. Einar trained you to fight underwater, and he just said you're well prepared thanks to the water-breathing spell." Harry squinted, thinking hard, until suddenly his eyes widened as if a light bulb had turned on in his head. "That's it," he exclaimed, standing up so fast he nearly knocked over his mug. "I have to listen to the egg underwater." His shout drew the attention of the whole tavern, but Harry didn't care. From his table, Einar, seated with Hagrid, smiled faintly as he stirred his drink. Butterbeer tasted bland, almost childish, to him, so he discreetly poured a little of his own stash of mead into his mug, mixing it to give it a real flavor worthy of his palate. Chapter 63, Mad-Eye and the Dragon of the North. Mad-Eye and the Dragon of the North. Einar moved silently through the darkest corners of the castle, wrapped in shadows like a lone wolf patrolling its territory. It was his turn to keep watch, a task he accepted with stoic indifference. Yet everyone knew that students caught by him were luckier than those caught by any other professor. With just a stern gaze, as cold as the winters of his homeland, he would send them back to their dormitories. No yelling. No excessive punishment. Just the firm authority of someone even the ghosts avoided crossing. As he neared the main staircase, a raspy screech shattered the night's silence. "Peeves! What's all this racket? Trying to wake the whole castle, are you?" shrieked Filch's sharp, grating voice, sounding like nails scraping stone. The caretaker's hurried steps echoed up the stairs, and soon his hunched silhouette appeared at the top, panting. He halted suddenly, spotting something on the floor. "What is this?" he muttered, awkwardly crouching. He picked up the golden object, eyes lighting up with a mix of greed and surprise. "An egg. A tournament egg," he said, his voice shifting to a more serious tone. "One of the champion's puzzles." He scowled, clenching his fists in anger. "Peeves! Stealing again, you incorporeal pest," he shouted, turning his head wildly. His voice trembled with fury. "Hiding, are you? I'll catch you. Thieving menace." Dumbledore will throw you out of the castle for this, you miserable little rat. From the shadows, Einar had already started moving toward the commotion. His senses were alert, but it wasn't Filch's scream that drew him. It was a presence. One he knew very well. Harry Potter. He could feel him a few steps above, cloaked under the same invisibility cloak he had tried to use the last time Einar caught him. His labored breathing gave him away. Good thing Cedric chose the path of stealth and not Potter. Einar thought dryly as he ascended the stairs in silence. Even with that enchanted cloak, he still makes more noise than a pack of skeever. He stopped beside Filch, whose expression changed instantly at the sight of him. Fear jolted through the man like a bolt of lightning. He knew the young dragon of the North well. He'd heard what Einar had done to Snape for daring to mistreat students. Since then, Filch had avoided him, and in his presence, he was the model of courtesy and obedience. "Oh. I'm terribly sorry, Professor. I didn't mean to make such a fuss. Peeves stole one of the golden eggs, and I was trying to track him down." Filch stammered nervously, clutching Mrs. Norris as if she could protect him. Einar narrowed his eyes. "That poltergeist. Now that I think about it, I haven't seen him since the first day." "Well, it seems he's quite afraid of you, Professor. These days, the ghosts and students don't just use the Bloody Baron to scare him, they use your name too." Filch lowered his voice, as if afraid of summoning Einar a second time. "I see. Then if I'm here, he has no reason to come near." Einar crossed his arms patiently. "You can return to your rounds. I'll handle the egg. But Professor, this is the perfect chance for Dumbledore to expel him. Stealing from the champions. That's a serious offense." Einar raised a hand. His presence was as imposing as a mountain. "You can speak with him without the egg. The student it belongs to is probably searching for it, if they haven't yet uncovered the task it conceals." Filch swallowed hard. He hesitated for a moment, but Einar's aura left no room for argument. "Yes, you're right. Here." He handed over the egg with trembling hands, gave his cat a pat, and vanished down the stairs like he was fleeing a storm. As Einar stepped toward Harry, he noticed something else, a scroll near the edge of the stairs. He raised an eyebrow and, with a small flick of his hand, summoned it with telekinesis. At that moment, Harry pulled off the cloak, revealing himself fully. His face was twisted in pain, his foot trapped in a trick step. Without taking his eyes off the scroll, Einar murmured. "What's this?" "A map." "A map of the castle," Harry replied through gritted teeth, trying to free his leg. Interesting. It shows every corner of Hogwarts. Even the people." "This would have been useful during my explorations," Einar said, studying the parchment with genuine interest. "Professor, could you help me?" Harry asked, wincing. "Oh, of course." Einar crouched down and, with the strength of someone who had hauled logs since childhood, lifted Harry with one hand, freeing his foot with ease. The map still floated before him, his gaze growing even more focused. "It even shows my name. Though it doesn't seem to recognize my surname. Curious." To Einar, who was used to building mental maps of the places he traveled, this kind of tool was unusual, but dangerous. If it fell into the wrong hands, it could cause absolute chaos. Even Draymore Adren was visible on it. This would be a problem if Dumbledore had something like it. He thought. Calmly, he rolled up the map and the egg, handing them both back to Harry as if they meant nothing to him, though his mind was already calculating how to mask his presence in the future. Maybe he could even borrow it from Harry during training. He wasn't foolish enough to take it when it was clearly useful to the boy. "Have you figured out the egg's secret?" he asked in a relaxed tone. "Yes, Professor. I submerged it in water and could hear the real voices of the mermaids. They said a precious item would be hidden, and I'd have 1 hour to retrieve it." Einar smiled, a rare, warm smile. "Well done." He gave Harry a firm pat on the shoulder. "But it's late. Go get some rest. And this time, try not to get caught again." Harry nodded, and as he descended the stairs, Einar remained a few moments longer, gazing at the map, the cold night wind brushing against his face. Einar walked out of the library with a couple of books under his arm. His eyes, calm and sharp, reflected a mind immersed in ancient knowledge. Ever since he had seen Harry's map, his curiosity had led him to study a troubling subject, taboo names. However, he didn't get far. As soon as he crossed the door, a raspy voice, like the edge of a blade dragging across stone, stopped him. How did you do it? Asked Mad-Eye Moody, emerging from the shadows like a seasoned hunter. His magical eye spun restlessly, but his normal eye drilled into him with intensity. Einar raised an eyebrow, unhurried. Calmly, he began storing the books he carried, without even looking at Moody. What are you talking about? He asked in a serene, almost bored tone. Don't play with me, boy. I'm talking about those bloody purebloods, the ones who sent assassins after you. Moody's voice dropped low, like a restrained growl. How did you get one of them to turn on his own? How did you make him attack them without mercy? A mocking half-smile appeared on the Auror's face, as if he were enjoying the chaos Einar had unleashed. He looked like he wanted to dissect his soul, to understand every dark corner of his mind. Einar stared at him in silence for several seconds. His gaze was that of someone who had walked the edge of death more times than he could count. And he saw it in Moody too, that same aura of a man who lives distrusting everyone, burdened by old wounds and ghosts that never let him sleep. Between warriors, many words were often unnecessary. Cursed sword, Einar answered laconically. To many, that wouldn't have meant anything. But to Moody, it was enough. A deep, dry laugh rumbled from his throat. Ha! Wonderful. For a curse of that level to slip in among those idiots and go undetected, it must be a gem. A gift straight from hell. Moody spat on the ground, as if purging the disgust he felt toward former Death Eaters. He despised them more than anyone, the rats who escaped punishment by lying, betraying their own allies, manipulating the system. He had made a list of their names, of course, even if he no longer had the power to go after them. And indeed, the ones Flint had slaughtered that day, every single one was on that list. Too bad not all of them went down. But wiping out an entire family. Left only the brat, and that's just because he's at Hogwarts. His tone carried no sorrow, only the weight of justice fulfilled. He paused and then, with his usual gruffness, offered something unexpected. Wanna grab a drink? My treat. Fine, Einar replied without emotion, as if it wasn't the first time someone had invited him to a tavern after a massacre. They headed to the Hog's Head, where the air smelled of smoke, dust, and secrets. Each of Moody's steps made the floor tremble with his wooden leg. At the table, he inspected every drink like it was a ticking bomb, he sniffed it, examined it from every angle, and then drank with visible distrust. The conversation was anything but casual. Moody didn't talk to entertain. He spoke of the enemy. Of Death Eaters, of dark wizards, of the horrors he had faced. Each story was a warning, a brutal lesson about what unchecked power could do. Einar listened closely, understanding what was truly happening. Moody was testing him. Or perhaps, guiding him. It was as if he wanted to make sure that this boy, so strong, so relentless, didn't fall into the same darkness he had fought against for so long. I know what you're doing, he said at one point, his magical eye locking onto him. And I'll say this, I'm not going to stop you. But stay on the line, boy. Stay on the line. Einar nodded with respect. Nothing more was needed. Ever thought of becoming an Auror? Moody asked suddenly, as if the thought had just occurred to him. No. Good, Moody said, taking a final swig. The job's not what it used to be anyway. Not long after, he left. His steps echoed as he walked away, disappearing into the shadows. He wouldn't be watching anymore. His mission for Dumbledore had ended. He thought it had all been a waste of time, but deep down, Einar knew Moody didn't see him as a threat but as a dangerous hope. Dumbledore, of course, wouldn't be pleased that Moody had left just like that. Maybe that's why the invitation to drink, like a farewell between two men who knew the world wasn't made for the just. The month flew by. The second task of the tournament was drawing near, hiding a secret so deep that once Einar uncovered it, it would turn the entire castle upside down. Chapter 64, Fury Unleashed at Hogwarts. Fury Unleashed at Hogwarts. You're lucky. I woke up feeling half good, half bad. So, even though you didn't reach 200 power stones, you did get to 180, which means you're close. So, I'll release the chapter. Well, this time I did exaggerate a bit, but it turned out great, don't say it didn't. Meow. Einar stopped dead in his tracks when he heard the meow. He lowered his gaze, frowning, and observed an orange, fluffy cat that resembled a small lion. It wasn't an ordinary cat, its face had a peculiar mix, as if something more than just a feline lived within it. You're Hermione's cat. What are you doing so far from your owner? Einar asked, crouching down and watching it with interest. The cat rubbed briefly against his leg, purring in familiarity. But, as quickly as it had come close, it moved away again. It walked a few meters before stopping, looking back with feline intensity. "Well, you're smarter than you look. Let's see where you want to take me," Einar said, smiling slightly, before starting to follow it calmly. They walked for several minutes through the corridors of Hogwarts until they arrived in front of the statue guarding the headmaster's office. Einar narrowed his eyes. "Why are you bringing me here?" "Meow," insisted the cat, looking intently towards the right side of the statue. With his face hardening, Einar murmured a Nordic spell and activated his life detection ability. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the outlines of the souls present beyond the stone illuminated before his vision. Inside the headmaster's office, Percy, Ludo Bagman, Dumbledore, Karkaroff, Madame Maxime, and McGonagall were surrounding a group of students. In front of them, sitting, were Hermione, Ron, a small blonde girl, and Cho Chang. "Then we'll use a charm that Dumbledore himself will cast to put them into a deep sleep," Ludo was explaining confidently. "They'll breathe underwater, and the mermaids of the Black Lake will guard the hostages to prevent any harm." "But the tournament is tomorrow, isn't it?" Hermione asked, frowning. "Yes, but we'll prepare everything in advance," Ludo responded hurriedly. "This way, we can avoid surprises." McGonagall was unconvinced. "Dumbledore, I still believe this is too risky. Even with mermaids, there are many dangerous creatures in that lake." "Don't worry," Ludo interrupted. "Even if they aren't rescued in time, we'll move them to a safe place once the test is over." "Of course. We just have to trust our champions," Karkaroff added with a sneer, glancing sideways at Hermione. Internally, he hoped something would go wrong, though it was contradictory. If Hermione fell, wouldn't that hurt Victor? "But Gabrielle is just a child," Madame Maxime exclaimed, a mix of doubt and anger in her voice. "It's better if the hostages are dear to the champions," Ludo smiled, as if revealing a brilliant move. "That will motivate them even more." "All right," Dumbledore finally intervened, his voice calm yet firm. "As the tournament organizers have decided, I'll do my part. I will speak to the mermaids to ensure they protect them properly." He raised his wand, about to cast his charm. Boom! Crack! Crash! The entire office shook as if the castle was being attacked. The floor vibrated. The paintings creaked. The magical creatures of the forest howled in desperation. The door exploded into 1,000 pieces. A young man entered. Without a mask. Only fury. He wore red armor that almost seemed demonic, accentuating his anger. A primal rage. Brutal. Almost ancient. It rose with him. The present felt how an invisible claw tightened around their throats. A murderous instinct hung in the air, paralyzing them. Luckily, he didn't have his helmet on. Otherwise, they would have thought he was a demon come straight from hell to find them. "Professor Einar," Hermione whispered, her eyes wide. The rest of the students looked at him as if they didn't recognize the man before them. Einar didn't look at her. His gaze was fixed on Dumbledore. On Karkaroff. On Ludo. "I was a fool to think my warnings would stay in their damn heads," he said, and his voice shook the walls. Each word was thunder. "You're not just willing to risk the lives of your champions. Now, you're also willing to risk the lives of their friends and families." The castle itself trembled with his fury. The walls screamed as if they felt pain. From the forbidden forest, the wildest creatures fled. The instinct didn't lie. Death had arrived. "Who came up with this glorious idea?" he asked, looking at each one as if he were a judge about to pass judgment. "And no. They'll be fine. Dumbledore will protect them," Ludo stammered, his face pale as paper. "Was it you?" Einar asked, stepping forward, each step a drumbeat in the chest of the onlookers. "And how exactly does the old wizard plan to protect them?" "By sinking them under a lake full of beasts." "A spell. Dumbledore will cast a spell." Ludo screamed, spinning around to seek help. But he didn't get a chance to look at Dumbledore. Einar extended his hand. Before he could touch Ludo, a magical shield appeared between them. Dumbledore, with his wand raised, had cast it. But Einar barely snapped his fingers. The shield cracked like poorly tempered glass, and his hand closed around Ludo's neck, lifting him off the ground as if he were a doll. "Doesn't seem very skilled with your spells, Mr. Bagman," he said with contempt. Ludo kicked, struggling to breathe, his gaze pleading for help. Only Dumbledore could move under Einar's aura. Enough, Professor Einar. Dumbledore ordered in a grave tone. His wand was pointed, but it didn't strike. Einar slowly turned his head toward him. I warned you. I was too kind. You won't risk my students' lives, or the lives of those they love. Dumbledore opened his mouth to respond, but he didn't get the chance. Einar threw Ludo like trash. His body slammed against the wall, and Bagman fell to the ground, gasping. And before anyone could react, Einar vanished. And reappeared right in front of Dumbledore, his hand gripping a rune-war mace, shining and surrounded by an ancient aura. Dumbledore managed to raise his shield in time. Clang! The mace struck like a comet. The shield held, but the blow sent Dumbledore flying through the air, crashing through the wall behind him, and slamming into the courtyard floor. The shield, cracked like ice about to break, sparked in his wand. The old wizard slowly got back up. And for the first time in a long time, he didn't have control. Meanwhile, Einar jumped from the hole in the wall, landing with a crash that shook the ground not far from Dumbledore. The earth cracked beneath his boots. In front of him, Dumbledore stood with a heavy look, as if he had centuries of decisions weighing on him. His robe billowed from the magical pressure emanating from both of their bodies. Einar dropped his mace to the ground with force, making the terrain tremble, and with a simple flick of his wrist, it transformed into an imposing runic greatsword, larger than he was. He approached slowly, each step leaving light craters in the ground. The last time our fight was interrupted. But it seems that the beating you deserve has finally arrived, Einar said seriously, his voice deep and charged with ancient, contained rage. Dumbledore sighed, his wand still lowered, though his body was tense, like that of a cornered animal. Einar, I don't want to fight you. We can talk about this, the headmaster said seriously, his voice firm but without arrogance. Einar did not stop. I warned you, Dumbledore. Playing with the lives of your students is not something you can just talk about, he roared. His eyes glowed with a golden light, the blood of the dragon awakening. Would na kst. The word of power exploded in the air like thunder. In the blink of an eye, Einar disappeared and reappeared right in front of Dumbledore, his greatsword descending like a divine judgment. Dumbledore, without hesitation, cast a repulsion spell on himself, shooting off to the side just in time. The greatsword struck the ground with a deafening roar. A crack opened from the point of impact, advancing for dozens of meters, splitting rocks, destroying roots, and cutting nearby trees as if they were reeds. The trees fell like dominoes as the echo of the strike shook the forest. Dumbledore, now standing, raised his wand with resolve. Protego Maxima. A gigantic shield enveloped the area, but Einar had already jumped again, spinning his greatsword in the air. As he descended, he struck the shield with such brutal force that it shattered into 1,000 bright fragments. Tremble, Hogwarts! Einar bellowed with the voice of an enraged god. Your founder would not be silent before this. And neither will I. The ground cracked beneath his boots as if the earth itself recognized his authority. Around him, stones shattered, the air vibrated with unbearable pressure, and small snowflakes began to fall from the sky, a magical storm born from the growing chaos. Dumbledore furrowed his brow, knowing that the balance had been broken. In Carceres Tempestatus, he shouted, pointing his wand at the sky. From the clouds, living chains made of pure storm descended, intertwined lightning hissing like hungry serpents. They surrounded Einar, trying to bind him, devour him, subdue him. Einar was unfazed. His great sword, cracked from the intensity of the previous clash, was thrown aside with disdain. Lightning storm, he murmured in a low and challenging voice. He raised both hands forward, his eyes glowing like Nordic suns, and then, boom! A burst of lightning erupted from his palms, not one, but dozens, fired in succession like a divine machine gun. Each bolt tore through the chains, shattering them, making them twist and explode with deafening bursts. Dumbledore's protective shield began to take the impacts with such brutal frequency that its magical surface started to fracture, crackling on the verge of collapse. Strunba Qo. Einar roared with a thunderous voice. The magical shout reverberated through the entire sky. The clouds swirled with supernatural violence, gathering as if obeying an ancient pact. Lightning began to form a vortex, lighting up the world as if it were noon. One by one, the bolts fell, like spears of divine judgment, directed by the will of the blood of the dragon. Dumbledore raised his wand with both hands to hold the final shield, but it was in vain. Crack! The shield exploded in a shower of arcane fragments, the explosion shaking the castle's windows and tearing statues from their pedestals. At the last second, Dumbledore conjured a repulso on himself, throwing himself backward just before a lightning bolt struck the spot where he had been standing. The impact left a smoking crater, and for a moment, everything was silent. Only the crackling of magic echoed in the air. Dumbledore rolled on the ground, his robes tattered, his hair singed at the edges. He slowly stood up, breathing heavily, his face hardened like never before. "I see why even ancient magic trembles in your wake," he murmured gravely. "You're not from this world. And that's exactly what scares me." "Why?" "For defending what you're supposed to protect," Einar replied, walking through ashes and broken rocks, his gaze as cold as steel. "You're not a guide. You're just an old man afraid of losing his game." Silent rage overtook Dumbledore, and with a flick of his wand, he raised his hand toward the sky. Ignis Dominus. A crown of infernal fire erupted from the ground in a perfect circle, spinning and growing like a living vortex of flames, so hot that the air crackled. A ring of fire seemed to move with Dumbledore's wand, guiding the flames. But Einar only smiled slightly, a little excited, before shouting. "Wayol Tur Shul." A fiery burst of draconic essence erupted from his throat like the roar of a volcano. It wasn't just fire, but living, magical, and ancient flame, which collided with Dumbledore's spell. Einar's golden flames devoured the magical fire like dry kindling, advancing like an unstoppable tide. It was like facing a real dragon. From the heights of the castle, dozens of students, alerted by the crash, peeked out in terror. Some from the hallways, others from the ruins of the courtyard, watching as the sky turned red and golden. This made Einar halt his attack. Dumbledore fell to his knees, his wand trembling, barely containing his ragged breath. Einar, without a scratch, only his cloak slightly singed, walked toward him with firm steps. "Keep your hands off the students," he declared coldly, each word like a sentence. "I won't show mercy next time." The silence was absolute. Only the wind among the rubble and the echo of thunder still rumbled in the distance. "Lock va kor," Einar shouted, clearing the sky before walking toward the castle. He still had to be present to see if the fools would dare to use their students and their families in their foolish games. Chapter 65, The Protector Hero, The Failing Sage. The Protector Hero, The Failing Sage. "I just realized something outrageous. Those damned irresponsible people put an 8-year-old girl in a lake full of dangerous creatures, all for a ridiculous competition, blindly trusting that the mermaids would protect her just because Dumbledore could communicate with them. And let's not forget, these are the same organizers who allowed a Quidditch match where Death Eaters attacked, innocent people died, and others were brutally tortured. It's unbelievable how negligence and a complete lack of common sense seem to be the norm at these events." Amid a charred crater, Dumbledore stood tall, his gaze fixed on the Elder Wand. All around him, the ground had been reduced to ashes by fire and the fury of battle. The air reeked of ozone, scorched earth, and defeat. What was once grass was now blackened and cracked. The headmaster's robe flapped in the hot wind, torn, while his face showed a bitter mixture of frustration and resignation. "Why did you abandon me?" he whispered, his voice breaking at the end, as if the wand could hear his pain. Flashback. During the wand-weighing ceremony. "It seems it's just as you feared, Dumbledore. The wand no longer recognizes you as its master," said Ollivander, eyeing the legendary wand in Dumbledore's hand with interest. "Are you sure? According to legend, the wand only follows the victor, but that wasn't even a real fight," Dumbledore frowned. His gaze turned cold, and his voice took on a sharpness he rarely used. "You should know better than anyone, Dumbledore. You defeated its previous owner, the one who's now in prison," said Ollivander. "And the wand decided that this shift in power was enough to realize your opponent held more strength than you. Isn't there anything I can do?" Dumbledore asked seriously. "Only defeat the true owner. But you'll have to do it with another wand, because this one already belongs to them. It still obeys you, but the moment you attack its true master, you won't be able to use it anymore," Ollivander said, shaking his head before walking off to complete the task he came for. Dumbledore looked at the wand in his hand with slight anger. "Then I'll have to change a few plans for the future," he muttered, walking after Ollivander. Back to the present. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Dumbledore stood up. He tucked the wand into his robes with such tense force it almost looked like he was going to break it. But he couldn't. Not yet. Not while there was still a sliver of hope to regain control. This wasn't supposed to happen until the end of the competition. Dumbledore growled, furious at having lost control of his plans. "You're just making things harder, Einar," he said, feeling the students' eyes on him. The murmurs around him forced him to calm down. He returned to his office without another word. When he arrived, Einar was sitting in one of the corners with unshakable calm, his silhouette like a war statue sculpted by the gods. He still wore his armor, every buckle clean, every part shining, cloaked in the aura of a warrior who had just tamed chaos. His mere presence suffocated the room. No professor dared to look him in the eye for more than a second. He was a wolf among lambs. The hostages, the chosen students, were sitting with him, protected. None of them seemed afraid of him. Quite the opposite. His overwhelming presence, far from frightening them, gave them an absolute sense of safety. Only Ron had a slightly annoyed expression. "Dumbledore. Are you all right?" Karkaroff asked, his voice cracked by fear, barely able to swallow under Einar's stern gaze. "I'm fine, don't worry," said Dumbledore, doing his best to appear completely unharmed, though his dirt-covered robes didn't help his case. "Then let's continue the meeting," said McGonagall seriously. Part of her thoughts were beginning to change, the fact that the headmaster wasn't properly protecting the students and their families. And without realizing it, she began to support Einar's methods. Though violent, they were the only ones actually working to keep the students safe, as was her duty. Many other professors began to question their own roles upon seeing the ferocity with which Einar protected the students and the innocent. Ludo was still in full panic mode, feeling that if he said the wrong thing, Einar might snap his neck. The bruises and the mark on his neck were proof that it was possible. "First of all, I'll say this," Einar interrupted. "I will not allow any student, family member, or even pet of the champions to be hurt or put in danger, no matter what so-called safety methods you intend to create. And I will personally take charge of ensuring the champions' safety, since their useless headmasters clearly aren't thinking about that," Einar said, his voice full of contempt for Madame Maxime, Karkaroff, and Dumbledore. "Of course we care." Maxime began. "Silence," Einar commanded. His voice wasn't loud, but it was absolute. "You have no right to speak. You're using a little girl, who's not even officially part of your school, to toss her into a dark lake full of savage creatures," he said, glancing at Gabrielle Delacour. Gabrielle, however, looked at him with admiration. Her eyes sparkled as if she were seeing a hero straight out of the stories. "Anything else you say to justify this competition from now on? I'll take it as another nail in your coffin," Einar declared. "And when something happens, because it will happen if you keep going like this, don't expect mercy." A deadly silence fell over the room. Ludo tried to catch his breath. "WWL, then, what precious items might the champions bring?" Ludo asked, still frightened by Einar. "Since their friends and loved ones are here, we can ask them," proposed McGonagall, her tone more relaxed. Perhaps for the first time, she truly felt backed up in the protection of the students. Ron was a bit annoyed. To him, being a hostage sounded like something that would draw people's attention, and that would be an honor, something he didn't get to share with the others, so he was the only one in a bad mood. "Harry loves his broom." "That's obvious," he said irritably. "Well, Cedric's is obviously his broom," said Cho Chang with a smile. "Oh, I know. Fleur loves her latest photo with Grandpa. She takes it everywhere," said Gabrielle quickly, wearing a childish smile. Then, everyone's eyes turned to Hermione. "Well, I don't know what Victor prefers. I was just his dance partner, and we didn't even spend much time together," said Hermione quickly. "But Karkaroff said you were his favorite person," said Ludo, confused. Then Einar's gaze fell upon Karkaroff, who began to sweat coldly. "Well, Victor usually doesn't approach other girls," said Karkaroff. He was lying, and everyone knew it. Obviously, he didn't want to endanger his students just for this competition. Victor had friends and family. Instead, he chose someone he had only met once. "So, you decided to put one of my students in danger. Fine. I'll remember this when the tournament ends," said Einar seriously. It was a full-blown threat. Percy, in a nervous tone but trying to help, intervened. "Since he's a seeker, like Cedric and Harry, his broom would probably be the right choice," said Percy, speaking for the first time that day. He had only been there as a filler. "Then we'll go with that." "Is that okay, Professor?" asked Ludo, still scared of Einar. "Of course. I'll take the 4 hostages to their rooms, safe and sound," said Einar as he stood up and gestured for the 4 of them to follow him. The four followed in silence. The air felt lighter once he left the office. Meanwhile, the people inside Dumbledore's office let out a sigh of relief. With that, our meeting is done. Let's gather the students' belongings and, please, let's get out of this place, said Ludo, wanting to get as far away from Hogwarts as possible. All right, said Dumbledore. McGonagall said nothing. She only cast one last judgmental look at the three foreign headmasters, and left without saying goodbye. Einar left the office, and his armor, dark as a living shadow, wrapped in a heavy, biting aura that seemed to devour light itself, gradually faded. In its place appeared his usual formal attire, simple yet elegant, befitting someone who walked among both mortals and gods. As he walked, he pulled the Morocco mask from his cloak and gently put it on. He still held some of the fury that had consumed him before the duel, though facing Dumbledore had allowed him to release a fraction of his anger. He hadn't fought with all his strength. He didn't need to. He had only wanted to leave him with a lesson he wouldn't forget. Hey. Why do you wear a mask? Don't you like showing your face? Asked Gabrielle, trotting beside him with childlike energy. A little, Einar replied, glancing at her, his voice softened by the unexpected tenderness he felt for the girl. Why? Is it because you're half Vila and don't want the girls to fall in love? But my grandma said only women can be Vilas, she said quickly, getting tangled up in theories. Gabrielle was around 8 years old, wearing a charming outfit that mimicked the uniforms of Beauxbatons students like a tiny, childlike replica of her sister Fleur. She was a whirlwind of energy and sweetness. No, I'm not Vila. I'm half-elf, Einar replied calmly, letting the breeze carry away the chill from his voice. A high elf? But, elves are ugly and have big ears. You don't look like them, said Gabrielle quickly, thinking of the house elf she knew. Einar let out a light laugh. Haha. Not those. Oh, I know. Like the elves from stories. Mommy used to read me those before bed, she said cheerfully, as if she had just remembered a treasure. Oh yeah? And what are those elves like? Asked Einar, with a patience that even surprised Hermione and Cho, who were walking a few steps behind, smiling at the scene. Elves are magical, like the heroes in Mommy's stories. They're tall, almost as tall as trees, and have shiny hair, like sunlight trapped in threads. Their eyes look like stars that can see you even if you're hiding behind the curtains. They always wear pretty clothes that never get dirty, even when playing in the forest. They say they can talk to animals and make flowers grow faster just by touching them. They live in hidden castles with lights that dance like magical fireflies. They're happy, but also mysterious, like they know secrets they only tell fairies. Oh. And if you ask them a hard question, they answer by singing, because their voice sounds like bells ringing far, far away. Einar laughed, and for the first time in a long time, his soul felt light. Ha! Then you can think of me as half of those elves. Without realizing it, all the remaining anger within him vanished thanks to the little girl's lively spark. Even Hermione and Cho chuckled silently, charmed by the purity of Gabrielle's stories. After dropping the students off at their respective rooms, Einar accompanied Gabrielle to the Beauxbatons carriage. She had come with her sister, probably because Fleur wanted her to see the tournament, even if she wasn't the champion. So Marlinchen hid the ring in the forest, and only someone with a pure heart can find it to make people happy, Gabrielle concluded, enthusiastically telling another story featuring an elf. This time, it was the elf's ring. It must have been a very powerful ring, commented Einar with a smile. Yes, she replied without hesitation. Now that I think about it, my sister also has a gold ring and she gets happy every time she looks at it. Maybe an elf gave it to her, she added, excited. Gabrielle. Where were you? It's already dark. You had me worried, exclaimed Fleur, quickly getting down from the carriage. Seeing her sister safe and happy, she sighed in relief, until she noticed Einar's presence. Professor Einar. She said, surprised, instinctively reaching for her hair. She wasn't dressed up, not even wearing makeup. Though her Vila heritage shone without any need for adornment, she felt a blush rise to her cheeks. Hello. I came to make sure she got here safely. I'll take my leave now, I have matters to attend to, said Einar courteously, offering her a faint smile. Oh. You don't want to have dinner with us? Asked Gabrielle with sadness in her eyes. I can't. I have to watch out so the bad guys don't do bad things tonight, said Einar, kneeling to gently pat her head like an older brother. Then another day, she asked quickly. Of course, he replied, before giving Fleur a brief nod and vanishing into the evening shadows. Gabrielle watched him leave before turning to her sister with a big, mischievous smile. "Well, sister. I got you a date with the handsome elf Einar." "Gabrielle," exclaimed Fleur, blushing instantly and running after the little girl, who giggled mischievously as she climbed into the carriage. Chapter 66, The Black Lake. The Black Lake. Einar walked with steady steps toward the location of the second task, the Black Lake, shrouded in icy mist and an almost solemn stillness. Around him, the crowd began to gather, flowing like a river of cloaks and scarves toward the makeshift stand surrounding the lake. Rumors about the task had spread like wildfire, and the excitement in the air was so thick it could almost be touched. "Magical balls to watch the champions," shouted the Weasley twins with boundless energy. 10 galleons for Harry, 12 for Cedric, 15 for Crumb, and 30 for Fleur. Each held glowing crystal spheres and eagerly explained how they worked. They allowed people to watch the champions in real time beneath the water. Though some grumbled about the price differences, that didn't stop most. The balls were selling like rare magical treasures. "Why are the prices different?" Einar asked as he approached, his brows slightly furrowed with curiosity. "Supply and demand, dear professor," replied Fred with a mischievous grin. "I think we could double the price and they'd still buy them," added George, brimming with joy as he watched the magical pouch, loaned to them by Einar himself, fill with golden coins. Einar had been practicing the creation of those magical pouches. Technically illegal, yes, but only if you got caught. The twins had begged him to lend them one. They'd been crafting crystal balls for weeks, barely sleeping, and in class, they looked like pandas, zombie pandas. All for their dream, a future beyond Hogwarts, their own shops, and a Weasley legacy worth remembering. And though Einar refused to accept any share of the profits, the twins insisted. This was the first time they were making so much money, and they knew exactly what to do with it. Be fair. Not greedy. "If it works for you, have fun," said Einar, with a smile and a slight nod before walking off toward the champions' gathering point. Fleur, Victor, and Cedric were already there, standing by the shore in silence. Only Harry was missing, until he arrived running, slipping in the mud and splashing everyone with a mix of water and dirt. "I'm here," he gasped, trying to catch his breath as the other champions gave him mildly annoyed looks they quickly masked to refocus. "Where were you?" Percy demanded sternly, trying to assert himself as the new judge after Barty Crouch's alleged illness. "The task is about to begin. Come now, Percy," Ludo Bagman cut in with forced cheer. "Let's give him a second to breathe." Dumbledore forced a smile in Harry's direction, while Madame Maxime and Karkaroff deliberately ignored him. Both resented that the arrival of a fourth champion had changed everything. Especially that it forced Einar to get involved from the start. Although, truth be told, Einar would have gotten involved either way. With or without Harry. He couldn't allow such idiocy to endanger teenagers. "Here," said Einar, handing Harry 2 vials. "A stamina potion and one for cold resistance." None of the judges said anything. They all knew the champions had received the same. Einar ensured conditions were as fair as possible. If they were going to be judged, let it be for their skill, not because of a cold or lack of oxygen. "When you hear the cannon blast, you may begin," Ludo announced quickly, as the champions downed their potions in one gulp. 1, 2, 3. Begin. Their robes fell to the ground and, without hesitation, the 4 champions entered the freezing water as if it were a warm bath. The crowd roared from the stands, waving flags and scarves as the figures vanished beneath the dark surface. Immediately, hundreds of spectators pulled out their magical spheres, watching the images inside them come to life. Some held 1, others 2, a few lucky ones, all 4. Those who hadn't managed to buy any clustered around friends, begging for a glimpse. Without those spheres, all they'd see was an hour of cold, static water. If the twins hadn't sold those spheres, would everyone really just stare at a frozen lake for an hour? Einar thought with a half-smile as he kept walking. But unlike the champions, Einar did not sink. He took a step onto the water. Then another. The lake received him as if it welcomed him. 4 orbs, much larger than those of the spectators, began to float around him, showing each champion in perfect clarity. In his hands appeared an ancient bow, forged from black wood with runic inscriptions glowing with an ethereal light. On his back, an enchanted quiver of arrows, ready for use. The sight was so majestic that the entire stadium fell silent. Only the wind dared to move. "Professor Einar of Hogwarts will be responsible for the champion's safety," Ludo announced, his voice magically amplified. "If any are in danger, he may intervene." However, if rescued, the task will be considered incomplete or scored at the minimum. Einar continued walking across the water, never looking at the crowd. His eyes were fixed on the bottom of the lake, using a powerful life detection spell. He could see magical creatures moving in the depths, like ancient shadows long asleep. Inside the floating spheres, the images were crystal clear. Cedric was using the Progresio charm, a variant of Ascendio, to propel himself forward in bursts. Crumb had transfigured the upper half of his body into that of a shark. He wasn't fast, but he could breathe effortlessly. Fleur swam gracefully, a magical bubble around her head like an ethereal crown. Harry, meanwhile, had tried improvising with Aguamenti, firing water backward to propel himself, though he soon realized it drained too much energy. He returned to swimming with arms and legs, using magic only occasionally to gain distance. Einar observed everything calmly. Looks like the underwater training wasn't in vain, he murmured to himself, allowing a faint smile. To the spectators, the lake remained calm. But beneath its surface, the battle for honor and glory had already begun. And Einar would be the guardian of the depths. Why my broom? It's the gift Sirius gave me. Harry kept complaining as he swam through the depths of the lake. The water was as dark as a moonless night, and everything around him was covered in dancing shadows that distorted his vision. And why is Ron complaining? Did he want to be stuck at the bottom of a lake for hours waiting to be rescued? And why is he my most precious object? He kept muttering angrily, nearly growling. He didn't seem worried about the task, or the time, but rather furious at the fact that, in the eyes of the tournament, Ron was considered his greatest treasure. That angered him more than the absurd situation he was in. I'm just going to speed this up. I want to get out of this stupid lake. He turned his body with determination, pointed his wand backward, and cast the only spell that actually worked for him underwater. Aguamenti. No sound came out. Instead, a burst of bubbles erupted from his mouth before the spell barely worked, releasing a strong current that propelled him forward at wild speed. Unfortunately, the direction was hard to control, and he crashed hard into a black, rotting log floating in the mud, groaning in pain for several seconds. I hope the professor ends up kicking the ass of the idiot who came up with this ridiculous task, he grumbled through clenched teeth, cursing every second he spent down there. For days now, Harry had known about the confrontation between Einar and Dumbledore. Though it had worried him at first, deep down, way deep down, he thought Dumbledore had it coming. Einar didn't just train his students to fight or defend themselves, he taught them to think for themselves, to question, to observe, to doubt. And since then, Harry hadn't been able to sleep without reviewing his life over and over. Had everything really been that absurd? An 11-year-old child facing a troll that even troubled adults. At 12, fighting a basilisk the size of a monster in a school supposedly protected by the best wizards in the world, with a headmaster everyone called the second coming of Merlin. At 13, nearly killing his own godfather, who turned out to be innocent all because of a damn rat. And Dumbledore didn't know. A lightning bolt could strike him if he wasn't aware. And now he had to compete in some absurd games where, once again, the entire world seemed to have gone blind. The first task, a dragon. Who in their right mind thought of that? And the headmaster doesn't even know who put my name in the goblet, he thought angrily as he swam forward. When I know damn well that every portrait in that castle is his damned eyes. The second coming of Merlin? Then Merlin must have been a bloody idiot. His thoughts came to a halt when he felt something wrap around his legs. Looking down, he grimaced at the sight of a Grindylow. Its thin claws and sharp teeth glinted like blades, and its ink-black eyes stared at him hungrily. Wasting no time, Harry pointed his wand and blasted a powerful jet of water straight into its face, while pushing himself away from the creature. Aguamenti was the only spell he had truly mastered in that environment. Other spells failed, distorted by the water's density, but that one he had practiced over and over. The Grindylow flew back and crashed into a bed of algae. But Harry saw more of those creatures emerging from the shadows, watching him with gleaming, furious eyes. Some even raised their arms in threatening gestures, as if swearing revenge. Great, now I've got a gang of pissed-off Grindylows after me, he muttered. Hello, Harry, came a sudden, high-pitched, ethereal voice that nearly gave him a heart attack. He spun around, ready to launch another jet of water, but froze when he recognized the pale, floating face of moaning Myrtle. Myrtle, he tried to say, but only a gurgle of bubbles escaped. She smiled delightedly and pointed toward a darker direction. You should go that way. But I'm not following, the mermaids are very grumpy, and they chase me if I get close. And just like that, she vanished into the water like a ghostly shadow. Harry watched her go for a second, then thanked her silently and swam in the direction she'd indicated. Minutes passed. The water grew murkier, and the muddy bottom stirred up clouds that made it hard to see. But then, he heard it. The song. The same melody that had come from the egg. Soft. Hypnotic. Entrancing. We've taken what you'll sorely miss. To find it, you have an hour. It was beautiful. Too beautiful. But Harry clenched his jaw and kept swimming, knowing that sweetness could easily hide death. As he swam around a large rock, he noticed dozens of merpeople and mermen on the other side, all armed with spears and tridents. They formed a defensive line, and behind them, the giant squid, he thought in surprise as he saw it swimming away. Were they chasing it? He ignored that for now and followed the song, knowing he was close. Half an hour's gone, so take your time, but hurry up, it's nearly done. Then Harry saw it. A sunken city. Stone houses covered in algae, with semicircular doors and windows that looked like deformed mouths. Curious faces watched from the shadows, but these weren't the mermaids of fairy tales or the ones from the prefect's bathroom. These had sallow skin, dark green tangled hair, yellow cat-like eyes, broken teeth sharp as blades, and necklaces made of pebbles and fangs hung from their necks. They smiled. But it wasn't a friendly smile. It was predatory. Harry gripped his wand tightly, never stopping his swim. He could feel the tension in the water, as if all those creatures were watching him, ready to strike if he made one wrong move. He even saw a Grindylow chained like a pet inside one of the homes. The merpeople were everywhere. They followed him with their eyes. Some whispered. Others laughed with hollow sounds that made his skin crawl. But he didn't stop. He followed the melody until he reached what seemed to be a stone plaza. In the center, a circle of merpeople sang the song that guided the champions. And there, in the heart of the plaza, surrounded by silent, expectant guardians, were 4 chests. Each one with a name carved into it. Chapter 67, The Black Storm over the Black Lake. The Black Storm over the Black Lake. Above the Black Lake, Einar intensely watched the magical sphere that showed Harry underwater. The creatures surrounding him weren't as friendly as Dumbledore had described. Some looked at him with barely contained hostility, while others seemed to be holding them back for some invisible reason. Without taking his eyes off the sphere, Einar placed an arrow on his bow and aimed toward the depths. Through the link with Harry's vital signs, he had him perfectly located. He didn't plan to shoot, unless a mermaid made the mistake of trying to hurt him. The mere presence of his drawn bow, aimed at the water, was enough to send many of the lake's creatures fleeing in terror, as if they could feel death watching them from the surface. At the judge's table, Dumbledore also watched the sphere showing Harry's progress. His gaze shifted briefly to Einar, who stood firm, ready to attack at the slightest hint of hostility. Potter had better not do anything the mermaids might consider a provocation. The headmaster thought. I don't want to lose a group of valuable allies just to see them exterminated by Professor Einar. Beside him, Professor McGonagall, who had known Dumbledore for decades, immediately understood what was going through his mind. But she, truthfully, didn't care what happened to the mermaids. Murderous beasts who had delighted in drowning sailors for centuries. She wondered what in Merlin's name Dumbledore had been thinking, trusting them with the role of hostage guardians. Even if he could communicate with them, that didn't make them trustworthy. Deep in the lake, the mermaids had no idea of the deadly shadow looming over them. They continued watching Harry with cold eyes as he tried to figure out how to open the chest before him. It was firmly anchored to the ground, with a seemingly solid lock. Professor Einar said he'd teach us how to open locks without spells, Harry murmured mentally. We all thought it was pointless, that's what Alohomora was for, and now I see how valuable that lesson was. He tried the spell for the 5th time, but underwater, the distorted pronunciation made it come out all wrong. Shapeless sparks faded into the aquatic darkness. At that moment, he felt movement above and looked up to see Cedric approaching rapidly. The older boy also spotted him and noticed his struggle with the chest. Cedric gestured with his hand and then closed his eyes in concentration. Though only bubbles escaped his mouth, the spell worked, the chest opened, and inside was an enchanted broom protected against water. Cedric took it, signaled to Harry the remaining time, and pointed behind him, warning that Fleur and Crumb were nearby. Then he swam to the surface. Harry understood everything. He mentally recalled Einar's lessons on underwater magic. Since they couldn't use their voices, Einar had made them memorize a simple spell and repeat it mentally until they completely mastered it. Harry had chosen Aguamenti, which was why he could now cast it almost perfectly underwater. He was the only one who had trained with enough consistency. Cedric, being a 6th year, already had practice with non-verbal magic, which gave him a natural advantage. But Harry didn't give up. He closed his eyes, visualized the words in his mind, and focused the way Einar had taught him. It was like a kind of self-hypnosis. He had to convince himself that even without saying a word, the spell would work. Then Crumb appeared, his head grotesquely transformed into that of a shark. He bit his own chest violently, tore it open, grabbed his broom, and swam quickly back the way he had come. But Harry didn't get distracted. He kept his focus. When he finally opened his eyes, he cast the spell. A flash burst from his wand, and the chest opened without resistance. He smiled. He had done it. He grabbed his broom and swam decisively toward the finish line, heart pounding, knowing that every move could be the difference between success or death. On the platform beside the Black Lake, Einar watched the floating orbs with a faint smile. Cedric and Harry had already retrieved their precious items. Even Crumb, with his usual brutality, had managed to get his broom. All three were returning to the surface, safe and victorious. But then his expression changed. His gaze locked onto the orb showing Fleur. And within it, chaos. The young witch was surrounded by a swarm of Grindylows, the lake's grotesque creatures. One after another, they pounced on her, scratching, biting, gripping her arms and legs. Although the magical breathing mask Einar had lent her gave her an advantage underwater, the growing number of enemies was beginning to overwhelm her. Einar's eyes narrowed in fury. He cast a disdainful glance toward the tournament organizers, who watched from the judges' table. He couldn't interfere yet. If he did so without justification, Fleur might be disqualified for receiving help before surrendering. But the string of his bow was already drawn. A black arrow, dark as Skyrim steel, rested in his right hand. He held it so tightly that his knuckles had turned white. The aura of power around him was so dense that the air trembled. If he fired now, the arrow could pierce even dragon scales. The bowstring, crafted from wyvern tendons, creaked as if about to snap under the pressure. In the orb, Fleur could no longer lift her arms. Her wand slipped from her fingers. Her face, now bathed in desperation, looked upward in search of help. She didn't scream. She couldn't. But her eyes pleaded for salvation. Einar loosed the arrow. The air exploded. A shockwave rippled through the entire lake, making the orbs tremble and the waters rise in swirling vortices. The sound of the shot shattered the sound barrier, it rang like a thunderclap. In that instant, the arrow multiplied. 1, 2, 4, 8. Hundreds. Thousands. It was the Gemino spell, but not as it was taught in books. While others used it to duplicate useless items, Einar had perfected it as a technique of extermination. The arrows replicated mid-flight, creating a black storm that plunged down upon the horde of Grindylows. For a moment, all light vanished. The lake bed was drowned in a dense, lethal shadow. When the darkness lifted, the Grindylows were gone. Not a trace of them remained. Only an abyssal silence remained, and Fleur's silhouette, trembling, unable to comprehend what had just happened. She looked around, then at the chest, and finally toward the surface. She said nothing. She knew she had been saved. But she also knew she couldn't go on. She swam upward. Einar, after confirming that all the competitors were safe, slowly lowered his bow and began walking toward the shore. With every step he took, the murmurs grew louder. Everyone had seen what he had done, the wave, the black rain, and the sudden disappearance of the lake monsters. He headed toward the judges' table. The faces that looked at him were pale. No one dared utter a word. The contempt in Einar's eyes was as deep as the lake itself. So much for safe, huh? He said coldly as he passed by them, his tone like steel. No one replied. He walked over to Hagrid, who was waiting in silence, his face grave, staring at the waters that were slowly settling again. "I'm sorry, Hagrid," Einar said solemnly. "A species from the lake has just gone extinct. I know how much you love all creatures. But I can't allow any to endanger the students." Hagrid nodded slowly. His massive figure seemed even heavier, burdened by sorrow. "I know, Einar. You did it for their safety. Still, it's a bit sad." They both understood what that meant. Hagrid knew that, were it not for their friendship, Einar would have purged the Forbidden Forest long ago, eradicating the Acromantulas and other threats. But he understood the logic. To Einar, protecting meant eliminating every threat. However, in Hagrid's heart, creatures, no matter how dark or violent, deserved a chance. Just like he had been given one, being half-giant. And in that silence, the two men, so different, yet united by their love for Hogwarts, shared a moment of mutual respect. One for life, and the other for the duty to protect it at any cost. Einar stood off to the side of the stage, away from the crowd, silently observing as the judges revealed the final scores of the second task. His firm stance and calm expression contrasted with the tension that hung in the air. Fleur Delacour, 25 points. Victor Crumb, 40 points. Harry Potter, 45 points. Cedric Diggory, 47 points. A soft murmur ran through the audience. Harry and Cedric were leading this round. However, Einar narrowed his eyes upon hearing the detail behind young Potter's score. Though he had arrived a bit later than the others, Ludo Bagman had rushed to raise his points, citing a notable improvement during the task. Einar merely glanced at the judge, and though he said nothing, his expression alone was enough to freeze the nervous smile on Bagman's face. Fleur, meanwhile, seemed lost in another world. Standing a few meters from Einar, she stared at the lake with an absent, melancholic gaze. She didn't even notice him walking by. But not everyone was oblivious to him. Gabrielle, her eyes sparkling with joy, ran up to the northerner with a beaming smile. "Mr. Elf. There you are," she exclaimed excitedly. Einar smiled warmly. "Hello, Gabrielle. You can call me Gabby, like my sister does," she added quickly, blushing slightly. "Of course, Gabby," he replied gently. The little girl turned her head, glancing at her older sister, who was now being tended to by the nurse for the bites and scratches she'd suffered underwater. "My sister is sad," she whispered quietly. "She lost the photo of Grandpa, it was the last one they took before he died. As a fairy, can't you do something?" Her big, pleading eyes locked onto Einar's, who slowly knelt in front of her and gently ruffled her hair. "Dren, bring it," he commanded, raising his voice slightly toward the air, as if speaking to the world itself. No one in the stands noticed. As the crowd began leaving their seats, unaware of what was happening, the lake began to stir with a chilling unrest. The water trembled as if an invisible force was rising from the depths, and aquatic creatures of every kind began fleeing in terror. Some hid in dark crevices at the bottom, others scattered to the edges of the lake, driven by an ancient survival instinct. The mermaids, who had once acted proud, scornful, even mocking toward the champions, were now paralyzed by a primal fear. Their faces turned pale, and their eyes, wide as plates, reflected a chilling truth: death was swimming among them. A dark, majestic, and ominous shadow emerged from the remains of the open chests. It glided like a serpent of darkness, ignoring everything in its path until it reached the only intact chest. It took it in absolute darkness, and vanished as if it had never been there. The mermaid leader, who witnessed the scene, was the first to regain his voice, shouting urgent orders in his ancient tongue. The mermaids began scattering, gathering their belongings, their homes, everything. This wasn't just a warning. It was a declaration of power. They had to leave. Now. On the shore, Gabrielle remained still next to Einar, swinging her legs impatiently. "Is it coming?" she asked eagerly. Before he could reply, a dark mist slowly emerged from the lake, crawling like smoky fingers until it deposited an ancient chest at the northerner's feet. Then, the fog dissipated into the air without a trace. "Wow!" Gabrielle exclaimed in awe. Her innocence kept her from grasping the magnitude of what she had just witnessed. Einar crouched down, placed a hand on the chest, and with a simple push of his overwhelming strength, lifted the damp wooden lid. Inside, untouched, lay a photograph wrapped in a blue cloth. The image showed a young Fleur, so much like Gabrielle she could have been her reflection. She smiled as she hugged a kind-looking old man, who gently caressed her head with infinite tenderness. A moment frozen in time, full of love. "Here," said Einar with a soft smile. "You can give it to her." "Thank you. I'm sure my sister will be really happy," said Gabrielle, carefully taking the photo as if it were a treasure. She started to run but stopped a few meters ahead. She turned around, her eyes shining like stars. "Don't forget you have to come have dinner with us someday," she shouted cheerfully before running off again. Einar didn't reply. He only smiled. The little girl reminded him so much of Sophie and Lucia, the young ones he once protected in his native world. That moment of pure sweetness struck him in the chest with silent nostalgia. He turned away, the wind brushing his cloak, and began walking back toward the castle. Behind him, the dark lake remained in reverent silence. As if nature itself understood that it had just stood before a god who could decide the life and death of every creature dwelling in its depths. Chapter 68, Patronum Plus Mini Special. Patronum Plus Mini Special. If the students at Hogwarts had seen Einar at that precise moment, they would have been left speechless. That imposing warrior, the same one who had trained Harry and Cedric with a firm hand and unwavering gaze, was now in a completely different situation. It was Harry who was guiding him. But the scene was exclusive, hidden in the shadows and mist of the Forbidden Forest. Few had the privilege of witnessing this strange role reversal. Only one solitary figure, seated against a tree trunk, an unexpected extra, watched with eyes full of interest. It was Sirius Black, casually enjoying some chicken legs that Harry had brought him. A few meters away, Hermione was immersed in the reading of an ancient tome, one Einar had personally entrusted to her, Lesser Ward and Unbreakable Ward. Her mind, always hungry for knowledge, was preparing for the upcoming training. She knew Harry and Cedric would need a stronger defense to face the challenges ahead, challenges that Einar had planned with the precision of a strategist and the severity of a warrior. Learning would not be enough. They would have to survive. And for that, someone had to keep watch. Meanwhile, Neville followed a different path. Fully dedicated to healing and mental magic, he studied in a quiet corner away from the group, seeking peace and focus before approaching Einar to resolve his doubts. Hermione, on the other hand, could study in the middle of a battlefield if she had to. She was unbreakable. That's why she was close to the action. Expecto Patronum, said Einar firmly, finally raising a wand, a rare gesture for him. As an archmage, he naturally channeled his magicka through his body, without the need for catalysts. Using a wand felt awkward, almost childish, as if a dragon had to walk on two legs. But this spell required it. It was one of the most powerful in this world. One that even many adult wizards couldn't perform. From his wand emerged a faint white mist, which vanished before taking form. Einar frowned, looking at the wand as if it had betrayed him. This is useless, he growled with contained annoyance. Are you sure you're thinking of a happy memory? Harry asked, wearing a serious expression and clearly a bit uncomfortable in his new role as instructor. Yes, Einar replied curtly. And, what is that memory, if I may ask? Sirius chimed in, raising an eyebrow as he took another bite of chicken, enjoying the show. Beheading my enemies, Einar answered with a proud smile, as if he had just shared a warm family memory. Hermione looked up from her tome, her expression perplexed. That's a happy memory for you. Of course. It means I wasn't the one being beheaded. Harry fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Sirius, on the other hand, burst out laughing so hard he nearly choked. What if you think of your children, Professor? Hermione suddenly suggested, a spark of inspiration in her eyes. Harry and Sirius turned toward her, surprised. Children, they both repeated in unison. Einar said nothing at first, but his expression softened. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and thought of them. His mind filled with warm images, laughter, tiny hands gripping his own with trust. Then, he spoke. Expecto Patronum. This time, the mist from his wand did not fade. It shone with a silvery brilliance that expanded, rippling like a river of light. Slowly, it began to take shape. The onlookers' eyes widened as they saw it. An enormous ethereal dragon, made of pure silver magic, emerged with a roar that seemed to shake the very air. Majestic. Intimidating. Alive. Einar's Patronus roared into the sky, spreading its wings as if ready to burn away the very darkness. Looks like it worked, said Einar with a proud smile. More than that. Murmured Harry, fascinated. It wasn't just a Patronus. It was a symbol. Of power. Of legacy. Of who Einar was. Wow. The only magical Patronus I know of is Dumbledore's, and it's a phoenix, added Sirius, watching with respect. Humph, but he only has one, Einar replied, arms crossed with a competitive air. What do you mean by that? Harry asked, curious. Hermione interrupted before he could answer. Professor. I finished the tome, she said joyfully, holding up the pages. Einar looked at her with a mix of surprise and pride. Hermione had learned Skyrim magic with astonishing ease. She had the potential to become an archmage in her own right. If you keep this up, you'll make the archmages of Winterhold look like fools, he said with a smile, taking the tome and already thinking about which spell to teach her next. "Professor, may I ask you something?" Harry asked, his tone more serious. "Go ahead. Why didn't you teach Cedric and me any attack spells? Wouldn't they be useful for the trials?" Einar's gaze hardened, as if what he was about to say wasn't just a response, but a lesson. "Because my priority is to teach you how to survive. No offensive spell matters if you're dead." But then, he smiled with a hint of mischief. "Still, maybe it's time to teach you how to counter those dangers too." He turned, and his voice became deeper, almost like a war echo. "From now on, your training will include both offensive and defensive spells. Prepare yourselves. The real training is only just beginning." "What?" Harry said, eyes wide. Internally, he gave himself a mental slap for opening his mouth, but he couldn't help smiling. Because if there was one thing that thrilled him, it was learning real magic. And with Einar, everything was real. Powerful. Vast. And absolutely epic. "Home, sweet home," muttered Avento with a mix of sarcasm and nostalgia as his boots echoed over the dirty cobblestone streets of Rift 10. All around him, the citizens moved like ghosts trapped in a worn-out routine, merchants arguing over prices, pickpockets lurking, guards eyeing everyone with suspicion. Nothing had changed. And yet, everything felt different to the young ones who walked beside him. Several of them wore the same expression as Avento, a reflection of bitter memories. Many had grown up within the cold walls of Honor Hall Orphanage, under the iron and cruel care of Grella the Kind, until Einar stormed into their lives like a tempest, freeing them from that prison disguised as a shelter. "On the bright side, it was thanks to that which we met the old man," said Blaze with a mocking grin. "Though, of course, it all started because Avento, the weird kid, pulled off his little stunt." "Shut up. It was the Black Sacrament that brought my father," snapped Avento, blushing slightly as he lowered his gaze. "Enough arguing. Let's look for information about Mara before the Thieves' Guild sees us and sells us to the bandits of Whiterun," warned Lars, his face serious. Without another word, the children dashed through the streets, slipping like shadows through the alleys and canals of the corrupt city. High above, on one of the rooftops, nestled among rotting beams and damp moss, a female figure observed the scene with a sharp gaze. She was a blonde woman, cloaked in the dark garments of the Thieves' Guild. Her posture was firm, and her eyes followed the children with the precision of a hunter. Lydia of Whiterun was supposed to be watching these brats, she said with clear annoyance, never taking her eyes off them. "You know how it is, Vex," replied a voice from the shadows behind her. "Keeping up with kids isn't easy, and even if Lydia is the professor's aide, she can't be everywhere at once." The woman turned her head slightly, recognizing the newcomer. "Runa, huh? Funny that they assigned you to watch your little siblings. Doesn't happen every day." "Hello, Professor Vex," said the shadow, her voice respectful. "It's been a while." "And what are the brats doing here without their father?" asked Vex sharply. "You don't know. Einar's been missing for weeks. The Lost Dragon Protocol has been activated," Runa explained seriously. "The Dark Brotherhood is already on the move. I'd be surprised if the guild hasn't done the same." Vex's eyes narrowed at the mention of that name. "Einar is missing again," she whispered with concern, then straightened up. "I just got back from a mission. I'll need to speak with Brynjolf." Without another word, Vex stepped forward and leapt off the roof with the grace of an expert, vanishing into the alleyways before touching the ground. "You know someone in the Thieves' Guild?" asked Shadowbee, who had remained silent until now. Runa smiled faintly. "Vex was my teacher. She taught me how to pick locks. Before I joined the Dark Brotherhood, I almost joined the guild. But, killing was much more fun." "She scares me," whispered Shadowsea, eyeing Runa as if afraid she'd make him disappear. "And what exactly is this Lost Dragon Protocol?" asked Shadowbee, ignoring the comment. Runa lowered her voice, her face growing serious. "Ah, right, you're new. When Master Einar disappears, which, unfortunately, happens more often than anyone would like, a strategy is activated called the Lost Dragon Protocol. Undercover guards, secret watchers, allies in every corner of Skyrim. All designed to protect his people and keep any enemies in check during his absence. It was created the first time when, well, we almost had the first massacre at the hands of the Dragonborn." Runa sighed. "We just have to make sure that, when he comes back, he finds everyone alive. We don't want the Black Dragon to be the best thing that ever happened to Skyrim." "Understood," the shadows said in unison. "Let's go." The kids are at Mara's temple. Without another word, the woman leapt to the next rooftop like a swift shadow, followed closely by the other two. The cloudy sky concealed their figures, but the murmurs on the rooftops and the tension in the air were proof enough something was coming to Skyrim. Something big. Chapter 69, SS. Alright, you can explore the place while we talk to Dinyabalu, Blaze said calmly, as he and Roar made their way toward the priestess of the Temple of Mara. The others dispersed, curiosity and intrigue drawing them through the sacred grounds. It wasn't common for them to go off without Einar, they usually accompanied or followed him, but they knew he had his own adventures. Still, he never made them feel like a burden. He always found time for them. They clearly remembered the time he got trapped in a Dwemer ruin. When he finally escaped, he spent an entire month by their side, playing with them and training them. Showing, not with words but with actions, that he was a present father. At first, he didn't even want to venture too far, afraid that something might happen to them. But the children, seeing him like that, decided to grow stronger. Not just for themselves, but so their father could follow his adventurous call without worry. Sometimes, Einar would sneak away to avoid Sophie when she tried to pair him with a woman. But he never strayed too far. He was always nearby, hidden or watching from the skies with the help of his draconic mount. Once, Avento had asked him why he tried so hard. That he could just go off on adventures and come back from time to time. But Einar, with a firm gaze, answered. Because I want to be a better father than the one I had. Meanwhile, Sophie approached one of the temple's statues with a smile. She closed her eyes and began to pray softly for her father to find a good partner, at least two. That's when a figure caught her attention. A silver-haired woman was cleaning the temple. There was something about her, something that instantly drew Sophie's gaze. The woman turned suddenly, as if she had felt the intensity of Sophie's stare. Her eyes, a deep green like freshly carved emeralds, locked directly onto the girl. Her beauty was so ethereal it seemed to belong to another plane. She wasn't just a beautiful elf, she was a divine vision wrapped in unsettling serenity. Hello, little one. Are you praying to the goddess? The woman asked, approaching with a warm, motherly smile. Yes. I'm praying for my dad to get a wife already, at least two, Sophie replied innocently, with a childlike grin. Oh really? Only two? I think that's enough. Dad always runs away from women, she said without thinking much of it. I see. The woman murmured with a soft chuckle. Then. I might have overdone it with the gifts. What? Sophie asked, confused. Oh, nothing. Just talking to myself, the woman replied quickly, her tone light. Are you a priestess? Sophie asked with growing interest. Oh, no. I'm just fulfilling a penance, she said, still smiling sweetly. Penance? Yes. I must clean every temple of Mara in Skyrim. But don't worry about that, she answered, as if it were nothing important. Okay. Then I won't bother you anymore, said Sophie with a charming smile. How about I give you a gift for being such a good girl, said the woman, reaching into her pocket. She pulled out an amulet that Sophie recognized immediately. An amulet of Akatosh. But we're in Mara's temple. Ha. Don't worry. Mara won't mind if her husband's amulet is here. I'll give it to you, but it's not just any amulet. It's special. Take good care of it. Thank you. Sophie said happily, then suddenly remembered something. She rummaged through her bag and pulled out a small wooden doll that looked a lot like her. Dad made this for me. I have lots, so you can keep it. Oh, how beautiful, the woman said, accepting it with a genuine smile. I'm going to find my brothers now. Bye. Sophie said cheerfully before running off. The woman watched her go, her expression soft. She gently stroked the small wooden doll between her fingers, which glowed with a golden light, and then vanished. Her smile slowly faded. She walked toward the bucket she had been using to clean and, as she leaned over it, caught sight of her reflection in the water. What she saw made her grit her teeth. Her face began to change. The soft features hardened. Dark circles and deep wrinkles quickly formed on her face, aging her abnormally for an elf. Her emerald eyes dimmed, turning into a dull gray, full of weariness and pain. She looked around, disoriented for a moment. As if she had briefly awoken from a dream. But then she returned to her task, as if something, or someone, compelled her. As if cleaning that temple wasn't a task, but a sentence. A penance imposed by a goddess who, through her, punished and watched. A mother, within a mother. A goddess, who does not forget. Meanwhile, Lucia, the youngest of the group, stepped out of the temple with curiosity shining in her eyes. Rift 10 stretched out before her like a brand new world, though she knew well she shouldn't stray too far from her siblings. She stood at the entrance, attentively watching the people passing by, until a figure caught her eye. A Nordic man, broad and imposing, even while seated in an old wooden wheelchair. His presence was so overwhelming that many instinctively stepped aside as they walked past him, as if the very air grew dense in his proximity. But Lucia wasn't afraid. It was his gaze that mesmerized her. Golden eyes. As bright as the sun over snow, with vertical, slitted pupils like a dragon's. Without hesitation, she walked up to him, her innocence overflowing. "Hi, mister. Why do you have eyes like that?" she asked with curiosity. The man observed her in silence for a moment before smiling patiently. "Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm descended from an Argonian," he said with a playful tone. "Really? Then do you have scales?" she asked, excited. "Haha. No, I don't, although, if I wanted to, I could have them," he replied with a knowing smile. "That's awesome," Lucia said quickly, delighted. Then, she stared more intently into his eyes, and a spark of memory lit up. "I remember now," she exclaimed. "When Dad got mad because they tried to kidnap Sophie, his eyes looked just like yours." "Does that mean he's part Argonian too?" she asked, worried. "Oh no. People already pick on him for being half-elf, if he's Argonian too, they'll be even meaner." The man let out a brief chuckle before replying. "Don't worry, little one. These days, no one would dare pick on your father." "You're right," said Lucia firmly. "Dad is super strong. He can kick butts without even trying. Only cowards whisper behind his back and my siblings deal with them," she said, lifting her little arms in a show of strength. "I see your siblings love him very much. So do I. We all love Dad. Even though the older ones get embarrassed and call him Master instead. They say Sophie and Aventus are his children legally, but I call him Dad, and that makes him happy," she said proudly. "That's wonderful," the man replied, genuinely pleased. "Right now we're on a journey to find Dad. He always gets lost, he's kind of clumsy. But he always comes home. Though this time, the others said maybe he won't be able to come back on his own. That's why we came," Lucia explained, a touch of sadness in her voice. The man looked at her in silence, then smiled warmly. "Don't worry. I'm sure you'll find him." "Yes. And if we don't," Blaze said, "we'll fight dragons and Argonians if we have to, just to make Grandpa Akatosh give Dad back." At that moment, the man fell completely silent. His smile froze for an instant, before he burst into a joyous laugh. "Grandpa Akatosh," he repeated between laughs. "Yes. In the legends, they say the Dragonborn is Akatosh's son. And Dad is the Dragonborn." The man nodded slowly. "Then, you'll have to give Akatosh a serious scolding for taking his son without permission." "Of course," Lucia confirmed confidently. "Lucia. We're leaving," shouted Blaze from the temple stairs, frowning. It seemed they hadn't found any useful leads. "Coming," the girl shouted. She turned to the man with a smile. "Goodbye," she said politely before running off to her siblings. The man watched her go. His golden eyes shimmered for an instant. One by one, the children's bodies glowed subtly with a warm golden light, barely perceptible, a silent blessing that none of them noticed. The man smiled softly, but then his expression changed. His gaze turned cold. Empty. Infinite. And when he spoke, his voice seemed to echo from time itself. "I asked you to take care of our son." His tone was freezing, so sharp it felt like it could stop the world. "Your punishment is to feel what he felt as a child. The abandonment. The pain. The loneliness." His eyes burned with divine fury. "Be grateful I still feel compassion for you, or I would have sent you to the worst of all realms." Then, the golden glow in his eyes faded, turning into a dull brown. His face aged all at once, and his hair turned completely gray. His body shrank into itself, thin, weak, with old wounds still open, as if time had caught up to him in an instant. The man breathed with difficulty, trembling, murmuring again and again. "I'm sorry. Lord. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I failed the mission. Forgive me. As if the weight of his guilt crushed him. And the others, only glanced at him briefly as they passed by. Just another old man among many. No one saw the god who had just been there. No one knew what had just manifested.